Welcome to part 5 of the Water Magician audiobook. The story is getting really intense now. I hope you enjoy this one. Please join the Discord if you want access to the full audiobook. That day, in a rare occurrence, the head of the Alliance delegation, Robert Perlow, visited the neighboring kingdom's delegation lodge from early in the morning. He decided to speak directly with the head of the kingdom delegation, Hugh, about a matter that was under secret surveillance. Groan, the captain of Robert Perlow's guard, was outside the royal lodge. He was going back and forth between the Kingdom Lodge and the Alliance Lodge. The scene was witnessed completely by coincidence by the 3 members of Room 10. A knight was being attacked by 4 men in black outfits. Moreover, that knight was someone they recognized. The captain of the former King's Guard. That's Groan, right? I've seen his training and he's quite skilled with the sword. Nils, Ito, and Amon said as they started running toward Groan. However, Groan, who was praised for his sword skills, was taken down in an instant. The 4 who knocked him down seized Groan's sword and tried to run away. Swish, 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 swish. Ito assembled and launched arrows in quick succession from the repeating crossbow he had mounted on his left arm while running. One arrow pierced a man's left hamstring. Another pierced the back of another man. The other 2 missed. Considering he shot while running, his accuracy was quite impressive. In fact, the man who was hit in the left leg fell. As he passed by that man, Nils kicked him in the head to knock him unconscious. He must have been watching as Groan was attacked. Several members of the kingdom's guards were also running after them. They seemed to be part of the C-rank party, Heavenly Mountain. They could leave the capture to them. The 3 from Room 10 continued to chase after the 3 men in black without slowing down. They turned into several alleys. With each turn, they noticed that the paths were becoming narrower. It was not a good trend. If the path became too narrow, they could easily be blocked by simple obstacles. As expected, crash. Many boards that were propped up fell, blocking the way of the 3, but in that instant, Ito instantly stopped, took a breath, and shot an arrow that pierced the arm of the man holding the bag with Groan's sword. Moreover, bam, with gunpowder. The man's arm didn't get torn off, but the shock caused the bag with the sword to fall to the ground. The men hastily tried to pick up that bag, prioritizing the recovery of the sword over escaping. Is that sword really that important? Upon hearing that voice, the man who had recovered was shocked. The light-footed swordsman among the 3, who they thought had been left behind, was now on this side of the fallen boards. It was Amon. With movements reminiscent of a tightrope walker, he dodged the boards like wall running and landed there. Fireball! Zhu! Amon slashed through the fireball cast by one of the men in black. At the same time, another man in black flashed a dagger he pulled from his pocket and attacked Amon. Amon evaded the horizontal sweep of the dagger by moving his feet precisely, at a distance that was definitely out of reach. He didn't just barely dodge, because those kinds of guys sometimes poison their daggers. With experience, Amon had learned to differentiate between wide evasion and precise evasion. However, if he evaded widely, it would delay his counterattack. That couldn't be helped, and there was no need to rush. Time was on their side. Right now, it was the 3 men in black who were in a hurry. They wanted to recover the bag containing Groan's sword and leave as soon as possible, because the longer they waited, the greater the chance the pursuers would come. First, Nils kicked aside the boards blocking the path and joined the fray. You bought us some time, Amon. No, you blew all those boards away. That's amazing. Nils praised him, and Amon was impressed. It'll help those who come after us. Nils understood that the longer they took, the more advantageous it would be. A brief standoff. The first to move was, as expected, the men in black. Fireball, 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 a triple shot of fireballs, one for Nils, one for Amon, and one for Ito. Nils and Amon slashed at theirs, while Ito deflected his with a previously generated magic barrier. The attacks weren't meant to deal damage. In an instant, another man in black darted toward the bag that had fallen to the ground. Slash. An arrow pierced that man's neck. It was Ito who had aimed for him. Distraction from the attack allowed for the chance to pick it up. Seems you have no thoughts of retreat, Ito murmured. Fireba, the incantation of another man in black, didn't get to finish. Amon jumped in and slit his throat. At the same time, Nils also slashed at another man. Nils's sword was a hard blade. Each strike was impressively heavy. Of course, that didn't mean his sword speed was slow. He was a B-rank swordsman, still in his growth phase. By the 3rd strike, the man in black probably realized he couldn't take it. By the 4th strike, his dagger was knocked away, and by the 5th strike, he had closed his eyes. He had accepted death. But just in time, Nils twisted his wrist and struck the back of the man's head with the flat of the sword instead of decapitating him. The man in black fainted. I wish he could have said something, Nils said while sheathing his sword. I killed both of them, including Ito. Amon scratched his head and said, I knocked out one over there. 2 should be fine, right? Ito, who was a priest, said. While the 3 were talking, the back caught up. Leading the way was the owner of the sword, Groan. "It's in that bag," Ito said, and Groan jumped at it, pulling out the sword from the bag. "Oh!" he involuntarily exclaimed, nearly in tears as he embraced it. It seemed to be a very important sword. After hugging it for a while, he stood up and bowed deeply. "Thank you for retrieving it. I was careless and caught unawares." "No, we could only see it from a distance, but with 4 against 1, it couldn't be helped. They were quite skilled in martial arts." Nils comforted him, saying this. "It is a sword inherited from my late master. I'm glad," Groan said, and hugged the sword again. Nils and Amon could both understand the feelings of cherishing a beloved sword. Both watched with smiles on their faces. So the monitoring that had been on us for these few days was aimed at Groan's sword. That's how it seems. In the head of the kingdom delegation, Hugh's room at the Royal Lodge. There was, as expected, a conference room where a meeting of about a dozen people could be held. There Hugh, former King Robert Perlo, captain of the guard Groan, the 3 from Room 10, and the military affairs negotiator Gladys along with her aide Ashley gathered, totaling 8 people. By the way, Rio still hadn't returned from the Holy See. Well, it's a good thing they didn't kill you and take it. The easiest way to steal a holy sword is to kill its owner. Prioritized getting the holy sword over killing. Now what could this mean? Robert Perlo and Hugh were discussing the matter. Indeed, Groan's sword is a holy sword, but it doesn't hold overwhelming value. Your Majesty, with all due respect, this is a very important thing. Groan, unusually, leaned forward to refute Robert Perlo's words. I understand. I know it is precious to you. It is the sword passed down to you by Baron Luke Richico. However, I meant, for instance, its monetary value if it were put up for sale. I would never sell it, Groan replied, further countering Robert Perlo's explanation. If one were to ask, it seemed to be a keepsake from the late Baron he once served. Well, generally speaking, holy swords are not sold. If the sword cannot be used unless recognized, it can't be sold either. In contrast, a magic sword would be far better. That may be true, Hugh nodded in agreement with Robert Perlo. Gladys, who had been silently listening to their discussion, finally spoke up. What kind of abilities does Groan's sword have? Holy swords and magic swords each have their characteristics. For example, Hugh's holy sword Galahad suppresses regenerative abilities. Generally, the characteristics of holy swords are all very pointed. My sword is said to annihilate spirits, however I have yet to experience that effect. That is, a characteristic that limits its usage. Groan answered, and Gladys nodded while continuing. My holy sword Krakara is also said to be a sword for vanquishing evil, but I wonder in what situations it would be useful. Truly, they all possess sharply defined abilities. Well then, what shall we do? Robert Perlo's murmur represented the feelings of everyone present. Meanwhile, Rio had left the Holy See after conveying the discussions with 3 of the Pope's 4 bishops to Graham. It took quite a bit of time. After Rio left, there was a knock at Graham's room. Come in. When Graham said this, the door opened and a woman entered. Long time no see, Cardinal Graham. Indeed, it has been a while, Archbishop Stefania. She appeared to be in her mid-20s. However, the calmness she exuded was not something one would typically possess at that age. In fact, Graham knew the actual age of the woman before him, because she was once his subordinate, and now she held the position he once occupied. It is rare for the head of the Inquisition Bureau to come here. Former head of the Inquisition Bureau, Graham. Current head of the Inquisition Bureau, Stefania. When Graham joined the Hero Party, he recommended her as his successor, and the Church approved it. That was 6 years ago. The Inquisition Bureau, as its name implies, is an institution that interrogates heretics. That said, the methods used are not the torturous ones reminiscent of Earth's historical inquisitions, although there were times in the past when such methods were employed. Currently, the interrogations are conducted more smartly, utilizing drugs, magic, and alchemy. The building of the Inquisition Bureau is adjacent to the west side of the Holy See and is connected by a corridor, but very few people pass through. Nobody goes from the Holy See, nor does anyone come from the Inquisition Bureau. For any clergyman, the Inquisition Bureau is a place they want to avoid. Such is the head of the Inquisition Bureau. So what brings you here today? Graham asked, setting his hand on the coffee before him. It's about a kingdom adventurer named Rio who has been coming in and out of here. Oh, Stefania said, and Graham responded with a small nod. That person has the potential to harm the Church. I wish to put him to the Inquisition. Of course, he is an adventurer from the Central Nations, so to us in the Church he is a heretic. You understand, I assume. That is not the meaning I intend, Graham said with a hint of jest, and Stefania frowned as she replied. Well, I want to extract information from Rio. If necessary, I'd like to erase his memories, or make him pliable to our will. Is that what you're saying? Yes, Graham explained, and Stefania nodded. This was a common tactic used by the Inquisition Bureau. No one can hinder the Inquisition Bureau from conducting an interrogation, not even me as a cardinal. However, you should think carefully." Graham's tone remained unchanged. His expression also did not change. Only one thing changed: his eyes. "Because he is a kingdom adventurer, I apologize, but I cannot take that into consideration. It certainly will make negotiations difficult, I understand that. But faith must take precedence over everything," Stefania stated firmly. Hearing that, Graham shook his head slightly. "You are misunderstanding. Of course, he is a kingdom adventurer, and taking action against him would complicate negotiations. Rather, it would lead to their collapse. However, that is not what I am saying." "What do you mean, then? If you lay a hand on him, the church will collapse." Graham stated this without changing his expression or tone. Upon hearing this, Stefania tilted her head. It seemed she did not understand. "Graham, are you saying that you will turn against us and the church will divide?" "No." Graham shook his head again, and he felt despair. How could he convey something that would not be understood? "Stefania!" For the first time, Graham called out to her with distress. She was making a mistake, but he had no way to stop it. "As you know, the Inquisition Bureau does not heed anyone's restraint. Therefore, I will put the kingdom adventurer Rio to the Inquisition." Saying this, Stefania stood up and left. "The fact that they do not heed anyone's restraint means they cannot receive anyone's protection." "Stefania," Graham murmured sadly. "The dark hand of the Inquisition Bureau approaches Rio." When Rio returned to the dormitory, he was immediately told by the receptionist to go to the captain's office. Upon entering the captain's office, he saw various people gathered there. Hugh, former King Robert Perlo, his captain of the guard Groan, Nils, Edo, Amon, and Gladys, the negotiation officer from the Ministry of Military Affairs, along with her aide Ashley. From what he heard, it seemed that the holy sword held by Groan had been targeted. Fortunately, the 3 people from room 10 who happened to witness the incident managed to stop it. Wow, Rio was genuinely impressed. He then turned to the 3 and said, "You got a reward, didn't you?" No one said anything. "Huh!" It seemed Rio had said something wrong. He quickly glanced around nervously. "Of course. The Alliance delegation will present you with a monetary reward," Robert Perlo said in a fluster. Could it be that if Rio hadn't said anything, they wouldn't have received anything at all? While discussing this, a loud voice echoed from outside. Soon he could hear the sounds of footsteps approaching up the stairs. The door swung open roughly, and DeLong, the leader of the coffee makers, rushed in. "Hugh, those guys from the church's Inquisition Bureau said they want Rio handed over." "What? Me?" Descending into the lobby, he found himself in a situation that was almost explosive. Members of the kingdom's adventurers blocked the way as the church members in black ritual robes attempted to move deeper into the lobby. Hugh stepped in to break the tension. "I am Hugh McGrath, head of the kingdom delegation. I demand an explanation for this." His voice carried a weight that seemed to press down on everyone around. It felt as though there was even a physical pressure accompanying his voice. However, a woman who stepped forward from the black-robed members of the church showed no signs of wavering. "I am Archbishop Stefania, head of the Inquisition Bureau. We will put the kingdom adventurer Rio on trial for heresy. Hand him over immediately." The woman, appearing to be in her mid-20s, spoke in a calm and quiet voice, contrary to Hugh's intensity. "What are you talking about? This is the kingdom's delegation. You think you can put that guardian adventurer on trial for heresy? Do you really think that's allowed? No permission is needed. No one can obstruct the Inquisition. Do you know Cardinal Graham at the desk over there? He used to be the head of the Inquisition Bureau, didn't he? Cardinal Graham does not have the authority to obstruct the Inquisition either." "What did you say?" Hugh's face turned bright red with anger at Stefania's words. But then a voice interrupted the tension. "You may not have the authority to obstruct it, but you did express concern." Coming out from behind the Inquisition members was Cardinal Graham. As soon as his voice resonated, the inquisitors blocking the way stepped aside, creating a path. Even 6 years after resigning from his position, his presence was evidently still commanding. "Graham, what is the meaning of this?" Hugh shouted. "I apologize, Master McGrath. As Stefania said, no one can obstruct the Inquisition, not even I, a cardinal." "What did you say?" "However, I mentioned that putting Rio on trial here would lead to the breakdown of negotiations with the delegation, which is something we should be concerned about. Stefania, if you're going to withdraw, this is your last opportunity." But Stefania completely ignored Graham's words. "I will take adventurer Rio into custody." "Don't be ridiculous," Hugh shouted, and at that moment. "Silence!" The voice was neither loud nor sharp, yet it reached the ears of everyone in the lobby. The kingdom adventurers, who heard the voice from behind, immediately turned around and opened a path, for some unknown reason. But everyone understood that doing so was the right thing, quietly and slowly. A mage draped in robes appeared, moving through the parted way made by the adventurers. During this time, no one spoke, not Stefania, not Hugh. They felt as if they shouldn't speak. That was the impression they received. The mage approached Graham. Graham stood expressionless. However, it was a kind of bravado. Even he was subjected to a pressure he couldn't comprehend. What is this? It's definitely Rio, but not the usual Rio. The pressure is terrifying, like the one I felt from the former pope. No, even more than that. Are you going to put me on trial for heresy? Rio said, facing Stefania. Me, I usually say don't I? Hugh noticed that little detail. In response to Rio's question, Stefania couldn't answer. Are you going to put me on trial for heresy? Rio asked Stefania again. Why, yes. Stefania's voice was thin and shaky. The calm demeanor she had possessed just moments ago was completely gone. Her lips and fingertips trembled, and beads of cold sweat formed on her brow. Do you know what will happen if you put me on trial for heresy? Rio asked, his voice still incredibly gentle. Though gentle, it was also terrifying. The negotiations will collapse, Stefania answered. Ahahaha. That's not it, Rio laughed, but in the next moment, his expression vanished. The holy capital will freeze entirely, he then intoned. Permafrost. In that instant, the lobby froze for just a moment. The lobby and all the inquisitors were frozen. However, it was just for an instant. It returned to normal quickly, but the inquisitors understood. They had indeed been frozen at that moment. Even Stefania, the head. I will encase the holy capital in ice forever. If that isn't enough, I can freeze all of France. If you intend to put me on trial for heresy, such retaliation should be within the realm of expectations, don't you think? Rio said this while maintaining his emotionless expression, directing it at Stefania. Stefania could not respond. If you'd like to talk, we can discuss it later in that lounge. However, I will decline the Inquisition. You'll use smoke to extract confessions and tamper with memories, won't you? Rio glanced briefly at Graham as he spoke. Graham's mouth twisted slightly. At that moment, Rio finally released the pressure. So, please come back later. And next time, make sure to have an appointment before you arrive. Stefania and the black-robed inquisitors left. Ah, splendid. The way you exerted that pressure is not something that can be easily acquired. Even royalty often can't master it, despite being raised in such environments since childhood. The one praising Rio was former King Robert Perlo, who had been watching from the back. Though praised, Rio could only manage a wry smile. His training had actually taken place in the forest of Rondo. The Dragon King, who occasionally visited their home, had been the one to instruct him. Pressure, aura, or perhaps charisma might be the terms used, but it felt slightly different, of course. There are people on Earth who can handle it. It might be one of the natural functions humans possess, but many people don't find it necessary to use, and by the time they become adults, they can no longer wield it. It's a sad story. Was that okay? Rio said with a bitter laugh. In truth, he wasn't quite sure. It was perfect, as expected of the first Duke. Robert Perlo said quietly in the latter part of the conversation while laughing. Rio, approaching him, was Hugh McGrath. Sorry for troubling you, Hugh, Rio bowed his head. No, it's not your fault. I feel like it all started because I sent you to the Republic, Hugh scratched his head. Even though there had been no other choice at the time, realizing how it connected to this moment makes him feel the weight of his poor judgment. The world is quite complex, and so Hugh treated me to cake and coffee. Oh, I know that. I mean, even then, the echo of the soul was connected. Is that so? Those inquisitors, they are clergy, right? I recall them saying they couldn't freeze someone who used magic, but it seems they can now. Yeah, permafrost is a spell that stops the vibrations of water molecules in the air and freezes them. So, strictly speaking, it shouldn't matter whether the opponent is a swordsman or a mage. Also, what I did earlier was only a momentary freeze, so I didn't completely freeze them or anything. After everything was over, Rio was reporting to His Majesty the King while sipping coffee in the lounge. However, Abel seemingly didn't quite grasp the situation. It couldn't be helped. The depths of magic are indeed profound. Well, I fully understand that Rio is scary when angered. Me? I wasn't angry at all. I just applied a bit of pressure to threaten them. Oh. You see, I learned how to use pressure from the dragons living in the forest of Rondo, and I just thought I'd try practicing it. If I genuinely got angry and lost my composure, I don't think I'd be able to do it at all. Abel, as a prince, can naturally handle things like that, which I find a bit enviable. Rio said this honestly. Members of the royal family have always been subjected to both tangible and intangible pressures since childhood. For a person, that is somewhat of an abnormal situation. It is an abnormal situation, but those who endure it do tend to acquire something different from the ordinary. Of course, some of it may be good and some may be bad. Rio thinks that even if Abel suddenly becomes buried in paperwork, he can still manage it because of the accumulation of such experiences since childhood. Sometimes he feels sympathy, but other times he thinks it's amazing. Including all this, Rio respects Abel, Abel is truly amazing. Where did that come from? I'm always cheering for Abel, you know. Oh, right at that moment, Abel seemed to remember something. Rio, just so you know, I'll be going on an inspection tour to the north starting tomorrow. Inspection? Yeah. After that, I'll head to the east before returning to the royal capital. It seems to be planned for about 50 days. What about paperwork during that time? WL won't count Heinlein handle it. Rio let out a deep sigh. He had just been impressed moments ago. I said I was cheering for Abel, but I take that back. Going on a trip for 50 days is quite luxurious. No, it was you guys who suggested I do the inspection. I have a feeling that's not entirely untrue. I already said it. Well, I mean, Count Heinlein had also suggested it before. Oh, is that so? Then that's good. Good luck with your inspection. Well, the difference in evaluation between me and Count Heinlein is, it must be due to the difference in achievements. Is that so? Abel, make sure to work hard and build up your accomplishments, okay? Yeah, I'll do my best. For some reason, Rio said this with an air of superiority. And thus, Chapter 5, The Holy See concludes. Starting tomorrow, 2 more episodes titled Interlude, King Abel's Northern Journey will be posted. In the War of Kingdom Liberation, the northern nobles have turned against them. What is happening in the north now? After that, a new chapter will commence the day after tomorrow. Abel was swaying in the royal carriage. Having departed from the royal capital, he was heading towards the northern part of the kingdom. Along the way, he stopped by several towns, interacting with the citizens of the kingdom and the local lords, making his way to Carlisle. Carlisle was the city where the capital of the Duchy of Flitwick had been placed before the War of Kingdom Liberation. The House of Duke Flitwick was founded by Prince Raymond, and Carlisle boasted the second largest scale in the north. However, Prince Raymond rebelled against the royal family. Almost all the nobles in the north participated in this rebellion. Moreover, the empire lent its strength, causing the kingdom to fracture. In the end, Abel, who became king, led the allied forces from the south and west to defeat Raymond's army and the Imperial army, achieving the reunification of the kingdom. Naturally, the House of Duke Flitwick was dismantled, and almost all the northern nobles who had conspired in the rebellion were also eliminated. After placing the entire north under royal management, territories in the north were granted to those who distinguished themselves in the Liberation War based on merit. There were places that became enclaves of southern and western nobles, as well as individuals newly elevated to nobility who acquired lands in the north. However, it had only been 3 years since the Liberation War. It was difficult to say that the north was completely stable. Therefore, for Abel's journey to the north, the Royal Knight Order accompanied him as guards. In fact, the commander Danton himself led the Royal Knight Order. Although Abel felt it was excessive, Danton firmly stated, "It is our duty to protect your majesty." With the former commander of the Royal Knight Order, Marquis Heinlein, nodding in agreement as he overheard, there was nothing Abel could do. Lady Rhea and Prince Noah will be protected with our lives by the Valkyrie Knight Order, Valkyrie Knight Commander Imogen asserted strongly, leaving Abel with no option but to accept. "I wish it could have been a more carefree journey." Abel's murmuring disappeared into the ceiling of the office without reaching anyone's ears. The House of Duke Flitwick, which had governed Carlisle, was dismantled after the Liberation War. The newly established house was the House of Duke Rondo. The current head was Rio. The territory, of course, was the Forest of Rondo. Thus, how to deal with Carlisle was a matter of concern. After all, it was the city of the traitor Raymond. Moreover, it was the second largest city in the north. Not far from the royal capital, especially the surrounding areas were among the kingdom's leading wheat production regions. Naturally, who would govern it attracted attention throughout the kingdom. In the midst of this, Abel's answer was to establish the House of Count Carlisle and appoint a new head. The territory was about half the size of the Duchy of Flitwick. Yet still, it was a considerable land for a newly established Count family. Many opinions were exchanged, but when the head and wife of the House of Count Carlisle were announced, all the noise quieted down. This was because many knew that the person was someone whom King Abel trusted the most, Carlisle Castle in the audience chamber. "It has been a while, Warren Lynn." "It's a pleasure to see you, Your Majesty," Abel greeted. Lynn responded, and Warren smiled. Count Warren of Carlisle and Countess Lynn. It goes without saying that they were 2 members of the Red Sword, led by Abel. Originally, both Warren and Lynn came from noble lineages. Warren was the eldest son of the Halome family, which had produced generations of king's shields. Lynn was the second daughter of the house of Earl Shuke. Since Warren was the only son of the Halome family, he was both the current head of the house of Count Carlisle and the next head of the house of Baron Halome. This would likely be adjusted in various ways, but for now, that was the situation. It was not set in stone that the male direct descent would inherit the house. There were quite a few female lords as well. Generally speaking, the current head would decide who would inherit. The Shuk family had 6 children, including Lin, so it was likely that someone other than Lin would inherit. Both the Halom family and the Shuk family had territories near the royal capital, so despite being in the north, they were not too far from Carlisle. It seemed there were various exchanges. King Abel's entry into Carlisle took place in the audience chamber, although it was informal. It was necessary to show the northern nobles and citizens that the king was concerned about the north. Performances were often required for governing a nation. Abel understood this over the past 3 years. After the audience with Lin and Warren, the assembled northern nobles began to meet with Abel one after another. This too was a necessary, so to speak, procedure. Moreover, nearly all these new northern nobles were individuals to whom Abel had granted territories. In other words, they were nobles favored by Abel. In the event something happens, these were individuals who would feel indebted to King Abel and become allies. That said, since many were recently ennobled, there were a lot of barons and viscounts. Nobles of the upper class, said to be counts and above, were few, even including Warren and the others. That can't be helped. Abel understood that. They would become a new source of vitality. They would bear the center of the northern reconstruction and become a solid bulwark against the empire. That was the expectation. That night, it would have been nice if Rhea were here too. That's to be expected. It's still not stable enough for the king and queen, plus Prince Noah, to come to the north. Abel said regretfully. Lin acknowledged the situation, and Warren nodded repeatedly. These 3, along with the current Queen Rhea, were former members of the A-rank party, Red Sword. The bonds forged through countless brushes with death were stronger than anything. But I didn't know that Abel was on the verge of death. Lin sighed as she spoke. It was the first time she heard that Abel had been afflicted with cancer and that his life was hanging by a thread. I'm sorry for not being able to convey that. I had to keep it secret from everyone. Abel scratched his head with a wry smile. If you had died just like that, it would have been tough not just for Noah and Rhea, but for the north as well, making it unstable again, so please be careful. Yes. I'm sorry, the Countess and the King. Count Warren shook his head slightly. Was that directed at the Countess or perhaps at the King? Suddenly, the hallway became noisy. Abel instinctively drew his beloved sword. This part of him hadn't changed even after becoming king. There was a strong knock. Enter, Lin's sharp voice. From the strength of the knock, they understood something alarming had happened. Not just Lin, but Warren and, of course, Abel as well. It's terrible. Baron Avon's capital, Sementon, has been attacked. Attacked? Could it be the Black Wolf? Yes, Baron Avon has hurried back. Lin frowned at the report. Baron Avon's territory is adjacent to the north, right? Yes, the Black Wolf is a large band of thieves. They have appeared in Baron Avon's territory several times, but how did they gain the power to attack the capital? Lin explained with a frown. At that moment, Warren stood up. He then looked at Lin. Lin met Warren's gaze and nodded. Well, we can't just leave it be. Are we sending reinforcements? Yes, the greatest force in this area is ours. It's only natural to help. Lin answered Abel's question, and Warren nodded as well. Ah, Abel, as Warren and Lin were preparing to mount, they spotted something they shouldn't have. A sight of the king preparing to deploy. It is only natural for the king to deploy to assist the citizens and nobles of the kingdom, right? No, but... Lin was flustered by Abel's response. If I move, the Royal Knight Order that is accompanying me can also be deployed to the front line. If I stay here, the Royal Knight Order will have to remain here as well. That would be a waste of military strength, wouldn't it? Abel stated this confidently while looking back at Commander Danton, who stood behind. Danton nodded vigorously. The Royal Knight Order is a knight order that protects the king, but they are also a knight order that protects the citizens of the kingdom. Warren smiled as he patted Lin on the shoulder. Lin sighed deeply and accepted. I understand. Honestly, that strength is appreciated. Lin nodded and turned to look behind her. The defense of Carlisle will be entrusted to Korn as usual. Yes, leave it to me. Bowing respectfully was the man called Korn. Korn, the adventurer who was once under Gecko? Abel inquired as he recalled. Yes, your majesty, Korn replied with a wry smile. Korn is very capable. Now let's depart. As Lin spoke from horseback, the cavalry of the house of Count Carlisle set off. Following them was the Royal Knight Order. This time speed was of the utmost importance, so it was all cavalry. From Carlisle to Baron Avon's capital, Sementon, it would take just under an hour to gallop. Reports of the attack came in almost immediately, thanks to the alchemical communication network constructed by Viscount Kenneth Hayward of the Royal Alchemy Workshop. Including preparation time, if they could reach the site just a little over an hour after the attack. The defenses of Sementon were certainly not weak. Since it was night, the castle gates were basically closed. Rather, a band of thieves attacking a city in such a state was anything but normal. As Abel contemplated such matters, he urged his horse onward. A band of thieves attempting to besiege a castle. It was indeed extraordinary. Why could that be? Outside the walls of Sementon Castle, Baron Avon's city, damn it! The man muttered, everything is unexpected. Can a band of thieves actually conduct a siege? Is that even possible? While pondering such thoughts, the leader of the band of thieves watched his subordinates attacking the castle. The guards, having been bribed, should have opened the castle gates. Why aren't they opening? We were supposed to rush in and steal valuables as quickly as possible. What we stole would be ours. They said our role was to stay in Sementon for an hour, but at this rate, we're going to be at a loss. However, the man had no intention of abandoning the promise and retreating. He knew that doing so would lead to his immediate death. I seriously wish they would hurry up, Empire. The first to ride towards Sementon from Carlisle was Baron Gas Hyde. Only 4 attendants accompanied him. I was being cautious, but I never imagined they would attack Sementon. When did they gain such power? We've subjugated them many times, yet they revived every time. I always thought they were eerie. But how did they get this strong? Now in his mid-20s, Gas Hyde had been granted territory in the north due to his achievements in the War of Kingdom Liberation. Although he came from a knightly family, he had never hoped for a baron rank. Yet, through his efforts and becoming favored by His Majesty the King, he achieved the title of baron. Given that he was a baron in the still chaotic north, his territory was larger than those of barons in other regions. Usually, barons own only 1 or 2 manors. Gas had worked hard. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to governing his territory. Now that territory was under attack. Gas was galloping on his horse while thinking about such matters. Perhaps because of this, he was slow to notice the attack. The bodyguard riding immediately to Gas's left, was struck by an attack of fire attribute magic and fell. Furthermore, Gas's horse lost its front legs due to an attack of wind attribute magic, the air slash. Gas was thrown off his horse, and then he was immediately surrounded. The attackers wore leather armor, but they had the aura of properly trained individuals. They were not mere thieves. The north borders the empire to the immediate north. However, the emperor had changed, and now a delegation was being sent to the western nations along with the kingdom. In such a situation, could it be that? I'm going to be killed. Gas involuntarily shut his eyes. But those who created the earth, those who created the world, the ancestors of all living beings, lend me your power. Stone storm. As the rapid incantation echoed, hundreds of stones, used for area suppression, struck the men surrounding Gas. Moreover, swordsmen, scouts, and spear warriors rushed in. It happened in an instant. All 10 of the men who surrounded Gas were knocked unconscious. Even Gas, who opened his eyes midway, could not comprehend what had happened. He only understood that the 3 who intervened were quite skilled. "Are you all right?" a swordsman asked. From behind the swordsman, a mage and a priest joined them. Then a female scout spoke. "There's nobody left around here. However, to the south there are several hundred ambushers." "Ambushers? Could it be Lord Warren and Your Majesty Abel?" Gas shouted. "Warren, Your Majesty Abel?" the swordsman asked in surprise. "Yes, most likely Lord Warren is leading reinforcements coming after us, and if it's Your Majesty with his personality, he wouldn't just wait in Carlisle." Gas briefly explained that his status and territory were under attack, and that the Count of Carlisle and His Majesty the King would probably come running to help. However, it might be a trap. "Ah, I see. Is Your Majesty's command the main objective here?" the swordsman responded while shaking his head at Gas's explanation. "What should we do, Hector? If the attack on the town is a trap to draw out Your Majesty and the others, they might face difficulties against the ambushers. They likely have considerable combat power hidden. As citizens of the kingdom, it's good to assist His Majesty the King. Shall we go?" At the call of the swordsman named Hector, the scout, spear warrior, mage, and priest nodded. "Ambushers, huh? This isn't a matter on the level of a band of thieves." "Yeah, indeed. It's somewhat unbelievable that, during this situation where 3 nations are sending a delegation to the western nations, the empire is making moves." Helmut VIII, who just became the emperor. "It's said that a new leader tries to show they are as strong as their predecessor by doing outrageous things, as Rio mentioned. Seems that's true. I wish they would have done something outrageous in domestic affairs instead." Abel recalled Rio's words, and Lynn sighed in agreement. Warren was already standing before Abel, deflecting arrows and magical attacks with his great shield. The forces of Carlisle County and the Royal Knight Order had taken a painful blow from the initial assault, but they had since regrouped and established a defensive formation, with a total of 200 soldiers between the forces and the Knight Order. The ambushers were approximately the same number. However, since the ambushes were from high ground, it was difficult for the forces and Knight Order to counterattack. "Lady Lynn, the Magical Association is ready to fire." "Good, just wait." The Magical Association, led by Lynn, had finished their incantation and only needed to say the trigger word. This would serve as the signal fire for a counterattack against the high ground, but they needed a catalyst for that. While the Night Order charges in time with the Magical Association's bombardment, how do we coordinate the timing? Just as Abel muttered this, screams and shouts erupted from behind the ambushers. Something unexpected had occurred. This was the catalyst. Fire the bombardment! Under Lin's command, the Magical Association unleashed their attack spells. All sorts of area suppression magic like Sonic Blade were cast. With that single strike, the front line of the ambushers was almost annihilated. Night Order, charge! Abel commanded, leading the charge at the front. Warren followed right behind him. The Royal Night Order and the forces of Carlisle County followed closely. They swiftly surged up the slope and leaped into the high ground where the ambushers were hiding. They ran through and cut down the ambushers as they passed. Abel could see the chaos among the ambushers ahead. Swordsmen, spear warriors, and scouts were taking down the ambushers in close combat. Moreover, seeing the flying stone spears, it seemed there were earth attribute mages among them as well. "Thank you for your assistance," Abel shouted as he leaped down from his horse and cut into the ambushers. Warren followed right after, blasting the ambushers away with shield bashes. The development from that point on was one-sided. Could you be Hector? Morning Star, it's been a while." "Mr. Abel, no, I apologize. Your Majesty Abel, it's been a long time." Hector corrected himself, making Abel smile wryly. Given the presence of his subordinates, he couldn't easily say it was fine to be how they used to be. The former C-rank party from the royal capital, Morning Star. They were a party that had a considerable connection with Abel. Furthermore, they were known for being part of the resistance in the royal capital under Raymond during the War of Kingdom Liberation. They should be operating under Marquis Heinlein now. "I can't believe you're here in the north at this timing." "Yes. Well, as usual, under Marquis Heinlein's orders." Hector replied with a wry smile to Abel's question, and the other four smiled as well. "Oh, we need to head to Sementon. What will Morning Star do?" Abel asked the five. "We will slowly make our way to Carlisle," Hector answered, and the scout Oriana nodded. "Understood. Be careful on the way, though that might be unnecessary worry. You were a great help. I believe I can return to Carlisle by tomorrow, so please drop by the castle." "Understood," Abel said, and Hector nodded. 30 minutes later, the Royal Night Order and the forces of Carlisle County had surrounded and annihilated the band of thieves, Black Wolf, which had been attacking the castle gate. In the basement of Sementon Castle, there were captured attackers and executives of the band of thieves, Black Wolf. Just before the horrific torture was to begin, the executives of Black Wolf spilled everything. This revealed that the attackers were under the influence of the Empire. The attackers, in the end, were forced to reveal all the information they possessed. "Just as I suspected, it's the Empire." Abel frowned and sighed deeply as he spoke. "What will you do?" "Well, there's no hard evidence, just testimony," Lynn asked while sipping her coffee. Warren was silent as usual, looking at Abel. "What can we do? Now we know why that band of thieves revived no matter how many times we defeated them. The Empire was providing funding. However, can we pursue the Empire on that basis? It's impossible. We need to investigate that area a bit deeper. Since there's Marquis Heinlein, we'll eventually find out, right? Well, yeah, let's have them investigate it thoroughly." Thus, Abel's journey to the north came to a tumultuous end. Starting tomorrow, a new chapter titled Back to the Republic will begin. Chapter text: in the Holy Capital, in the lounge of the Kingdom Delegation on the first floor. In front of Rio, there was a strawberry tart and dark coffee. However, unusually, he hadn't touched them. The reason for that was, "I'll ask you once more. When you witnessed the battle between golems in the Republican territory, you did not intervene, correct?" "Yes, that's correct." Rio nodded in response to the question from the Inquisitor General, Archbishop Stefania. "After that, did you do anything regarding the destroyed golems?" "I looked at various things to understand their mechanism. During that time, it's possible that you saw confidential information." "I only saw what was destroyed and discarded. If it's something that shouldn't be seen, it shouldn't have been left out in the open. If it's confidential, then it should not be sent abroad." It was this exchange that made Rio unable to touch the cake. What a misfortune. By the way, in front of Stefania, only coffee was present. Of course, she hadn't touched that either. The only people in this place were Rio and Stefania. Other inquisitors and kingdom adventurers were watching from a distance. Making sure not to approach, that was the arrangement. Most of the inquisitors seemed relieved upon hearing this. It seemed they were scared of Rio's instant freeze ability. At that time, when Rio said, "I'll listen to you in the lounge over there," it was more than half a sales talk, yet the fundamentally serious Stefania made an appointment to come for this hearing. "One more thing about the golems. Were you the only one who saw the broken golems?" "No, Nil's son, Neil Anderson's son, did too." Seeing Stefania write that down, Rio decided to ask. "I saw Neil Anderson's son the other day at the Holy See." Where did he go? A person who might have seen confidential information then later appeared in the Holy See? Is that true? Are you sure you didn't miss he? No, I'm certain. I saw him walking in the courtyard surrounded by 4 monks, Rio stated clearly. Even though probing with passive sonar yielded no response seemed like giving away too much information, he thought it would be better to disclose that he saw him in the courtyard. From Stefania's reaction, he hoped to glean something. I have not received any reports regarding that matter. Rio questioned her upon hearing Stefania's mutter. Isn't it strange that the Inquisitor General, Archbishop, hasn't received that information? Oh, by the way, the reason I met Neil Anderson's son was because he was requested to deliver a letter from this cardinal, right? Eh? At Rio's words, Stefania's expression changed ever so slightly. It was likely due to the letter mention. I heard it was a letter from Cardinal Zacharias. Is that true? Stefania leaned forward slightly at Rio's words. Neil's son said so. However, he was surprised that there were invitations before and wondered why now. And that person who said that was present in this holy see afterwards. Isn't that strange? Upon hearing Rio, Stefania fell silent. She seemed to be deep in thought. Cardinal Zacharias, really? That mutter from Stefania barely reached Rio's ears. He didn't know what was really, but for today that would be all. Thank you for your cooperation. We may ask you again, so please be ready. With that, Inquisitor General Archbishop Stefania and the Inquisitors departed. What remained were the untouched dark coffee, which Rio downed in one go. Of course, he drank his cake and coffee too. What a waste, he murmured. At that moment, a man sat down in front of Rio. Ignis' son. It was Ignis, the chief negotiator of the kingdom delegation. His expression was exhausted and filled with distress. Rio, son, I have a request. I would like you to ask His Majesty the King. As Ignis said, the completion of the gigantic trading ship is 2 years away. And indeed, it's not a ship designed for long-distance navigation. Conveying Abel's answer to Ignis, Ignis sighed deeper than before. Rio felt pity for Ignis. Abel, can't you do something about this? Well, even if you say that, to be told to immediately prepare a ship capable of long-distance navigation that connects the seas between the central nations and western nations, that's impossible. Rather, can't you procure something over there in the western nations? It doesn't matter how much it costs. It's not common for someone to be able to say a line like, it doesn't matter how much money it takes in real life. Rio felt a bit envious as he conveyed Abel's words to Ignis. Yes, I thought so, and I reached out to the church, of course, France and surrounding countries, but there are no available ships. This was to be expected. A ship capable of long-distance navigation and used for trade is custom-built. They are made after being ordered. Therefore, there aren't completed ships available for sale. However, he still didn't understand why a ship was needed now. France and the Central Nations delegation have agreed to send 1 ship each to conduct a route investigation. If that goes well, this trade negotiation will nearly be completed, but our side is unable to prepare a ship, so the negotiation has hit a snag. Yes, among the 3 Central Nations, our kingdom is undoubtedly superior in shipping. Whitnash is even of a scale that could be considered an international trade port. Therefore, there is pressure from the Empire and the Alliance to have the kingdom prepare the ship. I see. Although they are working together as a delegation, the Empire and the Alliance can be considered potential enemy nations. The former King Robert Perlo was kind, but when it comes to negotiations between nations, there are things that go beyond personal friendships. It is inevitable. Perhaps France also thought, a country that cannot prepare even that is impossible for a joint route investigation. They were testing it. Even if one says France, it doesn't mean they are a united front. There are those who want to advance trade negotiations and those who do not. Rio contemplated. He wanted to help Ignis in front of him somehow. But procuring a ship isn't as easy as... Suddenly struck by a thought, perhaps it was because Neil Anderson's name had come up during the conversation with Stefania just now. The chances are not high, but Rio proposed the possibility that came to mind to Ignis. Rio, are you serious? Even Hugh couldn't help but ask back in surprise. So it's that France couldn't procure it, and neither could the surrounding countries. And the Holy See also hit many countries but couldn't procure it anywhere, right? Yes. When Rio asked, Ignis nodded. Then I think the possibilities lie only outside of France's allies. So, you mean to go to the Republic, even after everything that happened before and the Inquisitors coming after you since returning? Yes. Rio wouldn't go if it wasn't necessary. However, there is potential. First, the Republic is one of the top maritime nations in the Western nations. Moreover, Rio personally has a connection with the Franzoni Shipping Company, which boasts one of the top technologies in that republic. Whether or not he would be welcomed is honestly uncertain. This time I will go alone. I don't want to bring Nils and the others and involve them in strange matters. I see. Rio said that with resolve, and Hugh nodded in agreement. 1 hour later, this time I have prepared a letter of credit from the kingdom. The payment will be guaranteed by the Natore kingdom itself. And that is, how much? 500 billion florin. 500 billion? The construction cost of the Queen Rain shooter was 370 billion florin. We need to urgently secure a ship. Moreover, it must be capable of long-distance navigation. It won't be easy to obtain. In some cases, we might have to snatch one that already has a taker. Pile up the money and take it away from the side. Indeed, negotiations are not always clean and pristine. Moreover, since time is not always on their side, extraordinary measures may be necessary. Rio's trump cards are this letter of credit, the borrowed Holy Seal certificate, and the title of the first Duke of the Kingdom. Using these, he must procure a ship, and there is a deadline. In 1 month, the papal inauguration ceremony will take place. He must arrange to return by then. As organizations grow larger, information does not get fully shared. It's troublesome. That's likely why there are only a limited number of church officials who know that Rio is the first Duke of the Kingdom. Cardinal Graham seems to know from his response to Brother Carl's question. Who else knows? Archbishop Stefania seems to be uninformed. Could it be related to not being able to gain protection? After all, there are various factions, I'm sure. Well, it will probably come up in the story eventually. Abel has been given a letter of credit worth 500 billion florin. Oh, I see. It's the one he had the Grandmaster hold on to for when it's needed. He trusts me to know how to use it. I'm honestly impressed by Abel's capacity for such things. Is that so? Abel is probably blushing. Rio can tell. Well, procuring the ship is directly linked to the success of the negotiations, right? So I can understand the 500 billion florin letter of credit. By the way, how much is 500 billion florin worth? How much is it worth? I don't understand what you mean. For example, what's the average annual income of the citizens of the kingdom? I don't know the whole kingdom, but for the royal capital citizens, it should be around 1 million to 1.5 million florin. I see. When converted to Japanese yen at the beginning of the 21st century, 500 billion florin is about 1 trillion yen. Rio's fingers trembled slightly. Anyone who approaches will be treated as a thief and dealt with accordingly. No, don't do that. Money drives people insane. Rio reached the border of the Mafalda Republic in 6 days from the holy capital Maramar. Yes, it took him 6 days. It had been 5 days last time. Despite being in a hurry, there was a reason for the delay, a pressing circumstance to say the least. By the way, he stopped at the west dungeon of the holy capital along the way, and now at the border of the Mafalda Republic. As before, the border security looked strict. After waiting for a while, it was finally Rio's turn for the border inspection. The coachman got down and completed some procedures, then knocked on the door. Please come in. Excuse me. As Rio spoke, the door opened and a guard entered. By order of the ceremony, may I ask if you have a border crossing permit or an identity proof issued by the Republic? As before, the question was extremely polite. Of course, Rio still did not have a border crossing permit issued by the Republic this time. What he had on hand was, then, please take this. Rio handed over the identity plate he wore as a necklace. So you are of noble birth. Please wait a moment. The guard said that and then called out, bring me the inquiry board. It seems that the first Duke of the Natore Kingdom has entered the country again. The first Duke of the Natore Kingdom would be Duke Rondo. This was a conversation between Head of State Colombano della Russo and Chief Advisor Lord Barley. They were in the official residence of the Head of State in the capital of the Mafalda Republic. Last time, you brought a letter from Lord Anderson. However, Lord Anderson has already left the Republic. Now, what could be your purpose this time? Well, surveillance, no, I wonder. It's not guaranteed this time will be harmless either, Lord Barley pondered, and Head of State Colombano did as well. Last time, there was someone from the special agency who was saved by Duke Rondo. Let's send those two to meet Duke Rondo. That way, we can probe their intentions. Colombano immediately contacted Director Bonifacio Franzoni of the special agency. Rio entered the capital of the Mafalda Republic, Musselent, 2 days after crossing the border. The carriage stopped in front of a visibly luxurious inn that was quite spacious and near the city center. Immediately, employees from the inn came out and began carrying the luggage from the carriage inside. Everything went smoothly. There was not a moment of delay and not a trace of stress. Truly, first-class service. Rio entered the inn with a cheerful mood. A huge lobby, 3 stories high with plenty of glass used, making it very bright. Even on his second visit, he was still overwhelmed. Welcome to Doge Pietro. Duke Rondo, the receptionist, was someone he had seen before. It seemed she remembered Rio's face. Hello, I would like to request a stay for 7 nights for now. Rio's job this time was to procure a ship. He thought 7 nights might be too short, but for now, also, I would like to visit the Franzoni shipping company tomorrow morning, so could you arrange an appointment for me? Understood. A first-class inn can do things like this. Satisfied, Rio made his way to the lounge. However, Rio didn't go to the lounge just to rest. Of course, he didn't deny that he was curious about this month's blackboard cake, but it wasn't just that. 5 minutes after entering the lounge, just as expected, something happened. Excuse me, an agent from the intelligence agency is here to see Duke Rondo. Oh, I will meet with them here, so please let them through. The visitors were Captain Bangon and Vice Captain Ameria. Duke Rondo, it's been a while. Bangon said that as he bowed respectfully. Similarly, Ameria next to him bowed her head as well. This time they came with special orders from the official residence of the head of state, above the special agency. There was no doubt they were fired up. Hello, Captain Bangon, Vice Captain Ameria, please take a seat over there. As Rio gestured to the sofa opposite him, the two sat down. The cake here is very delicious. Why don't you order some? Ah, then, hey. As Rio encouraged them, Ameria was about to order but was scolded by Bangon. Wait, this is the lounge of Doge Pietro, you know? Captain, do you understand? It's a place we could never even approach with our salaries, let alone enter. It's a distant dream for us, and to turn down the Duke's invitation is, in fact, rude. Ameria asserted her standpoint. Not eating delicious cake in front of you is nothing short of torture. Rio thought so, nodding heavily to support Ameria. Captain Bangon, I think ordering the cake and creating a friendly atmosphere will make it easier to extract information. Is that so? Then, yay. With Bangon's permission, Ameria did a small victory pose. Now Rio could comfortably order his second piece of cake. You can only have one piece of cake a day. He thought he heard a king's voice somewhere. It's part of the negotiations. If I back off here, I won't be able to open their hearts. It can't be helped. It seemed the king was satisfied, though there was a somewhat disgruntled atmosphere that felt like it was wafting from the echo of the soul. It must have been just his imagination. So did you come today to find out the purpose of my entry into the country? At Rio's straightforward words, both of them widened their eyes in surprise. Yes, that is correct, Captain Bangon managed to say. Rio nodded once and continued speaking. The reason I came this time is to acquire a ship. A ship, you say? Ameria tilted her head and asked. Yes, a reasonably large ship that can undertake long-distance voyages. One that can reach the Central Nations. To the Central Nations? However, I wonder how far that is. As Rio explained, Ameria was left speechless and Bangon looked astonished. Well, I understand it's difficult, but it's true that I came for that purpose. This time, I'm officially visiting as a representative of the Natore Kingdom. Could you convey that to the head of state and the director? Why, yes, understood. The next day, a delicious dinner, a comfortable sleep, and a tasty breakfast. It was indeed perfect. This inn did not betray any of my expectations. Rio came downstairs after lightly stretching post-meal. Your Grace Duke Rondo, the carriage is ready. Thank you very much. I had already received the report that an appointment for a meeting at 9 o'clock had been arranged for today. This time, as the representative of the kingdom and the first duke, who might also be a guest, I decided to arrive properly by carriage, although I was still wearing my usual robe. Well, this robe never gets dirty, so it's always clean, so there shouldn't be any problem. At exactly 9 o'clock, I passed through the gates of the Franzoni shipping company. About 10 people were standing at the carriage drop-off to welcome Rio. Your Grace Duke Rondo, we have been waiting for you. The one who greeted me was Girolamo Franzoni, the chairman of the Franzoni Shipping Company. The chairman himself came to welcome me at the drop-off. It could be said that this was the highest level of hospitality. Ah, Girolamo, it has been a while. I apologize for this sudden visit. No, you are always welcome. Please, this way. As before, I was guided to the chairman's office, and as expected, coffee produced in the Dark Continent was served smoothly. So, may I ask the reason for your visit today, Your Grace? Girolamo asked. Actually, I came to procure a ship capable of long-distance sailing. I see. Girolamo paused at my words. However, from his expression, I could sense that he had already caught wind of this information. Girolamo's brother is Bonifacio Franzoni, the director of the intelligence agency. It was only natural that the reports from Captain Bangon and Vice Captain Ameria, who came to me yesterday, reached their superior, Director Bonifacio. Given that, it would not be surprising if this information had made its way to Chairman Girolamo. Of course, it wouldn't be a problem even if the information had been passed on. What Rio would do would not change. Do you have any ships available for immediate sale? Rio asked directly. I'm sorry, but for a ship capable of long-distance sailing, it would require a shipbuilding order to be placed first. There won't be any completed ships available. Girolamo's words were as I expected. From here on out, it was negotiation. I would like to use a ship that is currently under construction. That would be rather, Girolamo declined without changing his expression. This was to be expected. All ships under construction have an owner. The schedule for completion and delivery is already determined. If that ship were to be arbitrarily handed over to Rio, it would become a matter of the company's credibility. I am prepared to pay a suitable amount to the owner. I see. Rio initiated the conversation, and Girolamo nodded. As far as the Franzoni Shipping Company is concerned, as long as the owner agrees, there would be no problem. If the owner nods to the amount that Rio guarantees and is willing to part with the ship, then it would be fine. Or perhaps, I would also be fine with being introduced to a ship that has already been launched, but for which the sailing schedule has not yet been decided. Basically, ships used in maritime trade have no downtime as they are always on the go. There may be cases where port schedules are decided months or even a year in advance. If that were not the case, the amount of cargo accepted could not be determined. In other words, if you go to the port and say, "Please sell me this ship," you are unlikely to be accommodated. There are already planned operations determined up to months ahead. However, there is one instance where schedules may be open. That is for ships under maintenance. Ships that have been taken up in dry dock, undergoing repairs and cleaning below the waterline, which can take months. For such ships, there is a possibility to say, "Please sell it to me and have it sold," but Girolamo shook his head slightly and revealed the tragic truth to Rio. "Your Grace, there is a law stating that once a ship has acquired Republic nationality, it cannot be sold to another country." "What did you say?" That was something that was not mentioned in the travel guide. "So, in other words, we must resort to acquiring a ship that is still under construction and not yet registered?" "Yes, I believe that is the case." Rio squeezed out the words, and Girolamo answered with a frown. The hurdles to procure a ship had risen sharply. The Franzoni Shipping Company does engage in shipbuilding, but also conducts its own trading with ships, while their scale is among the largest in the Republican territory. Even for our company, there are only 3 ships that can be capable of long-distance sailing. In other words, there aren't many orders being placed for shipbuilding. Currently, we are contracted to build only 1 ship. 1 ship. If it is a ship that only needs to go from the coast to the Dark Continent, we usually construct nearly 10 ships at a time. But as for a ship capable of long-distance sailing, and that one ship is, it is an order from the Republican government. I had been sealed off from the strongest trump card of resolving things with money. The remaining cards were the borrowed Holy Seal certificate and the position of the first Duke of the Kingdom. The Holy Seal certificate was counterproductive in the Republican territory. That leaves only the position of first Duke of the Kingdom. This is too harsh of a situation. Even Rio shook his head repeatedly. After departing from the Franzoni Shipping Company, Rio's carriage headed first to the inn Doge Pietro. He made a request at the reception. "Could you arrange for me to meet with the upper management of the official residence of the head of state tomorrow?" "Understood." Although he said it, he thought it would be impossible, but it was accepted normally. A first-class inn can even arrange meetings with upper management of the official residence of the head of state. How terrifying, a first-class inn. Next, Rio headed to the headquarters of the intelligence agency. The ones who came to meet him at the reception were Captain Bangon and Vice Captain Ameria. "Your Grace, Duke Rondo, thank you for waiting." Bangon and Ameria hurried over and bowed their heads before Rio. No, I apologize for the sudden visit. I just had some aspects of the Republican laws I wanted to know more about." "Republican laws? You want to know more details?" At Rio's words, both Bangon and Ameria tilted their heads in confusion. It's about this. Maritime Law Article 200. This is the special agency's library. All records related to laws, regulations, and directors' notices of the Republic are stored here. In any country, intelligence or information agencies tend to be surprisingly well-versed in laws. This is because it is necessary to understand the boundaries of legality, knowing where the legal limits lie in order to conduct illegal actions as needed. If they do not grasp the fine lines of the law, they cannot conduct proper intelligence activities. In this library of the special agency, Captain Bangon and Vice Captain Ameria were teaching Rio about the relevant sections of the law. Well, indeed, once a ship acquires Republic nationality, it cannot be obtained. That's correct. Changing the nationality of a ship from the Republic to another country is not permitted. Furthermore, it is also not allowed for shipowners who are not Republic citizens. Rio felt dejected, and Bangon shook his head slightly. According to Article 333 of the Maritime Law Enforcement Regulations, the timing for ship registration is at the time of delivery from the shipyard, so only ships that are currently being built or have not yet started construction can be obtained by the kingdom. Ameria was also investigating from the perspective of the timing of ship registration, but it seemed difficult. Now what should we do? Rio was thoroughly troubled. The next day, Your Grace Duke Rondo, the carriage is ready. Thank you very much. Indeed, Doge Pietro had arranged the meeting with the upper management of the official residence of the head of state. Moreover, Your Excellency, I am grateful for your time. No, Your Grace, it is only natural. Rio expressed his gratitude, and the head of state, Cornbano, replied, winking. Doge Pietro had secured a meeting with the head of state, even though Rio was the first duke of the kingdom. How terrifying, a first-class inn. Head of state Cornbano stood at a tall height of 190 centimeters and weighed 90 kilograms, presenting a stout physique. In his late 40s, with dark skin and short-cropped hair, already mixed with some white strands in his dark brown hair, and most notably, he wore an eye patch over his left eye. He might resemble a pirate boss more than the head of the Republic. Cornbano was originally a man of the sea. Actually, I have a pretty good idea of the reason for your visit, Your Grace. Head of State Cornbano was not good at embellishing his words. Thus, his manner of speaking was direct. Then this will be quick. Rio was similar in that regard. I want a ship capable of long-distance sailing. However, in the Republic, once a ship acquires Republic nationality, it cannot be sold to another country. Therefore, I want to obtain a ship capable of long-distance sailing that is currently under construction. Currently, the only ship capable of long-distance sailing being constructed at the Franzoni Shipping Company is one ordered by the Republican government. So I want to acquire that. Yes, that is exactly right. Cornbano's explanation was perfectly correct. By the way, while there are several shipyards in the Republic besides the Franzoni Shipping Company, currently there are no shipyards constructing ships capable of long-distance sailing that are nearing completion. What? In other words, the ship ordered by the Republican government is the only one, but, I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to have it. I see. That was an answer I had half expected. If this were a personal or commercial order, it might have been resolved depending on the amount or friendship. However, once a country is involved, it becomes impossible in an instant. It's not anyone's fault. That's just how countries operate. It is unimaginable for a few upper government officials or top bureaucrats to sell off the nation's property on a whim, right? Of course. The nation's assets belong to all the citizens. Even if the administration has been entrusted with managing them, it does not mean they can dispose of them at will. Of course, it would be fine if the disposal were based on law, but that is not the case this time. To sell a ship under construction by the state to another country, it is easy to foresee that the Parliament would come down hard later. In some cases, it could even lead to impeachment of the head of state. From the very beginning, this was not a fair fight. Afterward, Rio headed to the Franzoni Shipping Company. There was no appointment, but Chairman Girolamo met with him. Unfortunately, all my options have been exhausted, Rio said, hanging his head. I see. Chairman Girolamo also replied with a sorrowful expression. Before them lay the laws of the state and the assets of the nation. These are not things that can be resolved by individuals or companies. Your Grace, would you like to take a look at the ship that the Republican government has ordered? Chairman Girolamo invited Rio to do so, likely because Rio looked too dejected. It wouldn't be good to send him back like this. Yes, please. Rio's response had become truly lacking in energy. Franzoni Shipping Company's second shipyard. There, a gigantic ship was under construction. Oh, even Rio, who had been feeling down, could not help but widen his eyes and exclaim in awe. It was truly magnificent. In terms of Earth's sailing ship standards, it felt like a cross between a battleship and a frigate. Wait, a battleship? No, it still doesn't have cannons, right? Rio's mutter was heard by Girolamo, but he seemed not to understand. This ship is a combat ship, right? How does it attack? The small windows on the ship open, and mages will bombard from there. I see. Not bombardment with cannons, but bombardment with magic. Technology seems to develop in various ways depending on the place. I really wish I could have that. Rio looked up at the combat ship's magnificence and whispered. Of course, it didn't necessarily have to be a combat ship. Rio suddenly remembered something and asked. Chairman Girolamo, this is the second shipyard, right? What about the first shipyard? Oh, it's right next door. There is a ship that has halted construction. Would you like to take a look? A halted construction. Yes, I would like to see it. The first shipyard appeared larger than the second shipyard from the outside. Upon entering, a clipper. While the earlier combat ship boasted magnificence, this one was graceful. When talking about beautiful ships, the Queen Rain shooter that Rio saw in Whitnash immediately comes to mind, but this was different. No, it was entirely different. The previous ship was a trimaran, that is, a three-hulled ship. But what lay before him now appeared to be a pure sailing ship. If it were on Earth, it would be a type of ship known as a clipper. It had 3 massive masts for carrying many sails. An elegant hull, long and slim from front to back, minimizing water resistance. This was a clipper ship which Rio recognized. Ships like the Nippon Maru are nothing short of the pinnacle of beauty. It is indeed the structural beauty that sailing ships have reached at their final stage. That is the clipper ship. Rio thought so on his own. Considering that most ships from the Central Nations were still galleons, this clipper ship could be said to have undergone an unusual evolution. However, earlier Chairman Girolamo had said this. A ship that has halted construction. What did that mean? This beautiful and wonderful ship which has halted construction? Yes, actually this ship cannot move. It had masts. It had a rudder. Its appearance was fine. If it were to set sails, it should be able to move right. This ship, as it stands, has low stability and will easily capsize when hit by a side wave. To clear that issue, some modifications have been made, but the calculations showed that it would significantly reduce speed. Originally, it should be able to sail as a purely sailing ship without the need for magic. In addition to propulsion by wind attribute magic, however, issues arose to that extent. Therefore, it was supposed to be solved by alchemy. But, could it be Neil? Rio suddenly thought of this during Girolamo's explanation. Yes, Lord Anderson was supposed to resolve it, but he has left the country, of course. That was due to the will of the Republican government, and the promise was that the Republican government's alchemist would solve this ship's issue. However, they were unable to resolve it. I see. Finally, truly finally, the strength returned to Rio's eyes. Excuse me, could I see the blueprints for this ship? The author suffers from severe seasickness but loves ships. They have a great fondness for the Age of Discovery. Perhaps, at the stage of naming that aerial battleship, Golden Hind, in the final chapter of Part 1, some readers may have realized this. To name it Golden Hind, the coat of arms of the Baron of Run was made to feature a hind, and it has been referenced many times throughout Part 1. This is a foreshadowing. What? No one noticed that? It doesn't matter. It's just the author's self-satisfaction. It has nothing to do with the story. Unwavering focus. There couldn't be a more appropriate phrase to describe Rio's mindset over the past few days. Of course, he is eating. He is also getting a reasonable amount of sleep. Even while eating, his mind is entirely on the ship. When he sleeps, even in his dreams, it's all about the ship. On the 4th day of his endeavor, Rio finally arrived at an understanding. Heh. Mr. Neal, I figured out what you were trying to do. It's astonishing, but you were aiming to load ballast water, weren't you? So that's how you plan to maintain balance. It's a wooden ship, but with the magic and alchemy connected to Phi, it's certainly possible. What's truly frightening is that you, Mr. Neal, came up with such a concept. Ballast water refers to the water taken on board a ship to stabilize it, adjusted according to the amount of cargo. The method of loading stones to stabilize a ship has been well known since ancient times on Earth. In recent years, it has shifted to using water, as water is easier to adjust than stones. However, what Neil Anderson was attempting was to control not just the location of the taken-on water, but also its shape using alchemy. Indeed, the placement of ballast water is not unheard of, especially in submarines. But the idea leading to that is terrifying. Rio finally grasped it, and from there, things moved quickly. He directed the engineers to complete the blueprint and arranged for the necessary materials through a top-tier inn, including magic stones. Once everything was in place, he finally brought it up to Chairman Girolamo. Please sell me that ship. Chairman Girolamo took a breath before responding. Understood. However, there are conditions. Conditions? Please allow us to inherit the newly redrafted blueprints and the alchemy magic formulas. Originally, that ship was being built as a new vessel for our trading company. Construction stopped because Lord Anderson left. Therefore, selling the ship itself is fine. However, when we build anew in the future, I would like to utilize the new path derived by your grace. What do you think? Girolamo's eyes were earnest. Rio had no particular issue with that. Very well. Oh, so how much will you sell that ship for? The material costs and labor up to this point have been quite substantial. However, if we deduct the portion that will remain in the blueprints, how about 100 billion ducats, or 100 billion florins by Central Nation standards? I'll take it. It was an immediate decision. A clipper ship of that caliber for 100 billion florins is certainly not expensive. Probably. I've heard that ship will be used for maritime exploration with other Western nations, especially France. In that case, it would be better if the crew were not from the Republic, right? Certainly. Rio nodded at Girolamo's words. To operate such a clipper ship, a capable crew is essential, both in number and skill. It would be best to ask the crew from the neighboring Gosran Duchy who learned navigation in the Republic. Gosran Duchy has produced many popes throughout history, so they have established a very good relationship with the Western Church. Moreover, it is a rare country that has never waged war against the Republic, despite being a neighboring nation. Therefore, the duchy's citizens are not treated roughly in either the Republic or France, while still possessing solid navigation skills. If you'd like, our trading company can mediate this for you. Oh, please do. It was truly a fortuitous opportunity. Once launched, let's navigate to Gosron port and outfit the ship there. During that time, the duchy's crew can get accustomed to it. Your Grace, I think it would be good for you to stop by Gosron Duchy before returning to the Holy Capital. The effects of the Holy Seal certificate issued by the Church are overwhelming in that country. I see. That's good information. Thank you. Thus, all problems were cleared. Finally, the launching ceremony. The ship named by Rio was Skizblaznil. It was derived from the name of a magical sailing ship from Earth's mythology. Rio's expression as he watched the launching ceremony was filled with satisfaction. Indeed, it was not just Rio's ship, it was a ship of the Natore Kingdom. The kingdom government financed it, after all. However, because he was involved in the design changes and alchemy, the satisfaction he felt was immense. It was only natural for him to smirk. Rio can do it if he puts his mind to it. Since I'm in a good mood today, I'll allow Abel's lofty attitude too. No, that line, it's Rio who's being condescending. That night, naturally, Rio stayed overnight at Doge Pietro. The next day. Delicious dinner, comfortable sleep, delicious breakfast. As I've said several times, it was indeed perfect. After breakfast, Rio did some light stretching and then went to the reception. He was about to check out of the inn and leave the Republic, stopping by Gosron Duchy on the way back to the Holy Capital. Checkout was stress-free, perfect. Once again, it was wonderful this time. If I ever come back to the Republic, I would love to stay here again. We look forward to your next visit. After 3 days, Rio arrived in the capital of Gosron Duchy. At the border checkpoint along the way, he purposely presented both the Holy Seal certificate and the plate of Duke Rondo. He anticipated that doing so would definitely ensure communication with the Gosron government. As expected, as Rio passed through the gates of the capital Gosron, an important figure came out to greet him. It was none other than Prince Genesio, the heir to Gosron Duchy. He was the direct descendant of the Lord of Gosron and the next Lord. He looked quite young, perhaps around 15 or 16. Your Highness, the Prince of the Duchy, I am honored by your presence. No, when it comes to Natore Kingdom, which represents the Central Nations, it is only natural that someone of significance comes to welcome you when the first Duke arrives. Originally, it should have been my father, Duke Gosron, who would greet you personally, but he is unfortunately away. I have come as his representative. Prince Genesio responded politely to Rio's words of gratitude. Even so, it seems quite unusual for a prince to wait at the city gates instead of the castle. I've heard that your grace also possesses the Holy Seal certificate. The mystery was quickly resolved. As Chairman Girolamo had said, the effects of the Holy Seal certificate here in Gosron Duchy are substantial. They then moved to the government office, where discussions were held regarding the handling of the Skizblaznil vessel and its crew. However, the basic arrangements had already been discussed with the Franzoni shipping company from the Republic, so Rio only needed to confirm and sign. The registration of the Skizblaznil vessel was under the Natore Kingdom. The owner was the Natore Kingdom and King Abel I, represented by Duke Rondo. The docking location was Gosron Port. Maintenance and crew were to be from the citizens of Gosron Duchy. As it was a kingdom vessel, a memorandum between the countries regarding its maintenance and storage was also established. The Gosron Duchy itself would be responsible for the maintenance and storage. In return, the kingdom would pay a fee. Rio deposited 100 billion florins with the Gosron Duchy from the letter of credit. This was for the maintenance and storage costs of the Skizblaznil vessel over the next 20 years. An annual maintenance cost of 5 billion florins, equivalent to 1 billion yen annually, cheap. In modern Earth, the annual maintenance cost for a super luxury ship, if entrusted, is said to be about 10% of the ship's price. In other words, for a 200 billion yen ship, it would be 200 billion yen annually. Yet this time a mere 10 billion yen, 1/20th of that. As Rio signed, he pondered such matters. Moreover, he conveyed several characteristics of the Skizblaznil and precautions to take when handling it as the designer. Well, although he was the designer, he hadn't really altered the ship's structure much. He had primarily dealt with areas related to alchemy. In any case, all procedures were completed in one day. 4 copies of the documents were created. One was sent to the Gosron government office, one was kept by Rio, one was sent to the Franzoni shipping company in the Republic, and the last one was sent separately to the kingdom delegation in the Holy Capital. The last copy was a precaution in case something happened to Rio, a measure he had requested. This was because he occasionally felt curious gazes directed at him. As long as they don't make a move, that's fine. If they do, I can only fight back. Well, for now, acquiring the ship was a commendable achievement. I will acknowledge that openly. Abel praised Rio wholeheartedly. Oh no, as the first Duke, I only did what was expected. This matter had resulted in a satisfactory outcome for Rio, and he responded happily. I've heard that clipper ships are quite uncommon, so the crew will need to be quite skilled. It seems like a lot of work ahead. Ah, I've also heard of clippers for the first time. Are they the ships that run in Rio's homeland? No, they aren't common in my homeland either. I only know them because they are visually beautiful. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that clipper ships emerged in the final stages of the sailing ship era on Earth. The era of steamships was about to arrive soon. However, it was during this very era that the masterpieces of sailing ships were created. Truly, they are the art of ships. Famous ships like the Cutty Sark could be considered one of the finest masterpieces from the final years of sailing ships. Although it seems the crew still need a lot of practice, one day, when the Skizblesnil reaches the Central Nations, Rio vowed strongly to himself that he would definitely want to ride it. In a different sense from the rain shooter he saw in Whitnash, the Skizblesnil left a strong impression on Rio's heart. After spending a night in the city of Gosran, Rio boarded the carriage prepared by the Gosran Duchy and left the duchy. Now all that was left was to return to the holy capital Maramer. The journey from Gosran to the holy capital would take 3 days by carriage. If nothing happened, this was roughly 20 kilometers from the border of the Gosran Duchy, on the highway between towns. Suddenly, a jolt struck the carriage. The carriage was blown away along with the horse and the driver. The wheels of the carriage shattered and the box crumpled significantly. "Come out! You won't die from that, will you?" The voice was very calm for someone who had just caused such a flashy incident. Reacting to that voice, a huge hole opened in the toppled carriage and Rio appeared, clad in a robe. What a surprisingly flashy attack! Bishops Abelard, Bridget, and Dionysius. The ones who assaulted Rio were 3 of the 4 bishops of the Pope. Kingdom Delegation Lord Rio. Or should I say Duke Rondo? As I warned you before, if we determine that you are a threat to the church, we will eliminate you, Bishop Abelard announced from the front. His tone was as ordinary as before, but Rio could sense a hint of irritation mixed within. "I do remember that, but I haven't taken any actions that would be a threat to the church, have I?" Rio responded, tilting his head. In fact, he truly believed that, but wait. "Don't mess with me. You bought a ship from the enemies of the church, the Republic. How much money did you give to the Republic? What else would you call that other than treason?" "Oh, I see," Bishop Dionysius pointed out with a rough tone, and Rio couldn't help but somewhat agree. Indeed, from that perspective, it could be interpreted that way. "Therefore, the church has decided to eliminate you," Bishop Abelard calmly stated. "The church, excuse me, could you tell me who gave you the order to eliminate the 3 of you?" "Of course, it was your holiness, the Pope." "The Pope, in his own words?" "Of course. Our directives are always conveyed directly by your holiness." After answering, Abelard respectfully bowed his head. At the same time, both Bridget and Dionysius bowed their heads as well. The 3 of them's loyalty to the Pope seemed to be absolute. Now that the Pope had decided on Rio's elimination, even if he could defeat the 3 of them and return to the holy capital, it would still be quite difficult. That said, there was no need to think about that now. A crisis was looming right in front of him, so he could deal with that first. The moment Rio thought that, a sense of discomfort struck him. It was a sense of discomfort he had felt before. In fact, it was a feeling he had experienced multiple times. The first time was with the one-eyed assassin hawk in the forest of Rondo. Could it be magic nullification in a place like this? As Rio muttered, the 3 bishops were taken aback. Abelard seemed to suppress his surprise quite a bit, but it still wasn't perfect. Bridget's expression changed slightly as well. As for Dionysius, it seemed he muttered something like, "How did you know?" The 3 were surprised, and Rio was surprised too. Indeed, Rio was surprised. However, he accidentally smiled, something he was unaware of. "Why are you laughing? For a mage, magic nullification is akin to a death sentence. Have you given up?" Abelard asked, furrowing his brow. He couldn't understand why Rio was smiling. "I didn't mean to laugh. You see, the presence of magic nullification here means that one of you must possess some sort of item that causes magic nullification, probably an alchemy tool. I just thought it would be nice to see that." Rio was indeed smiling. "You fool, you're going to die, you won't be able to see it," Dionysius yelled. "Ah, so you do have an alchemy tool for magic nullification. Well, I suppose I can only see it if I survive." Rio nodded twice and drew Murakumo from its sheath, producing an ice blade. Then he declared, "In the Central Nations, it's only natural for a mage to excel in close combat." "Shut up!" Before he finished speaking, Dionysius flicked his hand and charged in all at once. 3 short swords were launched from his hand, and at the same time, Dionysius dove towards Rio with daggers in both hands. Rio deflected the 3 short swords and blocked the short sword in Dionysius's right hand with Murakumo. In that instant, Dionysius slashed at Rio with the short sword in his left hand. Rio knocked it away with the hilt of Murakumo and thrust back with the recoil. Dionysius clicked his tongue softly and took a backstep, getting out of Rio's range. In that moment, something shining approached from Rio's right. As he caught it at the edge of his vision, he tilted his head and narrowly dodged. However, he quickly realized that it was a mistake. It wasn't a thrown short sword. He hurriedly leaned his upper body down, ducking. A stick swept over the top of Rio's lowered head from behind. A nunchaku! A weapon made of 3 sticks, about 60 centimeters long and 4 centimeters thick, connected by a chain to form a straight line. Rio had only seen it in kung fu movies, but he knew about it. He had only seen it in movies and had never actually witnessed it being used elsewhere. Bridget was wielding it. Although Bridget was a woman, she stood about 160 centimeters tall. Thus, she seemed to have no trouble spinning the nunchaku around her body. To Rio's left was Dionysius with his daggers. To his right was Bridget with her nunchaku. Naturally, he was concerned about Abelard in front of him, but he stood still, quietly watching Rio's actions. That makes things the most difficult. Rio let out a small sigh. Bridget has predictive abilities and makes astonishing forecasts. To break that, I suppose outpacing them in speed is the best. And the rule of 1 against many, I need to keep the enemy in one direction. Rio jumped towards Bridget. The nunchaku seemed unable to cut even with Rio's Murakumo. With precise strikes, Rio switched places with Bridget. From this angle, he could keep all 3 enemies within his line of sight. Occasionally, Dionysius would throw a short sword, but he could see them, so it was not a problem. While fighting, he gradually moved. Thus, he secured a position with the wreckage of the carriage at his back. He successfully obtained a safe zone behind him. Now it's just like always. Rio had an impenetrable defense. Even with 1 against 2, Rio's protection was unfailing. As Rio continued to defend against the attacks of the 2, he noticed something. It was the expression of Abelard, who was not participating in the fight. He was sweating profusely and occasionally grimaced in pain. Abelard, who had always seemed composed and even suppressed any look of surprise. He's not participating in the battle even though it's at a stalemate. Cold sweat, pain, magic nullification. While Rio handled the battle in front of him, he thought about this. Conversely, it meant that he was in a condition that allowed him to think like that. Bridget's predictions were troublesome, but in such a close and fast-paced fight, there was hardly any situation where they could be utilized. Of course, neither Dionysius nor Bridget was weak. No, among the humans Rio had faced until now, they would definitely be in the top 10, he thought. But to put it plainly, that was all there was to it. Compared to the non-human opponents Rio had faced, fighting against the vampire swordsman he battled in the magic nullification space felt much more manageable. He was not cornered like he was against the one-eyed assassin Hawk who wielded magic nullification. The 3 of them believed that by putting Rio, a mage, in a state of magic nullification, they could easily defeat him. However, the reality was different, a mage who excelled in close combat. Rio was such a mage, I understand most of it now. Rio took a backstep to create distance from Bridget. As if waiting for this moment, Bridget lunged forward with an attack using the nunchaku. Rio stepped half forward with his right foot to evade the incoming tip of the nunchaku, and in the same motion, sliced off the connecting part of the extended nunchaku. Almost simultaneously, while leaning his body, Rio batted one of the short swords thrown by Dionysius back toward Abelard with Murakumo, as if hitting a ball with a bat. Gah! The flying short sword pierced Abelard's abdomen. Abelard, taken by surprise, knelt down. Leaving the 2 shocked at Abelard, Rio rushed towards Abelard and kicked up his head while he was still in a kneeling position. Abelard was sent flying. From his left hand, something flew out. Rio reached out and caught it. It was something cylindrical, about the size of a 350-milliliter can. As Rio grabbed it and checked what it was, Dionysius and Bridget picked up the blown-away Abelard and ran away. In the distance, a carriage appeared and drove off to pick up the 3, which Rio watched as they left. There was no need to defeat the 3 of them, and more importantly, he was curious about the tube he had obtained. This was likely the alchemy tool that produced the magic nullification. However, after seeing Abelard's state, he certainly didn't feel like trying it himself. Let's save it as a souvenir for Kenneth. But then, Rio realized something. The carriage had already been destroyed. Moreover, the driver had been blown away and was still unconscious. Ha! Rio let out a big, deep sigh. There was a little ambush. Tomorrow, there will be 2 intermissions posted. They will be posted at 12 p.m. and 9 p.m. 2 chapters a day. As I mentioned in a little afterward before, currently, the voting for the 22nd Favorite Light Novel 2021 first half is taking place. Fortunately, both Volume 1 and Volume 2 of the Water Attribute Mage are eligible for voting. For those with a Twitter account, it seems you can vote for up to 10 works per person. If you would, I would appreciate your votes for my characters. I believe this kind of thing leads to the release of subsequent volumes, and that, in turn, fuels my motivation to keep writing. The deadline is Saturday, July 24th. Along with other favorite works, please do show your support with a pure vote for the Water Attribute Mage as well. 22nd Favorite Light Novel 2021 First Half. 2 chapters are posted today. This is the first chapter. 2 years ago, Emperor Rupert VI abdicated the throne, and his eldest son, Helmut VIII, became the new emperor. Since the former Emperor Rupert declared he would withdraw from all political affairs, the real power of the empire completely shifted to Helmut VIII and his close aides. Of course, there should have been no problem with that. Helmut had gathered aides since his days as crown prince, learned governance in the territories he was given, gained experience, and achieved results. He became emperor and was determined to govern the country well. That was something that took time to yield results. However, Helmut could not wait. Before him loomed the shadow of the former emperor, who was far too great. The former Emperor Rupert VI ascended to the throne at the age of 20. From that point on, he made the already powerful empire even more formidable, dismissing nobles who dared to defy the emperor's authority, and acquiring absolute power and economic strength. By the time Rupert VI abdicated and Helmut VIII ascended, there were no nobles left in the empire who would challenge the emperor's authority, and the power and prestige of the emperor had already become immense. It may have been inevitable for Helmut to feel anxious about the overwhelming achievements built by the former emperor. There was only one question that had occupied his mind. How could he achieve great accomplishments that surpassed those of the former emperor? What could he do to surpass the former emperor? This was a question that had echoed through many histories and worlds, not just for Helmut VIII. Some built massive structures, some created libraries to compile knowledge, others plotted to invade neighboring countries to expand their territories. Failed, did you? Helmut VIII asked with an unmistakable tone of displeasure in his voice. I apologize. The one bowing and apologizing was Flora Reisenheimer, commander of the 10th Imperial Army. Though she deeply bowed her head, her expression showed no sign of changing. Her advisor, Elmer, standing right behind her, knew well. Flora did not feel sorry in the slightest. In the first place, she had been opposed to this operation. She had once requested the Emperor to reconsider. However, the operation was carried out. Moreover, she was made the person in charge. The possibility of being held accountable. That's enough. Step back. Yes, my apologies. Without anything further, Flora and her advisor Elmer left the room. 10th Army Commander's office. His Majesty the Emperor is quite anxious. Flora Reisenheimer, commander of the 10th Imperial Army, grimaced as she sipped her coffee. Across from her on the reception set sat her advisor. What do you think, Elmer? The man called Elmer shrugged and replied. Basically, time will solve the issues, but the trend is not looking good. His Majesty is comparing himself to the former emperor in his mind. While it's understandable, there's no one around to stop him. Ever since Count Hans Kirchhoff was dismissed, no one can voice their opinions. It's frightening, but it can't be helped. It has only been 3 years since the war with the kingdom. The kingdom has indeed suffered deep wounds, but the empire was not unscathed either. We had finally sent a joint delegation to the Western nations, fostering a mood of friendship. Well, for His Majesty. If he can achieve the defeat of the kingdom, something the former emperor could not accomplish, it would certainly be regarded as one of the great achievements surpassing that of the former emperor. I don't want soldiers sacrificed for something like that. Flora's last words were whispered softly. Of course, the room was secured with alchemy tools, making eavesdropping impossible, but still, she couldn't help but lower her voice. By the way, Elmer, what's the situation in the Corridor Nations? It's quite dire. That king of horseback has subdued everything. They hold a grudge against the empire due to the former emperor. Until now, there has been little relation between the Corridor Nations and the Central Nations, but with them being the horseback people, the story changes. Their range of action is completely different. It's someone we should keep an eye on. In response to Flora's question, Elmer answered with a frown. We shouldn't have to deal with problems in both the West and South at the same time. Flora's murmur left Elmer with no option but to nod in agreement. Imperial capital suburbs, Imperial Army's 20th training ground. To think we in the shadows would be commanded not by the 20th Army, but by the 10th. What is His Majesty thinking? The voice was not angry, but it was filled with suppressed frustration. The voice belonged to General Lanches, commander of the 20th Army. Listening to his grumbling was Bossabo, an archer who became Lanches's new aide 2 years ago. Thanks to his remarkable archery skills, he was assigned to the 20th Army, but due to his adjustment abilities as an aide, and sometimes commanding an entire unit, he had earned Lanches's high regard and complete trust. Well, that was why he had to listen to his complaints. Nevertheless, Bossabo, in his mid-30s, had enough experience to accept that listening to his superiors' grumbling was part of his job. It seems that His Majesty still hasn't regained the trust, and he was a man who could clearly say difficult things. That's painful to hear. General Lanches accepted the words while grimacing. Half of those who returned from the Elf Forest after the war with the kingdom have left the army. It's understandable given the experience, but it's also a fact that the combat strength of the 20th Army has taken a significant hit. We are training new recruits, but the skills of the shadows aren't easily acquired. With that, Lanches let out a big sigh. He understood. He knew well that regaining trust once lost is very difficult, that he was clinging to lost glory. But still, isn't it human nature to wish to grasp glory once more? We will retrain the army. Yes. After shaking his head several times, General Lanches declared that, and Bossabo, thinking of the tough training regimen, hesitated for a moment before responding. Yes, there are many things that can't be helped. The next chapter will be posted at 9 p.m., The Movements of the Alliance. Chapter 2, Your Excellency, it has been confirmed that it is indeed a demon insect. That's quite an unpleasant report. Regent Lord Aubrey frowned deeply in response to the report from his aide, Lumber. Even so, I can't just report lies. Lumber also grimaced and shook his head slightly. Is that the case? It means that the kingdom's legacy officer has confirmed it. Yes, it's Viscount Rashart de Debo from the central temple of the royal capital. He was the one who directly confirmed it when demon insects appeared in Kona village of the kingdom. Our relationship improved after sending a delegation to the Western nations, allowing him to come directly to the site. The high cost of the delegation was worth it. Well, we only provided the funds. The hardships faced by His Majesty King Robert Perlo, who is actually there, are incomparable to ours, Lord Aubrey said with a wry smile. It was none other than Lord Aubrey who had begged the former king, now in his 70s and living comfortably, to undertake the harsh journey to the west. Knowing this, Aide Lumber once again shook his head slightly. The situation in Kona village, the seal on the demon has been broken, hasn't it? Yes, of course the kingdom has not announced it, but from the information we've gathered, it seems certain. However, there are no signs of the released demon rampaging. That's right. It hasn't been resealed. It seems to have fled to the west. As Lumber explained the situation in line with Lord Aubrey's memory, Lord Aubrey lowered his head and began to think. During this time, Lumber remained silent, arranging documents on the desk. After a while, Lord Aubrey spoke again. My memory is a bit hazy, but there are records of a demon sealed near the kingdom's border and the allied nations' border causing a great disturbance, right? Exactly. According to legend, it was sealed by King Richard of the kingdom. Well, even if it is just a legend, it must be a being that cannot be dealt with unless it is a hero of such caliber, right? I hope it doesn't come back. The revival will surely happen eventually. If it's 100 years later, that would be fine. By then, I will no longer be around. The generations of children and grandchildren will face a great crisis. Surely by that time, magic and alchemy tools that can defeat even demons in one blow will have been developed, Lord Aubrey said, nodding repeatedly, clearly not believing it. Those who have long supported him, like Lumber, knew that Lord Aubrey didn't truly believe in such things. They knew, yet, I suppose that's just not realistic. Lumber is as serious as ever. The circumstances leading to Rasharta's confirmation are as follows. The city of Nerfa in the western part of the Alliance. This city is famous for its wine production. Vineyards stretch as far as the eye can see, and merchants from not only the Alliance but all over the central nations come to purchase wine. However, this year, the vines were infested with a bug never seen before. About the size of a pinky's nail, it has 10 legs, and when crushed, a body fluid like blood oozes out. When this bug infests, the trees wither at an alarming rate. Of course, experts on insects from Nerfa as well as surrounding large cities were called, but no one could identify the bug. With no effective measures found, they continued to crush the bugs one by one for several months. The situation changed when a visiting inspector from the government in the capital, Jaklia, arrived and saw the bug. Inspector Asar was an elderly mage nearing 70 years old. He had long retired and was living leisurely near Jaklia, but he was consulted by his disciple, the director of the Internal Revenue Bureau. The wine from Nerfa was in a critical situation. If it continued like this, there would be serious issues with wine bottling, and tax revenue would be severely affected. While Asar didn't care much about tax revenue, he was greatly troubled by the idea of his beloved Nerfa wine becoming hard to obtain. Thus, he requested the Alliance government to temporarily return as an inspector to address the unknown bug causing problems in Nerfa. Even the high-ranking officials of the alliance government enthusiastically agreed to this, as evidenced by the fact that the director of the Internal Revenue Bureau was Asar's disciple. Many of Asar's disciples have risen to high-ranking positions within the alliance government or among the nations forming the alliance, and they knew that Asar possessed knowledge far beyond that of a mere mage. The rumors circulated included that the Baron he once served was a famous legacy master, and that he had been the chief mage of the alliance, having memorized all forbidden books. Some even claimed that the famous blazing flame mage of the Empire had once been his disciple. Of course, this was dismissed as mere nonsense. In any case, it was well known among his disciples that Asar's knowledge was extraordinary. Upon arriving in the city of Nerfa, Inspector Asar, or rather, before entering the city, he went into the surrounding vineyards. His attendants hurried to catch up, but he paid them no mind. Asar had come to save Nerfa's wine, and he understood that grasping the current situation was the top priority. The most reliable way to do that was to see it for himself. Fortunately, he was able to see the newly discovered bug. Could it be? It resembled a bug from his memory, yet he had never seen it before. It resembled a bug shown to him in a book by his former master. With 10 legs, it was about the size of a pinky's nail when its legs were spread out, and, when crushed, red body fluid like blood oozed out. The bug shown to me by the elder in that book. But could it be? Deep wrinkles formed on Asar's forehead. If this is indeed that bug, the demon insect. It is said that the demon insect moves to gather power when the sealed demon is about to be revived, acting as one of its kin. Demons gather power through various methods, and one of them is the demon insect. In other words, the sealed demon is trying to break the seal. I need to confirm this quickly. Asar muttered and went to the Lord's Manor in Nerfa, contacting the alliance government. Furthermore, after discussions within the alliance government, it was decided to have the kingdom's legacy officer, Viscount Rashard Adebo, confirm it. Subsequently, the Viscount entered Nerfa personally to confirm, and it was confirmed that it was indeed a demon insect. This report reached Regent Lord Aubrey. Starting tomorrow, we will return to the main story. Inspector Asar has made his entrance. He is the one who appeared in the first volume's side story, the Blazing Flame Mage. And here, the Elder is mentioned again. He has been more involved in the overall story than the author initially expected. These kinds of developments make writing enjoyable, surpassing even the author's expectations, adding depth to the story. It is truly appreciated. A few days after Rio headed towards the Republic for the second time, the 6 members of Room 10 and Room 11 resumed their exploration of the West Dungeon of the Holy Capital. While it was enjoyable in itself, to be honest, they couldn't help but wonder if it was the right time to undertake a dungeon exploration again. "Go ahead," said their leader, Hugh McGrath. His tone left no room for argument. Even Nils could tell there was something behind it, but he chose to accept it without saying anything. There was no need to communicate it now, as it wasn't the right timing to do so. In any case, it was probably something that Nils and the others shouldn't know just yet. So Hugh said nothing. Then Nils decided not to ask any questions either. Their lodging in the town of the West Dungeon had become the regular inn, the Holy Capital Minstrel. While staying at the town's top-class inn with the delegation's funds, they proceeded with their dungeon exploration. "Is it really okay for us to be treated this lavishly?" Amon said with a smile, enjoying the luxurious dinner. "There's only one condition set by Hugh: don't leave the town of the West Dungeon until instructed. As long as we follow that, we should be fine, right?" Ito replied cheerfully while eating. Nils found it somewhat concerning, but he understood that there was nothing to be done about it. Now, the last floor they had explored was the 100th, where the boss resided. So this time they would start from the 101st floor. The next boss is at the 150th floor, and the deepest recorded layer is there, Nils stated, but the truth was that there were numerous concerns to address before reaching that point. Firstly, this group consisted of 3 swordsmen, 1 dual wielder, and 2 priests. To put it bluntly, their balance was off. They had almost no long-range attack capability. At most, Ito had a repeating crossbow attached to his left arm, and perhaps the light javelins of the 2 priests. There was no mage among them, but well, that was fine. Whether it was Room 10 or Room 11, it was generally a party without a mage. If anything, they were used to it. However, in a dungeon, the absence of a scout was tough. Even reaching the 100th floor had several deadly traps. Of course, they had avoided all of them. The trap detection skills of Amon and Zeke were outstanding. Amon relied completely on intuition. Zeke logically speculated where traps might be lurking. Together, their trap avoidance rate was a remarkable 99%. There was one occasion when Gowan accidentally triggered a trap during a moving battle, causing a poison arrow trap to activate. Fortunately, dozens of incoming poison arrows were neutralized by Ito's emergency defensive spell, Sanctuary. Even then, it was Zeke who had pointed it out before Gowan stepped on it, though Gowan hadn't understood that. In other words, with Amon and Zeke together, they could find all the traps. Despite that, an inexplicable anxiety lingered in Nil's heart. The next day, they started exploring the dungeon. Compared to before, the layers were considerably wider. Of course, no maps were available. Moreover, there was hardly any information below the 101st floor. This was because many previous adventurers had failed to clear the boss at the 100th floor and had stopped their exploration there. The boss that appeared at the 100th floor was entirely random. However, it was said that, typically, a relatively strong boss would appear. The boss that appeared before the 6 was a wyvern. It could be considered one of the strongest class bosses that appear at the 100th floor. In fact, normally, if a wyvern appeared, any party would retreat. There was no problem in retreating at the 100th floor. The only restriction was that they could only enter once a day, but there were no downsides at all. If they dived in the next day, a different boss would appear, and they could just reattempt the fight then. Yet, the 6 attacked the wyvern. Ultimately, they succeeded in defeating it. Even though it might not be at the level of a wyvern, the bosses at the 100th floor were known to be quite powerful, and there were opponents that were difficult to tackle with a small party. King Boa, Harpy Queen, Goblin King, Shadow Stalker Queen, Rise King, and so on. A parade of kings and queens. All of these monsters were rarely seen on the surface, so many of them lacked established strategies for defeat. Due to this reason, there were few parties capable of progressing below the 101st floor. Rooms 10 and 11 had become a rare party that could advance. This had actually become quite a topic of discussion in the town of the West Dungeon. Among the actively exploring parties in the West Dungeon, only 8 groups, including the 6 of them, had stepped into the 101st floor and below. It was said that there were constantly over 5,000 parties tackling the exploration in the West Dungeon, making them one of the top 8 groups. It was only natural that it would draw attention. Of course, the 6 of them were hardly concerned about that. A few days after they resumed their exploration of the dungeon, they steadily progressed and reached the 121st floor. As they descended the stone stairs and prepared to step into the 121st floor, suddenly, "Wait!" Zeke called out. At the front were Zeke and Amon. They were in that formation because they were detecting traps. Zeke squinted his eyes but tilted his head slightly in confusion. Then he spoke up. "Something feels off. I'm sorry, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Something is definitely off." This was very unusual for Zeke. Typically, he would point out reasons like, the passage is narrow so traps might spring out from the sides, or the ceiling is dark so something might fall or monsters might come. But this time he only said, "Something feels off." Indeed, it does feel strange. "But I can't quite grasp what exactly is different," Amon echoed his sentiment. With that, it was confirmed. This 121st floor had some kind of trap that was unlike anything they had encountered before. "Understood. We'll proceed more cautiously than ever. One step at a time," Nils said, and the other 5 nodded in agreement. Then they literally took one step at a time, checking for any anomalies in the stone pavement beneath their feet. Generally, the traps in dungeons tended to activate on the stone pavement. They would trigger once a certain weight was applied, and so on. Because of this, especially Amon and Zeke at the forefront proceeded by checking the stone pavement step by step. So logically, they shouldn't have triggered any traps. However, in an instant that happened, transfer, all 6 of them had experienced it several times, on the surface. But this time they felt it for the first time in a dungeon. They had no time to shout. Just for a moment their bodies felt as if they were floating, and in the next instant they found themselves standing somewhere else. "Transfer," Harold murmured unintentionally. "A transfer trap exists in this dungeon," Ito also said in a small voice. "Rio mentioned this once before," Nils said in a whisper that didn't match his physique. "This time it's not me." Gowan insisted he hadn't triggered the trap. The other 3 nodded, comforting Gowan. "That's right, only the other 3, just 4 of them including Gowan. Amon and Zeke are. They must have been sent to a different location," Ito said, and Nils nodded in agreement. The 6 of them had been divided. "It looks like we've been separated." "Yeah, is it a transfer trap?" Amon said, and Zeke agreed. "I heard from Rio-san before. Apparently Arthur from the Royal Magic Guild mentioned that there are places in the dungeons of the Western nations that have transfer traps. Is this it? And there are also rooms with magic nullification spaces. I believe Abel-san mentioned this to Rio-san. That means it's a mage killer, or rather a priest killer as well." Zeke replied with a wry smile at Amon's information. Although they were separated, both remained calm. "To be honest, if it's just Amon and me, we can manage most of it. But if the other 4 are divided into pairs, well, anyone should be able to handle it, right?" Yeah, Ito-san and Harold, they should be fine. Ito-san and Gowan too, I feel like they'll be okay as long as Ito-san isn't transferred alone. Certainly. Zeke agreed with Amon's speculation, and they both ended up laughing. They were a B-rank party and a C-rank party. Each of them was fairly strong. Well then, shall we move on? Yes, Zeke encouraged, and Amon nodded. They had prepared a procedure in case they got separated. Although they hadn't anticipated being separated by a transfer trap, separation itself was a possibility in a dungeon. There were various traps, such as pitfalls and moving walls. In the West Dungeon, they could return to the surface by conquering the layers. Thus, they had decided that if they were separated, each would conquer their respective layers and then regroup on the surface. With that agreement, the two began to advance. The problem did not lie with them. Complex traps, they're clearly trying to kill us, Nils muttered, yet he did not stop swinging his sword. Next to him, Harold was also wielding his sword. Behind them lay Gowan, still prone. Ito was firing arrows with a repeating crossbow while occasionally giving Gowan an antidote potion to drink. Only 2 potions left, Ito shouted, signaling their dire situation. However, even hearing that, Nils couldn't come up with a good idea. They had been forcibly transferred, with the first trap being a magic nullification space, and lethal poison arrows. Additionally, they were facing a massive onslaught of goblins. 5 poison arrows had struck Harold. Gowan had knocked Harold aside and slashed down with his twin swords, but 1 arrow had hit him. Due to the magic nullification space, Ito's heal and cure could not be used. They could only barely keep him alive by regularly administering potions. In such a state, they were facing a large number of goblins. Of course, each individual goblin was not particularly formidable, but still, numbers equate to strength. Nils and Harold were still cutting them down, but eventually fatigue would catch up to both of them. Clang. Nils sliced through an incoming arrow. Even goblin archers have shown up. There was a hint of panic in Nils' voice. They had to be cautious of attacks from both close and long range. The difficulty of that was exponentially higher than before, and the progression of fatigue was accelerating at an equal rate. This is getting really bad. Nils could not voice that thought. He could only think it to himself. In this moment, Nils was the leader. He was also the commander. Rio had always emphasized the impact of a commander's words, and the respected King Abel as well. Sometimes one must say things they do not truly mean. I'll cut down the archers too. Gowan, just hang in there a little longer, he shouted almost as a roar, so that Gowan, who was battling the poison, could hear him. But that was fine. Nils' voice gave a small boost of vitality, albeit slight, to Harold and Ito, who were on the verge of losing hope. They mustered their spirits, but before Nils, Harold's fatigue reached its limit. A goblin archer's arrow pierced Harold's right thigh. Seeing that, the goblins surged at Harold all at once. Don't underestimate me. However, Harold was still a C-rank swordsman, and he was a man destined to become a duke. He couldn't die here. He swung his sword with the most power and sharpness he ever had. The heads of 3 goblins were simultaneously severed, but he overextended himself and lost his balance. He quickly regained his stance, but even the low-intelligence goblins must have understood that Harold's stamina was running low. Naturally, Nils, who was fighting beside him, understood that as well. Compared to the 3 in room 10, the 3 in room 11 did not have high endurance. In fact, there was no party in the kingdom that had endurance on par with that of room 10. Except for some water attribute mage, some elf swordsman, or the local king swordsman. We're out of potions. Ito's desperate voice could be heard. Additionally, Nils could see Harold's sword technique growing unsteady. Is this the end? Nils muttered. At that moment, the goblin horde began to scream from the right flank. Moreover, he could see goblins being blown away. No, to be precise, it was their severed heads. He could also see a staff being swung. Zeke, throw the antidote potion, Ito shouted. A moment later, an antidote potion was thrown toward Ito. Ito received it and didn't hesitate to give it to Gowan. We're connected. Ito's voice could be heard by Nils as well. Harold, just a little more, hang in there. Yes, Nils called out, and Harold responded. Harold understood what was happening. The people he wanted the most had arrived. It was likely that his priest was joining them while cutting down goblins with a devastating level of extermination power. And the senior swordsman must have been dispatching goblins with terrifying sword flashes. He couldn't collapse here. Power surged back into Harold's eyes. Seeing that, Nils nodded slightly. He understood that the party had escaped their crisis. Amon and Zeke's extermination speed was incredible, and in the blink of an eye, the goblin numbers dwindled. The 6 regrouped 3 minutes later. Even though they had reunited, they were still in a magic nullification space. Thus, they could not heal Gowan with magic. Even so, it was overwhelmingly different from before. After all, the 2 scouts had joined them, so they no longer risked triggering new traps. This was immensely significant. Scouts are important. Nils' murmur went unheard by anyone. Along the way, they encountered 3 ogres, which Nils, Amon, and Zeke each defeated. Harold was still suffering from fatigue and was stopped by Zeke. Though Harold felt regret, he did not insist on his own way. He had complete trust in Zeke. That fact was understood by Nils as well. And finally, at the 120th layer, the magic nullification space finally lifted, and with Ito's cure and extra heal, Gowan was healed. The 6 had finally completed the 120th layer. Setting aside the antidote potions, it seems we can't get arrows as they're too specialized for this city. Did they have any in the Holy Capital? There was a shop full of arrows in the Eastern Workshop District, right? Ito mentioned that they couldn't procure arrows for the repeating crossbow. Nils confirmed, and Amon recalled and answered. Ito had used up all his arrows on the 120th layer. I was told not to leave the city, but it can't be helped. Nils sighed as he spoke. Tomorrow we'll return to the Holy Capital. They did not understand. Why Hugh said they shouldn't leave this city in the West Dungeon. The reason Rio took a whole day to stop by this dungeon on his way to the Republic. Later, all those involved would come to realize the importance of clearly communicating their thoughts. As the group in Room 10 and Room 11 reached the midpoint between the West Dungeon and the Holy Capital, the world turned upside down. This was the 3rd experience. This is... A voice unintentionally escaped from Nils's mouth. Having experienced it 3 times, he understood what was happening. Well, finally made an appearance. The familiar voice echoed around them. Then a man resembling a priest appeared. At that moment, Ito suddenly understood why Hugh had told them not to leave the West Dungeon's town. The town where the demon Marlin resides is likely a place that this priest-like man, no, this demon, cannot touch. That's why he said not to leave the town. I see. Meanwhile, Zeke seemed to reach the same conclusion almost simultaneously. He frowned. Yes, realizing it now is too late. The 6 of them were transported by the demon. Now, the demon paused for a moment. However, he quickly continued. I told you to spread the word about the fall from grace. Why haven't you spread it? Why? Did you make an effort to spread it? You might have, but it hasn't spread. What matters is the result. Seriously, I could kill all of you, you know? I don't actually enjoy killing humans. Well, that's a lie. I secretly kill and eat them while hiding from others. But that's okay. I wanted to confront the church with the fall from grace and see their reaction, but you know what? It's too much trouble. Just die already. The demon's insane claims resonated. Everyone understood what would happen next. Everyone would be killed. However, they were forced to understand the overwhelming difference in power. Before that, no one could move. No one had been able to move. Up until now, clang. Nils drew his sword and slashed, clang. From the opposite side, Amon also drew his sword in a flash. Both swords were repelled by an invisible wall, but the eyes of the 2 were not filled with despair. Crack. A staff protruded from the center and shattered the demon's barrier. It was Zeke. Heh, interesting, a human breaking my barrier. However, the demon laughed with a relaxed expression. Gah! Without any context, a stone icicle suddenly pierced Nils's abdomen. Area heal. The moment the stone icicle vanished, Ito's area heal resonated, and the gaping hole in Nils's abdomen began to heal. It was the only healing magic that showed effect even at a certain distance. However, as expected, the magical power consumed was significant. Meanwhile, Amon and Zeke continued their consecutive strikes to the 2nd barrier, once shattered to the 3rd barrier, once shattered to the 4th. Suddenly, stone icicles attacked the 2. Thanks to their super reflexes, they avoided fatal injuries, but they were certainly not unscathed. Area heal, area heal. The wounds were healed immediately by Ito's area heal. At that moment, Harold and Gowan finally began to move. They circled around the demon and struck with their swords. The demon was surrounded by 5 people. But, good, resist. What will you do now? In that instant, stone icicles pierced the feet of all 5 surrounding the demon. Nils and Amon barely reacted, but even they had their flesh gouged. Area heal. Area heal is originally a range recovery magic. It heals all 5 at once. Ito immediately drank a magic potion to replenish his magical power. The priest who knows the fall from grace is tougher than I expected. The demon showed a genuinely impressed expression for the first time since appearing. Conventional wisdom in party battles is to eliminate the healer first. But that would be boring. Should I do that? The demon muttered and then chanted. Roppy. Then, unbelievably, 4 new arms sprouted from his body. What the? Even Nils was taken aback. In the next moment, each of the 6 arms grasped a sword. Let's dance. The instant the demon spoke, all the barriers protecting him vanished. The 5 swords clashed. The demon stood still and engaged in the fight. What was astonishing was that he perfectly defended against attacks from Harold and Gowan, who were supposedly coming from his blind spot. Coo. It's been a while since the 6-sword fight. No, I suppose it's a 5-sword fight. Not bad at all. With overwhelming ease, the demon laughed while deflecting all 5 swords. Despite being completely still, he effortlessly withstood the full force of their strikes. His strength is on another level. Zeke's murmured words summed it all up. He could withstand the full power strikes of the humans with just his arms from the wrist to the shoulder. Thus, even standing still, he was in no danger whatsoever. On the contrary, he instilled despair in those who continued to strike. This defense was unbreakable. In a normal situation, thrusts would be effective here. All other slashes could be absorbed by sheer force, but thrusts. Normally, one would dodge unless one were to block them with the flat of the sword like some water attribute magician. However, the demon adjusted the angle of his sword to deflect the thrusts sharply. As a result, he managed to parry all attacks without moving any part of his body other than his arms. "His technique is impressive," Harold murmured. "Of course," the demon replied, laughing heartily as he continued. "You guys have no experience compared to me, none at all. Swinging a sword for a mere 10 or 20 years doesn't come close." After laughing at them, he continued speaking. "Now time for the second round. Gah!" The moment the demon spoke, Harold's abdomen was pierced from both sides by stone icicles. "Area heal, area heal, area heal." Ito cast area heal 3 times to heal the fatal wound. He drank a magic potion to recover his magical power. Gah! Furthermore, Gowan's abdomen was also pierced from both sides by stone icicles. "Area heal, area heal, area heal." Once again, Ito layered the area heal. Ka! Nils managed to deflect a stone icicle that suddenly appeared in front of him with his sword, but a stone icicle from behind pierced him. Area heal, a consecutive 7 times of area heal, but at this point Ito knelt on one knee. "Ito-san," Amon involuntarily shouted. "I'm fine," Ito said, small but strong, and he drank another magic potion. "Indeed, tough as nails, the priest who knows the fall from grace. Interesting, extremely interesting, but surely you're about to run out of magic potions, right? Want to test me, demon?" In response to the demon's provocation, Ito answered with determination in his eyes. Yet he understood, the one he just drank was the last potion he had. There were no more left, but he wouldn't give up. This was the midpoint between the Holy Capital and the West Dungeon. From that person, the demon hating the demon. The world cracked. A red figure entered the peripheral vision of the 6. The sky split open, and down came the red demon Marlin just like last time. "Demon! You've come, Spellno," the enraged demon. The terrifying smile of the demon. "I don't need anything else. Wind." As the demon chanted, the 6 surrounding him were blown away. Rather than saying they were blown away, it might be more appropriate to say they were repelled. And in the space that opened up, a battle of non-humans began. "Gravity," the demon Marlin chanted. "That's always the first move, Sky." As the demon chanted, the mass of gravity that attacked him from above missed and fell to the ground. "Redirecting gravity?" Marlin exclaimed in surprise. "Cuckoo, is this the first time you've been redirected without dodging? Last time I dodged it by moving. This time I've redirected it," the demon said with a laugh. Both Marlin and the demon engaged in purposeful conversation. It wasn't an all-out high-speed battle that left no room to breathe. From the beginning, both understood that they were not opponents who could be overwhelmed in one go. A momentary lapse of judgment or movement that exceeded expectations, only in the final instant surpassing the opponent's thoughts. That would be the only way to settle it. Meanwhile, the 6 who had been blown away by the wind gathered at a position reasonably far from the 2 and watched the battle. Even if they joined, they would only get in the way in this fight. Both sides stood still, locked in a stare. The first to move was the demon. "It's pointless to just stare. Infernal flame." A torrent of flames stretched toward Marlin from the demon. "Reverse." But as Marlin chanted, the torrent of flames reversed and headed towards the demon. "Right, that's how you return it," the demon said, and calmly waved his hand to extinguish the flames heading his way. "Then how about this, Joe Yan?" As the demon chanted, a wall of flames surrounded Marlin. "This can't be returned even with that reverse you mentioned, can it?" the demon asked with a playful tone. "Invalid," Marlin chanted, and the wall of flames vanished in an instant. Is that magic invalidation, or does it return to its original state? How fascinating." "Analyze all you want," Marlin spat out, then chanted. "Gravity rod," countless long black needles fell from the sky. "Won't hit," the demon said confidently and began to dodge at high speed. However, what? "I can't move." As the black needles pierced the ground, the demon suddenly found himself unable to move. "Those aren't needles meant to stab you. Are the needles attracting my body? Being pulled from all directions, is that why I can't move? I see," the demon analyzed. "Even in this state, your analysis is impressive," Marlin said, frowning slightly. "Spellno, you won't attack me in close combat, even in this state? I'm not reckless enough to engage a demon in close combat," Marlin replied and resolved to end it with magic. "Disintegrate." Implosion, the previously mentioned explosion that had erased the demon last time. But I was waiting for that dimension slash. The demon grinned devilishly and chanted. In that instant, the implosion left a deafening sound and vanished. Of course, the demon's body was not blown away. Impossible! Even Marlon was left in shock. Rather than dodging, it was the first time he had experienced his implosion being dispelled. That's the face I wanted to see. The demon wore a smug grin. Moreover, thanks to the earlier dimension slash, all the black needles that had bound the demon's movements also vanished. Spellno, your remaining magical power is low, isn't it? The demon said, once again flashing a terrifying smile. Marlon showed no change in expression, but it was clear that he was different from when he had released the implosion. Even by demon standards, it was a magic spell that consumed a considerable amount of magical power. Truly, a one-hit kill. If he couldn't land that one-hit kill, defeat was inevitable. Since he was unable to land that fatal blow, Marlon's life was hanging by a thread. However, for the third time, the tide of battle would change. Doggone, a heavy object fell from the sky with a thunderous sound. It was aimed at the demon, but of course, this was not a demon that could be crushed by such a thing. Ice wall! Both the demon and Marlon muttered in unison. What fell was indeed an ice wall. I think so too. There's no one else. The 6 from room 10 and room 11 who were watching from a distance. Amon murmured, Ito nodded in agreement, and Nils shook his head slightly. Yes, they knew it. The water attribute magician's ice wall. Tomorrow, finally, the return of Rio, and the battle against the demons. And then Rio appeared. It was almost as if he had teleported. Miss Marlon, I'm late. It seems your voice reached us. Even after all these years, it's the first time I've experienced a voice-only transference. It's a relief that it worked out in the end. The reason Rio had spent a day in the West Dungeon before heading to the Republic was to set up this situation. Marlon had also practiced this unfamiliar, voice-only transference. Even if it goes well in practice, there's no guarantee it will succeed in a real situation. This time, however, it succeeded in the real thing. What a relief! That said, Child of the Fairy King, I've managed to buy some time. But I'm sorry my magical power is running low, said the priest-like man opposite them, his smile fading as he frowned. That overflowing fairy factor, you're Rio, aren't you? I don't know any demons like you. Yeah, you probably don't know me. Leonor has told me not to engage with you. He's just woke up, so I'm stronger for now, but he will soon surpass me. When that happens, it'll be troublesome. He will surely nag me endlessly. As Rio spoke, the demon shook his head slightly. The latter part was whispered almost inaudibly. Ah, Leonor, yes, he wants to kill me after all. Rio nodded in agreement. But it can't be helped now. It's not my fault. It's your fault for getting involved. Yes, this was an unavoidable force majeure situation. Leonor understands. No, he probably won't understand at all, but it can't be helped. It's not my fault. Despite repeating, it's not my fault multiple times, the demon broke into a smile again. Well, it would be best for everyone if you just leave. Among everyone, I'm not included. In response to Rio's muttering, the demon's smile turned deadly. And thus the battle between Rio and the demon began. Icicle lance shower, countless ice spears launched at the demon. Not just icicle lances, but from the very beginning it was a shower. However, the demon dodged the shower with teleportation. Ice path icicle lance shower, the ice path froze the ground beneath. Even the teleporting demon must have to touch the ground. Whoa, the demon involuntarily exclaimed. Countless ice spears attacked from all directions, not just one. Dimension Slash, the spell that sliced through Marlon's implosion and gravity rod, it also instantly cut through and erased Rio's ice spears. Dimension Slash. What a fantasy, Rio gasped, unable to help himself. To think a human would force me to use Dimension Slash, I can see why Leonor likes you. The demon clicked his tongue while laughing, demonstrating impressive dexterity. By the way, didn't you say close combat was fun? The demon recalled, then drew a sword from nowhere. But that wasn't all. Multiple 7, the moment the spell was cast, the demon multiplied into 7. What the hell is that? Nils muttered involuntarily. I've never seen anything like it. Marlon, who had moved beside the 6, also expressed his surprise. The demon wore a smug expression, yet one person wasn't surprised. You're using a continuous dimensional generation phenomenon, aren't you? Rio explained. How do you know? The demon's smile faded, astonished. How far do you understand the truths of this world? There's nothing shocking about it, demon. After all, humans are seekers of truth. Rio, taking advantage of the moment, spoke pompously. Of course, he didn't actually understand what the continuous dimensional generation phenomenon was. He simply remembered Leonor using the term when he showed him multiple 7 once, so he just threw it out there. It sounded cool. And as planned, he succeeded in slightly robbing the demon before him of its composure. Robbing the opponent of their calm is the first step in combat. And then, Demon, behold, Avatar, a faint light shimmered from Murakumo's sheath and Ryo's duplicates appeared, a total of 7. No way, the demon shouted in surprise. Is it common for modern water attribute magicians to master duplication? Impressive, a water attribute magician, Ryo stated, and the demon did not recognize it as a tease. Clearly, the demon didn't know Ryo as well as Abel or Leonor. Well, this is interesting. The demon smiled again, quickly regaining composure. Let's fight! And thus began the sword fight between 8 demons and Ryo's 8. The demons generated by multiple 7 and Ryo generated by Avatar were evenly matched. However, the originals were stronger than the generated demons or Ryo. The duplicates should have the same strength as me, but is it the difference in sword fighting experience? In actual combat, adaptability is also important. Ryo and the demon both seemed unsatisfied with the movements of their created duplicates, muttering their reflections while continuing their sword combat. And simultaneously, they both finished off all the duplicates of the opponent. The problems have been identified, thank you. I think I can create even better ones next time. Ryo and the demon grinned at each other. In the end, they both might just be battle maniacs. And then the one-on-one sword combat began. The demon's descending and sweeping attacks were astonishingly fast, but Ryo dodged them with his footwork. As he dodged, he swung down the sword he had raised. Normally, that would be the end. However, the demon evaded with teleportation. That prompted the demon to start using teleportation more frequently. Even Ryo found it difficult when the demon appeared right behind him a moment later. This is amazing. Just as Sira perfectly masters wind attribute magic, this demon is mastering teleportation. Leonor didn't use it, but it seems demons have their own variety, just like humans. Even as Ryo felt the pressure mounting, he still had the presence of mind to think such thoughts. It was essential to maintain composure, because there should be one more level from here: Flame Cone, Ice Wall level 20, Wind Blade Circle, Ice Shield 256, Stone Icicle Dance, Dynamic Steam Mine Roman 2, the demon's attacks, Ryo's defenses. An ultra-close-range magical battle alongside their sword combat. Even Ryo found this to be a first-time experience. What is that spell generation speed? The result of my daily, unyielding training, Ryo replied with a triumphant expression to the demon's words. Then their swords clashed, leading to a blade lock. Duet, water, whoa! From the blade lock, using Murakumo as a launch pad, a shockwave of water erupted. The point-blank shot was impossible for the demon to defend against, sending it flying. Water jet thruster, Ryo caught up to the demon before it could land, and slashed. But the demon cut through thin air. The demon had dodged using teleportation from the air. That zero-distance magic from a state of clashing swords. That's Leonor's technique? That's right, Leonor did it before, calling it duet. From a point of contact, it can't be dodged, so I tried copying it. Well, it's not something you can easily imitate. The demon expressed exasperation at Ryo's explanation. In a normal situation, ultra-close-range magical combat wouldn't even be feasible. In such close quarters, there would be too many openings during sword combat. However, with magic generation and control like Ryo's and the demons, it became possible. On top of that, they engaged in zero-distance magical combat. Magic from a state where the swords were in contact. Naturally, the opponent would understand that they were trying to generate magic, leading them to exploit the gaps before the magic was generated. Normally. But previously, Leonor had succeeded in doing so. Moreover, while locked in a blade lock with Ryo. This time, Ryo attempted to replicate that. Hee, this is interesting. The demon laughed as it appeared before Ryo again with another teleportation, launching an attack. A moment after Ryo was struck, the demon had circled right behind him, a repeated attack that had troubled Ryo many times before, but the demon's slash sliced through the air. What? The demon realized what had happened. As it understood, it moved to the side quickly. Right where the demon had been, Ryo had circled around. Hey, you're a water magician, right? You can't possibly use teleportation. Didn't I just show you? Ryo grinned at the surprised demon. High-speed movement using water magic? To think you'd catch on so quickly. It was a simple method, by almost constantly activating water jet thruster. Using thrusts from all over his body, he circled behind the demon. Maintaining his posture, he controlled the thrust's ejection points and angles to move. Ryo had a great goal in that regard. Sira is much smoother at it. Even with this, Ryo felt he couldn't match Sira's smoothness. Magic in close combat, what a distant peak. How interesting, Ryo. I can see why Leonor is so obsessed with you. The demon stepped back and laughed heartily, and then continued speaking. I genuinely want to go all out in a sword fight with you. As he said that, a slightly smaller sword appeared in his left hand, separate from the sword he held in his right. Dual wielding, Ryo muttered. What? Is this your first time facing a dual wielder, Ryo? The demon laughed demonically. Having two swords doesn't necessarily mean you win against one, Ryo declared firmly. That is a fact. For example, in modern kendo, using two swords is allowed. While it may be impossible for high school students, it poses no problem for those above that level. However, dual wielders are definitely not common. At first glance, you might think that wielding two swords would provide many advantages. There are probably few who can teach it, but still, then prove it. Fine by me. As soon as he spoke, Ryo launched an all-out strike. The demon easily intercepted it with his right-hand sword. With ease, no less. While blocking Ryo's strike with one hand, he took a large step forward with his left foot and simultaneously twisted his waist to slash with his left-hand small sword. Ryo jumped back significantly. Even after just one exchange, he couldn't help but understand the troublesome nature of the demon. To completely block an all-out strike with just one hand, that alone was unbelievable. The difficulty of dual wielding lies in having to block a full power attack from both hands with only one hand. This is an element that cannot be ignored between humans. Moreover, if you focus too much on defense, your attacks from the opposite arm will be delayed. In that case, there would be no point in dual wielding. However, the demon before him easily blocked with one hand. Earlier, it took 6 arms to handle the 5 swords we had. Yes, Ryo heard the conversation between Nils and Harold. He was deep in thought. For humans, the weakness of dual wielding lies in its slowness. This is because you must wield a sword that should be used with both hands with just one hand. It's difficult even with a light shinai, let alone a heavy sword. It inevitably becomes slower. If you want to exploit slowness, the first step is consecutive strikes. Ryo quickly stepped in, encroaching on the demon's range. He thrust forward, and then thrust again and again. However, the demon deftly brushed them aside with his left-hand small sword. That sword was thrust out at a perfect angle, an astonishing technique. Without a doubt, the demon surpassed Leonor in swordsmanship. And on top of that, the right-hand sword swung down from above. Ryo dodged it by a hair's breadth, but of course, from where the sword had swung down, it angled back up and charged at Ryo again. Clang. Ryo received the upward slash with Murakumo. As if anticipating that, the demon stepped forward with his left foot and thrust with the left small sword. Ryo twisted to evade. He managed to backstep a bit on one foot, creating distance. Failure, Ryo muttered. He couldn't break through with consecutive strikes. On the contrary, the right sword and left small sword attacked Ryo with astonishing speed and fluidity. Is it hard to maneuver with one hand? The demon's sword seemed indifferent to such concerns. This is tough. Ryo's mutter likely didn't reach the demon, but it opened its mouth. What's wrong? You were going to prove it, weren't you? The demon said with a laugh. Of course, Ryo didn't take the bait. I said I'd prove it, but I never said when. What's that? Yeah, he wasn't taking the bait, probably. However, the situation was undeniably difficult. The demon's slowness, weakness with dual wielding was irrelevant, so how could he find a strategy? Let's think in reverse. What is the greatest strength of a dual wielder? It's overwhelmingly high defense. In simple terms, the opponent has to bypass the 2 swords to land an attack. However, with swords on the right and left, if you attack head-on, they can block it with both swords. Defense, huh? Ryo muttered, letting out a small breath. He hadn't changed his stance or done anything in particular, but the demon's eyes widened. It noticed that Ryo's atmosphere had changed. What? While it understood that the atmosphere had changed, it couldn't grasp what exactly was different. It knew something had shifted, but what exactly it was remained unknown. Defense is Ryo's true forte. The demon was unaware of this. Ryo simply focused his mind to defense. The demon stood ready to counter, however Ryo didn't move. He was completely still, holding his sword in a proper stance. Are you telling me to strike? The demon muttered, then it laughed. Interesting, then I'll oblige. From a distance greater than 1 sword's length, the demon lunged forward. The speed of a demon, unimaginable to humans. A thrust from the right-hand sword. Ryo deflected it. A horizontal sweep from the left-hand small sword aimed at his neck. Ryo dodged. Then he rotated his body clockwise, bringing his right-hand sword down for a horizontal slash towards the demon's waist. Ryo received it firmly. Using the strength from the blocked attack, he rotated counterclockwise with his body and thrust with the left small sword towards the demon's chest. Ryo arched back to evade. As he dodged, his weight shifted backwards, and he quickly returned to a forward stance, thrusting once more. The demon deflected that thrust with the right-hand sword and took a large step forward to stab with the left small sword. The small sword plunged into Ryo's right side. The demon was the one surprised. Why had Ryo not dodged? But it quickly realized it had fallen into a trap. With the tip of Murakumo extended, Ryo drew a circle. The demon's left arm was sliced off. However, the demon had steeled itself. The moment it realized it had fallen into a trap, it sacrificed its left arm. It still had the sword in its right hand. Its target was Rio's neck, which was now within close range. At this distance, dodging was impossible. But Rio didn't dodge. The left arm was thrust upward. Rio's left arm was severed. However, the demon's sword flash veered away from Rio's neck, allowing him to protect it. Once again, Rio drew a circle with Murakumo's tip. The demon's right arm was also sliced off. Simultaneously, the demon leaped away significantly. Its expression was one of shock, eyes wide open, and those nearby could hear it too. Is this really a human? The two faced each other from a distance. The demon, having lost both arms, wore a look of disbelief. Rio, with his left arm gone and blood flowing from his side, held Murakumo in a proper stance with his right hand, showing no openings. For easily a minute both remained motionless, but it was the demon who broke the silence first. My name is Jean-Jacques Ramon Deuce. The time is running out. One day I wish to fight you with no time constraints, full power. With the demon's words, the tension of battle eased. While still holding Murakumo, Rio responded, No, I'm sorry, but I'll pass. Rio declined the offer from the demon, or rather Jean-Jacques. Fighting a demon was exhausting. Just as Leonard said, you claimed to avoid fighting, yet you were smiling happily throughout. Yes, Rio's face twisted in disgust at Jean-Jacques' assertion. Well, that was to be expected. Normal humans wouldn't be thrilled to be called a battle maniac. At that moment, Jean-Jacques looked at rooms 10 and 11, and then at Marlin. I will refrain from attacking those who know of the fall from grace. If I do so, surely Rio will continue to battle me in the future. Rio was left dumbfounded. Indeed, there was no doubt he would fight for his allies, but it felt different in some way. My incentive to fight is fighting for your companions not enough? How heartless of you, Rio. Somehow I can tell that you're saying something terrible, Rio sighed. Oh, that's right. Leonard mentioned that when you healed Elizabeth, he told you what you wanted to know, didn't he? Next time, if you win against me, I'll tell you something you want to know. How about that? What a deal. And spell no. You should get some rest. I know that without being told. The demon addressed Marlin, who returned the gesture with a scowl. Excuse me. At that point, someone interrupted from the side. It was Ito. A priest who knows about the fall from grace. What is it? I'm feeling good right now. I'll allow a special question. Listening from the side, Rio thought it was incredibly arrogant. You previously said, what becomes of an existence that has fallen from grace and strayed from the gods? How does that relate to us? Ito spoke clearly while looking directly at Jean-Jacques. Though he hadn't completely recovered from magical power depletion, his eyes were strong. Well, I'll make it brief since time is tight. That existence desires fragments of God to avoid being erased. Fragments of God? Indeed, it's said that all of creation holds fragments of God. Yet among them, the purity of the fragments found within humans is incomparably high to those found in other beings. It's astonishingly pure compared to dragons or spellno. One person who nodded at Jean-Jacques' explanation was the demon Marlin. Marlin might know about the fragments of God. Humans may not realize, but this world is maintained by many elements, enabling its existence. The fragments of God are one of those elements, and they serve as a crucial counterbalance. Therefore, if a large number of humans that originally reside in a certain area die in a short time, the balance collapses. It becomes easier to turn into a rise or skeleton, and other creatures can produce abnormalities in that land. Thus, an existence that desires fragments of God should not be easily deprived. Rio thought that only Ito, Zeke, Marlin, and he understood this. In other words, since we can't touch the humans who originally lived there, we need to invite many humans from outside and obtain fragments of God from those invited. Ito's voice trembled slightly. Jean-Jacques nodded again. Thus, sacrifices. Was it Leonard who said that? Yes, somewhat. That guy, he really speaks too freely. In response to Rio's words, Jean-Jacques shook his head slightly. Is the new pope an existence that desires fragments of God? At Marlin's question, everyone but Jean-Jacques looked astonished. No, I honestly don't know whether it's the pope himself or someone behind him. Sorry, even a demon has its limits. Jean-Jacques shrugged. However, it was clear that they had learned many things they hadn't known before. I'll add this, the more experiences one has that make them face death, the higher the purity of the fragments of God. Apparently, I'm not too familiar with the details, so that's why so many of them have come here, right? Given that many bureaucrats arrive, they're accompanied by plenty of military guards or adventurers. Ito replied with a frown at Jean-Jacques' additional comment. Those who have faced situations where they've had to face death multiple times would likely be soldiers on the battlefield or adventurers. Well then, I shall take my leave. You're not passing through a black square gate, are you? Ah, that's Leonard, right? I excel at dimensional interference with my unique ability. Still, there are time limits. Jean-Jacques said this as he began to fade away. The severed arms and sword were also starting to disappear, and then he said, "I've taught you this much, figure the rest out yourselves." And then he vanished. This chapter easily surpassed 8,000 characters. The battle scenes just seemed to drag on. "Rio, let's heal first," Ito said, drinking the magic potion that Rio had and then cast a spell. Extra heal with that, Rio's missing left arm regenerated, and the wound on his side was also repaired. "It's truly terrifying how effective your healing is." Ito smiled wryly at Rio's mutter. Once the healing was complete, Rio turned to Marlon and bowed his head. "Thank you, Miss Marlon." However, Marlon didn't quite understand. "Thanks to you buying time, I was able to make it in time." "I see, that's what you meant. They said that if you left, the demon could meddle with the other 6 people again. As expected, it showed up right away. And again, between the West Dungeon and the Holy Capital. This place means the West Dungeon is safe because I'm here, and demons have avoided the Holy Capital since ancient times. Does the Holy Capital have something sacred? No, with those who have fallen from grace being in the Pope's position and behind him, I can't believe there's anything sacred. Or maybe even after falling from grace, there's still something that demons wouldn't want to approach." Rio pondered such things. "Indeed, that demon Jean-Jacques always appears when Rio is absent." Ito nodded as he recalled. "Perhaps Leonor told him not to lay a hand on me." "A different demon, then?" Rio speculated, and Amon nodded. "That Leonor, she's not protecting Rio or anything, right?" "Of course not. She wants me dead. Well, it's more like she wants to fight with all her might, defeat me, and then enjoy the moment of killing me." Oh, that's an emotion I can't comprehend," Nils replied, shaking his head at Rio's explanation. Not just Nils, but the other 6. Even Marlon shook his head. Of course, Rio couldn't understand it either. "Jean-Jacques provided us with a lot of valuable information." Zeke brought the topic back. "I didn't expect the reason we were summoned as a delegation was such." Harold muttered. That said, for Harold, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Having fallen victim to the spirit curse of explosion, due to his own inexperience, he was facing a situation where he could only die and was allowed to join the delegation to the Western nations. The Western Church had the Demon King's blood that could lift the curse, and that had become Harold's hope. In the end, since all the stored Demon King's blood was lost, they had to go find the Demon King themselves, track him down, and obtain his blood to lift the curse. The reason for the delegation from the Central Nations being summoned was to gather fragments of God, because if those who came from afar were killed, the regional balance wouldn't be disrupted. What an unreasonable reason. However, there are still several mysteries that remain unsolved even after all this. When Rio said this, the other 7 looked at him in unison. First of all, the Demon King's blood that was supposed to be dripped on Harold's forehead. I heard it was stored in the first storage vault, yet all 4 storage vaults were attacked. What was the reason? Ah, true, Ito nodded at Rio's words. Why were negotiations between the Central Nations and France being conducted so seriously, considering they were going to kill all of us anyway? A plot to gather fragments of God. I doubt very few know about it, Nils responded, crossing his arms. And lastly, Miss Marlon. Me? Rio turned to Marlon, who looked surprised and questioned back. The reason why Miss Marlon isn't sleeping. Ah, true, Rio said, and Nils nodded as well. I think it means something different from how we humans sleep. After all, Demon Leonor was mentioned to be weak because she just woke up, which Jean-Jacques also said earlier, so it must be related. Well, that's right, Marlon answered with a small nod in response to Rio's question. We Spellno. Humans call us demons, but we refer to our race as Spellno. Spellno should sleep at least once every 1,000 years. If we don't, our power dramatically decreases. Power decreases? Zeke murmured at Marlon's explanation. Humans can't perform well when sleep-deprived, right? You can think of it as a much worse version of that. Ideally, you'd sleep for 500 years and be awake for 500 years. I haven't slept for several thousand years, so I'm certainly in a dire condition, Marlon said with a wry smile. Is Miss Marlon's constant wakefulness related to the Demon King's army? Ito asked, and Marlon opened her eyes a bit wider. Well, that's the case. It seemed difficult for her to say something. Was Miss Marlon's role to prevent the Demon King's army from going on a rampage? Surprisingly, Amon hit the nail on the head. Why do you think that? Marlon asked, slightly frowning. It seemed to be a mix of confusion and a wry smile. Just a hunch. I've heard that the Demon King's power is immense. The monsters serving him, like centaurs, were quite formidable. If such monsters were to serve the Demon King, it feels like the countries of the Western nations would be wiped out multiple times. Amon concluded. Hearing that, Marlon clearly smiled wryly. Well, I don't think it would be multiple times. The Demon King's factor is surprisingly troublesome. The Demon King's factor is something that is born within many monsters, and when the Demon King raises an army, it is forced to follow the Demon King's army like a constraint or curse. Even if the Demon King doesn't desire it, the Demon King's factor can begin to take effect. What? Rio was left speechless by Marlin's explanation. The other 6 were also at a loss for words. Once the Demon King's factor is excited, it remains that way for a while. After absorbing a certain amount of fragments of God, it will eventually return to its base state over time. Fragments of God, so that's why the Demon King's army has no choice but to clash with humans, Rio supplemented and nodded at Marlin's explanation. Indeed. It's unavoidable, since it was created by God, there's nothing we can do about it. For humans, it's hardly pleasant, right? However, the monsters cannot defy the Demon King's factor either. Therefore, someone must maintain the balance. That would be Miss Marlin. Indeed, we Spellno do not have the Demon King's factor embedded in us. Therefore, even while the Demon King's factor is excited, we can maintain our calm. Thus, you were always by the Demon King's side as a strategist. To ensure the Demon King's army doesn't go on a rampage and doesn't kill too many humans, I read that you also signed the ceasefire treaty. Ito supplemented Marlin's explanation. Ito and Zeke had read those records at the specialized library in the Holy Capital. If I could ever meet something divine, I would love to ask why they created something like the Demon King's factor, Marlin said, while shaking her head repeatedly. After parting ways with Marlin, the group arrived at the entrance of the Holy Capital. We have just over 20 days until the Papal Inauguration, Zeke said, and Harold and Gowan nodded. One by one, we'll do what we can. After all, there's no guarantee we can win against an existence that desires fragments of God. Well, that battle earlier was beyond my comprehension, Nils said as he looked at Rio. Then he continued to ask, by the way, at the end, your left arm was severed. What were you planning to do if the battle had continued like that? I wonder, maybe conducting magical combat. Or perhaps creating a left arm from ice and continuing the sword fight? Is that even possible? Who knows? I've never done it before. Hey, Nils interjected with Rio's casual response. Because if I said to switch with you, you wouldn't, right? Of course not. I absolutely wouldn't switch. There's no way I would. Nils firmly rejected Rio's query. Ito and Amon chuckled upon hearing that, and Rio sighed. Well, I managed to not have my head cut off somehow. That said, there's still so much left to do content-wise. Still so much left, Amon murmured at Rio's words. Eventually, it will turn into aerial battles, meaning complete three-dimensional combat. Where on earth is Rio aiming for? Nils murmured at Rio's vague future predictions. Where Rio is aiming for is something no one knows, of course, not even Rio. It was quite tough over here, too. Oh, it sounds tough. Rio sensed the king's agitation. Abel, if something happened, I'm here to consult with you. After all, I'm the first duke. No, I was watching the battle against the demon through the echo of the soul. I see. You must have seen quite an interesting scene, right? I must say, that was a battle in an incredible world. That was Abel's honest impression. Abel is a swordsman. Thus, he could be considered an expert in close combat. As such an expert in close combat, it was entirely outside his imagination. They fight at such speeds, huh? Abel, have you never had mock battles with Sira? Isn't Sira's wind attire about that speed range in sword fights? Nope, I've never done that and I won't in the future, Abel vowed in his heart, and Rio thought of something obvious. I haven't met Sira recently, in the western forest of the kingdom. I'm back now. Welcome back, Lady Granny. Sira was the first to greet the Lady Granny who had returned from her business trip to the royal capital. From there, they could see the training grounds built in the village, but many elves were lying down. They must have been defeated by Sira. Sira, you can deliver things to the royal capital instead of me, you know. Formally, you are the next representative of the Western Forest. You won't be treated rudely in the royal capital, and for me, going back and forth between here and the royal capital is tiring. No, I'd like to leave that to you, Lady Granny. Sira stubbornly refused. The Lady Granny knew the reason. You just want to go to the royal capital because Rio isn't there, right? As expected of you, Lady Granny, you see right through everything. The Lady Granny shook her head, and Sira answered with a cheerful laugh. There's no value in a royal capital without Rio. Don't say that so definitively, Sira declared, and the Lady Granny sighed. I'm part of the delegation to the Western nations. It's unavoidable. Rio is also the first duke, so that can be left to his subordinates. Instead, it would be much more meaningful to tour the delicious shops in the royal capital. I don't think that's the case. The Lady Granny couldn't agree with Sira's words and countered. That's what noblesse oblige is about. The responsibilities of the noble, it's unavoidable. Of course, I'm joking. Rio is serious. He does a wonderful job fulfilling his role. It's natural to want to see Rio, but I'm also looking forward to what kind of souvenirs he'll bring back. I can understand why Rio and Sira get along so well. The Lady Granny sighed in response to Sira's joyful words. Seeing the Lady Granny like that, Sira continued. Well, I think training everyone here will contribute more to the kingdom's defense. That way I can contribute more to the country. So I'll leave the actual trip to you, Lady Granny. The Lady Granny found it hard to argue against Sira's words. What she was saying wasn't wrong, though it's not just about whether it's right or wrong. So, starting tomorrow, there will be a short intermission for about 4 days. Tomorrow will be the usual intermission. From the day after tomorrow, 3 consecutive days of the 3-part intermission, Empire Turmoil, will begin. As the name suggests, the Empire will be shaken by turmoil. This is a story that absolutely must be inserted at this timing, so I ask for about 3 days of your time. He is Harg, the page serving the Imperial delegation and associated with the former Emperor. Before being assigned to this delegation to the Western nations, he was doing a completely different job. His formal title is Baron Hagen-Benda. Although he is quite unique, he is a legitimate nobleman and the head of the Baron family. Moreover, the name Baron Hagen-Benda is known to all military personnel in the Central Nations. This is because he is always attached to the Imperial army, and due to his unique magic, infinite storage and teleportation. Although the Central Nations are vast, these are spells that only he can use. He thinks of them more as curses than magic. However, even if it is a curse, the pride he feels in being one of the key members of the Imperial army is incredibly important to him. That magic is extremely harsh, and he has sometimes wandered on the brink of death. Yet even that has not diminished his pride. Despite the difficulties, he is happy and takes pride in his work. However, when the delegation to the Western nations was to be dispatched, he was instructed by the new Emperor Helmut VIII to go to the Western nations with this delegation. Of course, he understands the reason for this. His teleportation can only take him to places he has visited before. Therefore, the Emperor probably intends to send him to the Western nations once and then allow him to go back and forth. Well, that's fine. It could help the Empire and perhaps leave a better country for his children. It's not military supply work, but it is still a different proud task. However, becoming a page is different. Why does it have to be a page in the first place? He is a baron. Why not send him as a regular member of the delegation? Is it a problem if they know that Baron Hagen-Benda has left the Empire? If that's the case, why not just give him a different title and let him be one of the bureaucrats? Having been involved in military supplies for a long time, he is quite strong in the numbers related to food supplies. He is almost on par with the people from the Ministry of Military Affairs, and yet, being a page is unacceptable. Of course, it's not like he is being treated poorly by his fellow pages or the chief page who is his superior. They likely do not know his formal status, but they work properly and fairly. The issue is not there. It's about pride in his work. That is everything. Unfortunately, Harg still cannot take pride in his work as a page. He watches his fellow pages work with pride, feeling envious. He understands that it's a problem within himself. That is why he feels down. At the same time, he wishes to return to a job where he can feel proud and hopes that at least he can approach his work as a page with the same pride as his colleagues. He thinks this way. The only pleasure Harg has in the holy capital, amidst his constant gloomy thoughts, is the cake and coffee at Café Roma, located diagonally across from the Imperial delegation quarters. It is said to be quite a high-end establishment even in the holy capital, and the taste is worthy of its price. While working in this delegation, Harg receives a salary as a page. Being a page for the former emperor, it is quite a generous salary. Of course, in the Empire, in addition to his salary as a page, he also receives his usual exorbitant pay as a special supply baron of the Imperial army. Since taxes collected from the baronial territory also go to the Benda family, there's no problem at all even if he spends all his salary as a page. Therefore, he visits Café Roma at least once every 3 days. This allows him to somehow relieve his stress. He understands this himself. However, on this day, Café Roma was surprisingly crowded. "Is it all right if I share a table?" a cheerful, butler-like young man asked, and Harg nodded. He was directed to a 2-person table. Across from him sat a man in his mid-30s, about the same age as Harg. That man also had a remarkably tired look on his face. Even so, Harg was lucky. The seat he was shown to was truly the last one available. The woman who entered right after him sat in a chair at the entrance, waiting for a seat to open up. The chairs at Café Roma are quite sturdy, and the tables are spacious. The spaciousness of a table, for one, is wonderful for a café. Without needing to look around, the clientele consisted mostly of women or couples. The only male customers were probably just Harg and the man across from him. Of course, he did not think about feeling out of place. He felt more pity for the men in the world who did not know about such delicious things. Delicious food knows no gender. Delicious food is delicious. A millefeuille and coffee were served to the man in front of him. It was probably the millefeuille of the month. Harg had eaten it 2 visits ago. It was surprisingly delicious, and he thought he had eaten it last time too. But today he chose something different. Every cake in this Café Roma is delicious. The man in front of him gently inserted his fork into the millefeuille, carefully, remarkably carefully, and then brought it to his mouth. A smile spread across his face. Harg could understand that feeling all too well. He had experienced it 3 days ago. He had experienced it 6 days ago. It was also true that he regretted just a little that he didn't choose that today. Yet in 1 minute after the man in front of him, Harg's cake and coffee arrived. Today's cake was the righteous path Mont Blanc. He slowly inserted his fork, to calm his heart, as if to tell himself not to rush, and then brought it to his mouth. Indeed, a smile spread across his face. His choice was not wrong. That relief and the deliciousness that surpassed that relief. At that moment, thoughts of being a page or the work of supplies became completely trivial, overwhelmed by the deliciousness. 5 minutes of bliss. Having finished the cake, he brought the coffee to his mouth. A lingering bliss. When he glanced over, the man in front of him was also immersed in the same lingering bliss. They exchanged small smiles, looking into each other's eyes. Not knowing who the other was, nor having exchanged any conversation, yet they could still connect. That is the beauty of delicious food. No words are needed. No explanations are necessary. Just eating is enough. That is all that is needed to communicate. And the two left the cafe. They bowed to each other and parted ways. They both regained the vitality they had lost. Harg began walking towards the Imperial delegation quarters. From behind, he heard a voice calling out to the man he had just parted ways with. "Lord Ignes, were you here? Starting tomorrow, I will be posting a 3-part interlude titled Empire Turmoil. It will be 3 consecutive days. It's a bit long, especially the 3rd part, so I won't be doing 3 parts a day. After that, we will return to the main story from 386. Please bear with me for 3 days. Reports and various things will be discussed in 386, and a new chapter will begin from 387. Rio will be playing an active role. Or so it should be. On the 28th at 8 p.m., I will post a simple character list related to Empire Turmoil. Please use it when you think, who was that again? Character list for the Empire Turmoil Arc 3-part series. This is a simple character list for the Empire Turmoil arc that spans 3 episodes. Since these characters are mentioned within the story, this shouldn't be necessary. It's here for when you might find yourself wondering, wait, who is this again? In the 2nd or 3rd episodes. For the record, I will post this on July 28 at 8 p.m. Royal Family Emperor Rupert VI, former emperor. Abdicated 2 years ago and is now living in seclusion, currently part of the delegation to the Western nations. Helmut VIII, current emperor, ascended 2 years ago. He was the first son of former Emperor Rupert, Conrad. Duke Stein, he was the 3rd son of former Emperor Rupert. He was once attacked alongside Fiona during a garden party in Witnash, Natore Kingdom. Fiona, Duchess Rubin, former leader of the Imperial Mage Brigade. Disbanded Mage Brigade members have been incorporated into the Duchy of Rubin's military. She is the 14th child and 11th daughter of former Emperor Rupert. Sigismund, Duke Arent. He was the 2nd son of former Emperor Rupert. Fiona related Oscar, Blazing Flame Mage. Count Ruska, former vice-captain of the Imperial Mage Brigade. He is the husband of Duchess Rubin Fiona, commander of the Duchy of Rubin's military. Marie, head maid and aide to Fiona. Jurgen Bartel, Oscar's aide, acting commander of the Duchy of Rubin's military. Marquise Kirkova. Governs the Kirkova Marquise territory adjacent to the Duchy of Rubin. In her 20s, her husband, the Marquise Kirkova, has already passed away. Subordinates and others: Martina Denner, Chancellor to Helmut VIII. Rand. Assistant to Duke Stein Conrad. Volker Abeline, commander of the Duke Stein's military. Flora Reisenheimer, commander of the Imperial 10th Army. Elmer, consultant for the Imperial 10th Army. Mainz, butler to Sigismund. Theo Barn. Viscount Kilnack, supreme regent of the Duke Arent territory. He is the master of Flora Reisenheimer. Linus Warner, former Viscount Kruger. He devised the strategy for the Imperial army that invaded the kingdom in the final chapter of Part 1. He is the son of Marquis Musel, who led the Imperial army during that time. Currently on the run. King An, king of horseback, leads the horseback people and has brought the corridor nations Schultz and Adek Bo under his control. He holds a grudge against former Emperor Rupert VI for harming his sister. This is just for reference. Time rewinds a little. The Duchy of Rubin has territories spanning from the eastern part of the empire to the southern part. During the reign of former Emperor Rupert VI, many influential nobles were stripped of their titles, which allowed the remaining nobles to possess quite an expansive territory. At the time of the ascension of the current Emperor Helmut VIII, one of the duchies was opened due to the descent of nobility status. This duchy was established by the 14th child of former Emperor Rupert VI, the 11th princess. That duchy is the Duchy of Ruben. The head of the family is Duchess Fiona Balnamissa. She was the former commander of the Imperial Mage Brigade. Currently, the Imperial Mage Brigade has been disbanded. Due to Helmut's military reforms, only 20 armies, 10 magical armies, and the Royal Guard Knights remain. Even though the Imperial Mage Brigade has been disbanded, the brigade members became part of the Mage Brigade of the Duchy of Ruben. After the disbandment was decided, 600 brigade members came to Fiona, who was about to open the duchy, and requested employment. Of course, Fiona hired them all. These were some of the elite members of the Imperial Army who had come to her, and they were her subordinates whom she had personally nurtured. There was no way she wouldn't hire them. In the first place, once she opened the duchy, she would inevitably have to maintain the military power associated with it. Military strength is necessary for maintaining security within the territory. That is unavoidable. If that is the case, it is overwhelmingly better to have those who are familiar rather than unknowns. Thus, the former Imperial Mage Brigade became the core strength of the Duchy of Ruben's army. Master, did you hear? Brother Conrad has been charged with high treason. Fiona, that way of addressing me, well, it's fine. I've read that report as well. I wonder what His Majesty the Emperor is so anxious about. Answering Fiona's question was Oscar. He is Fiona's husband, yet he occasionally calls her master. It seems that old habits are hard to break. Oh, I'm sorry, anyway, I'm going to the Imperial Castle. I'll go too. I don't think anything will happen. No, if Brother Conrad has been imprisoned, there might be something. Marie, informed Jurgen that all authority of the Duchy's army will be granted to him in our absence. Understood. In response to Oscar's words, Marie, who is both Fiona's head maid and aide, replied, Conrad Balnamissa, the Duke of Stein. He is the third prince of former Emperor Rupert VI, a full brother of the current Emperor Helmut, and also Fiona's brother. During the ambush at the garden party in the Natore Kingdom's Witnash, he was also a target alongside Fiona. That Conrad, upon Helmut's ascension, had descended in nobility and opened the Duchy of Stein. Now he is suspected of treason against the Emperor and has been imprisoned. This is not a trivial matter. However, historically in the Debuhi Empire, such events are not unusual. Former Emperor Rupert VI himself, after ascending to the throne in his 20s, caused many of his siblings to meet their demise. He preemptively acted because of the potential for rebellion. Rupert has answered that way both then and now. But Fiona couldn't easily accept it. As soon as Fiona and Oscar arrived at the Imperial Castle, they requested an audience with the Emperor. I'm sorry, His Majesty is busy right now and cannot meet with you. That's ridiculous, Fiona instinctively shouted at the response from Regent Martina Denner. Fiona, Oscar called her name slowly and calmly, trying to soothe her. That brought Fiona back to her senses. I understand. Please tell His Majesty that Fiona will return to the territory. Understood. That exchange was all that happened. But for those who have survived many life-and-death situations, that was enough. Brother Helmut is seriously intent on killing Brother Conrad. Yeah, the territory of Brother Conrad, the Duchy of Stein, is originally the territory of the former Count Walrathar and Count Gemund. In other words, it's a key area in the northwest of the Empire. While it does not border foreign lands directly, regardless of the northern regions, it is an extremely important territory to keep the West in check. Even if His Majesty is planning to execute Brother Conrad, doing so at this timing is ill-advised. In the carriage returning from the Imperial Castle to the Duchy of Ruben, Fiona and Oscar were discussing. True, until now I didn't have to think about the corridor nations. Indeed, for the horseback people, the distance from the easternmost Adek bow of the corridor nations to the Imperial territory is not impossible to reach. Oscar agreed with Fiona's words. The corridor nations are different from before. A powerful king, mobile people. If the Empire were to show a weakness, then would a country with the national power of the Empire really launch an attack, even with powerful horseback people? Marie expressed her doubts. Ordinarily, that would be unlikely. However, it seems that King An, the king of horseback, harbors a grudge against the Empire. Apparently, even commoners in his homeland, the Schultz Kingdom, are aware of this. Grudges should never be underestimated, as they can sometimes surpass reason. There are those who say it is foolish for a king to be swayed by emotions, but the feelings of the king can infect the people. The passions of the populace can become a significant catalyst for change in a nation. Isn't there a king who unified a divided kingdom by leading the passionate people? King Abel of the Natore Kingdom. In response to Oscar's explanation in question, Marie swallowed hard as she recalled the fierce battle between Oscar and the kingdom's water attribute mage at the climax of that war. That was truly a battle between non-humans. King On, from what I've heard, he is certainly not someone to show weakness against. Fiona and Marie nodded at Oscar's words. The third spire of the Imperial Castle, also known as the Tower of Prisoners. A prison for holding noble individuals. There Duke Conrad Balnamissa was being held. Of course, he was not bound by chains or anything of the sort. In fact, there was nothing prepared to seal his magical power either. Your Highness, Rand, don't make that face. Well, it was more forceful than expected, but I did say it would eventually come to this, didn't I? Rand, Conrad's aide, said regretfully, while Conrad, in stark contrast, declared cheerfully, "Are you really not going to escape?" "Of course not. What His Majesty is aiming for is for me to break out. That way he can openly subjugate me. For that purpose, it has been made easy for me to escape without sealing my magical power. Wouldn't it be a waste to fall for such a trap? But, given the current situation, the influential figures within the Empire must understand that His Majesty is trying to eliminate me. They must be watching how others will act. They are looking to ride the winning horse," Conrad explained, seemingly enjoying the situation, even though his life could end at any moment. If this were father instead of brother Helmut, everyone would undoubtedly side with father without a moment's hesitation. But brother isn't there yet. He took a sip of coffee. Before he knew it, he was no longer referring to His Majesty, but brother Helmut. Rand, who was listening, didn't interject anything. Brother Helmut wanted to include me in the delegation to the Western nations to kill me along the way. However, father stepped in, and I remained in the Empire. To eliminate me, it would be necessary to finish everything before the delegation returns. That's why at this timing, but brother, you're not the only one who was preparing. The last murmured words were too quiet for Rand to hear. 2 days later, urgent news arrived at the Imperial Castle. I report that in the north, the former Viscount Linus Warner Kruger has staged a rebellion. Linus Warner, the son of Marquis Musel, I heard he fled after destroying the Marquis house, so he's still alive. Upon receiving the report, Emperor Helmut VIII grimaced as if he had bitten into a sour bug. 3 years ago, it was Marquis Musel who led the invasion of the Natore kingdom, and it was his son, Viscount Linus Warner, who devised the strategy. After being defeated by the kingdom's army led by King Abel, they had returned to the imperial mainland, but former Emperor Rupert VI had held them responsible for the defeat, leading to their demotion, which meant the destruction of their house. Was there an imperial army in the north? Yes, the 15th Army of the Empire is stationed there. In response to Helmut VIII's question, Regent Martina Denner answered, "Very well, then have the 15th Army attack Linus. Eliminate him as swiftly as possible." Understood. At that time, everyone believed this rebellion would be easily suppressed. 4 days later, I report, the 15th Army has been annihilated. What? What is the meaning of this? Helmut VIII shouted in anger at the report. It was only natural. Linus's rebel army consisted of about 700 men. In contrast, the 15th Army had 15,000, and they were regular troops. Their equipment and training were top-notch. It was unthinkable for them to lose, but had that unthinkable happened? There are unverified reports of traitors emerging from the 15th Army. That's absurd. Helmut VIII was speechless. Traitors from the regular Imperial Army? Could such a ridiculous thing be true? He hadn't heard of anything like that in decades. But was the Imperial Army really not completely obedient to him? It had been 2 years since he took the throne. Could he confidently say he had fully grasped control over the military? Certainly, he was not as in control as the former emperor. If that were the case, could there be traitors emerging elsewhere in the Imperial Army? That suspicion slowly began to corrode Helmut's mind. 2 days later, I report, in the southwest of the Empire, a rebellion has arisen led by the heir of the former Duke Morgrund Rolf. Again? In response to Regent Martina Denner's report, Helmut VIII replied with an exasperated expression. The earlier rebellion of Linus Warner has yet to be resolved. He had just dispatched the Imperial Second Army, which was stationed in the royal capital. For its suppression, Duke Morgrund was considered one of the last great nobles that former Emperor Rupert personally destroyed for plotting a rebellion within the Empire during the final stages of the invasion. His territory is located in the southeastern part of the Empire, and part of it falls within the Duchy of Ruben governed by Fiona. Which army can we send? I think the 9th Army of the Empire would be appropriate. In response to Helmut's question, Martina answered. In her mind, she had recorded the deployments and internal conditions of all the Empire's armies and magical forces in detail. Then, send the 9th Army. The information about Linus's rebellion, the annihilation of the 15th Army, and the rebellion news of Morgrund's Rolf was accurately reaching the imprisoned Conrad as well. Not bad. With the situation destabilized to this extent, they won't be able to kill me so easily. Good to hear. Rand nodded happily at Conrad's words. In this situation, if Conrad were to be executed, without a doubt, the Duchy of Stein would rise in rebellion. Many of Conrad's loyal subordinates were within the duchy. They would not easily submit after their beloved master was killed. They would likely actively coordinate with Linus and Rolf's rebel armies. Certainly, it was something Helmut VIII would want to avoid. No ruler would want to increase problems when multiple issues are already arising. At least until things settled down to a certain extent, they likely wouldn't touch someone who was behaving quietly. I believe the end of the first act was that. Now, I wonder how long Brother's heart can endure. The smile Conrad wore was one of childlike innocence. I report the Ninth Army has been wiped out. What? In response to the incomprehensible report, Helmut let out a foolish reply. Wiped out, you say? Yes. The entire army has dispersed, and no one remains. That's impossible. Helmut had completely lost faith in the Imperial army. Betrayal, dispersal. Yesterday, by a slight chance, I learned that the Water Attribute Mage Volume 1 was available in the Kurashiki City Library in Okayama Prefecture. And upon a little investigation, I found out that it was also available at the Okayama City Library. Moreover, both Volume 1 and Volume 2, what a wonderful thing. Of course, they were all checked out. Volume 1 at Okayama City Library had 19 reservations. Well, since every library only has one copy. However, it is a blessing that it is available in libraries, and people even want to read it enough to reserve it. If it ends up in libraries throughout Japan, that alone would boost the sales numbers. Heh heh. I can't let that bad laugh slip out. Forget that. Just to clarify, the author is not a resident of Okayama Prefecture. I only learned about it through a little search, yes. Regardless of the method, I am glad that many people will be able to read it. Thank you to those who made it available in libraries, whether citizens or librarians, I don't know. All deployments of the Duchy of Ruben's forces are complete. Good work. Fiona nodded briefly in response to the report from Jurgen Bartel, Oscar's aide, and the acting commander of the Duchy of Ruben's forces. However, is it really okay? With the entire territory in a state of full combat readiness, won't His Majesty Helmut have something to say about it? Marie's voice came. She was Fiona's aide and head maid. It's fine. Just say it's to prepare for Linus's rebellion and to deter any new rebellions. Oscar replied without changing his expression. To think the seemingly solid empire could come to this in just 2 weeks. Fiona mumbled while shaking her head slightly. In this case, not having the 12 Imperial Knights is painful. The 12 Imperial Knights? Fiona reacted to Oscar's murmuring. The 12 Imperial Knights are the 12 Supreme Knights appointed by the Emperor, tasked with protecting him. Each one is a true one warrior against 1,000. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are the envy of all Imperial citizens in any age. The role of the 12 Imperial Knights is to dispel any threats to the Emperor with their strength. If the current situation continues, there will surely be those who seek to directly harm His Majesty the Emperor. The number of those who can protect him is few, all of Father. Former Emperor Rupert's 12 Imperial Knights have been replaced, as per tradition. They all became nobles and returned to their territories. The newly appointed ones are, what, only 4? Fiona answered while picturing the new 12 Imperial Knights. Well, it's not something that has to be chosen in a hurry, so it wouldn't have been a problem to take the time to find suitable knights if it wasn't for this chaos. For a while, the security of the Empire will worsen, probably except for the eastern part and this southeastern area. What do you mean by that? Fiona tilted her head at Oscar's words. The southeastern region is largely occupied by this Duchy of Ruben. The eastern part is centered around the neighboring Marquise Kirkova's territory. If they know your relationship with the Marquise, they shouldn't make any moves against her territory. If they know the relationship, I can't believe rebels would think like that, Fiona asked, still tilting her head at Oscar's explanation. This rebellion is likely being manipulated from behind by Lord Conrad. No way. Almost certainly. If that is the case, he would try to avoid making you an enemy. If they make a move against this Duchy of Ruben, of course they would face you as an enemy too, right? Of course. Fiona immediately nodded in response to Oscar's question. The Marquise Kirkova is someone Fiona has admired since she was young and is one of the most trusted nobles in the Empire. Fiona would surely give her all for her. Moreover, the Marquise is someone who took care of Oscar when he was younger. She would support Fiona but would not stop her. However, the military strength of the Marquise Kirkova's territory is not weak at all. The Knight Order of the Duchy of Kirkova, led by the renowned Knight Commander Norbert, is known for its strong military prowess. Perhaps influenced by the Marquise's guidance, the Knights of the Duchy are all well-versed in martial arts, knowledge, and culture. It is one of the Knight Orders that many nobles aspire to join. Additionally, the Duchy of Kirkova has the only non-discriminatory school group in the Empire, with even a university forming a sort of academic city. This was built with the Marquise's personal wealth over the past decade. The city itself is called the academic city of Sankausi. 3 years ago, during the latter part of the kingdom's invasion, the neighboring Duchy of Morgrund became the battlefield for fierce fighting between the duchy's forces and the Imperial army led by the Emperor. However, the Duchy of Kirkova was spared from the flames of war. As a result, its development did not stop, and it has now become the most developed territory in the eastern part of the empire. It surpasses even Fiona's Duchy of Ruben. I will absolutely protect this duchy and the Duchy of Kirkova. Fiona's firm determination caused Marie to nod involuntarily. The Imperial Castle's third spire, the Tower of Prisoners. Conrad is still imprisoned. Your Highness, may I ask you something? What is it, Land? Conrad's aide, Land, seemed to have something he didn't understand. It was only natural for someone appointed as Conrad's aide to be quick-witted and capable. However, fundamentally, Land is a good person. Therefore, he is not well versed in intrigue and stratagem and does not excel in that area. Of course, Conrad has no issue with that. In fact, he prefers it. The Imperial Castle is rife with sinister figures. Conrad's position does not guarantee constant safety even after returning to his territory. In such an environment, Land's good-natured personality, which could even be described as naive, is comforting to have by his side. Yes, the other day there was a report that the 9th Imperial Army has vanished. Not due to defeat or retreat, but vanishing. How could they have vanished? Oh, it's not like they disappeared through magic or anything. I just spread money around. Spread money? Yes, I told them that if they left the army, they would receive a large sum of money, and so everyone left the army. As a result, the 9th Army vanished. Conrad answered Land's question as if it were the most normal thing. I see, but the salaries of the Imperial Army are not that low, right? If they leave the army now, they will have no income going forward. Indeed, they could stay in the army until the age of 45 and receive their salary. That's why I gave them a considerable amount. If I remember correctly, it was 100 million florin per person. 100 million florin. For reference, the annual salary of a regular Imperial soldier is 200,000 florin. That's 50 years' worth. The 9th Army had 15,000 men. That means they spent 1,500,000,000,000 florin, Land gasped as he spoke. What, did you calculate that? As expected of Land, Conrad laughed cheerfully. That money belongs to your Highness. Ah, of course, I haven't touched the funds of the duchy, so rest assured. I've been your aide for over 5 years, but, with all due respect, I had no idea your Highness had that much money. Well, it's part of the inheritance from my mother that I've invested and grown. It's not a significant amount. No. Even the annual budget of the duchy is 3 trillion florin, you know? What? That's just half, isn't it? It really isn't that much. Land said this while sweating, and Conrad answered with a laugh. Money gains its value when spent. Hoarding it may provide a sense of security for emergencies, but that's all. Money only comes to life when used. My father was very skilled at this. But Helmut's older brother is not that good at it, Conrad said with a frown. Whether in the Empire or the Duchy, it is vital to operate finances so that money circulates smoothly. It is not about merely earning or hoarding. Taxes can be collected, but ideally, people and merchants should willingly spend it. They shouldn't be forced to give it up reluctantly as taxes. Rather, they should use it with joy and pleasure. That is the role of a ruler. Conrad understood this. In that regard, Helmut's older brother lacks understanding. Therefore, he is not well liked. That murmur didn't reach Land, who was by his side. Helmut VIII, harshly evaluated by his younger brother Conrad. Nevertheless, he is by no means incompetent. An incompetent person could never ascend to the throne, even for 2 years. Of course, since birth, he had thought of becoming emperor once he became aware of his surroundings. That cannot be denied. It is only natural. His father is Emperor Rupert VI, and his mother is the first empress. And he is the firstborn, moreover, the first prince. No one in his position could possibly not desire the throne. He believed he had produced accomplishments worthy of such a desire. However, there was always a phrase that was said about him. Emperor Rupert is a great emperor. Indeed, his father is a great emperor. That is a fact, and he acknowledges it. The issue lies beyond that. The person who said that continued in their heart. Compared to him, Prince Helmut is still lacking. That may have been Helmut's paranoia. However, Helmut himself understood it, whether he liked it or not. He is nowhere near his father, former Emperor Rupert VI. It's not about where he falls short. It's not about what he lacks. It's everything. Helmut is certainly not incompetent. He likely possesses average or even above-average abilities and qualities compared to previous emperors. However, those around him do not compare him to past emperors. Subordinates, citizens, and neighboring countries compare him to former Emperor Rupert VI. That is why Helmut felt anxious. the conquest of the Natore kingdom, which even Rupert VI could not achieve, or the acquisition of territories. If he could accomplish this, he could say he surpassed former Emperor Rupert. That is why he attempted to ambush King Abel. If he could kill him, the kingdom, though still solid, would surely waver. The successor is still only 2 years old. The nobles who should support the royal family have not yet fully matured. Even if he cannot conquer, he should be able to seize some territory. Rupert VI could not take even a millimeter of the kingdom's territory. If he could seize it, his evaluation would. However, the ambush failed. That led to growing concerns about the situation within the country. Helmut's position was far from solid. His rivals might seize upon the failure of the ambush on King Abel to incite the nobles of the empire against him. They might turn against him. The most prominent among them is his younger brother, Conrad, Duke Conrad Borne-Missa of Stein. At only 23 years old, he already commands a significant number of loyal subordinates. He is the third son of former Emperor Rupert VI, and like Helmut, the son of the first empress. The only other child of the first empress is the youngest sister, Fiona. Fiona has reportedly made it clear to former Emperor Rupert VI that she does not wish for the throne. In any case, he must absolutely avoid turning Fiona into an enemy. This is because making Fiona an enemy means making her husband, Count Oscar Lusk, an enemy. Seriously, it would be more terrifying to turn against Oscar than to face the entire Imperial army. That is why Helmut was genuinely pleased that Fiona was not a rival for the throne. At that moment, Helmut's thoughts were interrupted. "I apologize, Your Majesty, I have an urgent report." In a rare event, the voice of Regent Martina Denair trembled slightly. "Speak." "At noon today, Duke Arent Sigismund has rebelled. It has been reported that General Ivo, the commander of the 3rd Imperial Army, who was visiting the duchy's government office, has been killed." What? This report was completely outside of Helmut's imagination. To be honest, he had considered the possibility of new rebellions like Linus or Rolf. But, Sigismund, that is simply unbelievable. It is absolutely impossible. If Sigismund were to rebel, it would be more likely for Fiona to do so. Is that information reliable? Helmut dared to ask. The Regent Martina understood why Helmut posed such a question. "Yes, it has been confirmed by reports from both the 3rd Imperial Army and the neighboring Viscount Juwa," Martina reported. "Duke Arent Sigismund. He is the second son of former Emperor Rupert VI. In other words, he is Helmut's younger brother and Conrad's elder brother. However, due to his mother being the 3rd empress and thus not of high status, he was excluded from the race to become the next emperor as soon as the 3rd prince, Conrad, was born. Sigismund himself has never been interested in politics and has used his wealth and position to promote and protect the development of culture and the arts. That has not changed even after his noble status was lowered, and his Duchy of Arent in the western part of the empire is recognized as the most advanced region in the empire for promoting the arts. Naturally, he does not like conflicts and has no significant military power. He is a man who publicly declares that he would rather spend money on the arts than on military preparations. So for Sigismund to rebel, moreover to kill the 3rd Army commander who was visiting the government office, it does not fit Sigismund's image at all. Helmut shook his head repeatedly, though he is the emperor. He had completely lost understanding of what was happening in his own empire. "Your Highness, it's serious." In the Imperial castle's 3rd spire, the Tower of Prisoners, rushing in was Conrad's aide land. "What is it? Did Helmut's older brother suddenly commit suicide or something?" Conrad asked with a laugh. Of course, he understood that such a thing would not happen. "This is not the time for jokes. At noon today, Duke Sigismund of Arent has rebelled after killing General Ivo, the commander of the 3rd Army, who was visiting the government office." "What?" Conrad was astonished by Land's report. Even for Conrad, Sigismund's rebellion was unexpected. It was completely out of the blue. Did the most unlikely thing happen at the most unlikely time? That Sigismund's older brother would rebel. What on earth did Helmut's older brother do? General Ivo. No, that's not what I should be thinking of right now. The situation is entirely different from Linus and Rolf's rebellion. Even though he is a half-brother, the Emperor's brother has rebelled. The impact on both domestic and foreign affairs is vastly different. Furthermore, this puts my life in danger. If I were Helmut's older brother, I would be the first to be killed. Fewer figureheads are better, truly. The situation has completely changed. After murmuring that, Conrad turned to Land. "Land, we need to escape the Imperial castle immediately and return to the duchy. We must hurry and leave here without Helmut's older brother knowing." Preparations for the escape were already complete. Under the initial assumptions, there should have been no need to escape, and the issues should have resolved while Conrad remained in the Tower of Prisoners. But now, an unforeseen event had occurred. Of course, that was precisely why the escape preparations had been made. Conrad muttered softly in the carriage heading toward his territory. Nothing ever goes as planned. Here the empire has been completely divided. The current emperor, Helmut VIII, holds the imperial capital and commands the majority of the imperial army. The Duke of Arendt, Sigismund, who killed the commander of the Third Army and rebelled against the empire in the west. The Duke of Stein, Conrad Borne-Missa, who passed through the imperial castle and returned to his territory to strengthen its defenses. The three sons of the former emperor are embroiled in conflict within the empire, at the center of it all. Linus Warner Kruger, the Viscount who incited a rebellion in the north. Rolf, the heir of Duke Morgrund, who rebelled in the southwest. Many imperial nobles are closely watching the situation, remaining still. To put it more bluntly, they have no way to move. Emperor Helmut VIII is not demanding anything from the nobles. As the emperor, it is only natural that their loyalty lies with him, or at least it should be. The only way to resolve the issues is through military power, but the largest military force within the empire, the Imperial Army, the Magical Army, and the Royal Guard Knights, are fundamentally under his command. Thus, he does not need the assistance of the nobles. Therefore, he does not demand anything from the imperial nobles. In that case, the imperial nobles cannot move. Since killing General Ivo, Duke Sigismund has consolidated his defenses in the Arendt territory, but hasn't taken any further action. He hasn't even issued a statement. Again, the imperial nobles cannot move. Lastly, regarding Duke Conrad Borne-Missa of Stein, he did indeed return to his territory after passing through the Tower of Prisoners in the imperial castle. This amounts to defying the emperor's orders and could be charged with treason. However, he has not taken any concrete action. Conrad's reputation within the empire is extremely high. His remarkable abilities are well known, and his loyal subordinates are also excellent, making the strength of the Stein Duchy's military famous. Naturally, many nobles are watching him closely. If he were to clearly raise the banner of rebellion against Helmut VIII, the forces that would gather under him would be considerable. Yet, he remains inactive. Thus, the imperial nobles cannot act for now. Linus's rebel army has swollen to 4,000 men. However, they are in a standoff against the Imperial Second Army and the Second Magical Army dispatched from the imperial capital. Linus occupies the fortified Sakala fortress, making it difficult for the Imperial Army to take action against them. And then there's Rolf of Morgrund. No actions have been taken against him. That's right, none at all. Previously, the Ninth Army was dispatched, but the Ninth Army has vanished. Since then, Helmut has been unable to trust the Imperial Army. He is the supreme commander of the Imperial Army, yet he cannot trust the military. However, there are those he can trust. They are the First Army and the First Magical Army. These forces were organized around the units Helmut had commanded during his time as Crown Prince, effectively his loyal troops. The 15,000 plus 2,000 men are truly reliable subordinates whom Helmut knows the faces of. He trusts only them. Thus, the protection of the imperial castle has been undertaken by the First Army along with the Royal Guard Knights since his ascension. In times of crisis, Helmut has even begun to consider resolving matters with only the First Army and First Magical Army. If he were to move untrustworthy troops and be betrayed during operations, defeat would be inevitable. He believes it is better to act with a small, entirely trustworthy elite. But the problem is, if he moves the First Army and the First Magical Army, what will happen to the protection of the Imperial Castle? The Royal Guard Knights remain, but there are only 200 of them. Each of them is strong, but they are far too few in number. In the current situation where the enemy forces are divided, while one group engages, another may attack the Imperial Castle. It would be best if I lead myself. Helmut concluded this. Helmut is certainly not a coward. While not adept in magic, his swordsmanship is above average, even among the Royal Guard Knights. Therefore, he reached the conclusion that it would be best for him to take the lead and command the First Army and First Magical Army to annihilate the enemy. In that case, frankly speaking, there would be no need to protect the Imperial Castle. He would not be in the Imperial Castle. In a room of the errant Duke's administrative office, Duke Sigismund was holding his head. How did it come to this? Those words he has murmured hundreds, if not thousands, of times since that moment. Your Highness, forgive me for the intrusion. The one who entered was Mainz, Sigismund's head butler. He has been with Sigismund since his childhood. Perhaps that is why he still addresses Sigismund as Your Highness. Everyone around him does the same. Mainz is nearly 70 years old, an age at which one would typically retire. Yes, he was supposed to retire next year, but with the occurrence of events like this... Mainz, what have I done? Sigismund's voice was frail. Normally, he is a bright and cheerful young man treating everyone equally, but now, It is all General Ivo's fault. It is not your highness's fault. But the undeniable fact is that I killed the general. Sigismund shook his head slightly, lamenting at Mainz's words. Indeed, General Ivo derided the arts. What good are such things? Moreover, he demanded not only food from the Third Army, but also gold and women. Is that even possible? Could a general of the glorious Imperial regular army make such demands? Besides, Sigismund is, after all, a brother of the Emperor. Even though he is the child of the late Emperor's third Empress, he was recognized as a prince by the late Emperor Rupert, and he is a duke. To demand food, gold, and women from a duke? Of course, Sigismund refused. Food was acceptable, but for what purpose would he need gold? The regular army receives operational funds through proper channels. There is no need to demand money from nobles. After all, it is likely that the executives would pocket it. And to demand women? Again is it even necessary for the army? There are countless facilities for such matters in the city. They can simply be used normally. They have always done so before. Normally, there is no need for food even from the Duke's territory, yet he made that concession. And yet, the General Ivo and his subordinates stormed out, kicking over their seats. Yet they caused an uproar again in the lobby on the first floor of the government office. At least, Sigismund had descended to the first floor. Right in front of him, laughing, they slashed a painting that was hanging on the wall. This should make it a bit of a better painting, they said. That was the masterpiece Dancing Trees by the great painter Manunti. In that moment, Sigismund snapped. General Ivo's subordinates hastily erected a magic barrier, but it was completely meaningless. They were easily sliced apart, and General Ivo and his 4 subordinates were shredded by an unseen wind. Sigismund's consciousness cut off at that point. He likely fell into mana depletion. He was carried to the Duke's private room in the government office. And when he awoke from his slumber, it was already too late. Since then, he has remained holed up in the government office like this. There is no choice, Sigismund murmured, standing up. Your Highness, Mainz, I will go to the Imperial capital and offer myself to His Majesty the Emperor. Your Highness. Tears filled Mainz's eyes at Sigismund's words. But even he understood that there was no other choice. If I offer myself and plead for mercy, the people and my subordinates might forgive me. I only hope that the new lord will be someone who understands the arts. Having said that, Sigismund noticed a commotion outside. The balcony was outside the window. Beyond it lay a square. Sigismund opened the window and stepped out onto the balcony. For just a moment, the sound disappeared. Those thousands and tens of thousands of people in the square. They began to voice their concerns upon seeing the figure who emerged onto the balcony. It's the Duke. Sigismund has come out. Our lord, the people had gathered, concerned for Sigismund. What is this? Sigismund murmured instinctively. At his side knelt a figure. Theo Barn, Viscount Kuenak. Theo was the supreme regent who managed all the affairs of the errant duchy under Sigismund. In his mid-40s, he had been supporting Sigismund for 20 years alongside head butler Mainz since childhood. He is considered one of the most loyal vassals. His administrative abilities have been praised by Count Hans Kirchhoff, who was the right hand of the late Emperor Rupert. It is because of Theo Barn that Sigismund has been able to manage. Even from the time he was the second prince, Sigismund was spoken of in such terms in the shadows. But Theo knows best. That is not the case. One of those who understands Sigismund's high abilities the most is him. Your Highness, the people have gathered out of concern for you. Concerned for me? Sigismund tilted his head, questioning Theo's words. The people know about what happened in the government office. There were many people in the lobby. Oh, and so the word spread, and here we are. I see, I must have worried everyone. Sigismund smiled slightly. Earlier, a proclamation came from the Imperial capital. Duke Sigismund of Arendt is to urgently come to the palace and explain the situation. The people are aware of this proclamation. I understand, Sigismund replied as he moved to the front of the balcony. The crowd all fell silent. They waited for Sigismund's words. Everyone, I apologize for causing you concern, but as you can see, I am fine, thank you. A moment later, woo-hoo, a roar of cheers erupted. Multiple, countless cheers. Sigismund raised his hand. Immediately, the crowd quieted. I have been informed that a proclamation has been issued from the Imperial capital, but there is no need to worry. I will go to the Imperial capital and make my case. I promise that nothing will happen that will hold the Empire accountable for you. As Sigismund finished his statement. This time, the voices of the crowd were barely audible. But gradually, voices of dissent began to surface. No way, that's wrong. They're the ones at fault. The Duke is not at fault. The Emperor who sent them is to blame. Our lord is only Sigismund. If he goes to the Imperial capital, he will be killed. Don't go, such voices swelled like waves, spreading across the square and beyond into the town. The most surprised was Sigismund. What in the world is this? He instinctively murmured at the incomprehensible phenomenon. Your Highness, the people are telling you not to go to the Imperial capital. No, but if I do not go, the Imperial army will. Sigismund faltered at Theo's explanation. He knows well the strength of the Imperial regular army. After all, he was the second prince. Everyone, if I do not go, the Emperor will send the Imperial army. If that happens, the town will be burned. For a moment, the crowd fell silent at Sigismund's words, but soon voices spread again. That's fine, we will fight. We'll show our strength as the 50 million people of the West. Down with the Emperor, down with the Emperor. Down with the Emperor, down with the Emperor, down with the Emperor. This is... Sigismund was left speechless, yet he could not agree with them at all. The Imperial army is formidable. In comparison, the military of the Arrant Duchy cannot even be considered strong. They have 20,000 troops, which is the minimum required to maintain order in the territory. But they are not at the level to contend with the regular army. Your Highness, for the people, you are their only lord, Theo stated clearly. Sigismund looked at him involuntarily. But Sigismund also saw the resolve in Theo's eyes. I too am to serve you with my life, Your Highness. The moment Theo spoke, everyone present on the balcony knelt down. Only Sigismund stood, closing his eyes. He could hear the voices of the crowd. Down with the Emperor, and then, without needing to see, he understood the determined eyes of those who knelt before him. Sigismund slowly opened his eyes. He understood. His life is not solely his own. The life of one in a position above is also a life of those below. He is not allowed to die of his own accord. If he dies, his house will be abolished, and his subordinates will be left wandering the streets. If he dies, another lord will take his place, and the people will suffer. His own life is not something he has the right to decide alone. There was not a trace of hesitation on Sigismund's face. He nodded and opened his mouth to say just one thing. I understand. Your Majesty, a letter has arrived from Duke Arrant. A letter? Helmut VIII responded with suspicion to the words of Regent Martina Denner. And he read the letter. Due to illness, I am unable to rise and explain in the Imperial capital. I see. After carving up General Ivo, Sigismund fell. Yes, that has been reported, Helmut asked, and Martina answered. Martina, what do you think we should do? We should send someone. Ideally, we should send the First Army to hear his explanation. No, the First Army won't do. I want to keep them close. I see. In that case, the 10th Army would be appropriate. The 10th Army? Flora's army? Yes, I have heard that Flora Reisenheimer learned military strategy under Viscount Theo Barn, the right hand of Duke Arrant. It is said she has made acquaintances with Duke Arrant, so she may be easier to talk to than others. Martina's mind is filled with information about personnel within the Imperial Army. I see. Then send the 10th Army. At the same time, the 1st Army and 1st Magical Army should complete preparations for deployment to the Stein Duchy. We will move against Conrad. Understood. This is troublesome. This is an Imperial decree. There is no choice. Elmer, the advisor of the 10th Army, sighed as he read the orders, and Commander Flora shook her head in response. If I were the commander of the Arrant Duchy forces, I would be laying traps. Lord Sigismund seems to be a person who does not enjoy conflict. I do not think he would act so rashly, Flora argued against Elmer's words. But, regardless of the reasoning, he killed the commander sent by His Majesty the Emperor. In this case, according to Imperial law, even a high-ranking noble would face execution. Indeed, that is true. Then it would mean Lord Sigismund would face execution. Most likely, what would those who wish to prevent that do? Ah, I understand what Elmer is getting at. I understand, but I do not want any rash actions taken, Flora said, grimacing as she struggled to find words. She has a connection with Sigismund and has discussed the arts with him multiple times. Moreover, Viscount Theo Barn, the Supreme Regent managing the Arrant Duchy, is also Flora's mentor. Flora knows well of Theo's remarkably high abilities. I do not want to make an enemy of Theo. Ah, the Supreme Regent of the Arrant Duchy. It is said that because he is there, the Arrant Duchy will not fall apart. Elmer reacted to Flora's muttering. That is not correct. What? Lord Sigismund himself is an extremely capable person. Flora shook her head slightly, denying the common opinion. Theo Barn has served Sigismund for 20 years. This has been the case since Sigismund was a child. The Arrant Duchy was opened 2 years ago, but Sigismund has held land long before that. In the Empire, princes are required to manage territories and learn governance from a young age. If they desire, princesses can also hold territories and learn governance, although none of Rupert's daughters wished for that. On his 10th birthday, the late Emperor Rupert VI granted Sigismund the land that is now the center of the Arrant Duchy. For 15 years, Sigismund has been traveling back and forth between his territory and the imperial capital. The administration of the territory was run with Theo Barn at its center, but Sigismund was not satisfied with that alone. Sigismund had a dream. He hoped that in the future his territory would come to be called the City of Arts in the Central Nations. To that end, Sigismund devoted himself to promoting culture and the arts. However, Theo knows that Sigismund possesses an astonishing sense of balance, and that he prefers to progress matters strategically rather than seeking immediate results. Sigismund promoted the arts within the budgets Theo allocated. In other words, he did not cut funding for the essential governance tasks, such as infrastructure and commercial promotion, for which he understood that cutting would hinder the development of the territory. In addition to that, he promoted the arts using surplus funds. Moreover, he planned for the future, thinking about 10 years or 20 years ahead. This, combined with the commercial promotion Theo initiated, made the territory immensely prosperous. Many merchants gathered. When people gather, goods also come together. When people and goods come together, money follows. When money gathers, artists gather, seeking patrons. The arts in Sigismund's territory were certainly not just for the nobles. He loved the talents and works of artists. Naturally, their origins were of no concern to him. This was appealing to those aspiring to arts in the neighboring areas. With so many artists and art aspirants gathering in the town, the atmosphere of artistic pursuit naturally began to thrive throughout the streets. Moreover, Lord Sigismund loves the arts. Such a lord often wandered the streets. Naturally, since art is everywhere in the town, the people also drew closer to their lord. The masterpiece, Dancing Trees, by the great painter Manuti, was displayed in the first floor of the government office, a place where many of the territory's subjects would visit, at the behest of Sigismund. The lord would stop to talk about the paintings with the owner of an inn. The lord would speak with the shopkeeper, who displayed a painting that was left as payment for food. The lord would donate to a painter who was intently painting in the square. Such scenes were commonplace in Sigismund's territory. As a result, the territory Sigismund desired was slowly beginning to take shape. Furthermore, as the Arent Duchy was established, its growth increased exponentially. And then occurred the event that led to the current situation. Theo was filled with hatred for General Ivo, hatred for the emperor who sent him, hatred for everything that trampled upon Sigismund's pure intentions. He decided to protect Sigismund with all his might. For that, he wouldn't mind turning the emperor, the Imperial army, and the entire empire into his enemies. Fortunately, the current empire is in a state of remarkable turmoil. It is something that was unimaginable just a month ago. In a sense, this is fortunate. With the situation being this complex, there are bound to be confusions. Normally, one would devise strategies to complicate the situation further and seek out confusion, but in this case, the situation is already complex. He just needs to take advantage of that. Preparations have been made to a certain extent. The 10th Army is said to be coming from the Imperial capital. The commander is Flora Reisenheimer. She is exceptional. Moreover, her character is also wonderful. Without needing to bring up General Ivo, who is a rotten commander, she is an extremely rare and capable person among the current Imperial army. If possible, he does not want to make her his enemy. It may be difficult to bring her to his side, but to keep her neutral, it is not difficult to devise a strategy. However, the ideal is to convey the facts and maintain neutrality. Facts are stronger than anything. If he can move hearts by speaking the truth, that would be the best. However, if that neutrality leads her and the 10th Army to incur the Emperor's displeasure, that would be a problem. If that were to seem likely, she might turn against him to protect her subordinates. Thus, he also prepared strategies to ensure that she does not incur the Emperor's displeasure. The Imperial 10th Army, led by Flora Reisenheimer, arrived at the borders of the Arent Duchy. There was a guide from the Duke's forces. Theo, the Supreme Regent of the Arent Duchy, Theo Barn, was the guide himself. "It's been a while, Flora. This is Elmer, the advisor of the 10th Army." Elmer bowed his head in greeting. Following Theo at the front, the 10th Army followed the guide from the Duke's forces and arrived at the government office of the capital 2 days later. The 10th Army set up a tent in the government office square and established their camp there. After instructing his subordinates to set up, Flora, accompanied by advisor Elmer, promptly requested an audience with Sigismund. They waited for 2 minutes in the reception room of the government office. The one who entered was once again Theo. "Flora, Elmer, I want to tell you the facts." What he began to speak was the complete truth. The demands of General Ivo, what had happened in the lobby on the first floor, that Sigismund was attempting to offer himself up when he awoke, and what transpired in the square afterward. He recounted everything as it was. Flora and Elmer listened in silence. At one point, Flora's lips trembled in anger that was directed at General Ivo's behavior. Even when Theo finished recounting everything, the two remained silent for a while. The first to speak was Flora. "And now, what about Lord Sigismund?" After stepping down from the balcony, he collapsed. He had indeed been pushing himself too hard. A healer is currently attending to him, and he has recovered enough to eat, but he cannot speak yet. I plan to arrange for you to meet him tomorrow since today would be difficult. I see. Tomorrow, it would be good if you could come with about 10 people. Theo's suggestion was strange. Come with about 10 people when he cannot speak? Theo, what do you mean by that? To put it plainly, it means you should bring along the Emperor's observer who is in the 10th Army. Theo smiled faintly as he answered Flora's inquiry. Among the 19 armies excluding the 20th, which is referred to as the Shadow Army, observers are assigned to all 10 magical armies to report directly to the Emperor. It is not clearly communicated to the commanders. But naturally, the commanders know who the observers are. Of course, there are observers in the 10th Army as well. Theo is suggesting to bring them along. Make the observers aware that Lord Sigismund is still unable to speak and have them report to His Majesty the Emperor. Thus buying time, Elmer murmured. Upon hearing that, Theo nodded while still smiling faintly and opened his mouth. I do not wish to fight against you. It would be foolish for the Imperial armies to clash. However, if we must clash, I will use my full strength to defeat you, and without a doubt you will be annihilated. He paused briefly. Flora and Elmer had no words. You also do not wish to fight against me, do you? Days after the 10th Army, led by Emperor Helmut VIII, reached the borders of the Stein Duchy, the First Army and First Magical Army of the Empire followed close behind. Naturally, a proclamation was also issued to Duke Conrad, instructing him to appear at the Imperial castle to explain himself, just like Sigismund, but Conrad completely ignored it. Thus, it was expected that there would be fierce resistance at the border. Your Majesty, reports from scouts indicate that the Duke's forces are indeed not at the borders. I see. Then advance the army, but do so cautiously. Helmut VIII nodded as he issued instructions in response to Regent Martina Dener's report. In the public capital of Stein, 9. To be honest, Helmut cannot do anything. What do you mean by that, Your Highness? Asked his aide, Land, with confusion. Because I have not taken any action and am holed up in 9. If I were to issue a clear declaration of hostility, it would not be impossible that I might burn the towns leading to 9 or take the castle. Naturally, it would be prudent to weaken the enemy's strength. However, I have made no declarations. I fled from the Imperial castle, and that is all. Until I confirm whether they are truly my enemies, I cannot take any offensive action. What if you were to forcefully burn towns in the Stein Duchy? I would be criticized both domestically and internationally. Helmut is the Emperor of the Empire. Moreover, the Stein Duchy is part of the Empire's territory. The people are citizens of the Empire, an emperor who burned his own territory and subjects. Especially without having taken any clear hostile actions. That would be quite troublesome, wouldn't it? Conrad said, smiling faintly as he sipped his coffee. He continued speaking. Helmut must come to 9, that is a certainty. Then he will gauge my reactions. That level of action can be anticipated. I have heard that the Imperial First Army and First Magical Army, led by Your Majesty, are elite forces. Of course, our Stein Duchy forces have not lost either, but winning while relying on the walls of 9. Ah, I apologize for overstepping. Please forgive me. Land interjected a concern to Conrad, but immediately apologized for speaking out of turn. That is fine. What Land says is most reasonable. The First Army and First Magical Army are originally Helmut's loyal forces. They could not be easily wiped out like the 9th Army. Conrad laughed. Even if we were to fight and win, there are still several Imperial regular army forces in reserve. We would have no chance of victory. Moreover, the troublesome part is that Helmut, despite everything, is still the Emperor of the Empire. And I am an Imperial Duke. Clearly, he holds a higher rank and position than I do. In other words, if I were to kill Helmut, it would be called the act of killing an emperor. I think that is quite a troublesome situation, don't you? Conrad continued to speak, still smiling, while Land frowned and offered a word of caution. This is not the time for such talk. However, this is indeed a challenging question. Even if Helmut were to have an accident on the way to 9 and die, it would inevitably be said that I orchestrated his death. How troublesome. Conrad showed no signs of concern as he smiled. While smiling, Conrad continued speaking. In fact, I have already discussed with Theo Barn about ensuring that Helmut arrives in my territory unharmed. Theo Barn, you say? He is the supreme regent of the errant duchy. Duke Sigismund has allied with you? There is no other choice. I have heard that General Ivo did something foolish. It seems he harbors feelings of resentment towards Helmut, the emperor who sent him. The only demand Theo Barn has put forth is, make sure everything remains as it was in the future. What does he mean by as it was? What could he possibly? Land muttered, furrowing his brows at Conrad's words. Theo Barn is likely reading our strategies. What do you mean? That's precisely why he made a point of saying, as it was in the future. Your Highness, you accepted that? Of course I did. In reality, Sigismund does not care about the imperial throne. All of Theo Barnes' loyalty is directed towards Sigismund. Therefore, he cannot become my enemy. With that, Conrad smiled faintly. What he currently needs is not an actively approaching ally, but a friendly neutrality that does not take action against him. All strategies will soon be prepared. A knock echoed through the room. The one who entered was Commander Volker Abelin of the Stein Duchy forces. In his mid-30s, he exudes a tough yet intellectual presence. If land is the arm supporting Conrad's politics, Commander Volker is the arm supporting his military. Your Highness, preparations have been completed within the territory as well as in the Baron Hesp and Viscount Hade's territories. I see. Thank you for your hard work. Conrad nodded in satisfaction at Volker's report. One of them tilted his head, but Land did not ask questions. He recognized that Volker's report involved purely military matters and lay outside his jurisdiction. Thus, he held no concern. Rather, he was worried about the opposing side. Dealing with these two, even the Emperor must be pitiful. It was 2 days after Emperor Helmut VIII, leading the Imperial army, arrived on the plains facing the public capital of Nine. The Stein Duchy forces had also set up their encampment before the public capital of Nine. With that, Helmut could naturally question Conrad about his true intentions. Of course, there would be no direct meeting between the two. They would exchange envoys and hear each other's claims. In other words, Conrad has no intention of making an explanation. That is correct, replied the envoy returning from Conrad's forces to Helmut's inquiry. Even though I have come this far, enough. I was planning on striking anyway. Then let us strike. At Helmut's command, the First Army and First Magical Army shifted into battle formation. However, the Stein Duchy forces facing them showed no movement. What is their intention? No one could respond to Helmut's mutter. If it were other enemies, some of the staff might say, they must be scared, but the opponents were Conrad and the Stein Duchy forces. They are not opponents to underestimate. We have no choice but to attack anyway. Charge! Under Helmut's orders, the curtain of battle was raised. When both the Imperial regular army and magical army are present, the tactics of the Imperial army are nearly one-dimensional. After a simultaneous barrage from the magical army, the Imperial army charges in a wedge formation of 500 men. It is simple yet a highly effective combination, and success is almost guaranteed unless something extraordinary happens. Unless there is some absurd magical defense like a water attribute magician's dynamic steam mine from some kingdom. At Helmut's command, 2,000 attack spells were unleashed, centered around fire attribute fire arrows, alongside wind attribute sonic blades and earth attribute stone arrows, all of which split after launch. Ultimately, they were meant to split into 10,000 attack spells to perform area suppression. That was the plan. However, all 2,000 attack spells vanished midway. No, to be precise, they should be said to have disappeared upon hitting something invisible. That scene was visible even from the command center. What just happened? Helmut inadvertently murmured. Of course, no one could answer. Beside him, Regent Martina also stood there, dumbfounded. The entire Imperial army came to a halt. When expected events do not occur, people cease to act. That holds true whether it's an individual or a group. However, for the Stein Duchy forces facing them, their strategy had succeeded. The development was as anticipated. From the Stein Duchy forces, arrows and attack spells were unleashed all at once. In the world of Phi, arrows are generally not useful in large-scale battles due to being deflected by wind attribute magicians. However, against opponents who are stunned and have stopped moving, they are highly effective. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Damn, counterattack! No, put up the barrier! The Imperial army fell into chaos. The arrows and spells continuously unleashed by the Stein Duchy forces stripped the Imperial army of their calm judgment. Commanders shouted and attempted to regain control, but it was not that simple. Recovering from chaos requires time. The alchemy barrier has succeeded, so said Commander Volker Abelin of the Stein Duchy forces. Although intended to be a one-time disposable measure, it has achieved maximum effectiveness and should be highly praised. Do not misjudge the timing for that one. That is the only point we must drill down on again, Volker issued sharp orders. Right now, it is as if a surprise attack has succeeded. However, the chaos will eventually settle. The original plan would be to transition to close combat at this timing, but this time, they will not do so. They will only carry out thorough long-range attacks to minimize their own losses while prolonging the Imperial Army's confusion. That strategy's activation became visible 15 minutes after the battle began. Sir, over there, a subordinate alerted Volker to the rear. From the rear of the Stein Duchy forces, further northwest of the public capital 9, a cloud of dust was approaching. They've come, notify the entire army. Do not misjudge the timing to open. If you stay behind, you will be caught up. At Volker's command, tension coursed through the entire Stein Duchy forces. The approaching figures are not allies. If they get caught up, they will die. 3, 2, 1, open, move at full speed. At Volker's command, the Stein Duchy forces spread to the left and right. It was not orderly in the slightest. Quite the opposite, there was considerable urgency. As quickly as possible, as far away as possible, away from the center. In the meantime, attacks on the Imperial army would come to a complete halt, but that was of no concern. In any case, quickly, far away. And the figures that arrived surged through the split between the Stein Duchy forces. The enemy has split. Almost no one in the Imperial army understood what had occurred. The Stein Duchy forces, who had been pressing their attack, stopped their assault and split left and right all at once. From the gap, a cloud of dust approached. What in the world? The Imperial front lines could only say that much before they lost their ability to speak further. They were struck by arrows. What approached them was cavalry. As soon as they recognized their form, many lives within the Imperial army were lost, due to close-range arrows from horseback, in rapid succession. Only those on the very outer edges of the cavalry held swords and small shields, while the rest were all unleashing arrows. Even the sword-wielding men are not there to defeat the enemy, all there to shoot arrows. All there to clear a path with arrows. They are aiming for just one person. Defend, Helmut commanded. Though he need not have given the order, the Royal Guard Knights were already protecting Helmut, the Emperor, with their bodies. However, they were being taken down one after another by arrows. It was astonishingly precise shooting, moreover from horseback. Arrows loosed while running the horses with only their legs. In the blink of an eye, the area around Helmut became littered with corpses. Before him stood a man with red-orange hair. "You wear splendid clothes. You must be the Emperor." At those words, Helmut felt overwhelmed. Helmut, the Emperor of the Debuhi Empire, yet even so he put on a brave face. He had to. "I am Emperor Helmut VIII. His lips trembled slightly, but he displayed the utmost dignity he could muster. "I am King On of horseback. You shall bear the sins of your father, Rupert." With that, King On drew his sword and in one swift motion severed Helmut's neck. Despite having ample time to wield his sword, Helmut could not move even a step. And so, Emperor Helmut VIII of the Debuhi Empire was struck down by King On of the Corridor Nations. That fact sent shockwaves throughout the Central Nations. Next chapter, 386, will return to the main story. Empire Turmoil has come rushing in. By the way, today's installment alone totals 14,000 words. In total, over 3 days, it's 25,000 words. However, as you can see from reading, it has been quite compressed. If I had written it out properly, it would easily exceed 100,000 words and possibly reach about 230,000 words, which would be roughly the length of one of our volumes. Please consider this as a shortened version for the web. Regarding the Imperial part, based on the reactions from when I used to have a comment section, it seems to have low popularity. Well, that may have been largely due to Oscar being so unlikable. Yes, it can't be helped. 3 years have passed since then, and he has softened considerably. This time, Empire Turmoil had to be included at this timing. You will understand as the main story progresses a bit more. Tomorrow, we will return to the Ryu part once more. Rio, can you hear me? It's rare for you to connect like this, Abel. Something happened. Did the inspection get cancelled? Yeah, the inspection was cancelled, and we returned to the royal capital a little while ago. Rio and the 6 in room 10 and room 11 are heading towards the holy capital. In about 30 minutes of walking, they will reach the gates of the holy capital. I should inform you, I just received news. The Emperor of the Debuhi Empire, Helmut VIII, has died. Huh, why? He was slain by King On of the Corridor Nations. The Corridor Nations? Isn't it true that King On harbored a grudge against the former Emperor Rupert? So he went out of his way to kill the Emperor? Well, that area is quite complicated. With that, Abel briefly explained the turmoil in the Empire. I see, so that was Prince Conrad's plan. Incredible, like calling in a wyvern to take down a tiger. Abel, please don't do that. If there's a force in the kingdom that needs to be defeated, I will handle it. If you call in foreign forces, they will wreck the country. Oh. If that time comes, I'll rely on you. In the kingdom, the person in the highest position after the king is Rio, the first duke. Rio isn't very aware of it. However, Abel also understood that Conrad's plan was walking on a very dangerous bridge. And he understood it was unavoidable. If Conrad kills Helmut VIII, he will be labeled as an emperor slayer. At least it is fact on the surface, if he murders the emperor and ascends to the throne. It's not impossible, but the nobles in the country would undoubtedly cause a commotion. Even though many influential nobles were abolished during former Emperor Rupert's reign, they are not entirely absent. Moreover, one cannot completely ignore the eyes of foreign nations. For example, the country where the deceased Emperor Helmut's sister, the first princess of the former era, is married to might intervene. That country is one of the major nations in the alliance. It would be smarter to let foreign forces do the fighting this time, even if everyone can see that Conrad is pulling the strings behind the scenes. It is important to maintain appearances. If one possesses strong power, as long as the form is set, most unreasonable things can be accomplished. That's how the world works. Of course, whether or not Conrad can smoothly ascend to the throne is. Perhaps the Imperial delegation is also ensuring that some information gets back home. But it's over 4,000 kilometers away. Kenneth once mentioned that even he found it difficult to cover that distance. But this time, my Echo of the Soul is probably bridging that distance, right? The Empire has excellent alchemists too. Or perhaps Baron Hagen Benda is making trips back and forth. Teleportation? That sounds incredible. Wouldn't there be issues with mana depletion? Well, anyway, let's leave the handling of this information to the Grandmaster. The Grandmaster refers to the leader Hugh McGrath. When the group arrived at the Kingdom delegation's lodging in the Holy Capital, they immediately reported to the leader Hugh McGrath, who was in the lobby. First, they informed him about the demon's attack, and then what the demon had revealed. In summary, there might be a fallen entity behind the Pope. Its goal is to collect the fragments of God within us humans so that it does not disappear. Hugh articulated the information carefully, as if to confirm it. Hearing this, Rio nodded with an air of superiority. Ito also nodded, but for some reason he did not appear to be as haughty. What is the difference? And the fragments of God buried within humans relate not only to the fallen entity, but also to the Demon King and the monsters. When the Demon King's factor is excited, well, when it happens, the only thing that can calm it is a fragment of God. Hence, conflicts between the Demon King's army and humans have arisen. Rio nodded. He really looked superior. Ito nodded too, yet he still didn't seem to appear haughty. The fragments of God maintain the balance of the world, so acquiring them in large quantities is not something that can be done easily. That's why we were called from the far central nations. Killing and taking the fragments of God would not significantly affect the Western nations, and it's highly likely that the fallen entity is pulling the strings behind it. Yes, Ito nodded at Hugh's words. It is quite a complex web of connections, but both Hugh and Ito seem to understand. Of course, Rio understands too, probably. As a final note, Rio revealed what he had heard from Abel. Just recently, the Emperor of the Empire was slain by King An. What? Hugh was left speechless. The other 6 were also rendered speechless. Only Rio, after finishing the explanation, was drinking coffee with a serious expression on his face. It was a serious expression, but perhaps just for show. He thought it's important to maintain the atmosphere. Just then, the chief negotiator Ignis arrived in that serious atmosphere. Something seems to have happened, hasn't it? Ignis immediately sensed that unusual information had come in, and he was also informed of Emperor Helmut VIII's death. That's quite something, Ignis frowned. He might be considering the difficult situation the personnel of the Imperial delegation are about to face. Oh, Ignis, I was able to procure a ship. Oh, Rio reported to shake off the heavy atmosphere, and Ignis jumped up in delight. It is extremely rare for Ignis to be this happy. Rio showed him the documents he had brought back. Tomorrow or the day after, the documents sent separately should arrive. Ignis examined them in detail. Particularly, he trembled when he looked at the ship's specifications. His voice also trembled as he asked Rio, "Is this ship really?" It seems he understood how impressive the performance was from the specifications and blueprints. When Rio nodded, Ignis's smile burst forth. "I'll call a meeting immediately." With that, he flew deeper into the lodging. Rio watched him and nodded, and he felt satisfied. He genuinely thought it was good to be of help. In the meantime, within Hugh McGrath, a conclusion was being reached. "I'll inform the Imperial delegation. I'll obscure the source of the information. I'll relay it to the Kingdom delegation this evening, so in the meantime you all stay quiet." "Understood," Nils replied, and the 6, including Rio, nodded. "Next is the fall from grace and sacrifice." Hugh reported everything the demon had spoken. Naturally, this was directly related to the safety of the entire delegation. "That's quite something. We can't do anything about that here right now. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to Cardinal Graham at the Holy See and discuss it. I don't expect Graham to know, but it might provide some clues rather than us just pondering alone." "I think that's a good idea," Ito agreed with Hugh's thoughts. Zeke also nodded. For now, they concluded their report, and the 7 departed from Hugh. Once they felt relieved, fatigue hit them hard. Many people have likely experienced this. Even a party of adventurers is no exception. Only Rio immediately went to the large bath, while the other 6, completely drained of energy, lay down on their beds. Considering the experience we just had, it's understandable. With that thought, Rio refreshed himself in the bath. Once refreshed, he craved something sweet. This is natural. Yes, this is only natural. No arguments accepted. The question is whether to go to the lodging lounge or to the adjacent Café Roma. Let's go next door for the first time in a while. Café Roma was quite crowded. It was probably due to the time of day, just after 3 in the afternoon. As Rio was hesitating to enter, a man stepped out. A single male customer is rare, of course, excluding Rio. Because of that, Rio followed the man's figure with his eyes. "Harg, there you are," a person called out to that man. "Chief Page. Is something the matter? The Count Kirchhoff is calling for you. Hurry back to the lodging." After exchanging such conversations, the two ran towards the Imperial lodging. Could it be because of Hugh's report? The folks from the Empire must be in quite a situation. Rio shook his head lightly as he looked back at Café Roma. It seemed there were no empty seats. Could it be a sign that I should stick to the lodging lounge today? Muttering that, he returned to the Kingdom delegation's lodging. 10 minutes later, a water attribute mage was seen enjoying Rindo's tart in the first-floor lounge. This concludes Chapter 6, Back to the Republic. Tomorrow, the new chapter, The Vanished Mage, begins. Finally, we are reaching the core of the Western Nations arc. Chapter 7, The Vanished Mage, starting today, a new chapter. Chapter 7, The Vanished Mage, begins. The day after Rio and the 6 people from Room 10 and Room 11 returned to the Holy Capital. It was the day after the information arrived that Emperor Helmut VIII had been defeated in the far-off Central Nations. Early in the morning, Hugh McGrath had come to the Holy See. Beside him was, for some reason, a water attribute mage. "Hey, Rio, you fought against the 4 bishops of the Pope, right? Isn't it dangerous to come to the Holy See?" "I'm fine. I don't think magic nullification can happen inside the Holy See. If it did, it would cause problems for the other clergy. In that case, I can fight just fine." Hugh expressed his concerns, and Rio alleviated them. Of course, Hugh felt that something was off, but he didn't send Rio away. He thought that having Rio around might come in handy. The two were led to Cardinal Graham's room. "Welcome. Rio-son, it's been a while." As usual, Graham greeted them with a cheerful smile. After the usual greetings, Hugh began speaking, saying, "Please don't get angry, but I want to talk about something." He spoke about the existence of demons, the fragments of God, and the fall from grace. The fallen beings might have been once like former angels, and about the sacrifices as well. He explained the reason for the delegation from the Central Nations being summoned, linking it to the fall from grace and the sacrifices. And finally, there is a possibility that the Pope is related to all of this. Even after those last words, Graham did not change his expression, remaining cheerful as he listened. That smiling facade was, to Hugh's surprise, perfect. On the surface, he appeared very cheerful, having listened to everything. Graham took a sip of coffee, set the cup down, and then spoke. "Master McGrath, I have no grounds to deny what you just said." "Huh. What do you mean by that?" "In other words, what you said is highly likely to be true." "Hey, I mean, is it really okay for a cardinal to say something like that?" Hugh became anxious instead by Graham's words. "There is no problem. Believing in the doctrines of the Church and acknowledging what Master McGrath has said does not contradict at all. On the contrary." For the first time, Graham broke his expression, slightly frowning as he continued. "I have felt that the new Holy Father might not be human." "What do you mean?" Hugh was at a loss for words at Graham's statement. Rio, who was listening beside them, was also shocked. The possibility that the Pope is not human. "No, I don't believe that the fallen being is the Holy Father. That being is likely behind the scenes. It's just that the Holy Father, how should I put it, feels like there's nothing inside. Like a golem or something." "A doll," Graham said, and Hugh bluntly stated his thoughts. "It was different before. Back when the Holy Father was still an archbishop, I remember studying the sacrament of Founder Nayusama with him several times. He was very intelligent, and I felt impressed by the innovative theories he presented. Compared to that memory now?" As Graham said this, he shook his head slightly. For Graham, who knew the former appearance, the difference from now might be too stark. "We will look into the sacrifices as well. If they are trying to extract something from people on such a large scale, they must be preparing accordingly. Using magic circles and alchemy, we might be able to grasp something." "Ah, please do," Graham said, and Hugh bowed his head. Of course, Rio did as well. "By the way, Rio, didn't you come with me because you wanted to ask something?" Hugh finally turned the conversation to Rio. "Yes, actually it's about this," Rio said as he took out a cylindrical box about the size of a 350-milliliter can from his bag and placed it on the desk. The moment Graham saw it, his eyes narrowed sharply. Graham, who had not changed his expression at all during Hugh's talk. "Rio, son, where did you get this?" "You know what this is." "Actually, I was attacked by 3 bishops, and it was dropped by a man named Abelard." "You must have taken it," Graham inquired. Rio dodged the question, and Hugh interjected in a small voice. "The way one states the facts can show them in various lights. Yes, I know what it is. It's an alchemy tool that creates a magic nullification space. It was supposedly called Neil. Graham nodded in response. Neil. In Latin, it means nothing. The person who named it must have had a chunibyo. Ah, no, Neil Anderson's name is also Neil. As Rio thought something rude and considered the name of an acquaintance, Hugh asked the question instead. Hey, Graham, I can't help but think that an alchemy tool capable of creating a magic nullification space could only be made by an extraordinary genius in alchemy. If that's the case, you must know who made it, right? Hugh asked with a sharp gaze. Yes, it does create a magic nullification space, but due to the use of special materials, it cannot be mass-produced. Moreover, it inflicts astonishing damage on its user. It activates by cutting down the user's lifespan. Oh, Bishop Abelard was in a terrible state. Rio recalled the situation during the battle as he replied. The one that Rio's son obtained should also run out of lifespan quickly. It might only be usable one more time, or it might already be unusable. What a short lifespan! As Graham explained, Rio sighed while looking at the Neil on the desk. It seems that magic nullification comes with various sacrifices. The fact that it decreases one's lifespan to activate. Normally, there aren't such tools. Tools are meant to bring happiness to everyone. Even with that included, the church should only have 3 of them. They are truly trump cards, Graham continued with a wry smile. Rio, son, you broke one of them, didn't you? I'm glad I trained in close combat, Rio said sincerely, not noticing that Hugh was giving him a side-eye. Oh, that's right. I have a lead on the person who made this. There's no doubt that he is the only one who could do it. He is a notable alchemist in the church's history, a cardinal. A cardinal. Is he that high-ranking? Hugh was surprised by Graham's words. Yes, he is Cardinal Zacharias. Also, the investigation you requested, Master McGrath, has been completed and the documents have arrived. Investigation. Oh, right, that's the one about the items that went missing from the raided church vault. Graham brought out about 10 sheets of paper. It was a list detailing the items that had gone missing after the vault was attacked. I wanted you to take your time to look at it in your lodgings, but it seems I can't take it outside the Holy See, so I must apologize and ask you to look at it only here. Ah, thank you, Hugh said, immediately starting to look over the list. Rio, having free time, thought about looking as well, but suddenly recalled the earlier conversation. Grandson, about Cardinal Zacharias you mentioned earlier. Yes. Did he also create alchemy tools that enhance magic? Rio said as he took out the alchemy tool he received from the Republic. It was a brooch for fusion magic, the one that Cesare and the others had used. That, Rio, son, it seems you have acquired quite a few alchemy tools from the church. Graham chuckled wryly. Naturally, he understood that the item Rio produced was used by the assassination squad directly under the Pope. Ah, this is something I received through official routes from the Republic government, so even if it was originally the church's, it's mine now, Rio hastily explained, fearing that Graham might demand its return. No, I'm not going to demand its return. That's a relief, Graham said with a wry smile, and Rio felt relieved. This was developed by Cardinal Zacharias during his time as a bishop. It seems that the compatibility varies greatly among individuals. Conversely, it is said that those selected by the assassination squad directly under Cardinal Zacharias are those who are compatible. I see, Rio nodded at Graham's explanation. While they were talking, Hugh nodded and spoke up. As expected, items common to the 4 vaults have been stolen, just as we anticipated. Hearing that surprised Rio, did you confirm all that in such a short time? That was too quick. What is it, Rio? You have a strange look on your face, Hugh asked with suspicion. No, it's just that your confirmation was incredibly fast. That list has quite a number of items, doesn't it? What, is that what you're surprised about? If you handle paperwork every day, it would be like this. If you're surprised by something like that, the Chancellor back in the homeland is a real monster, you know. Count Heinlein? Yeah. His speed at reading documents is insane. I wish I could be that fast, too. Hugh sighed as he said that. Seeing that, Rio couldn't respond and Graham was chuckling. The Cardinal doesn't have that much paperwork. The commonality is that they are holy swords, particularly those that deal damage to spirits or have high potential for doing so. It seems that all holy swords with the potential to deal damage to spirits have been taken. It seems that Graham had also reached the same conclusion. Ah, the holy sword that was targeted in our delegation was also one that could annihilate spirits or the sword of exorcism. Mine is a holy sword, but its characteristic is sealing regeneration, so it wasn't targeted, Hugh said, frowning. Somehow the aim became clear. A spirit that doesn't want to be slashed by a holy sword is behind it. That being must be the fallen existence. Graham stated the conclusion he arrived at, and Hugh added his input. Hearing that, Rio was nodding with both hands clasped together. For some reason, it looked quite dignified. While they were discussing this, there was a knock on the door between their room and the adjacent waiting room, and Brother Carl entered. He was the monk who usually guided Rio, so of course Rio knew him. However, he seemed a bit restless. "Your Excellency, I apologize for interrupting your meeting, but we have received something urgent," Carl said as he handed an envelope to Graham. He continued speaking. "It's urgent, it seems." Graham opened the envelope and read its contents. For a moment, Rio's eyebrows twitched. After confirming that the envelope and letter had burned in the fire of the fireplace, Graham finally spoke. "Do you remember the mages from the Roman party?" "Huh, Gordon of Fire, Alicia of the Wind, Belrock of Earth, and Ashken the Enchanter, right? What about them?" Hugh remembered their names and attributes. Rio thought it was impressive. He hadn't been able to recall their names as smoothly as Hugh. Ashken the Enchanter was the first to come up. Next was Belrock, the Earth attribute dwarf. Then Alicia of the Wind, Morris the Scout, and the three women including Ashken. Finally, one name was hard to recall. It was probably because he was the fire attribute mage, or perhaps it was because he had attacked Abel, remembering what Hugh had said. His name was Gordon. "I received a report from Morris that contact with those four has been lost. It's highly likely that they have been captured by someone. Can you lend us your strength? Last time it was searching for the Demon King, and this time it's searching for mages." Nils is muttering an unkind remark. "No, I'm not saying I dislike it or anything." Nils quickly countered Rio's words, seeming a little flustered. They were in the lounge of the Kingdom Delegation's lodging. The request brought back by Captain Hugh McGrath and Rio had been communicated to rooms 10 and 11. According to Graham, those four were tasked with searching for items missing from the storage, including the Holy Sword. The four mages are the strongest forces among his companions, and if they have been captured, it will be difficult for Graham's subordinates to rescue them. Thus, I want to request you to take on this task. This is an official request from Cardinal Graham of the Holy See. He also plans to notify the Adventurers Guild in France. Hugh explained why Graham did not want to handle the situation themselves. Indeed, if their strongest forces had fallen into enemy hands, they had no choice but to seek help from outside. The ones who were formerly a hero party got caught. "Are we going to be okay?" Nils muttered as he looked around. "This time it's just Rio and room 10. I have other things I want to ask Harold and the others." At Hugh's words, Harold stood up involuntarily. However, he said nothing. He did not retort. He merely twisted his face in regret. In the past, he would have snapped back. Seeing this, Nils spoke up. "Harold, you are growing. Nils, son, this moment is also a source of growth for you. There must be things you can learn from watching us. Even when separated from us, there are things to learn. Do what you can do now. Put your all into it. That should lead to growth. If you find it hard, remember your past experiences. They will definitely help you. If that still isn't enough, look around." "Look around?" Harold looked around. Zeke nodded. Gowan tapped the hilt of his twin swords. "You'll be fine, you're not alone," Nils said with a smile. The next day, with the newly issued Holy Seal certificate in hand, the four in room 10, including Rio, departed the Kingdom Delegation's lodging. Their first destination was the first storage facility, which had been attacked first. "Searching for four mages and the Holy Sword, we don't even know if those four are alive." "Right, it is indeed possible that all four of them are dead," Nils said, and Ito answered. "Maybe they are captured by the Holy See. From my preliminary scan, I couldn't find any reactions from the four." Rio reported the results of his passive sonar to Nils's wild speculation. "By the way, Neil Anderson has not reacted since the first time he was seen. Of course, if there was a completely vaporless space between them, Rio's sonar would not be able to pick up anything. If there is a vacuum or something like a subspace, then maybe. If Rio couldn't find them, we should proceed under the assumption that they are not present." Ito nodded in conclusion. "The first to fourth storage facilities of the Western Church are placed like satellites in the city between the Holy Capital and the dungeons in the east, west, south, and north. North City Boreas, first storage. East City Eurus, second storage. South City Notus, third storage. West City Zephyros, fourth storage. With the Holy Seal certificate and Cardinal Graham's permit, we can enter the storage facility, right?" "Yeah, that should be fine. Oh, but Graham did mention something that made me a little uneasy at the end." In response to Amon's question, Rio recalled something. "What was it that made you uneasy?" Nils furrowed his brow and looked at Rio. "They are also searching for items that disappeared from the storage, and the church is taking action as well." "That's only natural, right? They wouldn't just leave things that were stolen." "True, but he warned us to be careful as there are rough individuals involved. For example, like the Templar Knights." "Seriously?" Nils let out a big sigh in response to Rio's information. Ito and Amon also shook their heads slightly. "The Templar Knights, honestly, they are not that strong, but they are troublesome because they are inflexible. Well, in reality, he has never fought them. The first time they met was when they returned from the Centaur's territory at the Anj Church. They are acting under someone else's orders, right? Not just Cardinal Graham's. Who on earth could it be? That is indeed concerning, Amon asked without mentioning anyone specifically, and Ito nodded in agreement. When we meet them next time, shall we capture them and ask? They have started their search before us, so there's a possibility they have some information. I am eager to know, but they probably won't just tell us easily. It seems that after being in the coffin of ice for a while, many people become quite talkative. Yeah, that is a last resort. Nils rejected Rio's suggestion. But torturing by cutting off fingers one by one is quite disturbing for the observer too, you know. That's a bit. The other person would scream, right? Rio said, and Ito made a face that showed he wanted to avoid that, while Amon considered the trouble it might cause around them. Well, that is true, but why did Rio say for the observer? Well, because the role of the torturer is Nils. Why me? Because you're the burly type, Rio said firmly in response to Nils's question. Rio wouldn't say he's particularly delicate, but he doesn't have a hefty build. Ito, being a priest, is indeed slender. Amon is a swordsman, but among swordsmen he is on the thinner side. Indeed, the only one with a burly build is Nils. Isn't it wrong to decide based on physique? It doesn't take long to walk from the holy capital to each satellite city. Thus, the group arrived in the northern city of Boreas by noon. The first storage facility was located within the grounds of Boreas Church, almost at the center of Boreas. Nils said that since the holy capital was close by, there was no need for a church in Boreas, and Rio thought so too, but devout believers wish to be close to their faith. It makes sense for a church to be nearby, Ito explained passionately. Even though their beliefs differ somewhat, there must be some common ground. However, Rio could clearly see that Nils did not understand this. You also don't fully understand it, do you, Rio? How did you know? Not just Nils, Rio also didn't understand. Seeing this, Ito smiled wryly. Perhaps it was a blessing for both Nils and Rio that he didn't get angry here. Hello, priest. In such cases, the intermediary is Ito. Ito greeted and showed the Holy Seal certificate and Cardinal Graham's permit. The priest looked at them and opened his eyes wide for a moment. However, he quickly returned to normal and handed the Holy Seal certificate and permit back to Ito. I have confirmed this. I will guide you to the storage facility. With that, he started walking ahead. The storage facility appeared to be completely repaired from the outside. I heard that the thieves broke in through this entrance, Ito asked the priest. That's correct. The entrance was utterly destroyed. It seems to have been a fire attribute magic. But what's strange is that no one in the priest's residence heard the noise at that time. It was so terribly destroyed that I thought someone would wake up, but embarrassingly none of us, including myself, woke up, the priest said with a frown. He probably thought it was his own negligence. Priest, it is said that the thieves were experienced in this sort of thing. Please do not blame yourself. When Ito said this, the priest bowed his head in gratitude. Inside, the storage facility was quite spacious. From the name, storage facility, one might imagine a moderately sized warehouse, but it felt more like a warehouse of a giant distribution company. A wide floor, high ceilings, and shelves that reached near the ceiling. It seems they would need to climb ladders to reach items on the higher shelves. This is an impressive scale. We can't tell where anything is. Nils and Amon were amazed at its vastness. The damaged ones were these. The priest guided them to two shelves located near the center of the warehouse. The items stored on these two shelves have been stolen. Some other shelves were also knocked down, but these two shelves were not only toppled but also robbed, the priest said with a sad expression. Apparently, the responsibility for managing the storage facility lies with the Holy See, but it seems they went into the storage facility daily for cleaning and organization. Because of this, when it was ransacked, it felt like they had a gaping hole in their hearts. Are there any records of what is stored in which shelf? The records are not kept at Boreas Church. Since the responsibility lies with the Holy See headquarters, they are only in the Holy See's storage department. The priest answered Nils's question. So no one at Boreas Church knew what was on those shelves? That's right. I clean, but I have no idea about the names or histories of the treasures. The priest replied to Ito's question. I want to say all the mysteries have been solved, but I'll hold it back. Why are you telling me this? If I don't tell someone at this timing, no one will believe me if I say it later. Why not tell Nils and the others? I was taught not to disturb those who are working hard since I was little. I'm also working hard, you know. Even so, Abel, who puts up with Rio's grumbling, is a good guy. So, what mystery has been solved? To put it bluntly, the culprit is someone from the Holy See's storage department. Abel, are you listening? Did the connection cut off? I'm listening, but is such a simple answer really acceptable? That answer isn't even worthy of being called a mystery. Rio's intense reasoning seemed to not please the king. Abel also thinks the culprit has to be someone who was not expected after a twist or two. Is that what a mystery reader is? I don't really get that. But the Holy See would have thoroughly investigated the people in the storage department, right? They must have covered up well. Before Abel's inquiries, Rio found himself on the back foot. Isn't there something like an inquisition? Graham or someone would have made them spill the beans, right? Isn't it difficult to slip away and cover that up? Graham is special. Oh well, Ito's conversation seems to be ending, so I'll cut the connection for now. Before Abel's offensive, Rio chose to retreat for the time being. The storage facility had been beautifully restored, leaving no traces of the bandits. As a result, the group left the storage facility without gaining much information. Wait, who are you? Outside the storage facility, they were questioned by a group of knights. Captain Bashrel, these are adventurers from the Holy See, a priest introduced the group to the knights. Adventurers from the Holy See. I don't quite understand. I am Andre de Bashrel, captain of the Templar Knight Order's 3rd Division. The most imposing knight introduced himself. I apologize for the rudeness. Since you are a division commander, you must be a priest. We are adventurers investigating on request from Cardinal Graham of the Holy See. Ito said this and handed over a Holy Seal certificate issued by the Holy See along with Cardinal Graham's permit. Indeed, confirmed. We are also searching for the items stolen from the storage facility. Please share the information you have gathered. His tone was commanding. Hearing that command, Rio recalled something. Nils, these people were at the Ange Church when we returned from the Centaurs. Ange? They couldn't get up because of Rio's ice path magic. As Rio whispered to Nils, Nils seemed to recall as well. At that moment, almost simultaneously, Captain, these individuals were previously at the Ange Church. A knight beside Captain Bashrel spoke up. Upon hearing this, Captain Bashrel thought for a moment but quickly remembered. They were the ones who returned from the Centaurs. After that, did the bishop perform the exorcism? Ito asked with a smile. The knights believed they had been cursed with a spell that prevented them from getting up from the slippery ground, which led to calling the bishop from the neighboring town. In the confusion, the group was able to leave. Of course, it was all due to Rio's ice path. Why, yes, there was no problem. For Captain Bashrel, it seemed to be an unpleasant memory. His complexion slightly worsened. At that point, Ito turned to Nils and whispered, "We don't really have much useful information to give. Should we ask them? I don't think they'll respond willingly, but I'll leave it to Ito." Nils whispered back. "Then let's switch to Rio." Rio was left speechless by Ito's sudden suggestion. Unlike Abel, Ito rarely did such things. Why now? We were told to share the information we have. Of course, we're willing to relay that. That is commendable. However, there are aspects related to magic, so I will hand this over to our mage. Now, Rio, Ito introduced Rio to Captain Bashrel. Encouraged by Nils, Rio took over. Yes, then, excuse me. The door was broken using fire attribute magic. That is something we have heard as well. It seems there was quite a noise when it happened, but no one from the church noticed. That appears to be the case. It seemed that everything Rio explained was already known to Captain Bashrel. With no other option, Rio presented a speculative theory. There is a possibility there were wind attribute mages among the bandits. What? I have not heard such a report. Yes, although the noise of breaking the door was quite loud, it seems everyone didn't hear it. I believe it was because a wind attribute mage obstructed the air. Well, the wind preventing the sound from carrying. Is such a thing possible? Yes, theoretically it is possible. This seems to be the most plausible explanation for why the sound was not heard. He repeated that it was just a speculation, of course. However, if one could obstruct the air, it would prevent sound transmission, so he believed he wasn't wrong. He didn't know if that could be done with wind attribute magic. But as the science fiction writer Jules Verne said, what man can imagine he can achieve. If that was the case in a world without magic, then in this world of Phi it should be easier to realize. Rio believed that. In other words, among the bandits, there are both fire and wind attribute mages. It is highly likely that they are a very powerful organization of bandits. Rio concluded. I see, Captain Bashrel muttered while nodding several times. We were only able to gather this much, but surely the famous Templar Knights must have found more significant clues about the bandits. Rio lowered himself slightly to say that. Nils thought he looked somewhat shady with that expression. Indeed, of course, the Holy See's storage department was thoroughly examined, but there were no items related to this incident. However, the head of the storage department was sent abroad by Archbishop Goon before this incident, so we could not interrogate him. I see. So that head of the storage department has not returned. Unfortunately, he passed away during his business trip. The inn he stayed at caught fire. How unfortunate! Rio remembered the name Archbishop Goon. He was the archbishop who ordered surveillance on the Ministry of Military Affairs negotiator, Gladys Aldi's. According to information obtained from Graham, I believe he was a puppet of Cardinal Camilo. Rio boldly asked the Templar Knights who were being guided by the priest into the storage facility. "I would like to ask Captain Bashrel something." What is it? Go ahead and ask." "Thank you." Could you tell me who gave you orders this time?" It was not the Templar Knights who were shocked by Rio's question, but Nils. His eyes conveyed the message. "Are you really going to ask that directly? The orders we received were from Your Excellency Cardinal Oscar." "I see. Perhaps when you were previously at the Ange Church, it was also under the orders of Cardinal Oscar." "No, that is not the case. At that time, it was per the instructions of the main Templar Knight Order, specifically from Commander Gastar." "I understand. Thank you for sharing that." Rio politely bowed his head. There aren't many who feel uncomfortable when someone bows respectfully. That is Rio's social tactic. With that, the 3rd Division of the Templar Knights entered the storage facility. It was Cardinal Oscar who dispatched them. "Isn't he the one who was in charge of the delegation before Graham?" Rio said, and Ito remembered and answered. "Oh, that's right." Rio turned to Ito, puffing his cheeks slightly, and said, "Ito, why did you suddenly throw that onto me earlier?" "Oh, I thought Rio would do well since you think quickly." "No, that's not really the case." Rio blushed at Ito's words. "Ito is amazing. Or is it just that Rio is too easy to manipulate?" Amon admired, while Nils shook his head slightly. Ito smiled innocently, and Rio remained bashful. Everyone was happy, so it must have been for the best. Afterward, the group visited the 2nd storage facility in the eastern city of Eurus and the 3rd storage facility in the southern city of Nodus. There were no particularly new discoveries, but both of these storage facilities were significantly smaller compared to the 1st storage facility. That said, they were still about the size of a school gymnasium. As evening approached, they decided to visit the 4th storage facility in the western city of Zephyros the next day and booked an inn in the southern city of Nodus for the night. While having dinner in the inn's dining room, they planned to discuss their findings. All 4 of them seriously examined the menu. They were selecting items, but Rio's gaze had stopped at one point and couldn't move away. Karaj, after murmuring that single word, he became unable to move his mouth. "Rio, son, what's wrong?" Amon asked curiously. It was rare for Rio to stop looking at the menu like this. "Ah, Amon. Do you know what Karaj is?" "Karaj? No, I've never heard of it. It's chicken coated in wheat flour and deep fried. Sometimes it's seasoned beforehand. It doesn't seem too difficult, but I've never heard of it in the Central Nations." "Is it delicious?" Since arriving in Phi, Rio had eaten quite a variety of dishes. There were many based on recipes likely brought in by reincarnators or transferees from Earth. Curry, hamburgers, crepes, Mont Blanc cake. Ramen from Twilight Land. However, he had never tasted Karaj. As Amon had said, it was by no means a complicated dish. Chicken was readily available, and wheat flour was also common. Of course, oil was there too. He didn't know if it was canola oil or olive oil, but it existed in the Central Nations. Yet he had never eaten Karaj. "I'll have the Karaj set meal," Rio declared solemnly. Yes, and this inn's dining room provided it as a set meal, not just Karaj on its own. Feeling a bit anxious, he waited. In the meantime, the other 3 were discussing reflections on the day and plans for tomorrow. But nothing entered Rio's ears. That was understandable, because he was fixated on the Karaj set meal, and 10 minutes later, "Karaj set meal, here you go." The waiter brought out the dish saying that. 8 pieces of bite-sized chicken Karaj, and a bowl of white rice, soup, but it was undoubtedly Karaj set meal. "Wow!" A voice of admiration involuntarily escaped Rio's lips. "Oh, that looks delicious. Is that chicken?" "So this is the Karaj you were talking about earlier?" Nils reached for it. Ito inquired about the meat, and Amon inputted the information about Karaj. Rio pierced one piece of Karaj with his fork. Juicy meat juices flowed. And then to his mouth. No doubt about it. It had some seasoning, perhaps with vinegar, but it was undoubtedly Karaj. And then, "It's delicious." An honest impression escaped Rio's lips. I want to try one." Nils had an expression that couldn't hold back, alternating between the Karaj and Rio's face. "Go ahead." "Ito and Amon too," Rio said, and all 3 pierced one with a fork and tasted it. "It's delicious. This is yummy." Nils, Ito, and of course Amon all smiled. Yes, the deliciousness of Karaj transcends worlds. It goes without saying that afterward, Karaj was ordered as an extra item. The next morning, the 4 of them set out towards the western town of Zephyros. "I heard at the inn when we left earlier that yesterday's fried chicken dish is called Lord Nayu's cuisine and is apparently one of the traditional dishes." Ito revealed the information he had gathered. Lord Nayu is the person referred to as the founder of the Western Church. "Traditional cuisine," Rio muttered absent-mindedly. "But we haven't seen it at the delegation's lodging, have we?" "Not at all. I've eaten all kinds of dishes there, but there was no fried chicken." Amon raised a question, and Nils provided a flawless answer. Is there a more perfect answer than this? "I respect Nils for that," Rio said, shaking his head slightly, and Nils realized he had been mocked. Ito and Amon burst into laughter. Today, too, the four of them were lively. In the center of the town of Zephyros stands the Zephyros Church. Within its grounds lies the fourth storage vault. I think it would be nice if the enemy were to attack soon, and we could counterattack, capture them, and make them spill the location of their base. Something like that, Rio imagined. Things won't go that conveniently, Nils bluntly denied Rio's light novel-style classic development. You really like those kinds of solutions, Rio, Ito said with a wry smile. It's all about power, after all. I admire it a bit. Amon seemed to yearn for strength, despite being the most sensible person in room 10. That day, the priest in charge of Zephyros Church was absent. I apologize. The priest has gone to the holy capital since yesterday. Pillar, who was acting as the priest's substitute, explained. As usual, Ito showed the Holy Seal certificate and Cardinal Graham's permission. Thanks to that, Pillar guided them to the fourth storage vault. The inside was considerably larger than the second and third storage vaults. However, it was not as vast as the first storage vault. In particular, the difference from the other three storage vaults was how sturdy it looked. These stone walls look quite solid, Rio commented. Yeah, it's impressive. It feels more like a fortress than a storage vault, Nils agreed. Both the inside and outside of the vault were made of heavy stone. Indeed, this vault was once a fortress, Pillar passionately explained. Is that so? St. Joshua took refuge here to fight against the rebel Kozlov's army. Although the second floor and above have been removed, the first floor and foundation remain from that era. Pillar seemed proud to be serving as a deacon in the Zephyros Church, which has ties to St. Joshua. Ito nodded in agreement. He could understand Pillar's feelings well. I see, Nils seemed to have a harder time grasping it. If Nils were to be told by Abel, I entrust you with this land, he would protect it with his life, right? That's what it's about. I see. That makes sense. Rio provided a somewhat ambiguous analogy, which seemed to resonate with Nils. About a third of the shelves were knocked over and broken, Pillar said from the back of the vault. Of course, now the shelves were all restored, and there was not a speck of dust on the floor. This floor stone has a crack in it. Ah, yes, that's right. The new shelf size is slightly different from the previous ones, so the part that was under the shelf has become visible. We found a crack in part of it, and we decided to have it replaced. The construction should be happening this afternoon. Pillar nodded in response to Rio's observation. Cracks in the floor stones are not uncommon. However, for some reason, Rio felt uneasy. Active sonar, he sent out a stimulus towards the floor. Generally, it would bounce back after hitting the surface. This sensation. Is there a space beneath this? It didn't feel like a very large space, but it seemed to extend down like a staircase. Since he deduced it from the reflection off the floor rather than direct water vapor, it was quite ambiguous. But the entrance isn't through this floor, right? Normally, it would be somewhere in the wall. Rio looked around. Amon noticed his behavior. Rio, son, is something wrong? Amon likely understood Rio was acting suspiciously. He asked in a whisper, Amon, I think there might be a passage leading deeper underground beneath this building, like a staircase. Amon was taken aback by Rio's words. Then he too began to look around. After a while, he seemed to notice something. He stared intently at the back wall and approached it. By that time, Nils and Ito also noticed that Amon and Rio were acting differently than usual. However, they intentionally engaged Pillar in conversation to divert attention. Then Amon pressed one of the stones in the back wall. Suddenly, a spiral staircase appeared within the wall. Pillar was the one most surprised by this. He was left speechless, frozen in place. It wasn't until a full minute later that he moved again. Why is there a staircase like that? Were you unaware of it, Pillar? Yes, it's a bit embarrassing to admit, but usually only the priest enters this vault. Of course, when the priest is absent, I sometimes enter as the church's person in charge, but I had no idea something like this existed. Pillar answered with his eyes wide open. Is it all right if we go down? Rio asked Pillar. Honestly, I'm not sure how to judge. However, since you all have the Holy Seal certificate and permission from Your Holiness the Cardinal, I don't think anyone has the authority to stop you, except for the Pope. So you may proceed, Pillar answered while thinking. In short, as long as they could pass it off as if the four of them had forcibly entered, it wouldn't be a problem. Nils made that judgment and issued instructions. I'll go in the order of Amon, Ito, Rio, and I'll stay here, Pillar. Understood. Thus, using the suddenly appearing staircase inside the vault, the four descended underground. The alchemy tool, Streetlight, lit up automatically one after another as the four began to descend. After descending the spiral staircase for a while, it turned into a downward slope. It was just crossing horizontally from the back to the front below the vault. What Rio felt with active sonar was likely this passage. The width of the passage was 2.5 meters, the height was also 2.5 meters, and the floor and surroundings were made of solid stone. Suddenly, there was a sound of something heavy moving above. Probably the door the four entered through had closed. I just came in because there seemed to be a passage, but there's a high probability that this has no relation to the current search for the mage and the holy sword. I think so too. Nils nodded in agreement with Rio's observation. However, at the moment, there were no leads at all. If a spiral staircase appeared leading underground that the acting person in charge didn't even know about, they would go down it. After all, the four of them were adventurers. They walked quite a distance. Since it's been a constant slope down, it should be pretty deep underground, right? Ito asked, not directing the question at anyone in particular. I think the slope was about the same as a steep road, Rio mumbled. On roads, a steep slope is marked as 10%. In other words, if you move 100 meters horizontally, you're going down 10 meters. If you moved 1 kilometer horizontally, that would be 100 meters deep underground. It was sudden. Just when the slope seemed to have ended, there was an immense space. Rio immediately imagined the metropolitan area outer underground discharge channel built to protect the Tokyo metropolitan area from flooding. It was a massive underground space, often described as an underground temple. Deep underground, an expansive space, and astonishingly thick and tall pillars stood everywhere. It must be over 50 meters to the ceiling. Rio was not completely calm at that moment. He regained his composure only a few seconds later. Active sonar, the result was a space that extended more than 400 meters to the back wall. There were no people. The reason it was clearly visible in the underground vast space was that Alchemy Tools' streetlights were embedded in the pillars. Well, there are no people here. It's about 400 meters to the back. That's huge, Nils reacted with surprise to Rio's report. In the center of the space, there was a spot devoid of any pillars. Even just that space was quite large. There's something written on the ground, isn't there? A magic circle. Amon pointed it out, and Rio tilted his head in response. He tilted his head because if it was a magic circle, it was astonishingly large. It was drawn using the space free of any pillars, roughly over 30 meters in diameter. It was so big that honestly he couldn't tell what was drawn. If it's a magic circle, it must relate to alchemy. What do you think, Rio? Nils asked, turning to Rio. Rio, too, was looking at it without needing to be asked. But it was too large. I'll take a look from above. Waterjet thruster. With that, he floated up into the air. I saw it during the Battle of Gold Hill as well, but seeing someone float in the air is truly amazing. Normally, mages can't fly, right? That's what the mage from Raqqa said. Well, that's Rio for you. Nils was impressed. Amon racked his memory, and Ito nodded while concluding. Rio, who floated nearly 40 meters up, looked down. From this height, he could see the whole thing, and he understood. An astonishingly complex magic circle. Assuming it wouldn't be easy to decipher, Rio generated an ice platform and lay down on it. Even though it was underground, the ice platform towered at a height of 40 meters. He lay face down on it and began analyzing the magic circle. Rio-san, you made a platform, huh? Is it like a 40-meter high bed? You don't see that often. Well, it's Rio. Amon was surprised, Ito was astonished, and Nils resignedly accepted it all. Yet all three understood. Even Rio, who loved alchemy, seemed to find this magic circle difficult to decipher. It took Rio a full 20 minutes to come back down. Welcome back. Ito greeted him with a smile. The other two were doing push-ups and swinging swords. Well, they were swordsmen after all. Nevertheless, they gathered as Rio descended. I think I have a hit. A hit? When Rio furrowed his brow and said that, Ito tilted his head and asked, Yes, this magic circle is likely the one used when they try to make us a sacrifice. What? Nils reacted explosively to Rio's words. It's not activated yet, right? It isn't, therefore nothing will happen to us here. That's a relief, Ito asked. Rio answered, and Amon felt reassured. Magic circles don't manifest magical phenomena or produce magic unless magical power is flowed into them. This must be a pretty deep place, right? Can a magic circle here affect the surface? Nils's question was quite valid, whether it's 100 or 200 meters deep underground from the surface. If this is 200 meters underground, even if there's a hard bedrock in between, it should be possible to generate magic that affects the surface. It's likely set up to pull activation magical power from somewhere else. Therefore, the role of this magic circle is to absorb fragments of God. If those fragments can pass through the ground, then there shouldn't be a problem. Super Kamiokend and Kamland in Japan are located 1,000 meters underground. These devices detect neutrinos and other particles descending from space to Earth. If even mass-having things like neutrinos can reach a depth of 1,000 meters, then something that Rio perceives as a spiritual feeling like the fragments of God, which seem to have no mass, should easily reach about 200 meters underground. Probably. What should we do? Should we destroy this magic circle while we still can? Nils suggested with a frown. But there are still over 10 days until the inauguration ceremony. If they notice it's been destroyed, they'll come up with another plan, right? Ito expressed his concerns. It's difficult to prepare for an unseen hand. It's easier to force the visible hand to act and attack there. Amon spoke like he was sharing a combat principle. Frightening, let's try to tamper with it without getting caught. Since there's a possibility of getting caught, we'll also try to avoid the sacrifice on the surface as much as possible, but it would be wise to set up multiple layers of strategies. Rio concluded, nodding. Can you do that? Honestly, I don't fully understand all of this magic circle. There are many parts I don't fully comprehend. Just like magical formulas, magic circles can vary significantly depending on the creator. However, like anything, there are common parts. I'll do my best to set up some tampering without being caught. Nils asked, and Rio answered. He approached the magic circle. Activation point, branching point, chain system. They'll probably test activated at least so. I need to loop here. As Rio walked around the magic circle, he murmured such thoughts. I came to search for a mage and the holy sword and to find such a magic circle. Is that good luck or bad luck? Nils said, and Ito responded. Amon was tilting his head alone. What's wrong, Amon? Nils asked. No, I think this place is quite important, but since there are no guards or anything, I was wondering why. Ah, that's true, Nils nodded in agreement with Amon's question. Perhaps the person who made this fundamentally doesn't trust others. Ito answered while looking at the magic circle. Trust others. Doesn't trust? Nils and Amon tilted their heads and asked. The magic circle itself can be created by one person if enough time is taken, even at this scale. Once it's created, as long as magical power is flowed into it somehow, it will activate. There's no need for people there. It won't move on its own, nor can it be stolen. There's no need for surveillance. Rather, it's more frightening if a watcher betrays or lets something slip. I think they might have thought that way. I see. Amon nodded at Ito's reasoning. Not having trustworthy companions is a bit sad. Nils muttered, and Ito and Amon nodded. Yeah, this is a good magic circle to connect with. When this main body's magic circle activates, it will automatically activate in tandem. But we need to maintain this magic circle here for it to work. Rio murmured, looking around. While the main power source draws from a socket, there are machines with small button batteries built in to retain memory when unplugged. He was looking for something that corresponded to that button battery. If it were in the woods, it would be fine to just place the magic stone between the grass, but on this floor, even a small magic stone would stand out. As he looked around further, he found something good. The alchemy tool streetlight attached to a pillar. All right, let's use this to supply magical power for maintenance. Completion, when Rio said that the other three gathered around. You finished it. Huh, but it's not. Right, there's only the original large magic circle. Amon was pleased, Ito tilted his head, and Nils couldn't find it. Of course, if it were visible, there's a chance it could be destroyed. I'm not sure if it can be destroyed or not. Huh, Nils tilted his head at Rio's words. I drew the magic circle using the water vapor in the air, with these tiny water droplets floating around. It's a variation of the dynamic water vapor mine. When magic flows into this big magic circle, it will react like the dynamic water vapor mine and draw my magic circle in the air. Before the core part of the main magic circle activates fully, the magical power will endlessly loop within my magic circle. Thus, the critical central part won't activate. What Rio envisioned was an infinite loop that often occurs in computer programming. No, it's something you definitely shouldn't do, but well, it can't be helped. I don't really understand, but this means this magic circle won't activate, right? Some parts will activate, but the last critical part shouldn't. When Nils asked, Rio nodded in response. All right, then let's escape. With that, the four retraced their steps back the way they came. For some reason, it ended up being 66 characters long, even without a battle scene. Why? Today, it was also posted on the Audiobook's Twitter. I sent the proofread manuscript of Volume 3, the main story, and 2 bonus short stories to the editor. Volume 3 is steadily being prepared. The only thing left for the author to write is the afterword. There will also be various announcements, though I can't disclose the information yet. Please wait a little longer. On the way back from the underground space. Rio-san, I have a question. What is it, Amon? Did Nils throw some impossible task at you again? Don't worry, I'll freeze any leader who does that right away. Hey, idiot, stop it. Rio answered Amon's question preemptively while Nils stopped him. Of course, Ito was laughing. No, Nils is fine. It's a basic question, but I was wondering what the difference is between a magic circle and a magic formula. Difference? Yes. Both activate magical phenomena when magical power is channeled, right? But if that's the case, then why do we need to separate them into a magic circle and a magic formula? Can't they just be combined into one? Amon asked while thinking. Amon, that's a good insight. You're much more suited to being an alchemist than Nils. You should become Kenneth's disciple right away. Don't involve me in this, Rio said, and Nils frowned. Well, to put it simply, a magic circle activates regardless of the type of magical power channeled, whereas a magic formula only activates when the specific type of magical power is used. For instance, a water attribute magic formula will only activate if water attribute magical power is channeled. I see. In exchange, a magic circle can only create relatively simple magic. It requires very complex formulas to create something intricate. Of course, you can make a surprisingly huge and complex magic circle like we saw earlier, but the more complex it is, the more likely it is to fail. On the other hand, magic formulas can easily connect thousands or tens of thousands of them from the start, as they are designed with the assumption that several formulas will be combined. So ultimately, they can produce quite complex magic. Of course, this was knowledge Rio had learned from Viscount Kenneth Hayward before. Look, just like in swordsmanship, there are two-handed swords and one-handed swords. Both are ways to use swords and types of swords, but they've developed separately, right? The relationship between magic circles and magic formulas might be similar. Ah, I can understand that a bit. There are many phenomena in the world that, at first glance, seem more rational when integrated. However, Rio believes that the reason for their separate development must be substantial. Perhaps it is because he is accustomed to looking at things from a historical perspective. It's all right to combine them for the sake of reasoning, but he thought, sometimes it can lead to a catastrophic breakdown a few years or decades later. The four of them walked up an endlessly long hill and finally arrived at the fourth storage vault. It was fine going down, but it was tough coming back. Ito nodded silently at Nils's comment, looking quite exhausted. However, when they exited the fourth storage vault, no one was there. Instead, sounds of sword fights could be heard from outside. That sounds like quite a number of people fighting. Amon murmured and Rio nodded. Gently opening the vault door, the four of them peeked outside. About 20 knights in similar attire were fighting each other. Is it infighting? Those are members of the Templar Knight Order. Oh, there's Captain Bashrel from yesterday. It seems to be a different group from the 3rd Division. Rio expressed his honest opinion. Ito pointed it out, Amon noticed, and Nils identified the fighters. The 3rd Division was facing off against other Templar Knights. Ito quickly noticed that Deacon Pillar was nearby. At the same time, Deacon Pillar noticed the four and ran over. Everyone, you're safe? We took a long time and caused you worry. So what on earth is happening? Deacon Pillar greeted them, and Ito responded. Yes, the 3rd Division led by Captain Bashrel checked the vault just like you all did. After they left the vault, it seems they got into a conflict with other members of the Templar Knight Order at that moment. I was closing the vault door, so I don't know the details, but before I knew it, this situation had occurred. Deacon Pillar shook his head slightly while frowning. I met members of the 3rd Division at another vault yesterday as well. They seem to be looking for something that has gone missing, just like us. Yes, it seems so, Ito explained, and Deacon Pillar nodded. The members of the 3rd Division are trying not to kill, but the other side is seriously trying to kill them. Captain Bashrel's sword skills are slightly better, but since he's not trying to kill, he can't finish them off. We don't know what could happen as they get tired, Nils said, addressing no one in particular. Particularly, both sides aren't enemies or allies, but somehow feel a thin connection to the members of the 3rd Division. This is human emotion. What should we do, Nils? Rio asked. After all, the party leader was Nils. I'd like the 3rd Division to win without either side noticing, but is that possible? Probably. Let's give it a try. Ice binding? In that moment, the opponent preparing to take Captain Bashrel's sword was frozen at the elbow joint for just an instant. This caused him to fail to time his block, and his sword was knocked away. Without missing a beat, Bashrel struck the back of the opponent's head with the flat of his sword, knocking him out. From there, it became one-sided. When a balance is maintained between equal numbers, if that balance is broken, the fight can be resolved easily. A 2-to-1 situation emerged in one spot, and one side was taken down. Another 2-to-1 situation arose elsewhere. 11 Templar Knights were knocked out. Then Deacon Pillar and the four stepped out. You are the adventurers I met yesterday, Captain Bashrel seemed to remember. I was watching from a distance. I thought it would be rude for an adventurer to interfere in a knight's battle, Ito said politely. The Templar Knights are both priests and knights. Yes, that's commendable. These fellows attacked without any discussion. Which division are they from? While Captain Bashrel was speaking, the members began searching the attackers' belongings. And it seemed they found something. Captain, what was handed over was a permit. Is this Deacon Camilo's permit? Are they acting under Deacon Camilo's orders? But even so, why would they attack fellow Templar Knights? Captain Bashrel's muttering was a bit louder than just a whisper. Naturally, the four heard it. They all exchanged glances without saying anything. All four knew who Cardinal Camilo was. Well, to be precise, they didn't know what kind of person he was. The Ministry of Military Affairs negotiator, Gladys Aldi's, was monitored by Archbishop Goon. That Archbishop Goon was a trusted subordinate of Cardinal Camilo. That's why the four knew the name of Cardinal Camilo. We will interrogate these fellows right here. Bind them, Captain Bashrel ordered his subordinates. Hearing that, the four began to whisper among themselves. It seems they're going to conduct an interrogation. We might be able to hear some valuable information. The priests of the Central Nations are not very good at interrogations, so this might be educational. Because it's a church with inquisitors. It could turn into a gruesome scene. Rio stated the facts, Amon expressed his expectations, Ito spoke academically, and Nils worried about the scene that would unfold. Taking advantage of the fact that nothing was said to them, the four decided to watch from there. The eyes of what appeared to be the leader of the attackers opened. "Awake, huh? I have questions for you. Swear on Lord Nayu's name and answer without lies," Captain Bashrel declared heavily. The leader of the attackers remained silent. "You had a permit from Deacon Camilo, but answer why you attacked us," Captain Bashrel asked, but the leader of the attackers stayed silent. He wouldn't even meet his gaze. Are you still a proud Templar knight? Will you not answer?" Captain Bashrel pressed harder, but the leader of the attackers remained silent. "You fool, then I will change my question. Why did you come to this place? What was your purpose?" Captain Bashrel changed his question, but the leader of the attackers continued to remain silent. I honestly feel like we can't expect anything from this." "Yeah. The attackers don't seem willing to talk, which is to be expected. Isn't there a way to make them spill the beans?" "No, well, since they're priests, it's only natural they wouldn't subject them to something like torture." Rio expressed his disappointment, Ito agreed, Amon raised a question, and Nils voiced his resignation. It was a very proper and non-violent interrogation. It almost felt like an interrogation from a developed country on modern Earth. It's unlikely that someone who realizes they've done something wrong would ever spill the beans. While they were discussing this, Rio moved. "What's wrong?" Nils asked. "Someone is coming. It seems to be a big shot." "A big shot?" Rio conveyed the information he grasped with his passive sonar, and Ito inquired. "The way they walk indicates they're a big deal. They're leading people too. What does a big shot's walk mean?" Rio said, and Nils was dumbfounded. "A big shot has a unique way of walking. I've recently gotten to the point where I can tell these things." "You're amazing, Rio-san," Amon praised Rio's words, and Rio blushed. "Is the walk of a big shot like that of your Majesty Abel?" Ito seemed to take a bit of interest. "Well, in Abel's case, he's from a different lineage than the person approaching us now. Abel is a martial type." "A martial type?" Nils stumbled over his words at Rio's answer. "The king is a swordsman and a former rank adventurer. There's no doubt he is a martial type. More like your Majesty Robert Perlo from the Union." "I see." Ito accepted Rio's explanation. "People who are big shots or from upper-class backgrounds have distinct walking speeds. Also, while they walk slowly, it's rhythmic. Oh, and people who are overweight walk differently too, usually not touching their heels to the ground." Ito and Amon listened intently to Rio's explanation. Only Nils wore a subtle expression. Of course, there are nobles in France as well. When you think of big shots or upper-class people in France, they're priests, bishops or archbishops, Amon said, and Ito nodded in agreement. "Even with passive sonar, I can't determine their status." Rio responded, looking genuinely disappointed. Will he ever reach the precision to know that much? Logically, it seems impossible. "Can we wrap up this interrogation soon?" The big shot that had appeared spoke, leading knights behind him, wearing crimson robes. "Cardinal Camilo," Captain Bashrel muttered, stunned. But he soon knelt and showed his respect. Other members of the 3rd Division did the same. Deacon Pillar, who stood next to the four in room 10, bowed his head. Templar knights and other priests might have different ways of showing respect. For now, the four also stood and bowed their heads. "I hear you are the Templar Knight Order stationed in the Holy Capital, 3rd Division?" Cardinal Camilo asked gently. "Yes. I am Captain Andre de Bashrel of the 3rd Division." Captain Bashrel replied without meeting Cardinal Camilo's gaze, still looking down. "I see, Captain Bashrel. Those individuals are from my investigation unit, acting under my orders. It seems there was some misunderstanding. I apologize for that. I will guarantee their identity, so will you release them?" "Of course, Your Excellency." Cardinal Camilo's gentle words did not seem to carry their literal meaning. Captain Bashrel was sweating profusely. Then the 11 knights were set free. "Now I will take these investigation unit members with me. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Bashrel." "Yes." There was no room for refusal. Rather, there's no priest who could say no. The overwhelming pressure almost crushed Captain Bashrel. The members of the 3rd Division could finally move again, well over a minute after Cardinal Camilo and his party left. With Captain Bashrel's side, the rest of the 3rd Division finally regained their ability to act. That was an incredible pressure. Cardinals are amazing. I felt like I was facing a seasoned swordsman. Those people are clashing with Cardinal Graham, huh? Rio expressed his thoughts. Amon was astonished. Nils compared it to a swordsman, and Ito sympathized with Graham's hardships. Members of the 3rd Division gathered around Captain Bashrel. Captain, the appearance of Cardinal Camilo here means? Yes, something is going on. They came to rescue those fellows, knowing they would be suspected. They might be the actual culprits behind the vault attack, or at least part of it. Such conversations reached the fore as well. Seems so. Should we follow those guys from earlier? I'm still barely able to track them with my passive sonar. Rio was about to say more when he fell silent. What's wrong, Rio? Just now, the life signs of 11 individuals disappeared. What does that mean? Most likely the 11 from earlier have been killed, Rio answered, grimacing at Ito's question. Understanding that they would be suspected and pursued, Cardinal Camilo and his party appeared. And they took away the 11 who could potentially serve as witnesses. They eliminated the witnesses without any hesitation. That's truly terrifying, those cardinals. They must not care if they become suspects, Nils said, and Ito agreed. Well then, let's go check the place where the 11 were killed. It was a pond surrounded by woods on the outskirts of the western town of Zephyros. Did they kill them and throw them into the pond? Yes, let me take a look. Analysis. Using the magic created to inspect Abel's body in detail, he applied it to see into the pond. I found them. World is mine. He took control of the water around the bodies. Thus he floated the 11 corpses to the surface and ultimately placed them on the ground. For a water attribute mage, this is a piece of cake. Rio-san, that's amazing. It's not that impressive. Amon sincerely praised him, and Rio felt embarrassed. Nils and Ito were already looking at the bodies. They were just thrown in, and yet they're already being eaten by something. Their prey, after all, the two muttered, looking at the corpses. Everything that could identify them has been stripped away. This locket, though, it was sewn into the inside of the clothing. I think this belongs to the captain of that team who was interrogated earlier, although he's missing his head. The locket Ito showed was a pendant with a painting of a young woman inside. A beautiful and alluring woman. The locket was engraved with the words, "Beloved Elena, Tommaso dedicates his eternal love. The woman in this painting is Elena, and the man must be Tommaso." Nils made a very straightforward judgment. There's also the possibility that this painting is Tommaso dressed as a woman, and the corpse is Elena dressed as a man. No way! Rio's bizarre conjecture was immediately denied by Nils. Of course, Rio didn't actually think that was possible. He just showed a different perspective. To deepen the discussion, it couldn't be helped. This is the only usable information we have. That's pretty tough. It seems quite challenging. It's already evening, so let's stay in the town of Zephyros for the night. Nils lamented the lack of information. Ito agreed. Amon understood the difficulty of the prospects ahead, and Rio proposed to stay overnight. Rio remains consistent. Staying at an inn and having good meals is essential for maintaining our health, Rio said pompously, shaking his finger at Nils, who spoke in an exasperated tone. With no reason to deny it, the other three ultimately agreed, and they set out to find lodging in Zephyros. The inn where the four stayed did not have a dining room. This was because there was a dining room and tavern next door. By the way, it seems that the owner of the inn is the same person who runs the dining room and tavern. What a savvy operator. The dining room and tavern had a counter lined with various alcoholic drinks at the back, where men were gathered. In the front, there were numerous tables and chairs, where people of all ages were eating and drinking. It seemed to be quite prosperous. As soon as the four sat down, a young man approached. He looked to be just around adulthood. "Here's the menu, I'll take your drink orders first." "Let's start with 4 beers, Nils answered without hesitation. Rio was witnessing in real time the fact that scenes once seen on Earth were also spreading in Phi. How frightening, starting with beer. His murmured words were drowned out by the surrounding noise, unheard by anyone. Amidst this, Rio saw a curious sight. Amon, sitting directly across from him, had his head tilted significantly. "Amon, what's wrong?" "No, it's just that woman behind the counter." In response to Rio's question, Amon answered while still tilting his head. "Oh, finally a woman has captivated Amon's heart. No, it seems different somehow," Nils said with a laugh while Ito denied it. Rio also turned around to look towards the counter. Indeed, on the other side of the counter, there was a woman working as an employee. Most of the men at the counter seemed to be interested in conversing with her. She was the kind of woman that caught the eye. However, there was a sense of familiarity. Rio tilted his head just like Amon. It seemed that Nils and Ito shared the same question. They tilted their heads as well. The sight of all four tilting their heads was quite peculiar. Nonetheless, this was a dining room and tavern. Those who had been drinking did not care about such things. "Oh, I got it!" Ito exclaimed. Almost simultaneously, Amon shouted as well. "That woman! Look, it seems Ito and Amon figured it out. What about you, Nils?" "Shut up! Rio probably hasn't figured it out yet either." Rio and Nils did not understand, but 30 seconds later. "I got it!" both exclaimed simultaneously. "She's the one depicted on the locket." Unfortunate to realize it at the same time as Nils. Nils commented while Rio felt a bit down. In any case, the woman at the back of the counter was the one depicted in the locket pendant. Her name was probably Elena. What a convenient turn of events! Rio's murmur was lost in the noise, unheard by anyone. And then he continued with his words. "But still, sometimes easy developments like this are nice. I want to ask her about the locket, but that's impossible. The men are crowding around her. Let's just eat for now. Once they get drunk, we might be able to ask her." Ito suggested, while Amon pointed out the difficulty and Nils offered a realistic proposal. "Why doesn't Nils challenge them to drink against me? Then we could get them all drunk." "No, I'm not that good at drinking." "That's surprising. You drank quite a bit at the Centaur's place." I'm not weak, but those strong guys are true abominations." Nils seemed to recall some heavy drinkers from his memory. He shook his head slightly. For now, the four decided to eat. It goes without saying that they all unanimously ordered Karaj. Most of the customers at the counter had either gotten drunk or left by the time it was nearing closing time. As for the four, Ito was completely passed out. The other three were chatting while drinking moderately and eating moderately. "Shall we head out soon?" "Let's go. As for Ito, well, let's just leave him here for now and pick him up later." "Welcome. The shop will be closing soon, but do you want to drink one last time?" As the three approached the counter, the female staff member, likely Elena, called out to them. "No, we ate and drank over there. I wanted to ask you something." "You want to ask me? What is it?" In response to Nils's inquiry, Elena replied while wiping a glass. Nils took out the locket and placed it on the counter. Elena glanced at it briefly. However, her expression did not change. Nils opened the locket and showed her the picture of Elena inside. "This is you, right? Oh my, what a beautiful picture. It might resemble me, but I can't say for sure." Even during this, Elena's expression remained unchanged. "Ah, I see. If an adventurer suddenly comes asking such things, you would be wary. I need you to listen calmly. The owner of this locket was murdered. We want to know why he was killed, or rather, we're seeking revenge." "Eh?" When she heard that someone had been murdered, her expression finally changed. For just a moment, her gaze flickered towards the locket pendant. At the very least, she certainly knew the owner of the locket. "You said he was murdered." Elena opened her mouth after a full minute had passed. "Yeah, do you know who killed him? Most likely, yes." In response to Elena's flat tone, Nils also consciously answered calmly. "What I'm about to say is a metaphor. It's unrelated to the owner of this locket." "Understood. There was once a third son of a count's family. Let's say his name was Tommaso. He was from Count Padawan's house. Even though he was from a noble family, as the third son, he couldn't inherit the family. He could either become an official or a clergyman. He had some faith, so he became a clergyman. Moreover, he had been trained at home since childhood, so he was quite skilled with a sword. Just in his mid-20s, he became the captain of a famous Holy Knight order. He was quite the standout for a third son of a noble family." At this point, Elena poured water into her glass and drank it in one go. Then she continued speaking. "However, he strayed from the path. He fell in love with a tavern girl. Foolish, right? Even a holy knight hanging around a tavern isn't looked upon favorably. Falling in love with a tavern girl was like throwing away his future. But he said he was fine with that. Until now, Elena's tone had been completely steady, but she trembled slightly in her voice. If you looked closely, her fingers wiping the glass were also trembling a bit. The two promised a future together. A year later, the man promised to leave the Holy Knight Order and transfer to a knight order in a neighboring country, and the woman would go with him. Such was their promise. 6 months later, the man undertook a rather big job. Until then, he had always laughed cheerfully, but gradually pained expressions began to appear. Even so, he remained kind in front of the woman, and the day before yesterday, the man told the woman that the matter also involved his father. Apparently, the Count's family was holding on to it. The woman didn't understand what that meant, but she understood that the man was suffering. Elena let out a small sigh. "This is my story. I wonder if it has been of any reference?" "Ah, it really has." Nils said this as he stood up. Amon and Rio followed suit. Their destination was Tommaso's family, Count Padawan's house. The next day, the four returned to the Holy Capital and investigated Count Padawan's house. The territory is located in the western part of France, but it's not that large. Just like Tommaso, it seems to be a family that has produced quite a few holy knights and abbots. The current head of the family is Tommaso's father, Ilario. They have a mansion in the outskirts of the holy capital. Since the territory is too far away, if they were to store anything stolen from the vault, it would probably be at that mansion on the outskirts. Ito shared what he had found with the other three. Ito was quite adept at this kind of investigation. All right, then let's investigate that mansion, Nils decided, and the other three nodded in agreement. It looks suspicious at first glance. Well, you can't really see it, but it looks suspicious, Rio said. It was a strange way to put it, but the other three understood. The four were situated on a hill. From there, they could see the mansion of Count Padawan in the distance. However, there were quite a number of golems stationed along the road leading to the mansion. Golems? Do nobles also have them? No, apparently nobles in France can't have them, Ito responded to Nils's question. So that means those golems are either from the French government, the church, or arranged by some influential person, Nils concluded. There are about 20 of them, Nils added as Amon counted the visible golems. 20 golems and 50 people. If you want to hide something secret, I think you should be a bit more discreet, Ito remarked. Yeah, this looks like it's clearly stating there's something suspicious here. To those who know what to look for, Rio agreed with Ito's observation. Well, since it's not in the town, even with this level of defensive strength, ordinary people wouldn't know. We are suspicious and watching from a distance, so it seems obvious to us, Nils noted. Do you think they are actually expecting someone to attack? Amon questioned. Probably. In that case, they are likely trying to repel them with sheer force, Nils replied. Amon asked, and Ito agreed. In the meantime, Rio was probing with his active sonar. Those golems are indeed the holy knights from the Republic, swords in their right hands, small shields in their left, equipped just like during the Republic. They are official French golems. With 50 people, it seems they aren't knights based on their equipment. What does that mean? If they have deployed holy knights, it's like indicating they have the backing of France, right? Yet the people guarding them are probably just adventurers. Rio conveyed the information he gathered through active sonar. Could it be that they already know who their attackers are? The Night Order is coming here? Ito speculated, and Amon jumped in. In conflicts between Night Orders, who knows what might happen? They might have hired adventurers to soften the blow. I see, Nils added, and Rio nodded. Given the circumstances, it seemed plausible. Regardless, the main force of the counterattack will likely be the Holy Knights. Just then, Rio's passive sonar detected something. Horsemen. About 50 are approaching. Is it the Night Order? Yeah, it's that third detachment. Captain Bashrel is among them. They also managed to arrive here despite the stolen items from the vault being here. They are quite capable, Nils said, crossing his arms in agreement. It's true, they arrived remarkably quickly. Perhaps they cross-examined information obtained by other groups. In gathering information, numbers are strength. Among the Templar Knights, there are those who follow Cardinal Camilo's orders and those who follow Cardinal Oscar's orders. Is that it? That's possible, Ito speculated, and Nils agreed. The Templar Knights are said to number over 1,000 in total. Of course, not everyone is in the holy capital and its surroundings. They are scattered across France. Still, it's a fact that a considerable number are present in the holy capital, and the command structure must be quite complex. After all, the cardinal is the head of the Western Church, excluding the Pope. Being the top of the church means they are also the top in the entire Western nations. If they aren't solidly united, it's easy to imagine that the organizations under them would have to deal with various difficult demands. It's a tough world out there, Rio murmured. Hearing that, the three shared a wry smile. This time they all agreed with Rio's words. Yes, it's a tough world out there. While the four were discussing this, the 50 Templar Knights were getting closer to Count Padawan's mansion. Finally, they reached the first defensive line. The four knights at the front could be seen spinning something over their heads. Is that a bolus? Rio murmured. It was released from their hands. It appeared to have weights on both ends of the cord, and when it struck the feet of the Holy Knights, it ensnared both of their legs. Naturally, the Holy Knights fell over. Ooh! The four, including Rio, exclaimed in amazement. Since it's their country's golems, they probably know their weaknesses. Indeed, that might be the case, Amon agreed, nodding along with Ito. Just as expected of the Templar Knights. They aren't always losing, Rio said, crossing his arms as if he were an authority. Nils responded with a look of disbelief. The image of losing so much was likely given by Rio's ice floor. The fallen golems were only tangled up at their feet, so it was only a matter of time before they cut the cords or freed themselves. Yet the Night Order showed no signs of slowing down and ran right past them, ignoring the fallen Holy Knights. Soon after, 2 more Holy Knights blocked their path. Once more, the 4 Templar Knights sent their boluses flying. The boluses entangled, but this time not the feet, but the swords in the Holy Knights' hands. The Holy Knights had managed to twist their swords around the incoming boluses, defending against them. They've already adapted, Ito said in surprise. With 20 Holy Knights, they might be constantly exchanging information in some way, Rio recalled, and mentioned the golem battles he had seen between Holy Knights and civilians during the Republic. Watching the first row of combat, it looked like the Holy Knights in subsequent rows changed their responses, but perhaps they were not just watching, but actually exchanging information. Even on Earth in the 21st century, fighter jets, for instance, instantly share tactical data obtained by other units through data links, using it for tactical maneuvers. Maybe the Holy Knights had a similar image with artificial intelligence involved. Rio felt that way. I definitely want that. Rio's Paddy Field Management Golem, of course, lacks such functions. It doesn't possess anything resembling artificial intelligence. During this journey to the Western nations, he had the chance to see the insides of quite a few golems. He even got to dismantle the golems of the Kyushu Duchy from top to bottom. This significantly contributed to his understanding of golems beyond what he had imagined. Surely, once he returned to Duke Rondo's territory and provided feedback to the Paddy Field Management Golem, its combat ability would surely increase exponentially. Of course, whether the Paddy Field Management Golem actually needed combat ability was something nobody knew. The Templar Knights ran past the Holy Knights without paying them any mind. However, not everyone could make it through unscathed. Oh, they got knocked off, 2 of them. The Holy Knights charged at the horseback riders, a body slam only a 3-meter golem can perform, Amon shouted, impressed by Rio's self-created category of 3-meter golems. Well, it was true that a human couldn't perform a body slam on horseback. Can they fight against golems? Isn't France's golem the strongest among the Western nations? Is it stronger than that one from the Kyushu Duchy? Surely, in ground combat, a human would find it difficult to win one-on-one against a golem. Nils questioned, Amon confirmed, Ito expressed his resignation, and Rio reminisced about the battles he fought in the Duchy of Inberry. The Union's artificial golems were powerful. There had been times when the Southern Army adventurers surrounded them. He recalled the scene of the Switchback's leader, Knight Ra, being blown away by a golem. During the war, some units were overwhelmed and taken down by the Duchy of Inberry's Knight Order, but that was primarily due to sheer numbers. In one-on-one combat, humans don't stand a chance. I feel like some water attribute mage flipped over the Kyushu Duchy's golem. Nils's murmurs didn't reach Rio. The 2 knights who were knocked off their horses by the Holy Knights were subsequently blown away by the Holy Knights' shield bash and lost consciousness. They had properly defended with their shields. Power is everything. The Holy Knights embody that. They certainly got taken down, but in any case we can only watch. At this distance my magic likely won't reach, probably. Probably, Rio declared, and Ito murmured. In reality, they were over 200 meters away, making it impossible to assist. However, getting any closer could potentially trigger detection by the Holy Knights. Rio understood that the Holy Knights, utilizing their powerful output, had their detection capabilities set high when he had fiddled with the destroyed Holy Knights. All of this was made possible because France, backed by the authority of the Church in the Western nations, was gathering large magic stones indiscriminately. That was the rumor. Neil Anderson hadn't denied those rumors, so it was likely true. Ultimately, national strength has a significant impact on not only the development of scientific technology, but also the results that arise from it. Underdeveloped countries struggle to reach the level of advanced countries largely due to that aspect. It is not a difference in personnel, but a difference in national strength. That's why rulers must be diligent in ensuring their nations do not weaken. The 48 Templar Knights had breached a total of 4 golems. Yet before them stood the wall of golems and nearly 30 adventurers. It was clear that the mansion side was trying to stop the Knight Order with all their might at this point. All right, it's about time we move, Nils said, and the 3 nodded. Sorry, but the Templar Knights would have to act as bait. Well, they had just rushed in on their own. From behind the mansion, the 4 members of Room 10 made their way around. The sounds of battle from the front could be heard even from this distance. However, conversely, as long as those sounds were audible, it should mean that their attention was diverted away from them. The golems have all gone over there, right? Yes, there are 10 adventurers in the mansion's garden, but 7 are near the front door and 3 are close to our back entrance. With Rio's passive sonar, the layout was completely revealed. You're as sharp as ever, Rio. That means we can safely carry out our ambush. I have some doubts about Amon's opinion on this. Ito expressed admiration. Amon honestly shared his thoughts, and Nils shook his head slightly. If the golems were to find us and come this way. Don't worry, Ito. That's precisely why, in a rather cruel manner, Nils made us wait until the Templar Knight Order engaged with the main golem force. Even if they noticed us, they wouldn't easily abandon the fight to retreat. Rio responded to Ito's concerns. You're not wrong, but can we phrase it differently? Nils seemed dissatisfied. Ultimately, the adventurers near the back entrance were quickly frozen in place, and without anyone noticing, the four successfully entered the mansion. Inside the mansion, there are 6 people as far as I can tell. That's quite few, Nils replied to Rio's report. One of them is drunk on the 3rd floor. There's a bedroom connected by a door nearby, so that must be the owner of this mansion, Count Padawan. There are 5 others gathered in what seems to be a large dining room on the 1st floor. You can tell he's drunk. He's been downing drinks at quite the pace. His movements are a bit shaky, so he's likely intoxicated. In any situation, it is necessary to analyze the information obtained and deduce from there. Even with magic, this holds true. Rather, it could be said that the ability to analyze and deduce is extremely important precisely because of magic. No one else has this information, only they do. Naturally, they could only rely on their own analysis. First, we will subdue the 5 on the 1st floor. Nils set the plan, and the 3 nodded. The 4 arrived in front of the door. Nils nodded towards Rio. Rio raised 3 fingers, then 2, and finally 1. Ice bind 5 the moment it turned into a fist. Nils kicked down the door. All 4 burst in. On the floor lay 5 adventurers. Their limbs and mouths were bound by ice. To prevent them from resisting or screaming, Nils hesitated and looked at Rio. I knew where the 5 were thanks to the sonar, so I restrained them on the count of 3, 2, 1. I was a bit tense just in case there was a 6th one I hadn't accounted for, but thank goodness it was only 5. Oh. Rio let out a large sigh, looking satisfied, while Nils accepted it with a really slightly dissatisfied expression. Ito and Amon were smiling wryly. Thus, the mansion was subdued. Next is the Count on the 3rd floor. They approached the door that seemed to lead to the Count's room. Nils knocked properly. Come in, a drunken man's voice came from inside. As they opened the door and entered, they saw a man in his mid-50s sitting in a chair, clearly intoxicated, looking towards them. Who are you? You're not the adventurers I hired. No, we are not, Nils replied politely to the Count's inquiry. Since the man before them was a noble, he used the appropriate language for addressing nobility. I see. Have you come to kill me? Go ahead, kill me. I have no regrets left in this world. You are Count Padawan, correct? That's right. I suppose I need to confirm before I can be killed. Here, take this recognition plate. With that, the Count tossed a small plate hanging from his neck to Nils. It was slightly different from the plate that Rio had. The appearance varies significantly by country. However, this alchemy tool for recognition has become quite common in both the Central nations and the Western nations. At the very least, it is placed at the gates of many towns. Sometimes even guards carry it around. Its prevalence is unnaturally widespread. That said, none of the 4 here possessed such an alchemy tool. Marie is dead. Lance is already a shell of a man. Osiris hasn't returned, and finally Tommaso is dead. There is no one left to inherit Count Padawan's house. Tommaso was the only hope, truly the last. For that, I swallowed any demands the church made. If they told me to kill someone, I did. If they told me to raid a town, I did. If they said to keep something hidden where no one would find it, I did that too. And then, not content with just me, they sent an attack at Tommaso as well. What a joke. What is a priest? What is a cardinal? What do they think people are? In his final words, Count Padawan was filled with anger. Do I have a grasp of the situation then? Yes, it seems so. Ito replied, and Nils nodded. Count Padawan, we have come to search for the items that we were told to keep hidden in a place where no one would find them. We would like you to tell us that location. Why should I tell you? In response to Nils's question, Count Padawan answered with murky eyes and a frown. If you tell me, I will convey to you the last hope that Tommaso left behind. That answer came from Ito. The other 3 tilted their heads in confusion. They wondered what this last hope could be. Tommaso's last hope? Humph, interesting. It's probably a lie, but I do like the phrasing. I'll tell you. There's a special storage room connected to the bedroom. It's in there. Follow me. With that, Count Padawan stood up, though his legs were unsteady. However, he brushed aside the hand that Nils offered, and somehow he began to walk. Pulling one of the books from the shelf in the bedroom, the bookshelf slid to the side. What an amazing gimmick! Rio muttered, somewhat impressed, but only Nils reacted to it. He simply shook his head in silence. Inside the opened room were several barrels, armor, and bags filled with jewels, and there were 4 long, narrow bags. By their shape and size, they were likely swords. Those over there are what I was told to keep hidden. Take them as you please. After all, I will be killed anyway. Count Padawan said this with a small laugh. Nils opened the 4 bags and confirmed that there was 1 sword in each. It is better for someone other than the owner to avoid touching a holy sword. Hugh had said something like that. This bag was likely a special one that allows for the transportation of holy swords. Nils took 2 swords, while Amon and Rio each took 1, keeping them in their bags. Meanwhile, Ito handed the Count a locket. It was the locket that Elena from the tavern had refused to accept, because it was something that had nothing to do with her. If you are going to die anyway, why not try to help someone before you go? What do you mean? The woman depicted on this locket is the one Tommaso loved. What? It seems they had promised to move abroad together in 6 months. I see. Perhaps she found happiness with him. Count Padawan nodded slightly at Ito's words. However, the main topic starts here. It's likely that she named Elena is pregnant with Tommaso's child. Is that true? It wasn't only Count Padawan who was surprised by Ito's words. Nils, Amon, and Rio were equally shocked. The 3 exchanged glances. I am a priest, so I can tell these things. A new life is present. If you're going to die, wouldn't it be better to save her before you go? With that, Ito wrote down the location of the tavern and dining hall where Elena worked and handed it over. Time doesn't come back, but you can still make amends. They managed to acquire the Holy Sword without any major troubles. That's great. This is on the outskirts of the Holy Capital. I hope they can return safely to the Holy Capital. The 4 in room 10 withdrew from the estate of Count Padawan. It was currently 3 in the morning. The castle gates of the Holy Capital were open 24 hours a day. It seemed that there were no doors closed to the faithful. However, even if one could freely enter and exit, there were guards at the gates, and golems were stationed as well. Passing through the gates of the Holy Capital at such a late hour, or rather just before dawn, was indeed conspicuous. It was best to avoid actions that could raise suspicion. After all, they were carrying the Holy Sword they had recovered. Because of this, the 4 took a break in a spot slightly off the main road. Ito, was what you said earlier true? Nils asked Ito. Of course, this question was one shared not only by Nils but also by Amon and Rio. About Elena's baby. There is definitely a baby, and it seems Elena is aware of it too since she was only drinking water, right? I see. Rio nodded at Ito's explanation. Now that he mentioned it, the drink she had during the conversation was indeed water and not alcohol. Well, whether Tommaso is the baby's father is honestly uncertain, but he's probably the one, right? Ito said with a slight smile. At that moment, Ice Wall Level 20 package, Rio shouted without even having time to stand up. Almost simultaneously, the 4 were enveloped by a wall of ice and countless earth spears attacked. What? From the gaps between the attacking earth spears, Nils looked around. There was no change in the surroundings. While there was no visible change, even Nils, who was a swordsman, could sense that something dangerous was nearby. Ito, the priest who could feel the flow of magical power, sensed an even greater threat than Nils. What is this? An unusual flow of magical power. I've never experienced anything like this before. No, since that blazing flame mage. Could it be someone of that caliber? No, there aren't that many people like that, right? It was the first experience since being exposed to the magical power of the blazing flame mage Oscar in Witnash. Cold sweat wouldn't stop. Amon was also trembling. However, it was a tremble caused by fear, battle readiness, and also joy, the joy of being able to face a strong opponent. Though the figure was still unseen, they understood that an incredibly strong presence was there. Layered Ice Wall Level 20 package, Rio recast the package for full area defense with a layered ice wall. The ice wall thickened automatically from the center outwards. The assault from the earth spears was so fierce that it necessitated such actions. Where the earth spears collided with the ice wall, light from annihilation danced. In other words, each spear had equivalent power to a 20-layer thick ice wall. To put it bluntly, it was impossible. The thousands of dancing lights continued for a solid 3 minutes. After the rain of earth spears stopped, a voice echoed. Leave the Holy Sword behind. The figure that appeared along with that voice was clad in white robes. No way. Could it be the Pope? Amon was speechless, Nils was astonished, and Ito blurted out the identity. It was the current Pope who was due to have a ceremony in a few days. Leave the Holy Sword behind. Once again, the Pope opened their mouth, words devoid of emotion. I see. There were those who said they didn't seem human, but they might really not be, Rio murmured. However, the notion of being a golem also felt somewhat off. Nevertheless, in any case, the overflowing magical power was genuine. The Pope, whom they had seen from a distance when the delegation arrived, felt completely different from the empty shell they had observed. The appearance was the same, but the essence, that overflowing magical power. Despite having rained down so many earth spears, the magical power was abundant. In magical combat, the amount of magical power is justice. Leave the Holy Sword behind, the Pope's third call. I refuse, Nils declared. Without a moment's pause, the Pope chanted. Blade Lang Trident, as the Pope chanted, 3 flames swirled from the tip of the outstretched right hand towards the ice wall. They gouged into Rio's ice wall. Layered Ice Wall Level 20 Icicle Lance Shower. While reinforcing the ice wall in front, Rio summoned icicle lances to rain down upon the Pope. Magic barrier, however, the Pope maintained the attack from the swirling flames while casting a magic barrier to deflect Rio's attack. Two spells deployed simultaneously, and it was earth first, then fire. Two elements, Ito shouted in surprise. While it was rare to see Ito shout, Rio, Nils, and Amon had no room to be surprised. The Pope's attack was powerful and strong enough to defend against Rio's assault. Rio, Amon, charge in from both sides and cut him down, Nils said. Understood, I'll provide support with a distraction. Rio nodded in response. He could charge in with Murakumo, but in doing so, the defenses of the three would inevitably weaken. It would be better for the two frontline fighters to charge instead. I'm going in. Dynamic steam mine, as Rio chanted, steam mines were laid around the Pope. Then, as the steam mine came into contact with the blade Lang Trident, annihilation occurred. The light from the annihilation obscured the Pope's vision. Confirming this, Nils and Amon charged in. They closed the distance in an instant, attacking the Pope from both sides without a word. Clang, clang, however the sound of their swords being deflected was sharp. The Pope, while firing the blade Lang Trident at Rio and Ito, defended against the ice spears from above with a magic barrier, deploying physical barriers to block the strikes from both of them. What's that? Even Rio was astonished. Enchant body enhancement haste, the Pope chanted. At the same time, they held a staff with both hands, not the staff held by Ito and the others, but one tipped with what seemed like a jewel. The Pope swung it around. Amon dodged, and Nils received it with his sword. Whoa, the moment he took the hit, Nils was sent flying. Incredible physical strength and unimaginable speed. You said enchant, right? Yeah, you did. It's like mixed. Oh, did you think so too, Ito? Rio and Ito whispered to each other. Of course, they were still being bombarded by the Pope's fiery vortex, but they found a moment to converse. No matter how terrifying the attack was, it seemed that one could eventually get used to it. The attributes of the four mages from the missing hero party, right, earth, fire, wind, and the enchanter. Ashken the enchanter has a wind attribute, though. Is that the magic extracted from those four? Rio stated the attributes of the four, and Ito speculated what had been done with them. I can't imagine that such a great amount of magical power could be contained, even if it's not human. Ah, yeah, Rio has been taking it all on himself for a while now. Rio was pondering while nodding, and Ito's muttering went unheard by him. But if it's being supplied constantly, it might be possible. In other words, it's not that the magical power extracted from the four is contained within the Pope, but rather that it's still being drawn and released through the Pope. If that's the case, indeed, I think there's something like a line supplying that magical power to the Pope. Rio had been searching for that all along, however he hadn't found it. The fact that Rio can't find it means it's not in the air. Not in the air, I see it must be from the ground. Upon being told by Ito, Rio had a flash of insight. What came to mind was the wild golems that resembled rocks he once fought with Abel while heading to run from the forest of Rondo. They seemed to be receiving magical power from the ground. When Abel kicked one down, it had stopped moving. On the front lines, the Pope was still firing the blade Lang Trident at Rio, and Ito, while defending against the ice spears with a magic barrier, battling with Amon's sword and staff. Amon, get back! Upon hearing Rio's shout, Amon leaped backward. He probably didn't understand the reason to retreat, but there was full trust in Rio. Ice path layered ice wall level 10 package, as Rio chanted, ice spread across the ground where the Pope stood. Moreover, an ice wall arose with a radius of about 3 meters, rapidly thickening towards the center, that is, towards the Pope. Ice pillar, while the Pope was smashing the encroaching ice wall with their staff, the ice path extended skyward like an ice pillar. Naturally, the Pope, who was on top of the ice pillar, was lifted, increasing the distance from the ground. As the distance increased, the Pope's movements gradually weakened. The Pope was enveloped by the approaching ice wall and became encased in ice. The encasement of the Pope in ice was about 20 meters above the ground. It was hard to see from directly below. However, it seemed that Nils, who had been blown back to a slightly farther location, could see it clearly. Wow, what's that? Nils asked Rio. It's the encasement of His Holiness the Pope in ice. Rio replied with a smug smile. However, at that moment, a beam of light shot down from the sky at the ice pillar. When the four looked at the ice pillar in surprise, the Pope, who had been trapped at the tip, was gone. No way! Rio was stunned in amazement. The other three were also at a loss for words. The ice pillar shrank back down to the ground. The place where the Pope had been was now empty space. It wasn't that the ice had broken. It seemed that only the Pope's body had been moved to another location. The presence behind the Pope is indeed quite troublesome. Well, that's why we reclaimed the Holy Sword, Rio said, and Nils replied. Although Rio nodded at Nils' response, he still felt something was off. The presence behind the Pope was a fallen being. Even if it had originally been an angel-like entity, could this holy sword really defeat it? The very first figure that came to Rio's mind when he heard angel was, of course, Michael, whom he had encountered in the white space. He had said it himself, he was something like an angel. And that presence, or rather, the nature of its existence, was something that felt entirely on a different dimension from someone like Rio. For instance, if asked whether those holy swords could defeat someone like Michael, he couldn't help but feel that it was impossible. It felt literally like a different dimension, an existence beyond imagination. Why could it be said to be beyond imagination? Because just one dimension of difference turns it into something completely different. We, existing in 3 dimensions, cannot even begin to imagine what 4 dimensions would be like without adding time to the space. Even if we understand it somewhat through equations or words, we cannot visualize it in our minds. This is because we have never experienced 4-dimensional space. Is there even space beyond 3 dimensions? The answer is yes. In physics, its existence has been confirmed on Earth. In fact, it has been established that the world in which people exist is certainly above 9 dimensions. However, we only recognize 3 dimensions. Where are the remaining 6 dimensions? That is the issue of excess dimensions. Whether they are compactly existing nearby, as represented by the so-called Calabi-Yau manifold, or spreading out like a brain world, it's unknown. We living in 3 dimensions cannot perceive or grasp the 6 dimensions. Why can we say they definitely exist even though we cannot perceive or see them? Because otherwise, it wouldn't add up. What has been deduced is something that can be called the cutting edge of theoretical physics known as string theory. In the 21st century, very few theoretical physicists completely deny string theory, as genius physicists around the world engage with this theory. It has been derived from such cutting-edge theory. Well, we cannot perceive it. However, I wish to understand. I wish to comprehend what it's like to view higher dimensions from lower dimensions. What should I do? It's simple. Just think a dimension lower. For example, we can understand it by considering the 3 dimensions we live in. 3 dimensions can take 3 axes, length, width, and height. Hence the term 3 dimensions. The lower dimension, 2 dimensions, can only take 2 axes, length and width, creating a world of a flat plane. Hence the term 2 dimensions, by dropping 1 dimension. Let's consider ourselves in a 2-dimensional plane and think about how interference with 1 level up, 3 dimensions, would occur. We exist on a plane. It is completely flat. There is no height. If we try to grab a ball that is 1 centimeter above this plane, that is, trying to grab a ball that exists in 3 dimensions, of course, we cannot grab it, because we are beings living within the plane. We are 2-dimensional beings. In other words, we cannot interfere with beings from higher dimensions. However, if the ball stops floating and falls onto our plane, we would take damage. It would hurt if it hit us. Thus, from the higher dimension to the lower dimension, interference can occur if one desires. The power of life and death rests with those of the upper dimension. However, here you should realize, 2 dimensions and 3 dimensions are never entirely separate places. They intersect at some points. 2 dimensions and 3 dimensions have parts that touch each other. Against a ball that comes to such a point of intersection, we, being in 2 dimensions, should be able to grab it. At least we probably could. No, even if we can't grab it, we can interfere with it. We can make contact. At that moment, the lower dimension can affect the higher dimension. The first round against the Pope ends. It's the usual face-off. Some expressions were altered. The content remains unchanged. 8/9/2135 update. As morning arrived and people began to pass along the highway, the 4 in room 10 entered the holy capital. Before returning to the delegation's lodging, they organized their information while having breakfast. We managed to retrieve the holy sword, but we still can't find those 4 mages. Moreover, we have completely lost our leads. That's true. Having no leads at all is painful. However, considering the one who was supplying magical power to the Pope yesterday, it would make the most sense to assume they are being held captive somewhere in the holy capital or nearby, where their magical power is being drained. Nils said, with Ito agreeing, and Rio presenting his deductions. Since Rio's deductions were reasonable, Nils and Amon nodded along with Ito. That said, there was still a severe lack of information beyond that. By the way, why did the Pope appear at such a timing? There was no one present who could answer Nils' simple question. After finishing their breakfast, the 4 headed towards the Kingdom delegation's lodging. As usual, the leader, Hugh McGrath, was in the lobby. "Ah, you're back." With that, Hugh invited the 4 to the lounge in the back. "First, I want to hear your report." In response to Hugh's inquiry, Nils and Ito reported on everything from the underground space in the holy capital to Count Padawan's ambush and the Pope. Hugh listened intently without interrupting, his expression slightly surprised. "And we recovered 4 swords believed to be holy swords," Nils concluded. Then Nils, Amon, and Rio each placed their holy swords on the table. Seriously, you managed to do this in such a short time? You guys are impressive. Hugh praised them wholeheartedly. He then picked up one of the swords. All right, he murmured softly. This was repeated 4 times. Well done. All 4 are undoubtedly holy swords. Their specific properties, however, remain unknown. Woo! Nils, Edo, and Amon rejoiced at Hugh's words. Mr. Hugh, can you tell just by holding it whether it's a holy sword? Yeah, I can tell. It's not just me. If you've been the master of a holy sword for a certain period, you'll know I can't identify its properties, but I can tell whether it's a holy sword or not. In response to Rio's question, Hugh nodded affirmatively. Is it really impossible to break or melt a holy sword? Ah, that's right, you know your stuff. Hugh nodded in agreement with Rio's deduction. No, I was just wondering why you'd keep it instead of melting it down. That seems like the best option. Holy swords don't break. In fact, there are holy swords said to have been made thousands of years ago. Oh, and my holy sword Galahad has also been around for quite some time, if I remember correctly. Rio replied, and Hugh added as if recalling something. Actually, Grand Master, Nils started, honestly reporting that all leads in the search for the 4 mages had vanished. Of course, Hugh did not scream or get angry upon hearing this. He wouldn't get angry over something so unreasonable. He had led the organization and adventurers for a long time. He understood what it meant to be a superior accessible to reports from subordinates. Building trust through regular interactions is the most important aspect. As long as this was not mistaken, subordinates would report even the difficult things, even if their leader was a tough-looking giant. Actually, yesterday we received some information regarding this. I was just reviewing it until a moment ago, Hugh said, pulling a sealed envelope from his pocket, and continued. It arrived yesterday from Graham through Scout Morris, he said, handing it to Nils. Nils took out a piece of paper from inside the envelope. Ito leaned in to peek. Amon and Rio quickly moved behind Nils to take a look. The 4 of them are in the land of eternal night. Nils read the written words aloud, then he tilted his head in confusion. Ito and Amon also tilted their heads. Rio was tilting his head too, but it was slightly different from the other 3. What is the land of eternal night? The 3 were puzzled. However, Rio felt he had heard the term land of eternal night before. He remembered hearing it, but couldn't recall when or where. Eternal night, always night, dwellers of the night vampires, twilight land. Ah, Rio exclaimed as the realization struck him. The 3 were surprised. What's wrong, Rio? No. I just remembered hearing about the land of eternal night from Abel. Really? So Abel, your majesty knew about the land of eternal night. Hugh expressed his admiration. Previously, he mentioned he had heard about it from Arthur Velasquez, the advisor of the Magical Association. Rio had heard this from Abel when they crossed borders as part of the delegation to Twilight Land. When we were in Twilight Land, I said, even though it's Twilight Land, the sun is shining normally, and Abel replied, of course it's not the legendary land of eternal night. That was right. He had intended to ask Arthur about it someday. Rio had completely forgotten. The land of eternal night is a legendary place, isn't it? Rio asked Hugh. Ah, initially we thought so too, but upon investigation it seems otherwise. Simply put, it was once a country inhabited by vampires. I see. The 4 agreed with Hugh's explanation. In reality, vampires can operate under the sun, just as they had done in Twilight Land. However, the Strigoi, their kin, are sensitive to sunlight. Thus, having a place that is always night would certainly be advantageous for them. That said, if you were to ask what ordinary people would think when hearing eternal night, they would likely respond with polar regions, the Arctic and Antarctic circles. There are times when the sun does not rise at all during polar night. That could very well be what one imagines as eternal night. However, Hugh's explanation was entirely different. There's a vast space beneath the ground. Rare underground city? That was Rio's first thought upon hearing those words. However, soon another scene came to mind. That was the underground space in the holy capital where they currently were. No, it doesn't seem to be the underground space you've seen. Hugh seemed to realize what the 4 were imagining. He denied it first. It's located between Boreas, a town to the north of the holy capital, and Eurus, a town to the east. It exists underground there. While its size isn't comparable to the holy capital, it's reportedly far more expansive than Boreas or Eurus. It used to be a vampire town, but what about now? It seems that the existence of it hasn't been disclosed to ordinary people, so it might be uninhabited, Nils asked, and Hugh answered. Well, normally people wouldn't know about its existence if it's underground. The vengeful spirits of the slain vampires are probably still swirling there, and they'll most likely feast upon anyone who comes. Why does Rio always go in that direction? Amon said something sensible. Rio proposed a light novelesque development, and Nils shook his head in denial. If they stirred up trouble before even diving into the underground space, who knows what would happen next? Of course, Rio didn't want that. He certainly didn't want that. He was merely stating possibilities, though. If it were to happen, he probably wouldn't feel regret. On that very day, the four from Room 10 moved to the northern town of Boreas. At the heart of Boreas stands the Boreas Church. Within the church grounds, there is a massive first storage vault. On the opposite side of the main street in the Boreas Church lies the Boreas government office. It's quite large. This one has a courtyard design, doesn't it? It seems there's an entrance to the underground in that courtyard. What's with that conspicuous design? Amon expressed his honest impression, Nils speculated, Ito affirmed, and Rio tilted his head in confusion. An entrance to the underground in the courtyard. Is it common for such a place to exist? Isn't it strange? While Rio was quite unconvinced, he used active sonar to scan the area. Even if it were in the courtyard, if Rio's sonar was active, it would be easy to infiltrate without being seen by anyone. In fact, the four arrived at the entrance without being noticed by anyone. There were hardly any signs of people coming and going here. There was no lock, and the door opened easily. Inside, there was nothing but what looked like stairs leading down. "Well, we have no choice but to go," Nils said, and the other three nodded in agreement. Thus, after descending the spiral staircase, they walked down a long slope. After walking quite a distance down the slope, which occasionally had alchemy tools known as street lamps illuminating it, they arrived at a rather large door about 3 meters high. "There's no lock here either," Ito confirmed. "Since we don't know what's happening on the other side, let's open it carefully," Nils said, slowly opening the door. On the other side of the door was not the pitch-black darkness, but rather it was very bright. Moreover, they could hear the sounds of many voices. "Huh!" Amon exclaimed in surprise. It wasn't just Amon who was astonished. Ito, Nils, and of course Rio were equally shocked. The underground space was overflowing with people. Alchemy tools known as street lamps were everywhere, brightening the area like daytime in an outdoor city. Rather than polar night, it was more akin to midnight sun, and people were bustling about. Quite a number of horse-drawn carts were passing through. It was functioning completely like a town. "What in the world is going on here?" Nils questioned, and no one could provide an answer. The people there were, of course, not vampires but humans. Upon inquiring, they learned that it had been open to the public for about a year. It wasn't fully known to the general populace. Most who entered had connections through the church or close contacts within the French government. That said, some had arrived on their own after hearing rumors, resulting in quite a chaotic situation. Furthermore, it seemed that the entrance the four had used was basically unused, as there were several larger spiral staircases and ramps that were more commonly used for entering and exiting. This was unexpected. "Yeah, I never imagined there would even be inns and restaurants," Rio murmured, and Nils agreed with a nod. The four were in the underground space, which many referred to simply as the underground city, and within that underground city, they found themselves in one of the inns, specifically its dining hall. "It's amazing that as long as you pay, there's no requirement to show identification. That means a lot of different people are coming in." Amon was impressed by this odd detail, and Ito nodded, smiling wryly. "While it's convenient for us to go unnoticed, it does make it hard for the mages to search for us. There's nothing we can do about that." Nils sighed softly, and Ito nodded in agreement. "Whether using passive sonar or active sonar, there's no reaction. However, there's an odd reflection in one direction of the city." As Rio said this, he looked in a certain direction within the city. "Probably towards the northeast. Even underground, you can tell directions?" Ito was surprised. "Today's water attribute mages can tell directions even underground." "No way that's true," Nils promptly corrected Rio's joke. "Nils, you've improved. Don't say embarrassing things like that." Nils turned bright red and looked away after Rio had complimented him. Ito and Amon smiled at this. "In any case, there's a strange reflection of water vapor in the northeast direction that piques my interest. All right, let's eat and rest, then we can head that way. Is it true that the street lamps here are always on?" When I asked earlier, they said yes. "So the workers are always working." "What a terrifying black environment." Rio's murmurs were unheard by anyone. Even though it was always bright, it was a black environment. What an irony that was. The person who created this environment must be a real cynic. The foreshadowing from 198 regarding the land of eternal night has been resolved. What a relief. And once again, coffee and cake appeared. With so much cake appearing in the second part, there has to be a reason. In the third part, Eastern Nations Arc. I can't reveal any more. After having a meal and getting 6 hours of sleep, the four of them left room 10. They had reserved the room for one more day and paid in advance, but there was nothing left in the room. In the northeastern direction that Rio pointed to, a magnificent palace could be seen. The underground city itself had an extremely high ceiling. It was about 30 meters tall. In that space, the palace reached up to the ceiling's height. There were no other buildings that tall, of course. This is definitely related to a church or the government or something like that. In a normal country, it would be the Lord's mansion, but this is France. Since there are guards at the gate, it doesn't seem like a church where believers can enter. Exactly, the enemy's stronghold. Surely a 30-meter class golem will appear at the end? Nils said with a grimace while Ito agreed. Amon focused on the entrance, and Rio expressed his desire. Of course, Rio had no idea if a 30-meter golem even existed. If something like that appeared, the ceiling would collapse. Yeah, I understood Rio's desire, just understood it though. Nils's retort is starting to resemble Abel's. Nils chimed in and Rio sighed. By the way, when Rio sighed and said it's starting to resemble Abel, both Ito and Amon didn't miss that Nils looked a little pleased. Normally, we'd sneak in at night, but this underground space seems to always be bright, which is a problem. Amon sighed and Ito smiled wryly. I could pierce all the streetlights with an icicle lance to make it pitch dark, but that would trouble the people who are working seriously. It could lead to a riot. Yeah, Rio, don't you dare do that. What Nils is saying is definitely, don't do it, don't do it, don't. Just go ahead and do it, right? That's not what I meant. What is that? Seriously, don't do it. Rio felt relieved that Nils was a properly sensible adventurer. The four of them entered a tavern near the palace. Of course, their purpose wasn't to drink, but to devise a plan. If Rio can't scout from the outside, we have to find a way to get inside. At worst, just Rio alone. Just me? Nils said, and Rio tilted his head. If you get in, you can scout with magic, right? Even if you can't find it with your eyes, can't you manage somehow? Ah, yes, I think I could manage somehow. The problem is that the entrance seems to be only that one in front. Sneaking in through that main gate without being noticed would be impossible without incredible stealth skills, Nils said, and Rio replied, but Rio's words trailed off. Rio? Ito asked with a hint of curiosity. I might have a method that could work. It's for one person, though, Rio said as he took out a silver bracelet from his bag. A bracelet? I did look into the magic formula being used. It's very delicate, but if I carefully channel the magic, it seems I could use it. Amon asked and Rio answered. What kind of bracelet is it? It's the bracelet of concealment. This was the bracelet of concealment, named by Rio, that was used by Cesar and given to Rio as an apology from the Republic. Naturally, this bracelet was customized so that only specific users could use it. It would be problematic if it got stolen and used. It seems to detect even slight differences in a person's magical power. The reason it seems is that even Rio couldn't quite grasp that part. That's how high-level alchemy was being utilized, even in the biometric section. Rio was trying to forcefully make it usable for himself. As mentioned before, it was impossible. Only someone as skilled as Rio in magical control, arguably one of the highest levels among mages, and with knowledge and experience in alchemy could do this. Such a person likely didn't exist, or so he thought. I feel like Sira could probably do it. With magical control on par with, or perhaps exceeding Rio's and abundant alchemical knowledge as an elf. Well, without someone on the level of Rio or Sira, it would be impossible to forcefully use this bracelet. Moreover, even someone like Rio would need concentration akin to threading a fine needle. As a result, while using this bracelet, he couldn't use any other magic or even run. Forcefully using a specialized alchemy tool for a specific user is that difficult. While activating the bracelet of concealment, Rio walked through the main gate. He passed through the gates of the palace and entered through the open main entrance. At that moment, he felt as if he passed through a thin membrane of air. That membrane must have been the reason for the steam capturing the air strangely. It would probably block wind attribute magic's detection too. He entered, but while using the bracelet of concealment, he couldn't use sonar to scout. He had to stop using the bracelet somewhere hidden from view and explore. However, since he had no idea about the structure, he was wandering around aimlessly. Going up and down stairs would likely lead to a very troublesome situation, so he tried to wander around the first floor, and finally reached the end of a hallway that seemed hard to see from the surroundings. Passive sonar suddenly, he couldn't use active sonar. Sensitive people would pick up on it. However, the enhanced passive sonar could pick up quite a lot of situational changes, even the sound of someone sleeping. There are more than 100 people inside this palace. If they are captured, a dungeon would be the standard, right? Rio's casual deduction. If someone were to be imprisoned, it would likely be in a dungeon or a tower. Since there was no tower in this palace, it would be a dungeon. Is there really a strange steam area in the back of the basement? If it's like that previous entrance, it must be isolated by a membrane of air. Reluctantly, Rio decided to check it out. Of course, while activating the bracelet of concealment, he walked. Even knowing he was invisible, he felt nervous when passing by people. He noticed that there were quite a number of knights in this building, and also mages. However, the mages seemed sensitive to the flow of magical power, as there were several who looked towards Rio more than once. That said, seeing nothing, they returned their gaze, thinking it was just their imagination. After repeating that a few times, he finally arrived at the back of the basement, in front of the air membrane. The interior was visible, a considerably spacious area. Considering it was inside a palace, it must be an atrium. In front of such a place was the air membrane. I have a bad feeling about this. Nevertheless, he had to explore. Rio steeled himself, extending only the tip of his right hand beyond the air membrane, and immediately chanted. Passive sonar found it. Further into the spacious atrium, 4 people were locked in separate cells, chained up. Presumably, they were chains that constantly drained magical power, or something similar, even further back from the 4's cells. However, at the same time, Rio sensed something in the center of the spacious atrium. Moreover, he understood that whatever it was had completely captured Rio's presence. "This can't be helped," Rio muttered and proceeded into the atrium. Then he called out to the person standing in the center. It had been a day since their last encounter. "Hello, Your Holiness." Next time, round 2 against the Pope. "I knew you would come, but alone? Is it because you only have one of those bracelets?" The Pope's voice was clear. Compared to when he had attacked by the roadside, his words now seemed filled with emotion. "You're right, Your Holiness. In fact, I don't intend to fight you right now. Would you let me go just this once?" "How interesting. What do you think I would do if I let you go? Would you return with your companions to help these 4? Do you think I wouldn't kill them before that?" "I don't think so. Those 4 are your source of magical power, after all. No, it's not just them. You've trapped quite a few mages beyond them, haven't you? You're stealing magical power from them too, right?" At Rio's remark, the Pope showed signs of surprise. As expected, he seemed much more emotionally expressive now than when he had attacked by the roadside. "It's interesting that you understand this much. What is it? Did you use some sort of wind attribute detection? I didn't feel any flow of magic like that." "That's about right. You are dangerous." At that moment, Rio felt as if the Pope had smiled slightly. Then he continued speaking. "Die before you learn too much. Blade Lang Trident. Layered ice wall level 20. Icicle Lance Shower." The battle suddenly erupted. Honestly, Rio wanted to extract a bit more information before things escalated. This was a Pope who was quite talkative. 3 whirlwinds of fire sprang from the Pope's right hand and attacked Rio. Rio received the attack using a layered ice wall. The ice wall wasn't just in front, but all around him, even above. And then came the rain of ice spears. Super high density, super high speed, and super large quantity. The entire area around him turned into a path for the ice spears. There were probably tens of thousands in total. However, "I can't believe I'm unharmed." Even Rio was surprised by this. The Pope had simply erected a magic barrier above him without moving an inch. Normally, a magic barrier isn't that hard. However, the Pope's barrier seemed surprisingly tough. "Interesting. So you're a water attribute mage, and yet to unleash this many ice spears without exhausting your magical power. Are you even human? I would rather you not say that to me. You yourself must not be human. I don't know if such a thing exists in this world, but perhaps you're a clone." Indeed, the Pope before him was a different individual from the one he had fought by the roadside. They looked exactly the same. However, the emotional expressions were different. Clones can be genetically identical, but when it comes to the spirit aspect, they can never be the same. This is because a person's spirit is formed based on all the knowledge and experiences they have gained since birth. This difference manifests as variations in emotional expression. Of course, this is merely Rio's hypothesis. There were no official human clones on Earth. However, if one thinks logically, it is likely that anyone could arrive at such a conclusion. And Rio thought that the result of this reasoning stood before him. "I don't know what a clone is, but you seem to have stumbled upon our secret. Quite interesting. I know about you. You're Rio, a C-ranked adventurer from the Kingdom delegation. I can't believe the entire delegation knows, but let's see how much of that secret you actually know." "Of course, I'll politely decline," Rio thought. Just now, I was surprised to learn that he was a water attribute mage, and now he knows my name too. Has the information he holds been updated? Is something like a tactical data link not just in the golem, but in this Pope as well? Well, if he's a clone, it's not impossible. If they've incorporated something like that into the golem, then he probably understands the importance of real-time information sharing. If you want to silence a mage, you should do this. Enchant Body Enhancement Haste. With rapid-fire incantations, the Pope brandished a staff nearly 2 meters long and charged at Rio. "Can you really silence me?" Rio formed a blade with Murakumo to counter it. Clang. The sound of the staff and sword colliding echoed through the courtyard. "What?" The Pope appeared astonished. "Modern mages are expected to handle close combat with ease." Rio said with confidence. Shut up, thrust, 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 strike. Swing, thrust again. Rio expertly parried the Pope's staff attacks with Murakumo. It seems that close combat isn't getting us anywhere, the Pope muttered, and Rio heard him. Perhaps because he had used enchantment, the Pope was outpacing Rio in both speed and power. However, his staff technique wasn't exceptionally remarkable. If that was the case, it would still be difficult to break through Rio's impregnable defense. Compared to the sword of Sira clad in wind attire, it wasn't particularly hard to keep parrying. That was Rio's honest impression. The Pope jumped back significantly. Ureland, the moment he cast the spell, 2 faces appeared to the left of the Pope's face, 2 to the right. And together with his own face, 5 faces lined up. The newly manifested faces were just that, faces without necks or bodies. They seemed to be floating. What an eerie sight, Rio muttered his honest thoughts, but that was where his composure ended. Blade, Lang, Trident, Icicle Lance, Sonic Blade, Stone Lance. The faces that appeared beside the Pope simultaneously chanted 4 spells. Ice Wall level 20, Rio chanted while leaping backward. The 4 elemental spells collided with the ice wall, and in an instant the ice wall shattered. Impossible! The Blade, Lang, Trident, Icicle Lance, and Sonic Blade vanished as the ice wall broke, but 3 stone spears. 2 were deflected by his robe, and 1 pierced Rio's left leg through a gap in it. Rio was sent flying backward. It was a completely unexpected outcome. To think the ice wall level 20 would shatter so easily, but of course that wasn't the end of it. Sonic Blade, Sonic Blade, Sonic Blade, Sonic Blade, the 4 faces chanted the Sonic Blade. Sonic Blade is a spell that splits a single wind sword into 5 used for area suppression. In other words, 4 Sonic Blades would ultimately become 20 wind swords. They charged at Rio, who had been blown back and was unable to move due to the spear in his leg. The rain of wind swords fell, shattered walls and floors. Absolute Sanctuary, as the Pope chanted, Rio, holding Murakumo above him, descended. Clang, the absolute defense, absolute sanctuary that only high-ranking clergy of the Western Church could chant collided with Murakumo, producing a high-pitched sound. Having failed the surprise attack, Rio spun and landed on the ground, standing on 1 leg. His left leg was injured and in a pretty dire state. The main body has light attribute magic, while the other 4 unleash spells of the 4 attributes. What a cheat, Rio murmured. You, a water attribute mage, can't possibly do that. Well, I think no one can do it normally. But I was genuinely shocked by how quickly my ice wall shattered just a moment ago. What was that? You want to know? In this situation, standing at the brink of death, you still want to know something like that? Yes, I definitely want to know. In response to the Pope's question, Rio nodded vigorously. Admittedly, asking such a question while facing a potentially fatal situation feels somewhat abnormal. However, think about it from the other side. Wouldn't it be regrettable to die with such a question lingering in your mind? Wouldn't you be unable to find peace? The thought of wandering this world as a wraith was rather unsettling. How interesting. The pursuit of truth is a privilege granted to humans. I'll tell you this specially. There exists a phenomenon known as resonance in magic. There are several conditions for resonance to occur, but it's rare for it to happen just from the collision of 2 attribute spells. However, when all 4 attributes align, it becomes much easier to meet the conditions for resonance, and it occurs with high probability. As a result, some spells will disappear. I see. The reason that all but the earth spear vanished, including my ice wall, was due to the magic resonance. Resonance can occur frequently, even outside of magic. That's only possible because you can activate all 4 attributes simultaneously, right? Rio suddenly recalled the scenes from the battlefield he had witnessed up to this point. For example, even in the War of Kingdom Liberation, attack magic using fire, earth, and wind attributes were commonly used, but he had never seen water attribute attack magic. Yes, it was only up to 3 attributes. It seemed there was still a profound depth of magic that Rio did not know. Of course, resonance cannot happen unless the 4 attributes are in close proximity. This was obvious. Resonance doesn't occur with things that are too far apart. I understand. This has been educational. Rio said that and bowed his head. Even though he was fighting for his life, it wouldn't hurt to express gratitude for the information he had received. Rio had a strangely earnest side. Now then, I suppose you have no lingering regrets. Die without unnecessary resistance. I'll have to decline that. Rio rejected the Pope's proposal. Why are you so obsessed with life? Isn't it obvious? If I'm not alive, I can't enjoy delicious cake. Rio replied earnestly to the Pope's murmur. To Rio, this was a very important matter. People do not live on bread alone. A child of God once said that. The true intention was not merely that curry and cake are necessary. But for Rio, both curry and cake were important. In any case, you shall die. I refuse. Absolute sanctuary. That unbreakable one from earlier? No, there is no such thing as an unbreakable magic. The first spell the Pope cast was the absolute defense magic. After ensuring his own safety with that, he planned to cast the 4 elemental attack spells. In response, Rio, Dynamic Steam Mine II Deep Formation. He layered the dynamic steam mines, ensuring that even if some disappeared due to resonance, they would not reach him. First, they both prepared their defenses. Then he chanted, that was a big spell. Volcano, New Icicle Lance, Tornado Window, Stone Bullet. The faces beside the Pope chanted. Rio was unaware, but these were the strongest spells of each attribute attack magic in the Western nations. In response, Rio prepared. Floating Magic Circle. 16 magic circles floated up. The spells chanted by the Pope's faces were blocked by the dynamic steam mine II Deep Formation, while emitting annihilation light. In the midst of that, Rio focused more than ever and chanted, Icicle Lance Shower Pierce. At that moment, tens of thousands of ice spears per second flew straight toward the Pope's forehead, a single point. Of course, they would be deflected by absolute sanctuary. However, that didn't matter. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. 100,000, 200,000, 400,000. All the ice spears flew toward that single point, without a millimeter of deviation, just 1 point. Foolish. Absolute sanctuary cannot be broken. There is no such thing as an unbreakable magic. Rio confidently countered the Pope's words with absolute confidence. Why did he have such confidence? It was because Michael once said that on Earth, the physical phenomenon is nearly the same. When logically thinking about physical phenomena on Earth, something like absolute defense cannot possibly exist. If that is the case, then it wouldn't exist in this phi either. Rio believed that what was being generated was merely a super high-hardness defensive barrier, physical barrier and magic barrier, that appeared to be absolute defense. Originally, those two barriers are attributeless magic, but when light attribute is added, it becomes remarkably hard. It was akin to the resonance absorption of general relativity, the atom absorbing light to move from the ground state to an excited state. Something like that. Moreover, because this is quite a high-difficulty thing, only high-ranking priests and clergy can use it. In other words, only highly skilled mages of light attribute can use it. That was Rio's reasoning. If that were the case, it could not possibly be unbreakable. The magic that concentrates attacks on a single point, Icicle Lance Shower Pierce. When the total number of launches exceeded 10 million, crack, slash. Absolute sanctuary shattered, and the next ice spear pierced the Pope's forehead. Furthermore, Pierce transitioned to fan, and the faces floating beside the Pope, along with the Pope's entire body, were pierced by hundreds of ice spears. Launching the Pope back, he was nailed against the wall behind him. Round 2 against the Pope. The countless novels and manga written thus far, the absolute defense-type magic of light attribute or holy attribute. The authors must have all known about the theory of relativity. The author thought such delusions. For now, Rio drinks the special potion he had. As always, it repairs his left leg pierced by a stone spear and other small injuries at an astonishing speed. Once his body is completely restored, he slowly approaches the archbishop nailed to the wall. Is he coming soon? He murmurs those words, and then it came. A light from the heavens strikes the archbishop. In an instant, the archbishop's body vanished. Even though it was an underground space, the light came from above. Of course, there were no holes in the ceiling. Something from a higher dimension interfered with something from a lower dimension. There was no need for something so tactless as to break the ceiling. Rio closely examines the spot where the archbishop's body had been attached. As he imagined, there were several spots stained with blood. Most likely it was the archbishop's blood. All right, Rio said that and made a small fist pump. Last time, even though he had completely sealed the archbishop in the coffin of ice, the light from above had taken all of the archbishop's body perfectly. The dimensions are different. This time he let the special water seep out from the countless ice spears that had pierced the archbishop's body and mixed it with the blood within him. He wanted to see what would happen. The result was the remaining blood, which had not been completely recovered. At the very least, it proved that the one who interfered was not an omniscient and omnipotent being. To put it plainly, it seemed that he could not perform perfect interference like Michael. This is precisely serendipity. This blood is a scar left by something from a higher dimension, and hope. Despite all that battle and destruction sounds, no one came. Could it be because of the air barrier that blocked even the water vapor? For Rio, it was convenient. As he walked deeper into the atrium, he found a corridor extending further inside. A long corridor. On both sides of the corridor, there were several sturdy iron doors. Passive sonar, in total, there were 4 people he was looking for in 2 rooms on the left and right. In the room further inside, there were other mages. Furthermore, in the large room at the end, there were more than 30 captives. To free or not to free, that is the question. Rio pondered like Hamlet. Well, there was no reason not to help. For now, he was supposed to free the four closest, so he opened the door. Of course, there was no key. But the door seemed to be made of iron, and Rio was a water attribute mage. Iron, when cooled, can easily shatter. It is said that even the Titanic crashed into an iceberg because its iron hull became brittle when cold. Iron at room temperature simply bends when struck with a hammer, but iron cooled with liquid nitrogen can shatter with one blow. He remembered seeing a video of that back when he was on Earth. So cool it down and break it, crack. With a clear, high-pitched sound, the four iron doors shattered. Rio cautiously peered inside from the front. He knew they were chained. In the first room was the female wind attribute mage, Alicia. However, she was lying on the floor. Her body was slightly moving up and down, so she didn't seem to be dead. For now, he cooled the chain attached to her leg and broke it, just as he did before. Then he made her drink the special potion he had. In the next room was the dwarf earth attribute mage, Belrock. He was sitting heavily on the floor. "Hey, Rio, long time no see. Belrock, son, it's been a while." They exchanged ordinary greetings. He broke the chain and set him free. In the third room was the enchanter, Ashken. He was sitting on the floor but looked unwell. However, he moved his face and recognized Rio. He slightly lowered his head. After breaking the chain and freeing him, Rio handed him the special potion. "Thank you." "Not at all." Ashken expressed his gratitude in a small voice. In the fourth room was the fire attribute mage, Gordon. He was standing tall. But his legs were trembling. He was probably suffering from having his magical power forcibly drained. Most likely he was standing out of sheer will. "You look well, keep it up," Rio said and withdrew his face. "Hey, wait. At least break the chain," Gordon shouted. Since there was no other choice, Rio broke the chain for him. It wasn't because he was treating the fire attribute mage coldly. Not at all. He just hadn't forgotten that Rio had protected him when he tried to attack Abel. With all that said, Rio managed to rescue the four. Except for Belrock and Ashken, no one could walk on their own. He followed the same procedure to destroy the doors and chains of the remaining mages trapped further inside. In the end, 32 mages were rescued. However, there was a significant problem. In the end, except for Belrock and Ashken, no one could walk on their own. It seemed they had been drained of their magical power. Rio recalled that when he first reincarnated into this Phi, he often collapsed from mana depletion and fell into bed. If it was nearly constant, then walking would indeed be impossible. "This is troubling." Rio was genuinely troubled. In the Roman party, Alicia was on Ashken's back and Gordon was carrying Belrock. However, there was no means of transportation for the others. "It might be a bit conspicuous, but there's no avoiding it," Rio murmured, steeling himself. A roar echoed, pressing down the surroundings. Those stationed in the palace were, of course, curious about what was happening. What appeared was a man in a robe who seemed to be a mage leading the way. Behind him there were dozens of sparkling ice carts lined up. It looked almost like a procession of saints. People were riding in the carts, one person per cart. Most were lying down. Those who were awake all had their eyes downcast. Rio, we can walk, you know," Belrock said in a small voice. At his words, Ashken nodded silently several times. "No, given that you've been continuously drained of magical power, it would be quite difficult, wouldn't it? Don't hold back. About 32 people should be fine." "No, I'd prefer to refrain," Rio answered confidently. Belrock's murmurs filled with embarrassment didn't reach Rio's ears. Clank, clank, clank. From the back, there was the sound of hard objects clashing together. It seemed they were hitting the ice wall with swords and spears. As a matter of course, the area around Rio and the mages was protected by an ice wall. "What are you doing? Hurry up and stop them." "It can't be done. We're being repelled by something invisible and can't get a hand in." "Impossible. What is this barrier?" "Magic doesn't work either." "A simultaneous deployment of magic barriers and physical barriers?" "No, it's the ice wall. The transparent ice wall and the physical and magical barriers are difficult to distinguish visually." The group pushed forward. To be precise, Rio pushed forward and the 32 carts followed. All the stairs had their steps leveled out by ice, becoming a ramp. Occasionally, Rio looked back to see that they were following without issue, nodding in satisfaction. Finally, the group reached the gates of the palace. "Stop!" For the first time, a man, clearly a knight, stood in front of Rio and explicitly stopped him. He was a knight, but his armor was elaborately decorated compared to the surrounding knights. He must be someone of high status. While it would be fine to forcibly eliminate him with the ice wall, Rio thought for a moment and decided to stop. "What is it?" Rio answered politely. "Who are you? Where are you taking them? It is etiquette to introduce yourself before asking the other person, don't you think?" the arrogant knight asked, and Rio retorted. The knight frowned, but nonetheless answered. "I am Abendio, the captain of the Templar Knight Order's underground government office," Captain Abendio stated proudly. I see. You're the captain of the Templar Knight Order. Then the discussion will be quick. We are on our way to Archbishop Graham in the Holy Capital. To Archbishop Graham? Rio replied, and Captain Abandio narrowed his eyes skeptically. Do you know who the 4 mages of the hero party were when Archbishop Graham was previously in one? Of course. They defeated the Demon King and Hero Roman's party. Captain Abandio replied clearly to Rio's question. Exactly, and those 4 mages from the hero party are the 4 here, Rio said, pointing to the 4 in the carts behind him. What? Captain Abandio's eyes widened in surprise. It was clear he was shocked. He was probably finding out for the first time that those 4 were captured in this palace. As you can see, these 4 are very weakened. This is because they were trapped in the second basement of this building for a long time and their magical power was drained. Here's a question for you, Captain Abandio. Did you know that these 4, who were companions of Archbishop Graham, were trapped here and had their magical power drained? At this point, Rio's expression became extremely severe. Rio's inquiry was a difficult one for Captain Abandio. If he answered, I knew, he would surely incur the wrath of Archbishop Graham. If he answered, I didn't know, he would inevitably be questioned about his capability as an administrator. However, Captain Abandio did not hesitate. Of course, I didn't know. He likely genuinely did not know, and now it was best to answer this way. Turning Archbishop Graham into an enemy was not wise. The power held by a mere captain of a knight order is entirely different from that of an archbishop. If this was in front of a bishop rather than an archbishop, there might be a way out. In the Western Church, a cardinal is an entity apart from others. Is that so? You didn't know. Hearing that eases my mind. Rio smiled gently and nodded slowly, although Rio himself did not have any power. Captain Abandio had no choice but to feel relieved upon seeing that smile and nod. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we will proceed to the Holy Capital, bringing not only these 4 but also the other mages. What will you do? Me? Yes, these mages were captured in this building, and in an inhumane manner their magical power was continuously drained. You are the one responsible for this building, or someone in a similar position, right? Shouldn't you take responsibility for the course of events? Well, if you put it that way, it might indeed be better, Captain Abandio muttered while pondering and nodding slightly. Regardless, we will proceed. Please clear the way. If you intend to follow, then please do so from the rear. Rio said that and began to walk again. Captain Abandio hurriedly stepped aside. With Rio at the forefront, the group exited into the underground city and continued forward. It was, of course, quite conspicuous. Hey, is my eyesight going bad or has my head gone crazy? I feel like the person at the front of that line is Rio. Yeah, it does look like him. I think that's probably Rio. The guy behind is probably Rio's Dacia or something. Nils spotted Rio's group from a distance, Ito agreed, and Amon explained the spell. Those following behind are likely the Templar Knights stationed at the government office, right? That's quite a procession. I heard those guys talking earlier. They said they were heading to the Holy Capital. Yeah, I heard that too. They were talking about the mages from the former hero party and Graham. Such conversations reached the ears of the 3. They successfully rescued the 4 mages, huh? They're right behind Rio. I wish they could have rescued them without being so conspicuous. Ito expressed joy. Amon discovered the 4 and Nils sighed softly. That said, it was undoubtedly a joyous occasion. They said they were going to the Holy Capital. Should we let Graham know in advance? Yeah, that would be a good idea, Nils said, and Ito agreed. Then the 3 started running, exiting to the surface via the spiral staircase. Leading the way, Rio's group advanced through the underground city, heading towards the ramp that led to Room 10. It was the path from the courtyard of the Borea's government office. Behind Rio followed 32 carts, and about 50 knights from Captain Abandio's Templar Knight Order's underground government office trailed behind. From a distance, it must have been quite a spectacular sight. The man in the robe leading like a prophet, the sparkling carts continuing behind and the mages riding in them, and the knights following closely as if to provide protection. Of course, the people in the carts kept their heads down. Because they were extremely conspicuous and felt embarrassed, experiencing it from the inside was entirely different from merely seeing it from the outside. That universal truth also applied to this group. Rio, what is it, Belrock? I've recovered enough magical power and I could walk now. Oh, this uphill is quite long. Plus, it's a considerable distance from here to the Holy Capital via the Borea's government office, so please feel free to ride in the carts. With Belrock's words, Rio responded with a brilliant smile. Said with such a smile, even the dwarf Belrock couldn't dismiss it harshly. Is that so? He had no other words to say, only Ashken was different from the other mages. When he first got on the cart, he was embarrassed and turned bright red, but his expression changed along the way. He leaned out to look at the scenery around him and gazed at the line of carts behind him. He exhibited the kind of looking-around behavior perfectly fitting the word. His expression didn't change much as always, but it was clear to anyone that he was having fun. "After all, Ashken is much braver than I am." Belrock's murmurs didn't reach anyone's ears. 3 hours later, the group was about to reach the north gate of the holy capital without incident. With Rio's ice wall protecting them, it was only natural that there were no problems. In front of the north gate of the holy capital, there was a crowd. "Huh!" Rio's small murmur reached Belrock's ears, who was riding in the cart right behind him. "What's wrong?" With that, Belrock looked ahead, and then he understood. There was quite a crowd in front of the gate, and among them he spotted a familiar face. "Isn't that Graham?" "Oh, I see. He came to welcome us." Rio nodded. Of course, he understood who had arranged for this. As expected, his reliable party members. "Thank you, Rio, for bringing them as promised." "Thank you, Rio-san. Really thank you." Graham said that and bowed deeply. During that time, the four got off the carts. The Earth Attribute Mage Belrock, the Enchanter Ashken, the Wind Attribute Mage Alicia, and the Fire Attribute Mage Gordon. "I'm glad all four of you are safe." "I caused you trouble, Graham." When Graham said that with a smile, Belrock answered shyly. The other three also smiled bashfully. Rio had reunited with Nils, Ito, and Amon. "You three called Graham, didn't you?" "Yeah, we had to. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster if they crashed into the Archbishop's office in that line, right?" "You understood that well." "That was our intention," Nils asked, and Rio answered honestly. "It was good that we took the lead. I wanted to see that scene a little bit." Ito sighed in relief, and Amon expressed his overly honest thoughts. "Well, either way, this is a successful completion of Archbishop Graham's request." Yes, this was an official request from Cardinal Graham. As adventurers who accepted the request, they had to fulfill it properly. At that point, Rio finally remembered those who had been following behind him. The Templar Knight Order Underground Government Office led by Captain Abandio. "Captain Abandio, as you can see, we successfully brought the four mages of the hero party to Archbishop Graham. Thank you for your escort." Rio had inadvertently created the precedent that the Templar Knights had provided escort. He was quite the strategist. Yes, we are honored to assist His Excellency," Captain Abandio said. He had no choice but to say that. At this point, there were no other options left. From an outside perspective, it appeared that they had escorted the mages of the hero party and brought them to Archbishop Graham. Captain Abandio understood that. Even if he were to act in a way that denied it now, there was absolutely no benefit. For instance, from other cardinals, other captains of the Templar Knights, or above, Captain Abandio might have appeared to side with Archbishop Graham. That was merely how the scene looked from the outside. The true intentions of those inside were not taken into account. Until now, Captain Abandio had not belonged to any particular faction. Of course, he would not claim that he had risen to the rank of captain purely due to integrity and deep faith. He had no intention of saying that, but he had managed to perform his duties as a Templar Knight without getting too deeply involved with anyone. However, he had realized he had fallen into a situation where he could no longer avoid changing that. Although he might not have known, the subordinates of the Cardinal had been captured in the place where Captain Abandio was responsible. Moreover, they had been subjected to torture-like conditions. Not being affiliated with any faction also meant that no one would protect him. Without a doubt, he would face punishment. To ensure his own safety, he had no choice but to clarify his position and seek protection, such was the situation. Seeing that Graham and the four mages had finished reminiscing about old times, Captain Abandio knelt before Graham. "Your Excellency, I am Abandio, the captain of the Templar Knight Order's Underground Government Office. You provided them with escort, didn't you? Thank you for your hard work, Captain Abandio." Captain Abandio had yet to explain anything. Yet Graham expressed gratitude and acknowledged that he had provided escort. Here, Captain Abandio was already bound by words. He couldn't say, "No, that's not true," when a cardinal who was overwhelmingly superior expressed gratitude. That said, Captain Abandio had already steeled himself after Rio's words. Under that decision, it was truly a fortuitous moment. "Thank you for your kind words. However, as the person responsible for the Underground Government Office, I did not know that you were all captured deep underground. I will accept any consequences for that sin. Captain, it is impossible for anyone to understand all things. You did your best upon realizing that such a grave sin was occurring, providing escort and lending your strength to ensure their safe return to the holy capital. I believe that is enough. I feel that your righteous heart resonates with the intentions of Founder Nayusama. I think it would be best for you to continue fulfilling your duties as a Templar Knight in accordance with that righteous heart." At that point, Graham paused for a moment before continuing. "I, Cardinal Graham, will never forget the actions that embodied Captain Abandio's justice. Can I expect to see your efforts moving forward?" This was a proposition from Graham. a final confirmation of whether he would work under him. Naturally, Captain Abendeo did not hesitate. That situation had already passed. "Of course, Your Excellency, please accept my complete loyalty, Abendeo." From this point onward, the power of Graham would begin to spread within the Templar Knights. Next time, 400 Interlude marks the end of Chapter 7. The day after tomorrow, a new chapter, Papal Inauguration, will begin with 401. "Excuse me, Stefania? G. Graham Sama, this is the room of the Inquisitor General. The Inquisition Bureau is in a separate building from the Holy See. Although connected by a corridor, it is rare for anyone to pass through there. Thus, it is also uncommon for ordinary clergy to visit the Inquisitor General's office, especially when that person is a cardinal. Is there something that brought a cardinal to such a place?" The moment of fluster was brief. Stefania, the archbishop, quickly regained her composure and asked calmly, "No, it's merely a visit to my former workplace. There's no need to worry." Cardinal Graham replied with a smile throughout. The former Inquisitor General, Cardinal Graham. The current Inquisitor General, Archbishop Stefania. When Graham joined the hero party as the representative of the clergy, it was Stefania before her who was recommended as his successor as Inquisitor General. For 6 years since then, Stefania has been wielding her formidable ability as the Inquisitor General. However, that is merely the evaluation and impression of those outside, including Graham. Stefania herself holds a different evaluation and impression about her abilities. In other words, I am inferior compared to my predecessor, Graham. Of course, no one has said this to her face, nor has she overheard any gossip. But she knows, in many aspects she cannot compare herself to Graham. No one else but herself recognizes that. When Graham was the Inquisitor General, Stefania was his direct subordinate. She has witnessed Graham's prowess firsthand. The difference is clear. It is the misfortune of having such an exceptionally talented predecessor. This happens in any world, in any organization. The standards of evaluation are not based on those who held the position in the past, but instead focus on the immediate predecessor. While it is an unavoidable reality, it is also exceedingly unreasonable. In fact, Stefania possesses clearly above-average abilities compared to past Inquisitor Generals and has consistently delivered results. In another 2 years, there is no doubt she will be regarded as one of the top class among her predecessors. However, even so, it remains out of reach. What is it that remains out of reach? The evaluation of her predecessor, Graham. Before he became the Inquisitor General, Graham already held a very prestigious title or nickname, Vampire Hunter. The conflict between the Western Church and vampires has a long and deep history. It is not an exaggeration to say that the greatest enemy of the Western Church throughout its history has been vampires, not the Mafalda Republic. Although encounters with vampires have decreased in the last 100 years, that is only true for the general public. In reality, the battles between the clergy of the Western Church and vampires have continued secretly. In that conflict, Graham holds the position of a hero. Indeed, a hero seldom seen in recent years, with overwhelming achievements and evaluations. What would happen if such a person became the Inquisitor General? What would the new Inquisitors under his command think? They became fervent supporters. Indeed, the Inquisition Bureau led by Graham achieved a multitude of accomplishments under perfect iron leadership, an organization led by an excellent charismatic leader. Perhaps that is why. The church leaders at that time were concerned about the immense power and popularity that Graham had gained. It is said that this was the reason why Graham was reassigned to the clergy of the Hero Party. Of course, the clergy position assigned to the Hero Party is a dream position for every clergy member in the Western Church. That is a fact. However, was there really a necessity for it to be Graham? In the end, Graham fulfilled that role perfectly as well. The Hero Party successfully subjugated the Demon King. Graham also returned to his position as an archbishop, and due to his accomplishments in the Hero Party, became the top-ranked archbishop. Such is Graham. Even now, within the Inquisition Bureau, his popularity surpasses that of the current Inquisitor General, Stefania. This cannot be denied by anyone. Nobody would believe that the busy Cardinal, Your Excellency, came all this way just to sightsee, Stefania stated without changing her expression. Stefania, there's no need to make such a scary face, Graham replied, still cheerful. Then after a brief pause, he continued. Now, to be direct, Stefania, abandon Cardinal Camilo and come to my side. What? Graham's calm suggestion left Stefania unable to hide her surprise. Of course, she was not shocked that he knew she was aligned with Cardinal Camilo. For someone like Graham, it would not be surprising to know, while she had not taken actions to make it clear. It wouldn't be strange if he knew. What surprised her was that he had clearly and directly suggested she join him in this moment. What do you intend? Intend? I'm saying exactly what I mean. Stefania asked, and Graham responded without changing his expression. I have dedicated everything to the church. I do not side with anyone. Really? Graham did not believe Stefania's words at all. What basis do you have for saying that I am allied with Cardinal Camilo? Your mother is being held as a hostage, isn't she? The moment Graham said this. Stefania's short sword was aimed at Graham's throat. Stefania's expression was fierce. Graham remained calm. How do you know that? Stefania asked slowly, cutting her words. However, the tip of her sword trembled slightly. Of course, I had it investigated. Graham answered with the same cheerful expression he had when he entered the room. Then, looking at the clock hanging in the room, he muttered, She should be arriving soon. 5 seconds after Graham muttered, there was a knock on the door, and Stefania sheathed her dagger and returned to her seat. Immediately, an inquisitor clad in black ritual robes entered. Your Excellency, he said, handing a piece of paper to Graham. After reading it briefly, Graham nodded slightly. Once he confirmed that the inquisitor had left, he spoke. I received a message. Stefania, your mother has been protected here. What? She is currently on her way here, escorted by the former hero party. I believe they will arrive without any issues. Is it true? Stefania's lips trembled. She could hardly believe it. How much power and time had been invested to search for her? They had even trained individuals to take on special missions to quickly recover her if she was found. Yet she had been hidden so cleverly that even the Inquisitor General could not locate her. Of course, it was due to Cardinal Camilo's interference. Was it found? Would they bring her here soon? Now I'll ask you again. Leave Cardinal Camilo's side and come to mine. Graham asked with the same unchanging cheerful expression. However, there was a different glint in his eyes. This time his eyes were not smiling. Stefania, do you wish to eventually sit on the Pope's throne? There have only been 2 female popes in history. Do you want to be the third? With your abilities, you could eventually attain that position. Therefore, you must not make a wrong choice here and now. Graham paused before continuing. Come to my side. Stefania took 3 deep breaths, and then she knelt and said, Yes, Your Excellency. Stefania pledges complete loyalty to Graham, Your Excellency. Tomorrow, 401 will bring a new chapter, Chapter 8, Papal Inauguration. It is the culmination of the Western nations arc. Can you hear me, Zacharias? Yes, Lord Rigna, I, Zacharias, your faithful servant, am here. This is the office of the head of the Western Church Development Bureau, located not far from the Holy See. In the center of the room, Cardinal Zacharias kneels with his face bowed as if in prayer. Zacharias had no doubts that Rigna was an angel. He had shown enough evidence to make it worth believing. Zacharias recognized that he was a very suspicious and skeptical person by nature. Yet, Rigna had demonstrated many things beyond this world that could convince even someone like him, particularly in Zacharias' area of expertise, which is undoubtedly close to the pinnacle of alchemy. Rigna had revealed things that far surpassed anything Zacharias had shown him. The magic circles and magic formulas presented by Rigna contained many parts that even Zacharias could not understand. Truly, they were not of human karma. What else could he be but an angel? The mages in the underground city have been released. What? The words of the one called Rigna seemed to directly resonate in Zacharias' mind. Though Zacharias spoke normally, he was taken aback. While it was rare for Zacharias to be surprised, he was indeed astonished by this news. This was because the captured mages were supposed to be in a constant state of drained magical power, unable to move properly. Moreover, one of the Pope was positioned as a guard. What on earth had happened? Were the magical power drains insufficient for the mages? Zacharias asked the most plausible question. 32 exceptional mages. Among them, 4 had once been part of Hero Roman's party. Without a doubt, they were top-class mages in the Western nations. They were not ones to let their guard down. If they had even a slight surplus of power, they would surely break free from their restraints. No, that is not the case. To Rigna's words, Zacharias felt a slight sense of relief. However, the following words would once again put him on edge. The Pope has been defeated and was freed by the one who defeated him. That's impossible, Zacharias couldn't help but shout. It was likely that no one had ever seen Zacharias shout like that. Such an event was indeed rare. I apologize. Please forgive my outburst. Zacharias said this while rubbing his forehead against the floor. All 32 mages were in perfect condition to supply magical power, and the Pope displayed the expected strength, yet he was defeated by just one man. Rigna revealed this, but Zacharias could no longer say anything. He literally couldn't utter a word. Despite being in a perfect and optimal state, one of the popes had been defeated, moreover by just one man. Do not worry, that man is from the Central Nations. Among the delegation, through the inauguration ceremony, that man will also be drained and will become my sustenance. Do not worry, oh. Zacharias felt a deep sense of relief at Lord Rigna's words. Indeed, if that were the case, it would not matter how strong the man was. On the contrary, the stronger he was, the better sustenance he would provide for Lord Rignac. It was more than convenient. The papal inauguration ceremony was in 3 days. All preparations were almost complete. Of course, they had been preparing for a year. All that was left was to wait for that time to come. According to Lord Rignac's will, after all, nothing beats cake and coffee after finishing a job. Wait, you haven't done anything yet, have you? Rio happily ate cake while Nils interjected, yet he too ended up eating cake. The 4 in room 10 were in the lounge of the Kingdom Delegation's dormitory. It was currently 10 in the morning. I struggled to wake Nils, who wouldn't get up no matter what, and dressed him in a proper outfit as he tried to go down to the dining hall in a disheveled state. I had to persuade him to stop when he said, "Let's destroy the Western nations." That's all wrong. I got up by myself and went to the dining hall in proper clothes. And what was that last part? Why would I ever say, "Let's destroy the Western nations"? Don't make me sound like a dangerous person. Rio spun a tale of fantasy, and Nils completely denied it. It was a common occurrence. But Nils, haven't you ever thought about wanting to destroy the world at least once? I haven't. That's ridiculous. Anyone born as a human must have thought of it at least once. Yeah, Rio might think that. Rio seems like someone who would want to destroy the world. Can you stop giving me such a weird impression? You're one to talk. While Rio and Nils exchanged such banter, Ito and Amon laughed while eating cake. That peaceful scene was suddenly shattered. From the other side of the lobby, at the entrance between the lobby, loud voices began to rise. "What's that?" Nils spoke with a very reasonable expression. "It seems someone is trying to enter this dormitory, and an adventurer is holding them back." Amon reported using his keen eyesight. "Is it an inquisitor like last time?" Ito speculated based on past incidents. "Inquisitors wore black ritual robes, didn't they? These people seem like knights," Rio replied while tilting his head. "We are the Templar Knight Order. We have business with Gladys Aldis, the negotiating officer from the Ministry of Military Affairs. We would like to be let through. Meetings with the negotiating officer should follow formal procedures. That has been decided." The response to the Templar Knight Order's request for a meeting came from their captain, Hugh McGrath, in a somewhat irritated tone. "I'm telling you to move aside. If you don't, we will force our way through. Sounds fun. Give it a shot if you think you can." Exchanges between the knights and adventurers were occurring not only where Hugh was, but in several places throughout the area. There were some elements of a heated exchange involved. "You dare to mock us, the Templar Knight Order?" "It's not mocking. I don't even know who you are." Multiple conversations were taking place. Indeed, there was quite a bit of back and forth involved. Finally, the 4 from room 10, having finished their cake and coffee, moved to the back of the crowd of adventurers. "We're the last line of defense, huh? Why does Rio look so happy about that?" Rio said with a smile while Nils sighed in response. "Someone in ritual robes has just arrived from behind the knights. Since they're in green and white ritual robes, they must be an archbishop." Amon spotted the incoming clergyman, and Ito pointed out that it was an archbishop. The archbishop stepped forward to the front of the knights and began to speak. "I am Archbishop Goon. One of the kingdom delegation, Gladys Aldis, the negotiating officer, is suspected of bringing something disturbing into the holy capital. We request that you hand him over quietly." What an incredibly condescending tone. "It seems like they have no intention of resolving this peacefully from the start," Rio said, and Nils agreed. "A decent person would never speak like that." "Hey, enough already!" The low, anger-filled voice of Captain Hugh McGrath echoed. The adventurers listening from behind, rather than the knights and the archbishop being addressed, shrank back. "Get out immediately. If you don't, we will force you out." "I am the archbishop of the church. You have no authority to push us out." Archbishop Goon boldly declared that. In that instant, all members of the Templar Knight Order, including Archbishop Goon, were pushed out of the dormitory by an invisible wall. The speed of it was so fast that neither the archbishop nor the knights, nor many of the adventurers, could comprehend what had happened. Naturally, only a handful understood that the knights had been pushed out by an ice floor and a transparent ice wall. As the knights were pushed out, the door was closed without delay. The knights soon came to their senses and attempted to open the door, but it would not budge at all. A transparent ice wall had been placed over the door, rendering it immobile. For about 10 minutes, the knights tried to push the door open, but ultimately they gave up and left. After witnessing this, Hugh McGrath also walked away from the door and deep into the lobby. He tapped one of the shoulders of the water attribute mage present there. He said nothing aloud, but nodded once significantly. The mage who had been tapped, Rio, silently smiled slightly in return. That was all that was exchanged. However, that was enough. If they only wanted to push them out, they might have been able to do it by force. However, doing so would affect the status of the kingdom delegation. Now that things had come to this, unless something significant occurred, negotiations would unlikely break down. Or so it seemed, as joint maritime surveys were set to begin from now on. There was a high probability that civil officials would continue to be stationed in the holy capital. Their position might become precarious. At the very least, it probably wouldn't become any easier. When it comes to those with whom some nonviolent relationship is to continue, it's best to resolve issues as peacefully as possible. This is a truth that does not change, no matter the time or the world. Resolving things through force all at once might seem simpler, and showing strength can sometimes feel good. Or perhaps it could be used as a threat in future negotiations. But once violence is shown to someone, they will never open their heart again. They will never truly trust again. Even if they want to trust, they find it impossible. That's human psychology, didn't Machiavelli say? Anyone who thinks that a recent favor will erase prior grievances is making an irreparable mistake. Human hearts must be handled with care. Lord Rignaz's spelling must surely be Legna. While a commotion was taking place at the Kingdom Delegation's lodging, a rare visitor was at Graham's room in the Holy See. Cardinal Camilo, it's a rare occasion. Cardinal Graham, I have a few matters I'd like to discuss with you. Would you mind sparing some time? Coffee was served in front of the two. Of course, both wore cheerful smiles, but the monk Carler swallowed hard multiple times before placing the coffee down. It wasn't a sense of tension. It wasn't even a feeling of nervousness. It was a pressure that felt like it was gripping the very depths of his soul. A kind of mental oppression that was hard to articulate, lingering between the two. Carler stepped back and both took a sip from their cups. The first to speak was Cardinal Camilo. By the way, Cardinal Graham, I hear you've recently acquired a new pawn. His expression remained cheerful. However, a trace of anger seeped through, just barely noticeable. Well, when you say new pawn, those 4 mages were companions of Hero Roman. Not those. Camilo interjected sharply, catching Graham off guard. At this point, the psychological superiority was clearly established. The pawn that Graham had taken was evidently very important to Camilo. I hear you've managed to secure Archbishop Stefania as an ally. Oh, so that's who you meant, Camilo pointed out, and Graham exaggeratedly nodded. Actually, the party members happened to find Archbishop Stefania's mother captured. They rescued her. Really, there are some awful people out there. I don't know who captured her, though. Of course, it was a lie. Standing in front of him was Cardinal Camilo. However, there was no point in pursuing such matters. He wouldn't admit it anyway. It's good that Archbishop Stefania's mother has been found. That is indeed joyful news. Camilo also nodded with a smile, yet the trace of anger that had seeped earlier now seemed to be even more pronounced. Well, to be honest, I couldn't care less about Archbishop Stefania. What did you say? Graham said it nonchalantly, and Camilo questioned back. After all, the Inquisitors have sworn their loyalty to me. Graham stated as if it were nothing, an overwhelming confidence, words that stemmed from having completely grasped the hearts of those Inquisitors. Such confidence, Camilo laughed. But Graham noticed just a hint of his eyes not smiling. This is where he's lacking compared to Cardinal Sacaria's. If it were Sacaria's, he'd be smiling completely even to the depths of his eyes in a situation like this. Graham kept smiling while pondering this in his mind. Now then, Cardinal Camilo, shall we get to the main topic for today? The main topic. Camilo tilted his head in response to Graham's shift in conversation. You came to discuss the Holy Sword, didn't you? Perhaps he hadn't expected Graham to grasp that. Unlike before, his expression clearly faltered and his words stumbled. It seemed he had initially intended to inquire about the Holy Sword. However, being suddenly cut off by Graham seemed to have shaken him. The 4 holy swords in question. Do you think I have them? The holy sword that was stolen from the vault? Well, I can't say who has it. Officially, it was said to have been stolen by someone, and its whereabouts were unknown. However, in reality, the 4 from Room 10 had recovered them from Count Padawan's estate and delivered them through Hugh McGrath to Cardinal Graham. That's right, no one knows who has it. I hope it is found soon. Indeed, Graham said with a smile, and Camilo responded with one as well. That night, Graham's sleeping quarters were also located in the Holy See. It was a lodging for high-ranking clergy, separate from the administrative building. Bishops and higher clergy stayed there. Of course, there were high-ranking clergy who owned estates within the Holy Capital rather than the Holy See. By the way, currently, the only cardinals staying in this high-ranking clergy lodging were Cardinal Graham and Cardinal Oscar. Cardinal Sacarias was at the Western Church Development Bureau, Cardinal Camilo at the Western Church Retreat, and the other cardinals had estates within the Holy Capital. In such high-ranking clergy lodgings, 3 shadows crept into Graham's room. Naturally, they made no sound. They gave off no presence. The 3 were professionals in their field. 2 were searching the room while 1 kept watch at the entrance. Graham was supposed to be asleep in the adjacent bedroom, but there was no guarantee he wouldn't wake up. They had to be ready for any situation. A sword pierced the chest of the watchman. The two searching the room turned at the sound of the man's voice, and in that instant they found themselves unable to move, as if they were paralyzed. If this were Earth, it would be called instantaneous hypnosis. It was needless to say it was the master of the room who used a technique, not magic, to bind the two with hypnosis. Sorry about this. All clergy and assassins who enter the Holy See have been pre-hypnotized, so don't think this was your mistake. That said, to come during the day and order an attack the very night. Your master must be quite desperate, huh? Well, with the inauguration ceremony in 3 days, I suppose that's understandable. As Graham approached slowly while saying this, he held out some powder from his pocket for the two to inhale. In that moment, their eyes became glazed over. Now I have a few questions to ask, so let's have some answers. After all, I doubt you can resist. 2 hours after Cardinal Camilo sent the 3 assassins to Graham's quarters at the Western Church retreat. This was the facility for which Cardinal Camilo was responsible. The 3 returned. The last person was carrying a long bag, perhaps containing a sword. They quickly proceeded to the 3rd-floor conference room. There were Cardinal Camilo, Archbishop Goon, and 2 aides leading the assassination squad present. "Oh, did you find it?" Archbishop Goon exclaimed. Originally, each of the 4 church vaults held 1 holy sword. They had sent in the investigation squad, led by Tommaso of the Templar Knight, order to raid those vaults. However, more accurately, it wasn't just the knights. Mages under Archbishop Goon had also assisted. The stolen treasures, including the holy sword, were hidden in Count Padawan's estate. Of course, they understood that it would eventually be discovered. They only needed to secure the 4 holy swords before the inauguration ceremony. That was the only instruction they received. 20 golems and dozens of adventurers were sent to guard Count Padawan's estate. Even with 200 knights, it was an insurmountable force. In fact, they successfully repelled 50 members of the Templar Knight Order stationed in the holy capital. However, it was discovered that someone had stolen the holy sword amidst all this. Count Padawan had little information about the culprits. It was believed he was inebriated at the time. Thus, Cardinal Camilo himself had contacted Cardinal Graham, whom he deemed the most suspicious, and he became convinced. The holy sword lay with Cardinal Graham, thus the attack that night was initiated. "Bring it here." When Archbishop Goon said this, the member of the assassination squad carrying the bag stepped forward, just 2 steps away from Goon. He disappeared. "Ah!" The moment a pained voice escaped Goon's mouth. The heads of the 2 aides standing behind him were already severed, before Goon and Camilo could comprehend what had happened. A sword was pressed against Camilo's neck. "You, Graham. Good evening, Cardinal Camilo." With a hidden staff, he struck Goon in the solar plexus, swiftly severed the heads of the 2 aides leading the assassination squad, and pressed a sword against Camilo's neck. It was a display of the overwhelming combat prowess of Graham, known as the Vampire Hunter. "Don't think you can get away with this." Throwing aside the mask of cheerfulness from earlier, Camilo glared at Graham with a face full of rage. "Your words are rather cheap, Cardinal Camilo. The stage of getting away with it has long passed for both of us." Graham spoke joyfully while wearing a pleasant smile. "You won't be able to use your precious smoke on me." "Ah, as expected of someone who has risen to the rank of cardinal, your mental fortitude is exceptional, to put it that way. But don't worry, as long as I bind your movements." "What do you mean?" Camilo's face twisted in suspicion at Graham's words. He was indeed being threatened with a sword. "I can't move." Somehow his body had ceased to move. It was likely a technique of hypnosis. "Yes, it's quite easy to make your body immobile. The strength of your will is irrelevant. Now here's a question. Cardinal Camilo, do you know what position I held before joining Roman's party?" "What are you trying to say?" Cardinal Camilo further frowned. Of course, he knew that Graham had been the Inquisitor General. "I find it a bit sad that people seem to think I'm just a man who can only use holy smoke." Of course, no one thought that. He had subdued the scene single-handedly. As Graham flashed his sword, he sliced off the ritual robes Camilo was wearing. The center of his chest, right around the heart, was now exposed. Graham meticulously sliced into Camilo's skin. Unlike the commonly known circular magic circle, a magic circle utilizing many straight lines was drawn with Camilo's blood. With each slice of skin, blood seeped out. The blood began to form the magic circle, a remarkable skill. In just about 2 minutes, a star-shaped magic circle composed of straight lines was etched into Camilo's chest. Then, slowly, Graham placed his left hand on top of that magic circle. He began to chant. "Quod perilato aprit ratio quer migrat. I grasp the soul caught in my palm. I capture the soul in my intention, both the foolish and the righteous, I offer you all to me." Flaremium, the star-shaped magic circle on Camilo's chest glowed and his eyes widened before he collapsed onto the floor. "Camilo, awaken!" When Graham said this, Camilo rose. "Camilo, who are you?" "I am the faithful servant of His Excellency Graham." Camilo's expression was exactly the same as before. His eyes weren't glazed over, nor was his way of speaking altered. It was exactly the same. Yet it was not the same as before. "With this, Cardinal Camilo has become my puppet," Graham said cheerfully as ever. Archbishop Goon was clearly trembling as he watched the scene. Looking towards Goon, Graham spoke. "Now, Archbishop Goon, I'll give you a choice. You can have the magic circle carved into your chest and become a puppet while retaining your strong will, or you can abandon your will and follow me with smoke. Which would you prefer?" Either way, his will would vanish. I wish for the smoke, Your Excellency." Goon chose to be controlled by smoke instead of having the magic circle carved into him, slowly weaving his words with trembling lips. "Very well." Graham smiled pleasantly, and Goon looked up at him in terror. "Yes, a new kind of magic circle has emerged. Who exactly is Graham?" In 184 Interlude, the master of the study Lord Ancestor of the vampires muttered. "Graham, poor fellow, not as someone who kills vampires mercilessly, but as poor fellow. Could it be related to that? Someday, somewhere, the story surrounding this will surely be written." 2 days until the Papal inauguration. The entire Holy Capital began to buzz with excitement. The inauguration itself would take place at the Holy See and nearby church facilities. However, as a custom, the Pope rides through the main streets of the Holy Capital in a carriage before the ceremony, blessing the faithful. Because of this, the whole city becomes lively like a festival. It feels nice, doesn't it, like before a festival? It reminds me of the Port Festival in Whitnash. In Whitnash, we faced a troublesome opponent in the end. I wonder how it will go this time. When Rio says it like that, it really feels like it might happen. Ito delighted in the atmosphere of the city. Amon reminisced about past festivals in the port town. Rio recalled the confrontation with that fire attribute mage, and Nils sighed. The 4 from room 10 were sitting at a terrace table at Café Roma, adjacent to the Kingdom delegation's lodgings, enjoying a set of cake and coffee. To be honest, there wasn't much work to do, so they were just passing the time like this. However, Rio had only one thing on his mind. That was the whereabouts of the alchemist Neil Anderson. As far as Rio knew, he wasn't in the Holy See. He had asked Graham to help look for him, but they had no leads at all. Recently, he even thought that perhaps he had already left not just the Holy Capital, but also France. He had mentioned crossing over to the Dark Continent after all. While Rio was slightly concerned, it wasn't something he was taking too seriously. What was more serious was the situation at hand. The 4 of them had been prohibited from acting alone by their leader, Hugh McGrath. They had retrieved the Holy Sword and freed the mages who were captured in the underground government office, including 4 mages from the Hero Party. Naturally, they were likely being watched by many influential figures. That's why, fundamentally, they could only stay within the delegation lodgings. If they went outside, it had to be all 4 of them together, only to the adjacent Café Roma. That was the rule. "We haven't been hunting monsters lately." "Out of the blue, Rio muttered this suddenly, catching Nils's attention. "There were quite a number of monsters on our way to the Western nations. But ever since entering France, we haven't encountered any." "That's true. Unlike the Central nations, humans are densely packed in a relatively small area here. Still, it seems there are monsters lurking deep in some of the larger forests, and the Night Order sometimes goes out to subjugate them. Monsters are being dealt with by the knights, not adventurers, huh?" Rio said this with a hint of loneliness. Nils responded. Ito explained the situation, and Amon pointed out the differences compared to their kingdom. While they were having such aimless discussions, Rio noticed something intriguing. "Don't you think there are quite a few people here who give off an exotic vibe?" "Oh, I get what Rio is trying to say," Amon replied in a small voice to Rio's quiet observation. Café Roma, located in the holy capital Maramar, could be said to be the center of the Western nations. Moreover, it was known as a high-end café right next to the Holy See, the most sophisticated place in the holy capital. Thus, most of the customers were dressed elegantly. Of course, there were exceptions. "We're clearly the ones sticking out," Nils muttered with a small shake of his head. Indeed, the adventurers from the Central Nations delegation fell under that exception. That said, all 4 of them noticed what Rio pointed out. It wasn't that they were obviously wearing some ethnic costume. It was general attire among the Western nations, but still. "Oh, their hair colors are different," Amon pointed out. Yes, whether they dyed their hair or not was unsure, but there were those with green, pink, and even light blue hair. The person with light blue hair with their refined features looked quite lovely. "I think they're probably guests from the Dark Continent," Ito replied with a smile. It seemed he had some information from somewhere. Among those who serve the gods, it was likely from the clergy of the Western Church, priests and clergy. Normally, one might assume they would point fingers at each other and accuse one another of heresy. After all, the Western Church has something called the Inquisition Bureau. However, it seems that's not the case. The founder of the Western Church, Nayusama, is said to have advocated for freedom of religion. A group of about 5 guests from the Dark Continent was enjoying delicious cakes. Seeing that, the possibility of world peace seemed to emerge. Yes, delicious things are justice. Rio found himself inexplicably happy. As such, the 4 left Café Roma. The 5 guests from the Dark Continent, unaware that the 4 from Room 10 had seen them. Of course, these 5 were not the only guests. Hundreds of people had arrived in the holy capital to attend the papal inauguration. Wow, this cake is delicious. It surprisingly goes well with our continent's coffee. Patris Chaisketi, I agree that it's delicious, but is it really okay for us to be playing around like this? Guti, I always tell you not to call me by my full name. It's fine, the chief himself told us to go to Café Roma. This place, right, Café Roma? The man referred to as Patris explained while shrugging his shoulders at the woman called Guti. The 3 listened with wry smiles as they overheard their conversation. And besides, the chief specifically designated this place for us to go. I think there's probably something going on, Patris said, lowering his voice slightly. Hearing this, Guti nodded and said, "Oh, I see, that might be possible." However, Guti did not know that after this, Patris would grin slyly. That expression was precisely one that said, "Guti, you're easy." Naturally, the other 3 had caught a glimpse of Patris's expression, so they smiled wryly even more than before. This was a common sight among these 5, the escort party refreshing 5 peaks. An hour passed as they lingered at Café Roma, refilling their cake sets, but nothing particularly happened. Patris Chaisketi had spoken almost whimsically, and the 3 who laughed wryly didn't think much of it, but only the serious Guti kept repeating, "Nothing is happening." It wasn't that anything was going to happen to them. They had been instructed to go to Café Roma to show their appearance to someone else, which they hadn't considered. Where that would take them afterward, at least these 5 had no idea. The chief who had given the instruction couldn't foresee that much either. In the lobby of the first floor of the delegation where the 4 from Room 10 returned. "Nils, son," a man called out to the returned Nils. Harold. "Long time no see. What have you been up to?" "Yes, under Captain McGrath's orders, I went to the royal capital Bachilter of the Rashar East Kingdom," Nils asked, and Harold from Room 11 answered. Behind Harold were Gowan and Zeke. Both gave a small bow to the 4 from Room 10. Bachilta, the royal capital of the Rashar East Kingdom, is where Cardinal Graham was stationed during his time as Archbishop, right? "Yes, exactly. I just had a small errand to run there," Ito inquired, and Harold nodded in response. While the 4 in Room 10 were busy with various tasks, it seemed the 3 of them had also gained some experience. For some reason, Rio was crossing his arms and nodding in a self-important manner. He seemed satisfied seeing how much the 3 had grown through their experiences. Of course, Rio hadn't really done anything in particular. At that moment, their leader Hugh McGrath came down from the upper floor. This was quite rare, because Hugh typically stayed in this lobby during the daytime. His room was upstairs, but he only went up there at night. However, it was currently 11 in the morning. "Oh, you guys from Room 11 are back too. Perfect timing. Room 10 and Room 11 and Rio, come to my room for a bit." Saying this, Hugh climbed the stairs again. The 7 exchanged glances and quickly followed. Hugh's room had a larger conference table. The 7 sat around it. "I'll listen to Room 11's report later. First, I have something to tell you all," Hugh said, pausing briefly before continuing. "Recently, Archbishop Goon, who also came to this lobby, and his superior, Cardinal Camilo. Graham contacted me saying that the threat posed by them has been eliminated. While they may look unchanged, there's no need to worry as they won't pose a threat to the delegation." "What does that even mean?" Rio asked, directly voicing his question to Hugh's explanation. "I don't know either. Morris, the scout from the hero party, just brought a letter from Graham a moment ago. It contained what I just mentioned. Well, it's probably related to some technology from the place he was affiliated with before joining the hero party. The Inquisition Bureau, they say they can take away freedom with smoke or rewrite memories. Yeah, that's probably it. In such organizations, it's impossible to rise through the ranks solely by being pure and innocent. You have to be able to drink both clean and dirty without a hitch, and you need the guts to pull it off with a smile." "That's impressive. I couldn't do that." "Yeah, neither could I." Both Rio and Hugh shook their heads slightly, frowning. Indeed, a power struggle filled with intrigue and stratagem. So that means there's no issue with Archbishop Goon and Cardinal Camilo. The biggest issue among the cardinals seems to be Cardinal Sacarias. We were told to be careful of him. The alchemist cardinal, Graham told me that the brooch and bracelet in question were made by that Cardinal Sacarias. Also, probably, the underground space connected to the fourth storage vault in the western city Zephyros. The massive magic circle drawn there was likely designed by that Cardinal Sacarias as well. Seriously? Hugh conveyed the information, Rio stated facts and inferences, and Nils expressed his surprise. I got the impression that the magic formulas for the brooch and bracelet share a common thought process. Those sorts of things can vary significantly from person to person. The more complex they are, the more apparent the differences in the designer emerge. It's like with music. Once you get used to it, you can tell who composed a piece even if it's your first time hearing it. It's the same kind of idea. Oh, I see. Only Zeke and Ito nodded in understanding to Rio's explanation. Were the others all just muscle-headed? Art is similar too. The touch or style I'm not too sure, but you can generally tell if it's from the same artist. It's like that. The one who replied was Hugh McGrath, a strong-looking giant, most muscle-headed in this group, but surprisingly it seemed he wasn't just that. He might actually have quite a bit of education. As expected of Hugh, different from Nils. Rio, are you trying to say something? Nils interjected to Rio's muttering. And no, not at all. I was just saying Hugh has a lot of knowledge. He truly is a grand master. I'm not comparing him to anyone else. Rio replied with a composed face. The tongue is the source of calamity. Peace is the best. Of course, it goes without saying that Ito was suppressing laughter and Amon was smiling wryly. In the end, several discussions took place, and the four from room 10 left the room. Hugh would listen to the detailed report from the three of room 11 afterward. The four descended the stairs toward the first floor. However, Ito called out to Rio. Rio, do you have something on your mind? Indeed, Rio had been pondering something as he walked down the stairs with a slight tilt of his head. In most cases like this, it would be about what to have for lunch or what's good for the cake set, but it seemed to Ito that today was different. No, it's about the holy sword we retrieved, Rio replied, then paused slightly to choose his words. Using words that only he could understand wouldn't make sense. There's a presence trying to extract the fragment of God from us. Let's just call that presence a fallen one. We believe that this fallen one is like a former angel. As Rio said this, Ito nodded silently. Seeing that, Nils and Amon also nodded. But angels are really not something we can reach, right? They appear in doctrines in temples, don't they? Yeah, they do. Of course, ordinary priests don't experience that, but there are legends of saints and holy maidens having spoken with angels. But that's a truly rare occurrence, Ito answered, considering Rio's question, and by thinking it through, he understood what Rio was trying to convey. Oh, perhaps Rio thinks that with that holy sword it would be impossible to defeat an angel, meaning that fallen one? Exactly. As expected of Ito, angels are not something we could reach in such a manner, Ito stated, with Rio nodding in response. Of course, the angel that floated through Rio's mind at that moment was Michael. But even so, I don't understand why Cardinal Camilo and the upper brass of the Western Church were so intent on obtaining the holy sword. They weren't just trying to get what was in the vault, but even things held by the delegation. That's not normal. It makes more sense to think they were told to do so by that fallen one or someone instructed by that fallen one. They wouldn't just reach out to the delegation for something that might exist. After all, it's a precious sacrifice. Having said that in one breath, Rio sat down in the lounge. The other three also took their seats, and 4 cups of dark coffee were ordered. Perhaps the holy sword isn't something to defeat the fallen one itself. Ito slowly opened his mouth, contemplating his thoughts once more. What do you mean? Rio tilted his head in question, and Nils and Amon looked at Ito with puzzled expressions. I think it might be a weapon against what the fallen one creates or summons. Remember when we were first transported by the demon Jean-Jacques? That city had raised summoned multiple times. It reminds me of that. I see. A weapon against kin or summoned beings. That makes sense. In response to Ito's speculation, Rio nodded repeatedly in agreement. Nils and Amon had already turned their focus to the coffee that had been served. Rio, do you think that fallen one will manifest? Ito asked Rio with a more serious expression than before. When you say manifest, you mean whether they appear in this world in form like gods or angels? Yeah, something like that. When Rio questioned, Ito nodded in response. I don't think that's possible. Why's that? Rio answered immediately as Ito asked. It's hard to explain, but I think they exist in a different dimension from where we are. A different place, I suppose. They are connected but cannot travel between places. They can interfere, but they can't appear in the location of the other. It's difficult to articulate. Interesting. Let's think about it like the way I did previously, considering 3 dimensions and 2 dimensions. Imagine we are in a flat 2-dimensional space, while a ball is floating 1 meter above the ground in the 3-dimensional space. The ball in 3 dimensions can collide with the 2-dimensional space it is touching from our side. In that case, it would certainly deal damage to us in 2 dimensions. If a ball were to collide with us, it would surely hurt. So it's possible to interfere like that. However, could the ball, being a 3-dimensional object, come into our flat 2-dimensional space? The ball, being a spherical 3-dimensional shape, means it cannot come into 2 dimensions. A ball drawn in 2 dimensions, that is, a ball in a drawing, is something different. We in 2 dimensions cannot fundamentally interfere with things in 3 dimensions, and we cannot go to 3 dimensions either. A 3-dimensional existence like a ball can interfere with something in 2 dimensions whenever it likes. However, it cannot go into 2 dimensions. That is the conclusion Rio arrived at. Thus, while the fallen ones can interfere with us, they cannot come into our dimension. He thought this way. He answered Ito. He did, but he felt like something was missing. He felt like he was overlooking something significant, but he didn't know. Finally, the water attribute mage has reached 100 million PV. That means it has been read 100 million pages. This is truly amazing, thanks to all the readers who always support us. Thank you so much. It was on April 1, 2020 when I first posted. And now a year and 4 months have passed. Personally, I think I reached this milestone fairly quickly. That means many people have supported and read my work. How grateful I am. I was even congratulated on to Book's Twitter where I'm published. I will continue to post, so I ask for your continued support. Tomorrow, there will be 1 intermission. 404 intermission demons. Yes, there will be a little story about demons. Here is a place somewhere in Phi. Conveniently, it is called the Hall. Wait, Jean-Jacques? The demon Jean-Jacques Ramon-Deuce was stopped by a sharp voice. From the voice alone, he knew who was calling, and though he wanted to pretend he hadn't heard it, he had no choice but to turn around, as ignoring it could result in his head being suddenly severed. Oh, Leonor, it's been a while. There she was, as expected, Leonor Ulaka Arberkirk. Behind her, the elf Elizabeth was also following. Jean-Jacques, I just want to confirm you haven't laid a hand on Rio and the Western nations, have you? Leonor had her hands on her hips, questioning him. That was understandable, though. She knew Jean-Jacques well enough. Whenever he spotted an interesting person like Rio, he just couldn't help but meddle. Of course, this time he had been told in advance by Leonor, absolutely do not interfere, so he had tried to keep his distance. Even when approaching the ones known as those who know the fall from grace, it was only when Rio wasn't around. Yes, Jean-Jacques was making a considerable effort for him, and yet, of course not. I haven't touched him even with a finger, Jean-Jacques answered boldly. Leonor looked at him suspiciously. Then she turned to ask behind her, Elizabeth, is Jean-Jacques lying? Yes, he is lying. Hey, Elizabeth replied immediately to Leonor's question, causing Jean-Jacques to voice his protest. I knew it, Jean-Jacques, didn't I tell you that time and again? Wait, Leonor, it's a misunderstanding. Elizabeth is also at fault here. She should have prioritized peace and answered, I am not lying. I apologize, Lord Jean-Jacques. I cannot lie by nature. Elizabeth said this and bowed deeply. Wait, Leonor, let me explain first. What, a justification? I'll listen if you have one. Justification, that word is somewhat misleading, but fine, I will justify. Indeed, I did have a bit of a scuffle with Rio. No, wait, Leonor, retract that right hand you are about to strike me with. It was indeed a fight, but it only happened due to circumstances. You were probably trying to eat a human again, weren't you? I've told you that humans need to be increased, so don't eat too many, Leonor sighed. And no, that's it, you see, it's the one from the higher dimension who's been meddling with the Western nations. I was just trying to eliminate him and happened to eat a bit in the process. You're lying, that can't be all of it, Jean-Jacques tried to explain, but Leonor concluded otherwise. Then she turned to look back. Yes, he is lying. I knew it, Elizabeth confirmed, and Leonor shouted. No, that's why, Elizabeth. Well, not everything is true, but it's not entirely a lie either. In fact, ever since that guy started meddling, the development in the Western nations has stagnated quite a bit. It's true that I wish things could return to the way they were. Indeed, I do not doubt that. However, he is a being from a higher dimension. We cannot simply lay our hands on him. True, but Rio and his party are very interesting. I don't think the possibility is zero. In fact, I've been monitoring that area continuously. Oh, that's rare for you, Jean-Jacques. I told you, right? I want the Western nations to return to how they were, Leonor said, genuinely surprised, and Jean-Jacques sighed lightly, feeling slightly offended. When Nu was around, it was quite fun. Even after he died, a good era lasted for several hundred years. During that time, there were scenes of humans and vampires fighting that were thrilling to watch. It was all quite enjoyable. If some of those who were enshrined didn't meddle like this, it can't be helped. Humans are, after all, special creatures. That applies even to beings from higher dimensions. Those who have distanced themselves from their source of energy do not want to disappear. If that is the case, they have no choice but to acquire new energy. Jean-Jacques reminisced about the past, while Leonor contemplated the future. Survival instinct, you say? Even so, I wish they would keep it away from me. They found it easiest to interact with humans in the Western nations, so it can't be helped. They are far from omnipotent just because they exist in a higher dimension. Moreover, they cannot understand the circumstances of this different dimension, just as we cannot understand their circumstances. It's quite complicated. Jean-Jacques shook his head slightly, and Leonard did the same. The world seems to be more complicated than people think. Well, for that reason, I did not actively lay a hand on Rio. I see. I will ask Rio when I meet him next. Depending on his answer, I might just punch you. Hey, listen, Jean-Jacques, I'll say it again, Rio is my prey. Killing Rio is my job, so absolutely do not interfere. Tomorrow, the main story will return from 405. List of ranks in the Western Church from highest to lowest Pope, 1-person cardinals, 12 people archbishops, 24 people bishops many, originally 48 people abbots many, originally 48 people. Equal to bishops, priests a lot, deacons a lot. I briefly mentioned this in the main story of 311. But it's a bit late, but I decided to write it again, the day before the papal inauguration. The entire holy capital is lively and splendid. However, there are also places that are not so cheerful. The Holy See is one of them. Of course, the papal inauguration itself will take place at the Holy See. Guests from the Central Nations delegation, as well as from the Dark Continent, will be present. The main inauguration ceremony is set to be held in a massive circular assembly hall reminiscent of a Colosseum within the Holy See grounds. Many clergy members stationed at the Holy See are energetically decorating the hall. Preparations by carpenters and stonemasons of the Holy Capital have already been completed, with carpets being laid and chairs arranged. The expressions of the clergy engaged in these tasks are filled with satisfaction, and it's only natural. They are witnessing the papal inauguration while being part of the Holy See. Moreover, it is for the 100th Pope. What tremendous fortune! No one in the Western Church would be displeased by such luck. Well, ordinarily, in a room on the 3rd floor across the courtyard of the Holy See, there were 4 bishops. They are known as the Pope's 4 bishops. Bishop Abelard, Bishop Bridget, Bishop Cesare, and Bishop Dionysius. But they are not just any bishops. By the Pope's orders, they lead an assassination squad to forcefully eliminate obstacles. These 4 are feared by many in the Church. However, when inside the Holy See, they rarely show any signs of agitation. They always wear calm expressions and maintain a composed atmosphere, but today was different. Bang! Dionysius slammed his hand on the table. Why, he groaned with a look of deep frustration. It can't be helped, it is the Pope's command. Abelard's expression also lacked cheer. From his expression, it was clear he shared the discontent. It is not the Pope, but Zacharias's command, isn't it? Bridget said, grinding her teeth in an almost moaning manner. It was a very rare sight for Bridget, who was typically the least expressive among them. It doesn't matter. I will clear my name. Today I am going to kill Rio. In this instance, Cesare proclaimed this with the most expressionless face among the 4. No, we've been told not to do that. Abelard sighed as he spoke. If I don't defeat him, I cannot move forward. Cesare had already made his decision. Tonight, he would kill the Mage Rio of the Kingdom delegation. He understood the consequences of such an action. The negotiations between France and the Central Nations could break down. This was not a trivial matter. There was even the possibility that tomorrow's papal inauguration would not proceed normally. For the 4 bishops, who had pledged their entire loyalty to the Pope, such a thing must never happen. It had never happened before, and it was supposed to never happen again. The Pope was merely a puppet of Zacharias. Dionysius's whispered words encapsulated everything they had come to know, that the object of their unwavering loyalty was a puppet. No, it was uncertain whether he was even a puppet in the strictest sense, but it didn't change the core of the situation, an entity unworthy of their loyalty. What happens when something one has sincerely believed in shatters? First, they might act in ways that cannot be understood by outsiders. That might manifest in aggressive behavior, harming someone. Or it might be defensive behavior, retreating into isolation. It might even look like complete apathy, abandoning all thought. No one knows what will happen. Some may be able to rise again, while others may leave without ever standing up. However, even for those who can rise again, it is natural for it to take some time. That is not something to be ashamed of. It is proof of being human. These 4 bishops were precisely in such a situation. They had learned last night that the current pope was merely a puppet of Cardinal Zacharias, or at least not a human. Of course, it was entirely by chance. What happened last night? What do you mean, Zacharias? Abelard shouted, pressing for answers with a fierce expression. Throwing away his usual calm demeanor, he was almost on the verge of grabbing Zacharias by the collar. Bishop Abelard, I am technically a cardinal, you know. I am your superior. Shut up. Abelard yelled at Zacharias, who was smiling pleasantly as usual. The other three bishops were left speechless. Before them lay the Pope, who was clearly not a normal human. However, when Zacharias placed what appeared to be alchemy tools on the Pope's chest and passed magical power through them, the Pope began to move. The four witnessed that moment. The Pope's chest began to rise and fall, and his skin color started to shift from green to white. After all, they had never heard of a person with green skin. If you've seen it, there is no helping it. This is the 100th Pope, Zacharias said, wearing a smile almost refreshingly. You! Abelard could not continue speaking. It was well known that Cardinal Zacharias was one of the most skilled alchemists of the age. In the first place, the fusion magic brooches and the bracelets that allow for concealment, which the four bishops used, were all made by Zacharias. His talent as an alchemist was nothing short of astonishing. Given that prior knowledge, it was not difficult to consider that the green-skinned Pope before them was something created by Zacharias's alchemy. However, Abelard had a question. A person aiming to become the 100th Pope should have existed as a human. When the Pope was still a bishop, Abelard had spoken with him. He remembered the very intelligent bishop from when he was still a deacon. That was certainly not the non-human lying before him now. Then that means, where is the real Pope? Abelard thought that perhaps there was a true person somewhere, or at least someone who was the original of this green-skinned entity. This is the real Pope, isn't it? Shut up! Zacharias answered, and Abelard swiftly denied it. Zacharias sighed and replied, he no longer exists. Those words landed as a decisive blow. Abelard, along with the other three, fell silent. I understand why you have come to see the Pope at such an hour. It's likely because you want to repay a debt to the mage of the kingdom delegation, right? But let me be clear. That is not allowed. Listen to this as the Pope's decree. No, as the words of the angels, who are even higher than the Pope. You are prohibited from touching the delegation. Zacharias said last night that it was the words of the angels, Abelard murmured. It must be a lie, Dionysius shouted. That may be so, it may very well be, but doesn't it raise your curiosity? No one besides the successive popes has ever spoken to the angels. Abelard questioned, and Bridget replied in a small voice. Yes, this is a well-known fact among the clergy of the Western Church. No one other than the Pope has ever spoken to the angels. Conversely, the only person the angels speak to is the Pope. Of course, it doesn't happen all the time. It is said to occur only a few times during the Pope's reign. There are exceptions. Some, like founder Nayusama, are said to have spoken with them almost continuously, though that is mostly legend. There is no way to confirm it, Cesar muttered. Indeed, Abelard agreed. No, there is. But Bridget raised her head to speak. The gazes of the three focused on Bridget. When the successive popes conversed with the angels, they always held something in their hands. The papal staff? Bridget realized, and Abelard responded. There exists a staff that the Pope must always carry during their reign. It is about 1 meter long. At the tip is a white orb, and no one knows precisely what that orb is. The papal staff is said to have been created by founder Nayusama and has been passed down through generations of popes. Moreover, it is forbidden for anyone other than the Pope to touch it. There is another staff known as the combat staff, which exceeds 2 meters in length, but that is newly created each time a new pope ascends and thus is not referred to as the papal staff. Naturally, he must always carry that, right? There are times he doesn't have it. During bathing, he doesn't have it. At that time, it is placed on the stand for the papal staff in the papal office. Dionysius raised questions, Bridget reached answers, Cesar chimed in, and Abelard added more. But even if we hold it, it doesn't necessarily mean we can hear the angels, right? It is indeed possible that by holding the papal staff, you can converse with the angels. However, there is no other way to confirm this. Since it has been part of the legend of the papal staff since ancient times, the likelihood is highest. There were no further options. The Pope's bathing occurs at 9 a.m. In accordance with that time, the 4 bishops headed to the papal office. In the office, 2 deacons were cleaning. This was a usual occurrence. Of course, there are many important items in the office, but nothing ever goes missing. There isn't a single shameless person within the Holy See who would do such a thing. Everyone lives earnestly. As the 2 deacons cleaned the papal office as usual, they were surprised to see the individuals who entered. Of course, they knew who the Pope's 4 bishops were. Your Grace, Bishop! Both of them hurriedly bowed. Thank you for your purification. We will use this room for a little while. We have permission from His Holiness, Abelard announced. Without any doubt, the 2 deacons exited the room. It was the Pope's 4 bishops speaking. What reason would there be to doubt? Confirming that the 2 had left, the 4 gathered around the papal staff. Even touching it is a grave sin. Even Dionysius, typically composed, trembled, naturally. To touch this staff is to defy the authority of the Pope. It is also a decisive break from everything they had believed in until now. But there are no other choices. I want to know about the real Pope. Abelard's words were not trembling. He declared it firmly. That banished any hesitation from the other three. They nodded. All four simultaneously touched the papal staff. Their heads felt as if they were directly connected to somewhere else. Angel, Abelard spoke. There was no response. Angel, please respond. Abelard spoke again. Then, who are you? A voice directly echoed in the heads of the four. Instinctively, all four knelt, their hands not leaving the staff. Angel, we are bishops Abelard, Bridget, Cesar, and Dionysius. Abelard answered. Not Zacharias, so what do these bishops want? The inclusion of Zacharias, in the words of the angel-like being, shocked the four. At the very least, Zacharias had reached a level where this angel-like entity remembered his name. However, despite that thought, there was something they needed to confirm. Yes, we are the Pope's four bishops directly under his holiness. However, we have come to know that the being currently called the Pope is not the real Pope. This has caused confusion in our faith. Do you know anything about the Pope, Angel? I know he is not human. The words from the angel-like being made all four let out small sighs. However, they were astonished by the next words. That was something I had Zacharias create under my instructions. What? Abelard gasped, rendered speechless. The other three, of course, lost their words as well. For a full 30 seconds, no one could speak. Angel, why would you do such a thing? That is something you do not need to know. The angel's words weighed heavily on the four. We apologize. Reflexively, the four spoke in unison. I command you, assist Zacharias, treat Zacharias' words as my words. With that, the angel-like being departed. The four felt their heads return from somewhere else back to the papal office. Did you manage to speak with the angel? The four hurriedly turned to where the voice came from. There stood. Zacharias, Abelard said, did the angel not instruct you to follow my words? Zacharias said with his usual cheerful smile. Yes, he did, Abelard replied, but quickly continued. However, I refuse. Zacharias tilted his head and asked, why not? I cannot trust you. How can I be sure that the earlier being was not a deception you prepared? Foolish, Abelard said, and the other three nodded in agreement. Seeing that, a distortion finally appeared on Zacharias' face, and he spat out. Then, in silence, he flicked a ring on his middle finger with his thumb. In that instant, the bodies of the four bishops collapsed onto the floor. My body won't move. What did you do? Dionysius, Bridget, Cesar, and Abelard could not resist at all, unable to muster any strength in their bodies. They did not even comprehend what was happening. The principle of that papal staff is vibration amplification. It enables communication with the angel. While you were conversing with the angel, an unbelievable vibration was coursing through your bodies. Now I have simply amplified it. Well, I doubt you would understand complex concepts. You will enter a state of suspended animation and be buried in the circular assembly hall. Then tomorrow at the inauguration, the angel will absorb you. What are you saying? Foolish four bishops, that is something you do not need to know. Today was unusually serious for a change. It can't be helped. Such days happen sometimes. Starting from tomorrow's 406, the day of the papal inauguration, the protagonists, including Rio, will shine, probably. On the day of the papal inauguration is a ceremony held 1 year after the Pope's ascension, serving as a public presentation to distant lands. This marks the first time a delegation from the Central Nations has visited. But those from the Dark Continent and religious leaders who have had relatively frequent interactions are often invited. This time, it seems nearly 400 people have been invited from the Dark Continent. Look at how they are divided on the right and left. Their clothing is quite unfamiliar, isn't it? Amon points this out, utilizing his keen eyesight. They're quite flamboyant in color, aren't they? They're using a lot of primary colors. It seems there are also religious figures among them, but their outfits combine red, green, and multiple colors, making them stand out. The design is actually pretty cool, Nils states the obvious, while Ito points out the differences between the outfits of the priests from the Central Nations and those from the Western nations. Rio shares his thoughts in line with his own judgment. The people they saw at Café Roma were wearing Western clothing, but it seems that for such ceremonies, they wear their own country's attire. They are situated in the audience seats of a massive circular assembly hall located within the papal estate. The circular assembly hall resembles the Colosseum in Rome and is used for events with large attendance, like this one. Although referred to as circular, it is actually oval-shaped. What is commonly referred to as round is called a true circle, while an oval is a shape that resembles a squashed true circle. The seats where Rio and the others from the Kingdom delegation are sitting happen to be right at the center of that squashed area. To the right of the Kingdom delegation is the Imperial delegation, and to the left is the Alliance delegation. Incidentally, the opposite side is occupied by the clergy from the Western Church. It appears that the guests from the Dark Continent are seated in the areas that are not squashed. We're all grouped together while the guests from the Dark Continent are divided to the left and right. As Rio pointed out, they were seated separately at the ends of the longer axis of the oval, on the right and left tips. I heard from a monk I met at the Papal estate that they are divided between the eastern and western nations of the Dark Continent's coast. Apparently, these nations have been in a state of war for over 100 years, so the Church is keeping an eye on them. This was answered by Priest Zeke, who was seated behind room 10 in room 11. It seems he has made acquaintances within the Papal estate before anyone else, even Rio. How impressive. Oh, and that's Brother Carl, whom you know, Rio's son. He was indeed familiar. By the way, Cardinal Graham isn't here, right? Nils comments while looking at the audience seats in front. It seems that those above the Archbishop rank don't sit in the audience, but rather enter the arena. This was also answered by Zeke, most likely through Brother Carl. Clang. At that moment a bell rang. Though just once, it was enough to silence the audience seated in front, affiliated with the Western Church. That silence spread to the guest seats from the Dark Continent and eventually reached the Central Nations delegation seats. The 4 from room 10 and the 3 from room 11 also closed their mouths. Not a single cough could be heard, complete silence. The assembly hall should be filled with 3,000 people. In that utter silence, a group entered the arena. At the forefront were 12 cardinals wearing crimson robes. While the crimson color was as usual, it was clear even from a distance that their attire was quite extravagant. Behind those cardinals was a man in white ritual robes. The Pope, the man who was supposed to have disappeared twice. The man Rio had defeated twice, and he seems to have resurrected. From the looks of it, he appeared exactly the same as before. However, it resembled the atmosphere of the Pope seen during the welcoming ceremony of the Central Nations delegation a few months ago. This was not the Pope from the 2 battle times. Although he looked the same on the outside during both times, the sense of discomfort felt during the welcoming ceremony, the feeling that his inside was empty. Now Rio was feeling that same sensation again. Considering he felt nothing of the sort during the battles, there must be some reason for it. Is it different from the last time we fought? Ito murmurs. Rio looked surprised and whispered to Ito. Do you think so too? It's somehow different from when we fought. Yeah, I don't know. During the fights he felt fulfilled or something like that, but now I feel less power than back then, maybe? Ito replied while tilting her head in response to Rio's whisper. By this time, conversations in whispers had begun among those around them. The main reason for this was likely the sobs coming from the clergy seated in front. They were crying in gratitude for being able to be present in such a glorious place. I don't feel power. Oh, could it be? Magical power. Oh, is it because the magical power supply from the mages of the hero party has run out? I mean, during the welcoming ceremony, at least the 4 from the hero party were still not captured, right? Rio thought aloud, and Ito confirmed with a nod. He realized that the magical power supply from those 4 hero party members had been quite remarkable. After all, they were the top mages from the Western nations. Still, the non-contact supply after absorbing magical power. It's like the non-contact power supply on modern Earth. I want to see the mechanism and magic formula. Then, I'd like to incorporate it into our rice field management golem. Rio's mutter was of course heard by Nils, who sat next to him. Why on earth would we need to supply such incredible magical power to the rice field management golem? You never know when or where you'll end up fighting a powerful monster. Or perhaps an army or adventurers from a foreign country might invade. Preparedness is key. In response to Nils' sighing words, Rio boldly stated his point. While they were exchanging such conversations, the last of the archbishops entered the arena, and the ceremony began. The Pope uttered words of blessing, prompting the clergy from the Western Church to kneel in unison. The sight of 2,000 people kneeling all at once is something you don't often see. Oh, a voice of admiration unintentionally slipped from Nils. This is spectacular, Harold also murmured. After all, a leader may need to inspire awe and reverence from those around them. Rio, why are you looking at me when you say that? Nothing. Rio's coincidental glance at Nils was purely accidental. It must be accidental. It should be accidental. Nils' reaction to Rio's words was inevitable. Undoubtedly an inevitability. Naturally an inevitability. It was also natural that Rio couldn't completely dodge Nils' questioning. As the ceremony progressed, all the clergy took their seats, and the Pope began expressing gratitude to the guests from the Dark Continent and the Central Nations delegation. Suddenly, Rio looked around. This time, the delegation included not only guardian adventurers, but also civil servants. No negotiations would take place today, as the French government had invited them to attend the papal inauguration. However, many of the civil servants seemed to be feeling dizzy. Some had even closed their eyes. It seems that the burden of the numerous negotiations over the consecutive days has taken quite a toll on them. Rio shook his head slightly and returned his gaze to the front. After thanking the guests and delegation, the Pope began speaking while quoting from some scripture. This part was completely incomprehensible to him. Of course, it wasn't just Rio. It seemed that Nils, Amon, Harold, and Gowan, the group of muscle-headed individuals, felt the same way. Rio, did you think something incredibly rude just now? Wow, what? I wasn't thinking anything. It was an unexpected remark from Nils. Rio hurriedly tried to cover it up. One must never let their guard down at any moment. While such conversations were taking place within the Kingdom delegation, the head of the Alliance delegation, former King Robert Perlo, was slightly tilting his head. "Your Majesty, is something wrong?" Captain of the Guard Groan, who was standing beside him, inquired. "Well, it seems the civil servants are," Robert Perlo replied in a small voice. Upon hearing this, Groan looked around. "Ah, indeed. They seem quite fatigued from the continuous negotiations." His expression showed genuine concern for the civil servants. However, Robert Perlo shook his head. "Even so, it feels strange." "Excuse me?" Groan tilted his head at Robert Perlo's mumble. He couldn't understand what former King Robert Perlo meant. Robert Perlo glanced not only at the Alliance delegation, but also at the Kingdom delegation. "It seems the civil servants from the Kingdom are the same." Indeed, the civil servants from the Kingdom looked drained, with some even sleeping. Robert Perlo seemed to notice something, closing his eyes. He closed his eyes, searching for something. During this time, of course, Captain of the Guard Groan refrained from speaking. Robert Perlo was exploring or pondering something, and it was the guard captain's duty not to interrupt. "Magical power has been drained." "Huh!" Robert Perlo opened his eyes and murmured, startling groan. "The ground, or rather this audience seat, it's draining magical power from our bodies, probably from everyone." "From everyone, you say?" "Exactly, from everyone seated in this audience, at least the entire delegation." Upon Robert Perlo's words, Groan was stunned. He looked around again. "However, everyone except the civil servants seems fine." Indeed, at first glance it appears that way. Civil servants in general don't possess a lot of magical power. Those with more magical power usually go on to attend the magical university or engage in magic in the field, as that yields better compensation. The ones here are pure civil servants with little magical power. Thus, the effects of drained magical power are more pronounced on them than on the adventurers, of course, more so than on the knights. In Phi, it is known that all humans possess magical power. Those who can release their magical power outside are called mages. However, even those who cannot release it still have magical power circulating within their bodies. If for some reason the magical power circulating in the body drastically decreases, it is referred to as magical power depletion, leading to fainting or sleeping. In cases where one originally has little magical power, they tend to experience magical power depletion more quickly. However, to extract magical power through this audience seat, who on earth could be doing such a thing? Captain of the Guard Groan murmured while shaking his head. Naturally, only someone from the upper echelons of the church could set up such an elaborate scheme. Now what to do? Robert Perlo grimaced and shook his head. Though he understood the cause, he couldn't think of a way to resolve the problem. The fact that Robert Perlo detected this subtle flow of magical power was because he was a top-notch mage. Nevertheless, even he couldn't come up with a solution to escape this situation. "I can't think of anything, but I feel like that person might come up with something." "It's strange to think that way." With a slight smile, Robert Perlo murmured. Then he spoke to Groan beside him. "Groan, hurry and go to the neighboring kingdom delegation and call Lord Rio." "Lord Rio?" "Yes. I'd like to ask for his help in dealing with the current abnormal situation." "His Majesty King Robert Perlo, the abnormal situation refers to this slight magical power extraction, correct?" Rio, who had just arrived, asked eagerly. "Indeed. As expected of Lord Rio, you noticed it," Robert Perlo replied. "Well, not exactly. I only realized it when Groan, who came to call me, mentioned abnormal situation for the first time." Although Robert Perlo complimented him, Rio gave a wry smile, feeling slightly embarrassed. Even Rio was not omnipotent. "No, it's merely a difference in experience. I've been a mage for 75 years, so I noticed it," Robert Perlo said with a laugh. He then returned to a serious expression and inquired, "The extraction is occurring right here in the audience seats. As a member of the delegation, I would like to avoid any disruptions to this inauguration ceremony. It might affect the results of the negotiations the officials have worked hard on. However, those officials are the ones suffering the most. Can't you think of a way to resolve this peacefully?" Robert Perlo was known as the man whom Lord Aubrey could not kill. His intelligence was widely recognized. Yet even such a man could not come up with a way to resolve it peacefully. Rio pondered for a moment. To be honest, he still did not fully understand what magical power was. However, it was not something that existed outside the principles of physics. That much could be inferred from what Michael had said. If that were the case, then it should be possible to block the extraction of magical power, that is, to interrupt the movement of magical power. There is a suitable spell in water attribute magic. If you don't mind, may I try it with your majesty? In this area, it seems only your majesty, and I can accurately recognize the minute extraction of magical power. Lord Rio, that is. That's fine, groan. Lord Rio's suggestion makes sense. Before we apply it to everyone, let's test it ourselves. Rio made the proposal, which Groan, as the captain of the guard, tried to stop, but Robert Perlo interrupted him. He was the kind of man who willingly put himself in danger. Well then, excuse me, ice path multi-layered ice. As Rio chanted, an icy floor appeared beneath both his and Robert Perlo's feet. It was nothing more than the usual ice path, at least in appearance. Ah, it's an ice floor, so be careful not to slip. I made it as slip-resistant as possible, but the property of slipping cannot be entirely eliminated. Rio cautioned Robert Perlo, who was touching the ice path multi-layered ice that spread even to the chair area. This ice is not cold, Robert Perlo commented. Yes, that's an important point. It halts the transformation from ice to water and prohibits the transfer of heat. It may look like a single layer of ice, but it actually consists of multiple layers, with a layer in the middle that has almost no molecular vibration. That layer is forcibly stopping molecular vibration, which should also be obstructing the movement of magical power. Whatever magical power is, it should be vibrating. By forcibly stopping that vibration, its propagation is interrupted. To put it in a very simple model, it might be like a magic bottle when limited to heat. By making the space between the double structure into a vacuum, it prevents the transfer of heat. It could be that it was the Dexter mechanism, not the Felster mechanism. When Rio pondered this while looking at the magic barrier and the absolute magic defense known as the Sanctuary Array and Absolute Sanctuary, he guessed it probably wasn't entirely wrong. Well, it did feel a bit different, but he didn't dwell on it. After all, he still didn't fully understand the essence of magical power. At first, I thought it would be enough not to touch the audience seats directly. But since the magical power is being extracted even while wearing clothes and shoes, it seems that alone wouldn't suffice. So, I decided to encapsulate it with layers. Your Majesty, let's check if the magical power extraction has stopped. Indeed. Honestly, I don't quite understand Lord Rio's explanation, but it sounds interesting. We can discuss magic in detail later, but for now, let's confirm if the extraction has ceased. Saying so, Robert Perlo closed his eyes and focused on tracing the flow of his magical power. Rio did the same, shutting his eyes as well to track the flow of his magical power. The flow that had been extracted from the soles of his feet had stopped. There was no extraction into the air either. It seemed that the treatment was successful. As they opened their eyes, the two nodded in agreement. Approaching them was a familiar face that greeted them. Your Majesty, Lord Rio, may I ask you to teach me as well? It's Count Hans Kirchhoff. I hadn't heard you were a mage. But it seems a capable man is different, Robert Perlo jokingly said. Count Hans Kirchhoff of the Imperial delegation had approached. I could feel that magical power was being extracted as well. When I looked over, I saw Lord Rio heading towards the Alliance delegation and talking with His Majesty King Robert Perlo. I can only deduce that there's some magical phenomenon at play. I see. Rio nodded significantly at Hans's coherent and concise explanation. Truly capable people seem to excel in any situation. As Count Kirchhoff sensed, this auditorium itself is extracting minute amounts of magical power from us. So when I asked if we could handle it quietly, Lord Rio suggested that laying down his ice floor would remedy the situation. Therefore, we will be laying it down throughout the Alliance and the entire kingdom. After that, we'll do the same for the Empire, so Count, please return and inform everyone. Robert Perlo explained, and Rio added further clarification. Hans returned without asking any questions. He probably could also infer what the extracted magical power was intended for. That was the conclusion both of them had reached. Lord Rio, this extracted magical power is likely for the activation of that, right? Ah, yes. It seems you heard it from Husun. It's probably for activating the massive magic circle located underground in this holy capital. By extracting magical power from delegates who might resist, it becomes easier to suppress any potential resistance, killing two birds with one stone. Unbeknownst to Rio and the others, Hugh McGrath had apparently been sharing information with both the Alliance and the Empire. Leaders of organizations often act without informing those below them. Otherwise, the organization wouldn't run smoothly. Sometimes, people who do not understand this end up at the top of an organization. Naturally, the organization does not function well. If the lower levels operate based on their own perceptions, the organization moves towards collapse. If one wishes to rise in position, they must learn many things, for the sake of all those in the organization. Conversely, those who are not prepared should not be elevated above others. The ability to handle individuals is entirely separate from the ability to manage projects or organizations. There are many managers who fail to understand this. Indeed, I've received reports from Master McGrath. Of course, this includes the Imperial delegation as well. I have also heard about the sacrifice. I understand Lord Rio has made adjustments so that the magic circle does not exert its effects. Yes. However, adjustments were made so that magical power is not supplied to the very center, which means it won't move. But the initial activation part will move. I thought the installer might want to test it, so I anticipated that. Well, that's only natural. We must not let them discover that adjustments have been made. Robert Perlow nodded in response to Rio's explanation. In the audience seats of the Kingdom delegation, the ice laid down by Rio covered the floor and even the chairs. It wasn't cold, but the hardness was unavoidable in those audience seats. Damn, I have a bad feeling. What's wrong, Captain? Hugh McGrath muttered softly, but his voice was audible to the chief negotiator, Ignis, who sat next to him. No, I just feel this unease deep in my chest. In times like this, something terrible usually happens. Oh, Rio-san mentioned something about mushy no shures. It seems that those who have been through many crises become more perceptive. For the captain, it should be quite considerable. I don't want this to be right. Hugh muttered, but he understood that the lives of the entire delegation were at stake. What else could be described as something terrible? They had taken their measures. They had already acted. However, he still thought, perhaps they could have done more. Perhaps they could have prepared better in advance. Captain, it's all right. You've done everything you could do. Those words, stated with a smile, came from Ignis, the chief negotiator. A man burdened with the weight of responsibility for the negotiations he led, exposed daily to pressures beyond what even Hugh could endure. Without a doubt, he was the one in the Alliance delegation who was most mentally drained. His leadership in negotiations would determine the interests, influences, and other matters of multiple countries for decades to come. Not just for the current generation, but for many generations ahead. Eventually, there would be a need for renegotiation. Would the side that signed a favorable treaty agree to renegotiate? Is there any reason to even negotiate again? There would be none. Opportunities for renegotiation might not arise until 50 or 100 years later. How many people would be bound by this treaty by that time? Considering that, the pressure was not something that could be summarized in one word. Yet that man said it. It's okay. You did everything you could. Those words lifted the weight from Hugh McGrath's heart more than he could have imagined. Ah, Ignis, you're right. Hugh nodded slightly, and Ignis, seeing that, smiled and nodded back. While the Central Nations delegation was relieved from the situation of having magical power extracted by placing their feet on the icy floor and sitting on icy chairs, the inauguration ceremony continued in the arena. Rio had returned to his original seat with the Kingdom delegation. I was wondering how they would manage the activation magical power for that massive magic circle, but I didn't expect they would set up mechanisms in the audience seats. That seems quite elaborate, doesn't it? Ito questioned Rio's observation. Yes, it would take quite an effort. They would have to draw many magic circles. No, I suppose it could be done with a few larger ones. But then again, there would need to be magical power for activating those magic circles. Rio's voice trailed off as he struggled to find an answer. At that moment, Amon's small but sharp voice was heard. Are there not some guests from the Dark Continent who are asleep over there? Ah, yes, there are. Well, maybe 1 or 2 out of 100. So they are also having their magical power extracted. Amon reported, using his keen eyesight, and Nils agreed. Should we destroy the magic circle or device responsible for the magical power extraction? Perhaps an alchemy tool? However, if we break it, the person at the center of this conspiracy will likely recognize their failure and resort to drastic measures. Rio turned towards Nils and Ito, asking the question. The party leader was Nils, and ordinarily he would make the decision, but in this case, since it concerned magic, Ito's opinion was respected. Nils and Ito exchanged glances and nodded to each other. Let's break it. Either way, they will notice soon enough that they can no longer extract magical power from our delegation. Sooner or later, the enemy will take drastic measures, therefore it's better to take the initiative. Nils stated, and Ito and Amon nodded as well. Understood, Rio nodded too. The four consulted with Hugh McGrath and received permission to proceed. Thus, they quietly left from the stairs at the back of the audience seats, the highest tier. Recently, Abel had not made an appearance. I wonder if there are readers thinking that? Indeed, he has not shown up. It's not that the author has forgotten. There is a reason for that. You will understand eventually. Yes, eventually. Hehe. Among the 7 levels, the walls surrounding the arena extend up to the 3rd level from the ground, while the 4th to 7th levels serve as spectator seating. The 4 descended to the 6th level first. They believed that if they drew a magic circle on the ceiling of the 6th level or affixed a paper with a magic circle, they could extract the magical power from those seated on the 7th level. However, after looking around briefly, they found nothing. "There's nothing here." "Yeah, nothing," Rio muttered, and Ito replied in a similarly subdued tone. Nils and Amon were on high alert, watching their surroundings. "Let's check the 5th level just in case," Rio suggested, and the 4 moved down to the 5th level to look around. "Just as I thought, nothing here either." "Yeah, nothing." Both Rio and Ito nodded. This confirmed their suspicion. "It's not a magic circle, it must be alchemy tools. They must be quite complex, but Cardinal Sacarias is said to be an impressive alchemist. If it's someone like him, it could be." At that point, Rio's voice trailed off. "Rio?" Ito asked suspiciously. Rio frowned. After a moment, he finally spoke up. "Right now, my passive sonar has picked up that person." "That person?" The 3 didn't know who he was referring to. "Yes, the alchemist Neil Anderson." They finally found Neil Anderson, who had gone missing. Yet despite having found the person they had been searching for, Rio's expression remained clouded. "Rio, is there a problem?" Nils inquired. "Probably. I'll investigate a bit more thoroughly." With that, Rio paused, then began to chant. "Active sonar, passive sonar is passive. It receives and analyzes the movements of the target through the water vapor in the air. Let's say there's a fish that jumps in a still pond. Ripples spread out from the spot where the fish jumped. The fish is the target, and Rio is envisioning himself as being in the path of the spreading ripples. In contrast, active sonar is active. The stimulus, emitted from Rio, travels through the water vapor in the air to strike the target and bounces back, which he then analyzes. Due to its nature, passive sonar struggles to capture static objects. However, with active sonar, he can capture everything, whether it's moving or not. The downside is that the amount of information coming in becomes overwhelming, so even Rio would get headaches at first. Indeed, there is a space open from the 1st to 3rd levels. There's a 3-meter-tall golem beside it. Neil is next to a box that appears to be an alchemy tool, big enough for one person to fit inside. He has something on his head, something like a knight's helmet. The golem is troublesome. Nils grimaced at Rio's explanation. That said, they had no choice but to proceed. "Are there any enemies on the way?" "No, there was no one who looked like that." "All right, then let's head to that open space." Nils ordered, and the 3 nodded in agreement. 2 minutes to arrival. Indeed, without any interruptions, the 4 reached near the open space. "That's definitely a heavy knight's helmet," Nils muttered as he observed Neil from a distance. In both the Central Nations and the Western Nations, the style of the heavy knight's helmet that covers the entire head with full plate armor is not mainstream. Certainly, knights have thicker armor compared to adventurers, but it doesn't completely obscure their skin. For that reason, heavy knight helmets are rarely seen on the battlefield. Nils thought for a moment and issued instructions. "Amon and I will engage the golem. Rio and Ito head to Neil Anderson. If that alchemy box is indeed a magical power extraction device, stop it." "Understood," Rio responded as Amon and Ito nodded. They didn't question whether 2 people could handle the golem. The leader, Nils, had made his decision. From here on, they would just follow the orders. Even Rio, who often had something to say about Nils, would unconditionally follow when a decision was made as leader. In situations where lives are at stake, once a decision is made, they must act. That's a fundamental principle. Could the leader potentially give incorrect instructions? Of course, that might happen. So what? If you don't want the leader to make a mistake, then during normal times, you should help the leader refine their judgment. Subordinates must work to influence the leader during routine periods. They must build a good trust relationship with the leader, making them think, "I absolutely must not make a mistake for these people." If that happens, the leader will start to hone their judgment during regular times. How much preparation was done during normal times is what is important. Isn't that true in everything? Whether it's sports, studying, or work, preparation is essential to avoid failure when it matters most. It's the same in work. Preparation in ordinary times is crucial, not for anyone else, but for oneself. One should ensure that their superiors and leaders develop their judgment during routine periods. That's why Rio often says things to improve Nil's judgment. He's not just being annoying or meddling. No, certainly not ... probably. "Let's go!" With Nils's command, he and Amon dashed out, running toward the golem. Seeing this, the golem quickly turned to face them. Once Rio and Ito confirmed that the golem was focused on Nils and Amon, they rushed out. They ran toward Neil Anderson, who was deeper in the open space. Neil Anderson, who was manipulating a coffin-sized alchemy tool, seemed to recognize that Rio and Ito were coming toward him, ignoring the golem. He turned his body to face them. Sonic blade, a muffled voice echoed from within the helmet, and a blade of wind shot out from Neil Anderson's hand. This attack magic divides into 5 blades before hitting, designed for area suppression. Ice wall level 20. While running, Rio created a wall of ice in front of himself and Ito. All 5 wind blades were deflected by the ice wall. "Neil, it's me, Rio," Rio shouted as he ran. But Sonic Blade, once again the attack magic was cast. The wind blades dove into the ice wall that was still present in front of the moving 2 and were deflected once more. "That person doesn't recognize Rio," Ito whispered beside him as they ran. "Is it really because of that helmet he's wearing? Some kind of mind control? Moreover, it's possible that the thing might explode if forcibly removed," Rio said regretfully. Explosives which could cause an explosion were still uncommon in the Western nations. At least, since coming to the Western nations, he hadn't seen one. Of course, it's also not common in the Central nations, but Room 10 was, according to King Abel's orders, required to be reported on. Well, anyway, he didn't think that he would have put it on himself. Its hot vision is restricted, and he doesn't even know who it is. I recognized it was Neil because I scanned with sonar, but ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell that's Neil. Looking at it, he definitely looks suspicious. And casting magic security personnel might try to kill him if they see him, Rio stated, and Ito nodded in agreement. "There's no helping it. I'm sorry, Neil." After saying that, Rio chanted. Downpour ice coffin, the sudden rain that formed around Neil Anderson froze, forcibly trapping him in an ice coffin. Neil Anderson is a top-notch alchemist. Being a top-notch alchemist means he is also a top-notch mage. And a mage should not be able to be encased in ice. Or rather, should not be able to. He cannot freeze anything beyond about 10 centimeters from the surface of a mage's body. This is presumably an issue of magical control. Therefore, Rio thought of a different method. By generating Rio's water around the target using downpour, then he would freeze that generated water. Since this water is Rio's water, it is under Rio's magical control. This would allow him to encroach on what can be called the target's personal space concerning magic, and further, freeze the surface of the target's skin. Freezing parts that connect from the inside of a person's mouth to their throat, esophagus, and stomach, ultimately surrounding everything in an ice coffin. However, there is one problem. In fact, this method is also not infallible. Mages who have magical control superior to or on par with Rio cannot be frozen. For example, people like Sira. The reason it succeeded this time is simply that Neil Anderson, who was present, was not in his usual state, lacking sharpness in his mind and being lax in magical control. It might be because of the helmet he was wearing. Isolating Neil and first stopping the coffin-sized alchemy tool. Examine, he cast a spell created to thoroughly investigate Abel's body on the coffin alchemy tool. No matter how intricate the alchemy tool is, there must be space within it. In that space, there should be air containing water vapor. If that is the case, Rio can detect it. Yes, here it is. There's an incredibly complex magic formula involved, which I can't comprehend at all. But most likely, this is what's drawing magical power from the audience seats. It seems to be collecting power from the Central Nations delegation's audience seats and temporarily storing it here. Once it fills to a certain level, it sends it all underground and starts that massive magic circle. Could we reverse it and return the absorbed magical power to the original owners? That's not possible. It seems to get mixed up as it passes through this alchemy tool. Once that happens, separating the magical power becomes impossible, so it's futile. I see. Ito sighed softly at Rio's explanation. And, does it collect something other than magical power? It seems to capture something, but I can't tell. Is it specifying the so-called fragment of God? Well, if we break this coffin, there's a possibility that the magical power will run rampant in this area, so for now I'll terminate the alchemy, Rio said, and using water jet generated within the coffin, he severed the lines of the magic circle. Boon, 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 the sound gradually diminished and the coffin came to a halt. This is it, Nils shouted as he deflected the sword of the golem that was thrusting toward him at an angle. Got it? In unison with that, Amon jumped onto the outstretched arm of the golem and used his momentum to stab his sword into the golem's throat, a weak spot that could be considered the only vulnerability of the Holy Knights. Rio had informed both of them about this. In the battles occurring in the Republican territory, during the fight between the Holy Knights and civilians, the civilians' spears had pierced the Holy Knights' necks in a single strike. All 10 of them. Moreover, after the battle, it was confirmed that the neck areas in the remains of the Holy Knights were made of noticeably soft material compared to the others. With a height of 3 meters, fighting against a human about half that size or nearly the same height as the golem. They had to maintain a wide field of view both above and below. For that reason, it was necessary to allow the neck to move both up and down, and naturally, the throat area couldn't be made of hard material. It was an unavoidable structural weakness. The two targeted that spot. Usually in a battle between humans and golems, attacks wouldn't reach the golem's throat. The part that could be considered its jaw is made longer than a human's, protecting the throat. Thus, even magical attacks would likely not hit the throat. However, Nils and Amon managed to do it, thanks to Nils's skill at deflecting and Amon's agility. Both had to be present for it to work. While Nils and Amon fought, Rio was examining Neil Anderson, who was trapped in the ice coffin. Inside Rio's ice. The precision of the examine being unleashed there is incomparable to what he had scanned from the coffin alchemy tool. However, precisely because of that, Rio understood that the helmet covering Neil Anderson's head was quite troublesome. This magic formula is problematic. If I interfere with the magic formula, it will retaliate, an offensive barrier. And it has a double trap that attacks Neil himself. Generating needles inside the helmet, is this an Iron Maiden? Rio closed his eyes and muttered to himself. Ito stood a little distance away, silently observing. He understood that his turn would come only after the helmet was removed. At that moment, the two who had defeated the golem arrived. "Are you having a tough time?" "Rio, son, you're sweating a lot." Nils grimaced as he spoke, and Amon also noticed Rio's unusual state. That typically carefree Rio was desperately analyzing something. It was clear to anyone that the helmet he was wearing was quite bothersome. "It's okay, Rio can do this," Ito said softly but with conviction. There wasn't any concrete basis for it. However, they had no doubt about the possibility of success. Nils and Amon felt the same way. Both nodded in unison after Ito spoke. The three trusted Rio's abilities. Multiple layers of complex locks. The person who placed this on him probably has no intention of removing it. The conclusion is it can't be removed. Rio opened his eyes wide, glaring at the helmet placed on Neil Anderson. Should he give up? No, absolutely not. He will definitely not give up. Is there a chance that Neil might die? He cannot allow that. He will absolutely not let him die. If it can't be removed, then it must be obliterated. He has the skill. He has succeeded. He just needs to do in 1 second what usually took minutes or hundreds of attempts. There was a slight gap between Neil Anderson's head and the helmet. Within that space, the ice was securing the helmet to Neil's body. Rio's ice filled the gap with the helmet, essentially separating it from Neil's body. However, of course, it cannot be removed like this. If he tries to forcibly pull it out, Neil's head would be pierced by the needles generated from the helmet. Even if it's covered in Rio's ice, it's a helmet made by a top-notch alchemist. If it has a mechanism that could puncture Rio's ice in an instant, Rio's analysis is not perfect. The risks are far too high. However, the most troublesome part is that thin iron rods extend from the inside of the helmet and even into Neil's mouth. From there, needles could be generated, leaving Neil riddled with holes from the inside out. This rod must also be obliterated in an instant. Rio repeated examine numerous times, to perfectly envision the shape of the helmet that must be obliterated in a single strike. To do all of that while instantly switching the ice to water and generating magic simultaneously. "All right," Rio muttered quietly, raising his right hand to shoulder height. He extended his thumb and index finger while bending the other three. Then he aimed his index finger at the Neil trapped in the ice. Ban, boom! The moment Rio cast the spell, a loud and heavy sound resonated once. It was the sound of Neil's helmet, which had been covering his head, disappearing due to underwater plasma. Release ice coffin. In that instant, the ice that had covered Neil Anderson vanished. Rio caught Neil as he was about to fall. "Neil, are you okay?" At Rio's call, Neil opened his eyes. "Rio, my lord." Don't say any more than that. Ito, please, let him lie down." As Rio shouted, Ito ran over and began issuing instructions. Neil Anderson was laid down on the floor, and immediately Ito started healing him. Finally, Rio could take a breath. If the cuckoo doesn't sing, then just kill it. When Ito's healing was finished and Neil Anderson's condition stabilized, support arrived from the Kingdom delegation. "Herald, I leave Lord Anderson to you." "Yes, Nil's son." "Leave it to me." The support team consisted of 3 people from Room 11. Herald and Gowan were considerable combatants. Even though Neil Anderson's magical power flow was still disturbed, as he had removed his helmet, Priest Zeke was there in case anything happened to him. Captain Hugh McGrath's choice of Room 11 was indeed precise. "Which way should we go, right or left?" Ito asked the 3. "Right and left." Currently, the magical power extraction alchemy tools set up beneath the audience seats where the Central Nations delegation was located had been stopped. However, while observing from the audience seats, It looked like the guests from the Dark Continent were also in a similar situation as the delegation, albeit from a distance. The guests from the Dark Continent were divided into two groups, those from the Eastern nations to the east, or right, and those from the Western nations to the west, or left, from the perspective of the Central Nations delegation. It looks like there are more exhausted guests from the Eastern nations on the right, Amon, utilizing his keen eyesight, suggested. Upon hearing this, Nils looked at Ito and Rio. Without a word, both Ito and Rio nodded. There was no doubt about it. All right, then we will start with the Eastern nations. With Nils's decision made, the four began to run. At the same time, in the right audience section, the first-floor atrium beneath the Eastern nations, a battle was unfolding. I told you we should have all five gone together. Shut up. It's too late to say that now. If we had truly reliable party members, they should have sensed we were in danger and come to help. That's reckless. These conversations were exchanged between two men and women while fighting. They were Patris Chaisketi and Guti from the guest escort party, refreshing 5 peaks from the eastern nations of the Dark Continent. Both of them did not carry visible weapons. They were wearing what appeared to be sturdy metal gauntlets and greaves, engaged in combat. They punched with their gauntlets and kicked with their armored feet. In the Dark Continent, they were referred to by the rather violent title of Bokuseshi. Whether it was magic, or if the gauntlets were alchemy tools or some other power, their punches were quite powerful. They knocked away the swords of their opponents and sent a fist into their faces to knock them out. They parried a descending sword with their gauntlet and kicked the exposed lower body upwards. However, the number of enemies was too great. More than 10 knights were surrounding them. They were protecting a white-robed cleric who was fiddling with a large box in the back. Of course, the two hadn't intended to engage in combat from the start. They had come down to the lower level to investigate the anomalies happening in the audience seats, only to encounter knights and clerics. When they asked what was going on, the knights suddenly attacked them, and they did so after surrounding them. Guti, these guys are definitely the Holy Knight Order? Yes, by the emblem they are the Templar Knight Order. They are elite knights of the church. Guti grimaced as he answered Patris's question. They were also a well-known escort party in the eastern nations of the Dark Continent. No matter the opponent, they wouldn't easily fall behind. But this time, the opponents were formidable, especially with the significant numerical disadvantage. If all 5 had been present, it would have been fine. Even then, if only the enchanter Kinmi was here. In terms of one-on-one skill, they were nearly equal. Thus, while the numerical difference shouldn't be a problem for defense. A sound escaped Guti's mouth without thinking. He knew he couldn't afford to say he was tired. If they lost, they would die. He understood that fully, yet fatigue relentlessly gnawed at the humans. And then finally, slip. Just as he dodged a sword from a Templar Knight, he slipped. Fatigue had caught up to his feet. The Templar Knights, not one to miss such an opening, struck swiftly. The sword pierced his side. A muffled sound escaped Guti's lips. He instinctively knelt on one knee. Guti, Patris shouted as he threw himself to shield him. In that moment, without mercy, a sword from the Templar Knight Order surged toward them. Ice Wall Layer 10 package? Clink, clink, clink. The knights' swords were deflected by an invisible wall that surrounded the two. From their expressions, it was clear they were all surprised, but right now they were in combat. Even if they were surprised, they couldn't stop their hands. That would be suicidal. Here we go, Nils and Amon dove in. From a distance, Ito released arrows. Rio entrusted the knights to the 3 and sprinted ahead. Coffin-sized alchemy tools, are they? Ordinary clerics manipulating it? As he ran, Rio murmured and chanted. Icicle Lance! The cleric, unable to react to the ice spear that suddenly appeared before him, was blown away. He was knocked unconscious with just one strike. Examine! Rio, unwilling to spare time running close, cast Examine on the coffin-sized alchemy tool. Even if it looked the same as before, it didn't mean the insides were the same. Examination complete. Yeah, just a bit smaller, but otherwise pretty much the same. After saying that, Rio cut the lines inside with water jet, bringing the alchemy tool to a halt. When compared to what Nilsson was tinkering with, this alchemy tool sucks up magical power a lot worse. Is the efficiency dependent on the alchemist's skill? That's why they used the competent Nilsson, Rio muttered, wrinkling his brow. However, as he looked back at the coffin-like alchemy tool, he suddenly had a question. Since Rio himself was a water attribute mage, he could grasp the situation through water vapor in the air or forcibly cut the lines inside the alchemy tool like this time, halting it. But from the outside, all this coffin-sized alchemy tool had were 2 knobs similar to volume control. Neil Anderson and the current cleric were adjusting it, but it lacked a stop function. In other words, once activated, it was an alchemy tool that couldn't return to normal operation. The person who made this didn't include a stop mechanism on purpose. What were they planning to do if it went out of control? Rio murmured, but after thinking for a moment, he arrived at an answer. Maybe they believe it's impossible for them to make a mistake or fail. As long as they are human, mistakes can happen. Failures can occur, but what if they were the emissary of a god or angel? They wouldn't make mistakes. It might be hard for outsiders to understand. But this has often been the case throughout history. Just as Rio stopped the coffin-sized alchemy tool, the battle also reached its conclusion. Ice wall release! As Rio chanted, Ito rushed over to the two he had protected. I'm a priest. Show me your injuries. They had fought to help them. The two had been watching them the whole time. They were trustworthy individuals, and above all, their companions were injured. Please help. The man moved aside and entrusted the woman he had laid on the floor to Ito. Then he stood up, facing Nils, placing his hands together and bowing his head, saying, Thank you for your assistance. I am Patris of the Eastern Nations escort party, and that over there is Guti. Though his words were quite halting, they were understandable to Room 10. Don't mention it. We are Nils, Ito, Amon, and Rio. We came to stop that alchemy tool, and we only assisted because we saw you fighting. Nils nodded and said this. At the mention of the alchemy tool, Patris's face lifted as if struck. Is the abnormality in the audience seats? The cause? Yeah, that's right. We are from the Central Nations delegation, but there was one of those beneath the audience seats over there. We just stopped it a while ago. At Nils's words, Patris nodded in response. We stopped the magical power extraction function, Rio said as he approached, giving a thumbs up. They probably didn't know the meaning of a thumbs up, but it seemed they understood there was no longer an issue. Things are fine here as well. I healed myself with extra heal, so I can walk, but since I just lost blood, don't push yourself too hard. Ito said with a smile, and immediately Patris crouched down and hugged the standing Guti. It's all right. Guti, Patris, that hurts a bit. Patris was on the verge of tears. Guti, with a face flushed red with either joy or embarrassment, was likely both. The words of the two were incomprehensible to the 4 Central Nations people. I remember seeing these two at Café Roma. The green and pink hair stands out, doesn't it? Yeah, that. I had a feeling about that. Standing out isn't a bad thing, I suppose. I wonder why it was golems beneath the audience seats over there, but knights here. As Rio recalled seeing the two at Café Roma, Amon agreed, Ito nodded, and Nils had a very serious question. In any case, all's well that ends well. There were some unfamiliar words in their conversation. It was dark continent language, but there was no need to worry too much about it. The Central Nations language has spread throughout the world, akin to English in the modern world, or perhaps even more globally standard. Many people can use the Central Nations language alongside their local tongue. Not everyone can, and proficiency varies. Surely great reincarnators from the past spread the Central Nations language throughout the world. By the way, if we translate the text, I'm glad, Guti, Patris, that hurts a little. Now there's an important announcement. Today, on August 23rd, Monday, information about the comic adaptation of Water Attribute Mage has been released. What kind of information, you ask? It's the announcement of the comic serialization start date. Starting in 1 month, on September 20th, Monday, it is scheduled to begin serialization on Nikoniko Sega. Comic Corona 4 months of continuous new serializations start. 2021 First Edition Comic Corona official website starting today, August 23rd, Monday. New installments will be serialized every week. The first week features The Half Moon Mercedes. I was reincarnated as a noble vampire, but am about to be abandoned, so I will conquer the dungeon at comic manga. Edoya Pache / original work. Hento / character design. Kiji and our Water Attribute Mage will be published in week 5 on 9/20 Monday. Water Attribute Mage at comic manga. Bokyu Tengu / original work. Hisashi Takara, I'm really looking forward to it. That Rio is going to be in a manga. Everyone, please look forward to it. Recently, I've been saving pairs of men and women quite often. Rio said this while crossing his arms with a satisfied expression. What came to his mind was the due of Captain Bangon and Vice Captain Ameria from the Republic. That said, it's not all over yet. Right, Rio replied, and Nils nodded. Patris and Guti, right? Will they be able to return to their comrades? Don't worry, I can run. It's no problem, Guti answered. Patris looked a bit worried, but his gaze was ignored. All right, then we'll head left towards the western countries of the Dark Continent. Yes, Nils affirmed, and the other 3 responded in agreement. The 4 of them from Room 10 started to run. Meanwhile, the main venue for the Papal Inauguration, the arena, was in complete chaos. The Pope has been stabbed. Archbishop Goon did it. Hurry. Use extra heal. The Pope lay on the podium, left there as he was stabbed. Archbishop Goon was being restrained nearby, his head pressed down to the floor, showing a vacant expression, not resisting. Most of those around were archbishops or higher. Naturally, they could use extra heal. However, why extra heal isn't working? Is the Pope's body resistant to heal? He's critically injured. For now, we need to keep applying heal to buy time. Amidst this turmoil, did anyone notice the cardinal who stepped in among the archbishops surrounding the Pope? The cardinal moved to the right side of the laid-out Pope, right next to his neck. Then he pulled something out from within his ritual robes. It was an axe, not a large axe, but one of sufficient size. Sufficient for what? Sufficient to decapitate a lying person? Swish. Eh! In that moment, no one fully understood what had happened. The swung axe severed the Pope's head. Blood gushed out. The head rolled away. Cardinal Camilo knelt beside the Pope, holding the bloodied axe in both hands, staring blankly at the ground. A world of complete silence. Why? Whose voice was that tiny, tiny sound? Perhaps it was from one of the archbishops who had been trying to heal the Pope. But that small voice triggered the ensuing chaos. Shouting erupted. The shouts were uncharacteristic of high-ranking clergy, but seeing the head of their loyal figure, the Pope, severed before their eyes would surely unhinge anyone's sanity. Clerics were running around. Even they didn't understand why they were running. It was like someone irritated was pacing around the room, only on a more intense scale. And then there were those who couldn't move. When what one believes in is suddenly lost, many would act in such a manner. The chaos wasn't limited to the arena. The clergy of the Western Church seated in the front spectator area, they too were caught in the swirl of chaos. In fact, one could say that amidst nearly 2,000 people, they were in an even more unmanageable state than the archbishops. They were screaming. They were running around aimlessly. They were crying. Generally, they reacted similarly to the archbishops in the arena. However, among the clergy of the Western Church, there were some who appeared to be calm. They were the 11 cardinals present in the same arena. That said, they weren't completely unfazed. Except for one, they wore expressions of shock or bewilderment. That one was Cardinal Zacharias. Even he hadn't anticipated that the Pope would be killed in such a manner. It wasn't a matter of having a replacement or being able to resurrect him. In front of the public eye, he had been decapitated. If such a person were to appear again, that would indeed be impossible. In other words, that Pope was no longer usable. Simultaneously, thoughts raced through Zacharias's mind. Why did Goon? Why did Camilo? Such thoughts repeated over and over in his head. But then suddenly a flash of insight struck him. In an instant he saw the answer, Cardinal Graham, yet Cardinal Graham also looked surprised, his eyes wide open. Seeing Graham's expression, Zacharias quickly turned his gaze back to the Pope. I thought it was Graham's scheme. But is it different? Of course, Zacharias was well aware that Graham was the most dangerous foe among the cardinals. But he had left that matter to Cardinal Camilo. If Camilo was the one who decapitated the Pope, then it made sense to think Graham had something to do with it. As he pondered in his heart, he finally started to consider the next steps. 3 whole minutes had passed since the Pope's head was severed. That said, there's nothing more for me to do. The magical power being drawn from the audience will start to flow into the underground magic circle without me having to do anything. And soon it will feed Lord Rigna. Having thought this far, Zacharias suddenly looked at the opposite spectator area. That was the spectator area for the Central Nations delegation. However, something felt off. Due to the distance, the reason was unclear at first, but after staring for a while, he understood. The chairs were shining unusually bright, reflecting sunlight astonishingly. Ice! Yes, ice had been laid down. There was only one conceivable reason. They had noticed the drawing of magical power and attempted to interfere. But even laying down ice won't stop it. The magical power itself will pass through the ice. Zacharias murmured this in a low voice, but still felt uneasy. Then, while being cautious of his surroundings, he took out a card-sized alchemy tool from his pocket. It was a device that could check the operational status of the 3 magical power absorption tools set up in the assembly hall. After checking, "This can't be," he involuntarily let out a voice louder than expected. Of course, no one was immediately around, but he had to be extra vigilant. Furthermore, he distanced himself from the other cardinals and took a closer look at the card-sized alchemy tool. Indeed, all 3 are stopped. At that point, he glanced at the spectator areas to the left and right other than directly across. Those were the guest seats from the Dark Continent. However, there was no ice laid down in those 2 areas. The Central Nations delegation has interfered with ice, while the guests from the Dark Continent have likely breached the first layer, Zacharias concluded. If Neil Anderson were to die, it would show on this card, but it didn't. After all, the Holy Knights were assigned as guards. They shouldn't be easily breached. In any case, it's too late now, he murmured, pressing the only switch on the card. It was a switch to forcibly pour the accumulated magical power into the underground magic circle all at once. It would automatically be done once full, but he was forcing it to happen. It shouldn't be an issue even if it wasn't full. With this, Zacharias truly had no work left to do. From here on, it's all up to Lord Rigna. Just then, a group dressed in black ritual robes rushed toward the gathering of cardinals. They were the Inquisitors. At the forefront was Inquisitor General Stefania. Even the cardinals, who had been shocked and focused on the Pope until now, noticed this. The Inquisitors surrounded Cardinal Zacharias. Stefania stood directly in front of Zacharias. "Director Stefania, do you have business with me?" Zacharias asked with a smile, casually slipping the card into his pocket. "Your Excellency, I wish to speak regarding the heinous act against the Pope. This is an inquisition." In that instant, a surge of emotions raced across Zacharias's face, and he glared sharply at Graham. He realized it was all orchestrated by Graham. Indeed, both Archbishop Goon and Cardinal Camilo had been manipulated by Graham. That earlier expression of surprise had merely been a ruse to buy time until this situation unfolded. "You mentioned an inquisition, Director Stefania. An inquisition cannot spare even a cardinal." It was a perfectly shameless expression, as Graham said loudly. "Graham!" Zacharias squeezed out the words, almost as if they were a whisper. "Bitterly, over the past few months, both Archbishop Goon and Cardinal Camilo have been acting under your Excellency, Zacharias. The Inquisition Bureau cannot ignore this, even if it is regrettable at this timing." Graham said again, his voice loud. For the surrounding cardinals to hear, and for the archbishops to hear. Zacharias's expression, which had been clenched tight enough to hear his teeth grinding, relaxed. Then he spoke in a tiny, tiny voice. "Very well. My role is already over." Graham picked up on this. "I should inform you, Zacharias, the magic circle in the underground space is non-functional." "What?" Zacharias's reaction to Graham's words was fierce. His expression as he turned to Graham was fierce, almost like that of a demon, the look just before losing one's sanity. "Why you? What have you done?" In a voice that whispered like a demon's, it wasn't a frail tone that would break easily, but one filled with a dangerous anger ready to explode. "I tampered with it so that you couldn't gather the fragments of God." "Impossible. The trial run was normal." "Yes, I suppose so. It just so happened that the main event wouldn't go smoothly. Someone skilled in alchemy like you did it," Graham coldly informed him. Zacharias knelt down, sitting on the ground as if to perform seiza, and then tore his hair out in frustration. What a blunder! What a disgrace! "O angel, Lord Rigna, I am so sorry. I, the unworthy Zacharias, could not be of help." From there, his words became so quiet that even Stefania right in front of him couldn't hear. "From here on, I will offer my body as a vessel." He flicked his hand, revealing a hidden dagger he had concealed in his sleeve, and stabbed it into his throat. "What?" Even Stefania, taken aback by such an unexpected action, was left helpless. And then the world shattered, a splatter scene which is rare for a water attribute mage. Well, the Pope wasn't human, though, so it's fine that his head was severed. Speaking of which, there are quite a few representations of heads being severed. Like Demon Leonor, decapitating someone technically is quite difficult, though. "Stefania, get away!" Graham shouted. Stefania, who had been stunned by Zacharias's self-inflicted death, quickly took a step back, distancing herself from Cardinal Zacharias's corpse. The other Inquisitors also moved away from Zacharias without delay. Rather, the movements of the cardinals and archbishops were slower. The concept of an explosion was known even in the Western nations. While gunpowder was not common, there were attack spells categorized as explosive type among the fire attribute magic. Indeed, Zacharias's body seemed to have exploded. Those who failed to distance themselves were blown away by the shockwave. Rising clouds of dust began to swirl. At that moment, how many noticed that the Pope's corpse had vanished? When the swirling stopped and visibility returned, something emerged from within, a spider, a golem. It has 4 legs, knees, there's a human face on the knees. The upper body is human, the head, the face, it's Cardinal Zacharias. No, look. The face on the stomach. Your Holiness, to see something like that appear is truly unexpected. As Graham murmured upon witnessing the creature, he continued, "What in the world is that? Alchemy? No, with alchemy it wouldn't be possible to conjure a composite of 6 individuals in an instant. It's not a human's doing." Stefania questioned, and Graham responded. As if to support Graham's words, the previously clear sky grew cloudy and lightning began to flash. Furthermore, something began to descend from the sky throughout the assembly hall. It was not rain, it was countless monsters. They began to fall even onto the audience seats. Mages set up a barrier above. Physical types should fend off enemies from the sides. Hugh McGrath's orders rang out. While already protecting the clerks in the center, the defensive formation was effectively responding to the monsters that had begun to fall. Not only the Kingdom delegation, but also the Empire and the Alliance had established similar defensive formations while observing the situation's progression. If possible, they wanted to move to a safe area. As soon as possible. However, the biggest problem was that they did not know where was safe. From what they could see of the sky, monsters appeared to be falling not just in the assembly hall but also outside of it. Not just within the Holy See, but possibly throughout the Holy Capital. The Central Nations delegation comprised nearly 1,000 individuals from 3 countries. Could such a large number move outside? It seemed impossible. Because outside the assembly hall, the citizens of the Holy Capital would be in a panic trying to escape. The audience seating was terraced, thus not necessarily the most defensible spot, but still better than outside the assembly hall. This was the conclusion reached by the leaders of the 3 countries, arriving at the same decision while independently assessing the situation. While laying out the defensive formation, Hugh remained vigilant, ensuring he didn't miss any unfolding events. Though it may not have been the reason he noticed, it was certain he realized quite early on. There's no need to finish off the monsters, focus on maintaining the defense. If they get wounded, they will start to cannibalize each other. That was what Hugh had come to understand. One reason for this was perhaps seeing the red bear that descended outside the assembly hall. That red bear was an unmistakably transformed monster that cast fire attribute magic. It might be the same red bear reported earlier from Room 10 and Room 11. The red bear was attacking other monsters as well. This meant that the monsters among themselves were not necessarily allies. Like the monsters in the forest, they were enemies to each other, fighting if someone entered their territory and attempting to attack and eat those they could defeat. It seemed that no one was controlling all the monsters. The fallen angel can bring monsters, but it seems it cannot manipulate them as it wishes. Hugh's murmur was heard by DeLong, the coffee maker beside him. Is this the work of the bad angel? The concept of fallen seemed complicated, and even DeLong did not fully understand it. Hence the previous explanation had involved the euphemism bad. If it was a bad angel, many adventurers could understand it. However, the priests frowned. Ito explained that it was not an angel of the Central Nations, and finally they understood. Faith is indeed a complex matter. Those who had dedicated everything to that faith were in the arena. The cardinals and archbishops, who were the highest ranks of the Western Church excluding the Pope, had gathered. Each of them had their own loyal subordinates. To protect their esteemed leaders, the bishops and others who had been in the audience seats descended into the arena to battle the monsters that rained down from above. However, ordinary clergy could not fight. The fighting clergy. The most notable among them were the Holy Knights. Among them, the Templar Knight Order was said to be the strongest and the most numerous. Of course, it was not a monolithic group. It was no exaggeration to say that they were divided into factions, almost by battalion. Yet, in this moment, they were uniting their hearts to defeat the monsters falling from the sky. Perhaps the hardships awakened the Knights' faith. Using makeshift roofs created by overlapping great shields, the Knight Order battled valiantly while protecting the cardinals and archbishops. Then, awaited reinforcements arrived. Holy Knights, many clergy members shouted in unison upon witnessing them. The sacred golem knights that protected the church. They had finally arrived at the assembly hall after launching from the golem base located in the Holy See, thanks to the engineers stationed at the base who had activated them without fleeing. In terms of numbers, they could not match the overwhelming monsters, yet the strength of the sacred knights was extraordinary. It could even be said to be overwhelming. Many might have involuntarily spoken, "We've won." Then the onslaught of monsters from above ceased for a moment. At that instant, even those who had not spoken the previous words would have thought, "We've won." The monsters that had landed in the arena had already been eradicated. Originally, the monsters were not particularly strong. It was merely their numbers and the fact that they fell from the sky that posed a nuisance. However, this was just the beginning. It could be said that what fell had changed. A mist descended within the arena, a golden mist. A waterfall of gold poured down. It was the same golden waterfall that had once rained down on the border town of the Kyushu Duchy. From within that golden cascade emerged 20 humanoid forms that seemed to be collections of smoke. These figures of smoke immediately lunged at the Holy Knights as soon as they took shape. Of course, the Holy Knights countered. However, the opponent was smoke. The swords of the Holy Knights sliced through the smoke, but they merely cut through the air. Yet somehow a strike from the smoke opened a large hole in the throat of a Holy Knight, taking them down with that single blow. "That smoke is rise." "No, it's too distinctly shaped to be rise," Stefania murmured, and Graham denied it. "Perhaps it's spirit smoke." "I thought that was just a legend," Graham said in a very quiet voice, so as not to be overheard by anyone but Stefania, who responded with a similarly hushed tone. In the Western Church, spirit smoke is said to be the manifestation of the power that angels send to the earth. The Church's teachings mention many angels. At least 24 of them can be identified by name. There are claims of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of angels, varying according to schools of thought. However, there has been no record of these countless angels manifesting on Earth. Even founder Nayusama, who is said to have always heard the voices of angels, has never seen their actual forms. The only record he clearly left was of angels taking shape like golden smoke. That is what is referred to as spirit smoke. Thus, in the Western Church, smoke can be considered something special. Graham is known for his mastery of holy smoke, which is one reason for his popularity. In any case, it is said that spirit smoke appears when angels exert their power on earth. However, as Stefania mentioned, many among the clergy recognize it merely as a legend or a symbolic depiction of something else. Of course, it isn't merely a legend. Certainly, aside from Nayusama, there are limited popes who have come into direct contact with it. Graham is also known as a researcher of founder Nayusama's sacraments. Thus, regarding this spirit smoke, he is likely quite knowledgeable within the church. The problem is that no human has ever fought against spirit smoke. Indeed, Stefania nodded, her face stiffening at Graham's words. Angels are within the Western Church guides for people. Angels are within the Western Church earthly representatives of divine power. Angels are within the Western Church, at least not enemies. However, what stood before them now did not seem like allies. Graham and Stefania had been quietly conversing in low voices while gradually retreating. Of course, with the inquisitors who were their subordinates. They had already distanced themselves considerably from what had once been Cardinal Sacarias among the dust clouds. Furthermore, there were the 20 spirit smoke figures that had appeared around them at that time. "Your Excellency, here." One of the inquisitors clearly presented a long bag that housed a sword in front of Graham. Graham accepted it with a wry smile, saying, "A holy sword. I don't believe I can wield it effectively." Holy swords choose their masters. It is even said that if someone who is not recognized as a master grips it, it will mercilessly take their life. Besides Graham, no one else here is recognized by the holy sword, Stefania said with a serious expression. At her words, all the inquisitors clad in black ritual robes nodded vigorously. The weight of that absolute trust is immense. Roman bore such pressure at that young age, and in the entire Western nations. His being a hero lies not just in his body, but in his very heart. Graham sighed internally. Right now, he thought of a former party member far away in the Central Nations. Much younger than Graham, yet someone he respected deeply. Indeed, the age of someone you respect does not matter. Well then, will it endure me? Was that statement directed at the Holy Sword, or at the absolute trust bestowed upon him? In the meantime, the spirit smoke had begun attacking the Templar Knights as well. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Though the Templar Knights had driven back the monsters alongside the Holy Knights, they were powerless against the spirit smoke. Swords did not connect. Naturally, since it was smoke, shields could not defend. Naturally, they were evaded as if it were only logical. Just barely, the complete collapse of the front line was being prevented thanks to the absolute sanctuary deployed by the archbishops. The spirit smoke could pass through ordinary magic barriers, but it seemed they could not penetrate the absolute defense of the absolute sanctuary. However, the absolute sanctuary is a holy art that can be considered a miracle from God. It cannot be continually deployed without limit. The only reason it was still being maintained was due to the large number of high-ranking archbishops present. However, just when it was reaching its limits, a gust of wind flowed before the absolute sanctuary and cleaved through one of the spirit smoke. Cardinal Graham, an archbishop inadvertently called out his name. Of course, all clergy members knew of Graham's high reputation as a vampire hunter. This meant he possessed extraordinarily high personal combat abilities, but it was abnormal that they could not even see his movements, let alone the flashes of his sword. Another archbishop noticed a different smoke swirling around Graham, separate from the spirit smoke. Holy smoke! Graham was also known as a user of holy smoke. However, while that was widely known, most clergy members did not possess precise knowledge regarding holy smoke, such as the fact that holy smoke could not only disorient human senses, but could also confuse the senses of spirit smoke and the monster that had once been Sacarias. Perhaps it is but a temporary phenomenon, yet this holy sword seems to have recognized me as its master. Graham's murmur went unheard. He could hear the cheers of Stefania and the inquisitors behind him. "I will slash as much as I can," Graham murmured before leaping at the second spirit smoke. "That red bear won't be making its appearance next time. It is an unfortunate monster that was forcibly brought here while having been living peacefully in the Demon King's mountains. 318 red bear is the red bear. The monsters that fell were unfortunate beings gathered from various parts of the Western nations. To express this, we had the Red Bear make an appearance. After escaping the assembly hall and reaching the Holy Capital, what will happen to him next? He might sneak onto a ship departing from France to cross into the Dark Continent. Yes, just the author's mere fantasy. Oh, but here's one piece of non-fantasy information. Currently, what is being posted is Part 2, Western Nations Arc. As for what comes next, Part 3, Eastern Nations Arc Part 4. Dark Continent Arc Part 5 is also determined, but that remains a secret for now. The announcement of what Part 5 will be will likely happen after the release of the 4th volume of the book. Yes, of course, it's related to the content of the 4th volume of the book. Was there a part like that? Yes, of course, it's from the added parts of the printed version. One day I would like to write about that in the afterword or activity report to inform you. What about the 3rd volume before that? Yes, just a little longer, a little bit more to wait. The date for information disclosure has also been decided by the publisher, so please wait a bit longer. By the way, from tomorrow's post, the characters from Room 10, including Ryu, will reappear. Stay tuned. While the arena was thrown into chaos, what were the 4 in Room 10 doing? The 4 had arrived at the first layer of the guest seats of the western countries of the Dark Continent, only to find 10 corpses of Templar knights and coffin-sized alchemy tools turned into rubble. It seems there are those who acted before us in the western countries of the Dark Continent, Rio said, nodding. For some reason, he sounded rather haughty. Those alchemy tools are destroyed. Shouldn't we have destroyed the previous 2 as well? Nils remarked, alternating his gaze between the coffin-sized alchemy tools and Rio, stating the obvious. The 2 previous ones had been halted because Rio used some kind of water attribute magic to sever the lines inside them. It felt like it would have been quicker to just smash them like this one. What are you saying, Nils? Even though those were bad alchemy tools made by bad people, they are still wonderful items. They might even be considered masterpieces. It is unacceptable for someone aspiring to the pinnacle of alchemy to destroy such a wonderful tool in this gruesome state, Rio asserted forcefully. Okay. Nils couldn't continue his words in front of Rio's strong declaration. Of course, Ito and Amon were smirking. But then, at that moment, "Something is coming," Rio shouted, looking towards the entrance of the atrium. The other 3 followed suit and looked as well. There, golden smoke gathered and formed into a humanoid figure made entirely of smoke that stood about the height of a human. Smoke human? It was unnecessary to say whose words those were. There was only one water attribute mage with such sensitivity. Isn't there a more different expression for that? Nils said, looking a bit exasperated. Then what would you say, Nils? A mass of golden smoke. Rejected. While Nils and Rio were conversing, Ida was closely observing the smoke human. Then she nodded and said, "That is probably what is called spirit smoke." The smoke human was close. "Not close at all," Rio said, sounding disappointed while Nils chimed in. "According to the teachings of the Western Church, it is said to appear when angels exert their powers on the ground, apparently. Just as expected from Ito, but how did you know that?" Rio asked, impressed. "Well, Brother Carl taught me. Apparently, Graham is famous as a researcher of founder Nayusama, and this spirit smoke is mentioned in his research. He was talking about it very happily. So it must be that. This time the angel is that," Ito explained. "Ah, a fallen angel." Ito continued to explain the reasoning, and Rio nodded in understanding. However, at Rio's words, the smoke human, or rather the spirit smoke, opened its mouth. "Did you say fallen angel?" The 4 of them clearly heard the words. The 4 were astonished. "It can talk. The fact it reacts to the fallen angel means it understands the concept of fallen grace. It seems incredibly strong. I wonder how its vocal cords work." Nils and Ito thought that was fine. Usually Amon was the most sensible in Room 10, but at times like this his battle maniac tendencies came out. And as for Rio, he had nothing more to say. However, it was Rio who retorted. "A fallen angel is an angel that has become distant from God and has severed its energy supply. As it is a pitiful existence that can only fade away." Usually, it was Ito who spoke about religious matters, but this time Rio took the initiative. He wanted to confirm how accurate his recognition was. "So you were the ones who disturbed Sacarias's magic circle. It seems everything is out in the open for Nils," Rio replied. "What are you trying to imply by bringing me into this?" Nils asked. "Indeed, it seems fallen angels really do exist," Ito said with a sigh. While she could grasp the concept, she had never truly accepted the idea that beings could persist apart from God. However, the being before them did not deny Rio's words. A being that had become distant from God. Angels were those who manifest God's power on earth, agents of divine power on this world. To think that such beings could exist apart from God. Ito wore a somewhat sad expression, and the same could be said for Nils and Rio. but there was a distinct difference in expression and demeanor of the fourth person present in room 10. "Nils, Amon seems restless and eager to fight," Rio remarked. "What a coincidence." "I see that too," Nils replied while looking at Amon. Sorry, how should I put this, but that spirit smoke seems incredibly powerful. It looks really strong, doesn't it? Of course, I understand that if we fight, losing would mean death," Amon said, sounding like a battle maniac. "Since it's smoke, I feel like we can't cut it with a sword, right?" "That's true. But during the moments when it inflicts damage on us, might it harden or something?" It seemed that Rio and Amon were already conducting a combat simulation in their heads against the spirit smoke. "Ito, half of our party is battle maniacs, isn't it?" "Nils, you have been having fun with battles sometimes too, haven't you?" Ito countered with a smile at Nils's remark. Nils was left speechless and shocked by her retort. "All right then, Amon, please show me your sword," Rio said. Amon obediently showed him his sword. Rio began to write some kind of magic formula using water on the sword. "After watching a golem battle in the Republic, I got to see the magic formula of the enchantment placed on the golem. If it can be inscribed on a golem, I think it can also be inscribed on a sword." "Eh?" Amon was left speechless by Rio's words. "Even though the opponent is a smoke human, there must still be a core component somewhere. Even if it was made from the power of an angel, as long as it manifests in this world, it shouldn't deviate from the principles of this world. Smoke will disperse without some kind of power to keep it gathered, right? But since it hasn't scattered." "I see, so we need to find that core-like part that gathers the smoke and stab the sword into it." Despite Rio's vague explanation, Amon, who seemed to have a genius-like quality, appeared to understand. Ice armor multi-layer, ice 20 layers, thin ice enveloped Amon's body. Despite being thin, it was a multi-layer ice practiced with ice path, incorporating vibration-free ice, creating a robust structure with 20 layers. It should withstand somewhat, but with the unknown powers of an angel and spirit smoke. "Don't rely on it too much, okay?" "Thank you. It's been a while since I've seen Ryo-san's ice armor. It brings back memories of the dungeon training," Amon said happily, recalling old times in response to Rio's words. On the final day of dungeon training, when he first dove into a dungeon, and even the next day, Rio had been enveloped in ice armor. Amon thought it was something he had almost forgotten, but it seemed he had remembered. While Rio and Amon were conversing, the spirit smoke was not just idly waiting without any action. Instead, Ito had been inquiring. "Why did you create such an underground magic circle?" Nils watched Ito as she posed the question. To be frank, it was hard to believe that the smoke human before them would actually answer a human's question. "I am your mercy," it answered. Nils was astonished by the fact that it had answered. Ito was not surprised that it had spoken. Compared to ordinary people, perhaps it was a trait unique to priests, having a closer connection to gods and angels. However, while she was not surprised at the fact of the answer, she seemed to have questions about the content of the reply. "You said mercy? It is mercy." The spirit smoke was unwavering in its response. It was likely the answer from the fallen angel that was the source of the being known as spirit smoke, rather than the spirit smoke itself. "Why is a magic circle that indiscriminately takes human lives considered mercy?" Ito asked, her face scrunching up in confusion. She wore an expression and aura that clearly showed her struggle to comprehend. "With that, people can release a fragment of God without feeling pain. In that sense, it is mercy. Releasing a fragment of God is equivalent to dying, isn't it? I cannot believe that dying is mercy for anyone," Ito sharply countered, albeit in a small voice, to the spirit smoke's reply. "To be freed from all the pain of this world is mercy. Pain and suffering are indeed unpleasant. It is human instinct to want to escape from them. However, those are trials given by God to humanity. By overcoming them, people grow. They are never unnecessary or harmful. God is not as merciful as you think. Why do you?" Ito got that far but couldn't continue her words. She realized that she and the spirit smoke, which was likely the fallen angel at its core, would never cross paths in their way of thinking. It was a profoundly lonely feeling. "Ito, Amon's preparations are complete," Rio said. Rio had also heard Ito's question and answer session with the spirit smoke, but he chose not to touch on that. He was convinced in his mind. The being before them, the spirit smoke, was not the same as the Michael he knew. He had anticipated it. That anticipation had turned into conviction. Nevertheless, their tasks remained unchanged. He felt a bit more at ease. If it had been something like Michael, he had thought there would be no hope for them to survive. But if it wasn't, Nils said nothing, simply patting Amon on the shoulder. That alone was enough. Amon, too, said nothing and just nodded in response. Rio watched the two. Raising a person means that those around them make a firm resolution. When an irretrievable problem arises, the person who sent them out will suffer from that decision as regret for the rest of their life. Can people grow on their own? That's not how it works. Those who say such things have never raised anyone. And so, in the atrium on the west side of the assembly hall, the battle between Amon and the spirit smoke began. Excerpt and reprint from Activity Report today, August 26, 2021. I rearranged the novel search page on Let's Read Novels by weekly unique access. And to my surprise, Water Attribute Mage was at the top. Weekly unique users, 266,882 people. This means that over the past week, it was the most read work among all 833,239 works on Narrow. Thank you very much. In the activity report released on July 15, Water Attribute Mage reached 90 million PVs and ranked second for weekly unique accesses on Narrow. However, there were 267,024 weekly unique users, so it seems many have been reading continuously for over a month. I think that interpretation is correct. In 1 week, over 260,000 people have viewed it, averaging nearly 40,000 a day. I am very grateful. It's not an anime adaptation, nor is it waiting for the first episode of a comic adaptation, and it's not featured on the Naru cover as the currently most popular work. Even after a year and 4 months since my first post, with over 1.8 million words and over 400 chapters, to continue being read by so many people is truly wonderful. Thank you very much. The opponent is Smoke. Amon's sword slices through the air. Crack. Without pause, Amon's chest armor is shattered. Rio's specially made ice armor has been broken in a single blow. Ice armor layered ice 30 layers. The ice armor reconstructs in an instant. The possibility of it being broken in one hit had been anticipated. Even though it's not Michael, it's someone who claims to be an angel. Even if it's not the main body, it should be considered the maximum attack power expected. Humph, even though I expected it to be broken in one blow. Despite his anticipation, there is a feeling of frustration. In response to Rio's murmur, Nils answered, "Indeed, this opponent is too different from those we faced before." It can be seen that Amon is also quite bewildered in his movements. Rio's ice armor being shattered in one blow is something he has almost no experience with. But now that we've sent him out, we can only watch, Ito states firmly. It seems the priest Ito is the one who is most resolute compared to any mediocre swordsman or mage. I do understand. Amon has, at the very least, more talent with the sword than I do. He may eventually reach the level of your majesty, Abel. Rio is surprised by Nils's words. In Nils's mind, the swordsman Abel is synonymous with a god. The recognition that Amon may eventually reach that level is the highest form of evaluation. But he is still only 19. Shouldn't he have been allowed to gain more experience slowly? Nils's words taper off. He understands it in his head, of course. It's too late to say anything now, thus he does not finish his sentence. It's fine. As long as it's not instant death, I will help, Ito states with conviction. The heart is protected by Rio's ice, so it's fine, Ito asserts once more with strength. Rio nods in agreement. Crack. Once again, Amon's chest armor is shattered. However, it has not been penetrated. It has stopped at 2/3. The effect of increasing the layers from 20 to 30 seems to have worked. Ice armor layered ice 30 layers, the second reconstruction. Crack. Ice armor layered ice 30 layers, the third reconstruction. Crack. Ice armor layered ice 30 layers, the fourth reconstruction. The ice armor is broken, and each time Rio restores it. This has been repeated many times. Nils watches with an anxious expression. Ito stands solidly and watches. Rio is, but while restoring, he realizes something. The intervals between restorations are gradually widening. Indeed, the time between restoring the armor is increasing. In other words, it has become harder to break. This is, in fact, proof that Amon is gradually getting accustomed to the fight. Clang. Furthermore, from time to time, a high metallic sound of hard objects clashing can be heard. Presumably, one side is Amon's sword. Then what about the other side? It seems the smoke has solidified. In other words, Amon is starting to catch the moment when the smoke solidifies and attacks. Impressive, Rio murmurs without thinking. That is Amon's evasion. Naturally, facing smoke is completely different from facing a single sword. Every part of the body transforms into a weapon in an instant. To evade that attack, Amon was responding with minimal movements of his body and sword. With just a slight movement, he deflects the attacks of the spirit smoke. If he didn't move just a little, he wouldn't be able to keep up with the number and speed of the spirit smoke attacks. At first, he was receiving attacks, shattering his chest armor repeatedly, and it seems there were issues in that regard. However, now he is responding and has almost stopped taking deadly damage. While being impressed by Amon's movements, Ito notices that Rio's hands are also moving just a little. With a wry smile, Ito shakes his head. "You really are a battle maniac, Rio." Ito's murmuring went unheard by anyone. The sword Amon learned while in the village was the Hume style. This can be said to be the sword that Abel practiced among Rio's circle. In the initial stages, it relies heavily on footwork, but optimizes it according to each person's characteristics, reducing unnecessary movements during combat. However, that is merely the basics. Even for Abel, he does not use footwork excessively. He uses it concentrically at critical timing during battle, and Amon in front of him, he isn't using footwork much. The fact that he is facing smoke means there's little room to maneuver, but more than that, Amon's sword is different from Abel's. Ah, there's a similarity with Nils's sword. Rio finally realizes Nils's sword is entirely self-taught. It seems Amon has integrated Nils's sword into the Hume style and customized it to better suit himself. There's a term related to martial arts and tea ceremonies called shuharai. It can be said to express the relationship between a master and disciple, stages of training, or even the relationship with a particular school. Shu, the stage of faithfully adhering to and mastering the teachings and techniques of the school. Most people stop here. Ha! The stage of incorporating good elements from other schools and developing them within oneself. Top-notch. Rai. The stage of breaking away from the school and establishing an original school. A name that goes down in history. This is roughly how Rio perceives it. Abel is undoubtedly at the late stage of Ha. If he hadn't become a king and pursued the way of the sword as a swordsman, he might have reached Rai. But what's astonishing is Amon before him. At 19, he has reached Ha and is still continuing to grow at this very moment. He might eventually reach Rai and possibly establish a new sword school. For example, in the history of Japanese swordsmanship, figures like Nanami Sajin, who founded the Nenryu, Eisu Ikasai, who founded the Keijryu, or Ito Itasai, who established the Itoryu. These are levels that will certainly leave a name in history. Maybe I should get his signature while I can. Rio's murmur is heard by both Nils and Ito. However, the two didn't understand its meaning at all and brushed it off. Speculating on talent is quite a difficult task. Amon, you're amazing. Yeah, Ito murmurs and Nils agrees. Then Ito glances at Rio and asks in a quieter voice. Between Amon and Rio, who is stronger? Rio, Nils answers without hesitation. Ito is surprised by the swiftness of his answer. She had thought he would hesitate a little. From Ito's perspective, she cannot see the difference in strength between Rio and Amon. Is it because of Rio's magic? Ito asks the first reason that comes to her mind. No, if magic is involved, it wouldn't be a contest. Even without magic, the one standing last would be Rio. Nils asserts again. Why, Rio's defense is impregnable, even a sword saint. That means no human can break through it. A sword saint, the sword saint is indeed the highest rank of a swordsman. They are not always present and are not recognized by anyone. They are the ones that many swordsmen naturally acknowledge as the highest. Currently, there is no one called a sword saint in the Central Nations. No, to be precise, there isn't one active. They have already retired from the front lines. An existence beyond human, whether it's power, speed, or something else. It's a matter of barely reaching the level of non-human. Is it really that much? Ito is astonished by Nils's words. And she thanks the gods that in this party there are humans like Rio and Amon. Meanwhile, the battle between Amon and the spirit Smoke continues. However, it's clear that aspects have changed since the start of the battle. It's Amon's movements. His feet are moving. In short, he has shifted from merely evading with minimal movements to beginning to counterattack. During this time, he starts to use footwork as he steps in. This is all due to his growing familiarity with the movements of the Smoke. Normally, I don't think the Smoke human would end up in such a disadvantageous position. I agree. Nils nodded in agreement with Rio's words. Starting from an overwhelming advantage, they must realize that they are already in a disadvantaged position. Of course, to break out of that situation, it would be normal to launch a counterattack. But what if they don't launch such a counterattack? That would be out of the ordinary. What is not ordinary? From what's visible, there seems to be nothing. If that's the case, one can only think that something unusual exists in the invisible range. And finally, here, thunk. Amon's sword pierces something that is not smoke. At that moment, whatever it was that was pierced became covered in ice. A surprised word escapes Amon's mouth unconsciously. As the ice covered what seemed to be the heart of the spirit Smoke, the smoke dispersed. Wonderful work, Amon, Rio claps. Well done, Nils also applauds. Are you hurt? Ito, being a priest, worries about Amon's well-being. Yes, I'm fine, Amon replies to Ito's question for now. Then he looks at the ice that has slipped from his sword to the ground. This is Rio-san's ice? Yeah, that's right. It's what I drew with the magic formula on the sword to activate when Amon's sword captures something like the core of the Smoke human. As expected of you, Amon, you pierced it well. Yes, thank you. At this point, Amon finally breaks into a radiant smile. However, Ito notices something. Wait, but Amon's sword doesn't have a magic stone or anything attached to it, right? Where does the magical power to activate the magic formula come from? As expected of Ito. Your observation is excellent. There my magical power line was connected. Magical power line? Yes, it's invisible, though. Rio answers happily while nodding repeatedly. It's as if a reader has noticed the hidden element in a novelist's story, and the author feels satisfied. Well, regardless of anything else, I'm glad we managed to defeat it. Nils says something quite sensible, and the battle in the West Corridor concludes with Amon's victory. In the first layer's atrium, while Amon was battling the spirit smoke, and Graham was slashing at it with the holy sword in part of the assembly arena. In another part of the assembly hall, a far more gruesome battle was taking place. It was in the eastern spectator seats. The guests from the eastern nations of the Dark Continent who had started to retreat outside the assembly hall were there. The guests, including the chief, had already left their seats, but still, 3/4 of them remained. "Hey, the abominable spider has arrived!" A shout rose from the spectator seats. A grotesque creature, unmistakably featuring the face of Cardinal Sacarias on its head, the Pope's face on its abdomen, and the faces of the 4 bishops on its 4 leg joints, was rapidly approaching the eastern spectator seats from the arena. And it chanted, the knees did. "Fire cannon, fire cannon, fire cannon, fire cannon." 4 voices echoed from the abominable spider. It was a quadruple volley of fire cannon. The magic known as fire cannon already unleashed 10 fiery projectiles at once, and this was 4 times that. In just one quadruple volley, 1/10 of the spectator seats turned to rubble. Those who managed to defend themselves were not unharmed. The rapid-fire fiery projectiles were troublesome, but each projectile's destructive power was also extremely high. What is this magic? I can't deflect it with my gauntlet. If only I had an enchant. Hey, where's Lord Kinme? Lord Kinme is safeguarding the chief and has already gone outside. The guests were forced into a challenging retreat. The massacre of the Eastern nation's guests by the abominable spider was undeniably visible even from where the cardinals and archbishops were located. However, no one had the leeway to suggest going to help. Graham, who was becoming increasingly fed up with the seemingly endless appearance of spirit smoke, no matter how much he slashed at them, felt the same way. That abominable spider can't be something created by human power. If that's the case, will the power of the holy sword be of some help? No one answered Graham's muttering. The only one capable of launching effective attacks against the spirit smoke was Graham, wielding the holy sword. In that situation, Stefania, who had been praying silently from behind, seemed to have made a decision and moved. She took one of the 3 holy swords that were placed on the ground out of the sheath and grasped it. "Director Stefania!" The inquisitors, her subordinates, gasped in surprise. It was said that if someone recognized as a master did not grasp the holy sword, it would absorb their magical power or life force itself. Now the 3 holy swords lying on the ground had been without a master for a long time. Stefania took one of them and even drew the sword from its sheath. However, nothing happened. That was a good thing. The holy sword, fundamentally, does not shine like a magic sword. The fact that Stefania was not drained of strength and collapsed. At least it acknowledged me as a temporary master. Stefania's muttering could be heard by the inquisitors around her. Then she ran towards Graham. "Stefania! Lord Graham, I will assist you." Thus began the collaboration of swords between Graham and Stefania. Stefania was the director of the Inquisition Bureau. In certain circumstances, there may be situations where she needed to use force to put misguided clergy to the Inquisition. In such cases, it would be unacceptable for the director leading the inquisitors to be weak in close combat, especially since the former director was known as a vampire hunter, someone who had faced vampires that overwhelmingly surpassed humans. It would be unthinkable for Stefania, the successor, to be weak. In fact, the sword wielded by former Graham, right in front of Stefania, was sharp and precise. Though he wasn't using all his strength, it seemed he was swinging with considerable ease, fighting without peril. While it couldn't be said that Stefania surpassed him, the sword she wielded was very nearly on par. "Stefania, you've improved your skills." "Thank you, Lord Graham." Compared to the situation where Graham had been fighting alone until now, the number of people fighting with the holy sword had doubled. To put it plainly, there was now some leeway. However, even so, asking whether they could break through the spirit smoke in the arena and go save the guests from the eastern nations was impossible. At that moment, the remaining cardinals and archbishops and possibly the clergy seated behind them would be attacked by the spirit smoke. It may sound cruel, but what I must protect most right now is not the guests. It is the clergy present here. Graham had already mentally accepted that notion. Perhaps Stefania, swinging her sword beside him, felt the same way. The fact that she did not suggest, "Let's go help," was evidence of her calm analysis of the situation. Of course, her heart ached. She hoped for something or someone that could change the situation. However, such convenient occurrences do not happen, nor do such individuals appear. She knew that. Even Graham was aware that he yearned for an existence akin to a hero. How foolish of me, he mocked himself. Yet even while self-mocking, he could not lie to his own heart. Despite being significantly younger, his absolute trust in hero Roman stemmed from the fact that he never gave up and often became the breakthrough for problem-solving. However, the hero was no longer present. If the guests from the eastern nations are cut down, we will be next in danger. The Central Nations delegation across from him was exhibiting a firm defense against the spirit smoke and enduring the onslaught. This was largely due to the high command capabilities of each of the three nations. Also, having multiple Holy Sword bearers was likely significant. It was not an easy spectator seat to breach, yet it still seemed unlikely to collapse. If he were that abominable spider, he would probably target the clergy next. They would be the easier target to break through. Indeed, as it stands, we are running out of options. A powerful existence akin to a hero that could change this situation. As Graham thought this, he looked to the now evacuated western side of the spectator seats, where 4 adventurers appeared. Finally, next time the 4 would unite, and then in one swift motion. Fighting is happening everywhere. There are a lot of signs of fierce battles, but no corpses. There's a lot of spirit smoke. Over there in the spectator seats, Arachne is attacking. Nils and Amon focused on the battle, while Ito discovered the same spirit smoke that Amon had fought earlier, and Rio compared the abominable spider to an Arachne. Arachne is a monster from Greek mythology, described as a creature with the upper body of a woman and the lower body of a spider. When mentioned, the abominable spider does resemble one, but the head of Cardinal Zacharias is clearly male, and the abdomen of the Pope is also male. While spiders typically have 8 legs, the one in the arena has 4. However, in terms of silhouette, it's understandable why Rio referred to it as an Arachne. That spider. Isn't it casting 4 spells? It seems so. Since it has multiple faces, can it cast spells separately from each one? I seem to recall reading a comic about something like that once, Ito asked, and Rio nodded in response. It appeared that the word comic did not resonate with Ito. Rio remembered with that much detail. Speaking of which, the Pope that attacked us before had 4 heads floating and was casting 4 spells simultaneously, didn't he? What do you mean, 4 heads floating? Next to the real head, there were 4 floating. It was quite creepy. Rio answered Nils's question accurately, but it seemed it didn't convey the intended image. Nils was tilting his head in confusion. Conveying a scene that someone hasn't seen before through words is quite difficult. Giving up on painting the picture, Nils glanced around the arena and spectator seats. First, he made eye contact with Graham in the arena. Then he locked eyes with Hugh McGrath in the spectator seats. Graham, with his gaze, indicated the 2 bags placed on the ground. Hugh, with his gaze, pointed to the guest seats of the eastern nations under attack by the abominable spider. Nils understood everything from just that. It's an order from the captain. We need to save the guests from the eastern nations that are under attack, and Graham, it seems, wants us to use the 2 holy swords that have no wielders. The explanation from Nils surprised the 3. While they were shocked, they also understood that it was the most necessary action at that moment. Amon and I will wield the holy swords and cut through the spirit smoke while charging into the arena. We'll slash the abominable spider from behind. Rio and Ito, you go to the guest seats. Ito, heal the injured there. Rio, make sure to protect Ito, and after that, protect the guests. Understood, the 3 responded in unison. Ice armor multi-layer, ice 30 layers, Rio chanted, and the bodies of the 4 were clad in ice armor. Then, after taking a breath, let's go. With Nils's command, the 4 took off running. Nils and Amon ran towards the spot where Graham and the other cardinals and the archbishop were gathered. Along the way, there was spirit smoke, but it was just swaying. The 2 didn't attack and simply dashed through. The clergymen, who were fixated on the battle between Graham and Stefania against the spirit smoke, only noticed Nils and Amon after they ran up and picked up the holy swords from the bags on the ground. Hey, seeing that scene, they couldn't help but call out. A human who looked like an adventurer had come and picked up the holy sword. However, good. While fighting, Graham, who was keeping an eye on the actions of Room 10, called out. With that voice, the clergymen, mainly the inquisitors who tried to stop the 2, froze in place. It was undoubtedly the voice of their esteemed former boss, Graham. Count on us to rescue the guests from the eastern nations. I understand. While Graham said this amidst the battle, Nils replied. At the same time, Nils and Amon took the holy swords from the bags. In that moment, Graham and Stefania saw the holy swords flicker slightly. It lit up. That seems to be the glow that confirms the holy sword has recognized its master, as expected of a B-rank adventurer, Stefania murmured, and Graham replied with a smile. While Graham and Stefania were at a level that the Holy Sword had somewhat recognized them, Nils and Amon were at a level where the Holy Sword had formally recognized them. That difference? For the time being, it didn't matter which was the case. As long as there was an opponent before them that couldn't be defeated without using the Holy Sword, it was crucial that they could wield it. Graham and Stefania continued to slice through spirit smoke without stopping. They believed that this was the only way to save their comrades. Nils and Amon, with the holy swords in hand, slashed at what appeared to be the neck of the approaching spirit smoke. With that alone, the spirit smoke disappeared. "It's so much easier compared to when we fought back there in the atrium," Amon said in surprise. "Well, after all, it is the holy sword, and it specializes in dispelling spirits, right?" "Incredible," Nils said in amazement, having observed the abilities of the holy sword. While running, he understood that striking at the neck or chest could cause instant obliteration, thanks to the fight he had witnessed between Graham and Stefania. He knew that, but this is an exceptional performance. I can see why they wanted to seize it. Now he understood very well why they had gone so far as to invade the delegation's quarters to confiscate the Holy Sword. In fact, within the Central Nations delegation, it was the two Holy Sword bearers, Gladys Aldi's, the negotiation officer of the Ministry of Military Affairs, and Groan, the captain of the guard, who had been continuously driving back the spirit smoke, approaching the delegation. "Let's quickly take down that abominable spider, Amon." "Yes." Nils and Amon, wielding the holy swords, cut down the spirit smoke that stood in their way as they ran toward the abominable spider with the head of Cardinal Sacarias. Meanwhile, Ito and Rio. There were hardly any spirit smoke in the course they chose. Of course, both of them were not only protected by the ice armor but also floating ice shields around them, so they wouldn't easily take damage. But still, the presence or absence of enemies made a significant difference in their running speed and how fatigued they felt. "Rio, at this distance, can you use magic yet?" I'm still not within the range for precise fire. I want to attack and support the guests, but..." Just as Rio answered Ito's question, 5 attack spells were unleashed from the southern spectator seats and struck the abominable spider. One of those spells in particular seemed quite powerful, as the unprotected abominable spider took considerable damage and writhed in pain. That was probably His Majesty King Robert Perlo. Both Ito and Rio understood who was behind the barrage of spells. They both knew that the former king of the Alliance, Robert Perlo, was a very powerful mage. They also understood why only 5 spells were fired. In a battlefield scenario with a massive number of magic attacks, they would interfere with each other and go wildly off target. To prevent that, they limited it to just 5 powerful ones. As expected of His Majesty King Robert Perlo and his subordinates, I think achieving precise fire at that distance would be quite difficult. Both Ito and Rio were impressed. It was indeed a calm and precise magical bombardment. That person was an enemy of the kingdom during the Great War 13 years ago. Ito and Arthur mentioned that the magic of the Alliance was troublesome and they thought they might die. At that time, His Majesty Robert Perlo's name wasn't mentioned, but I later heard from him that he was at the center of the Alliance. Robert Perlo stood on the battlefield as one of the representative mages of the Alliance during the Great War between the Kingdom and the Alliance. At the time, he was already over 60 years old, occupying a seat in the Council of 10, which was central to the Alliance, while standing on the front lines himself. Rio had heard from Robert Perlo himself during their journey to the west that he had engaged in a fierce battle with key mages of the kingdom, like Alalian Baraha and Arthur Velaces. "Oh, it seems like there will be another bombardment. Ito, the moment the Arachne's attention turns toward the delegation again, let's leap into the spectator seats." "Huh, leap!" Ito couldn't quite grasp the meaning of Rio's words. However, without clarifying Ito's confusion, Rio proceeded to take action. He wrapped his left arm around Ito's waist and securely grasped her. Although Rio couldn't be described as particularly muscular, he was well-trained and had a fair amount of muscle, plus his grip strength was strong. He used a sword, after all. Moreover, his left hand's grip strength. Even just that grip strength would likely suffice, but to be safe, he reinforced it with ice to ensure Ito wouldn't fall. While Ito was saying things like and well, as Rio had predicted, once again 3 bombardments were sent from the Central Nations delegation toward the abominable spider. However, absolute sanctuary, it wasn't the faces on the 4 legs that spoke, but rather the face of the Pope on the abdomen. The absolute defense magic. As expected, the absolute defense couldn't be pierced, and the bombardment was deflected. However, whether the bombardment succeeded or failed didn't matter to Rio and the others. The moment the consciousness of the abominable spider, which Rio was calling Arachne on his own, turned toward the delegation, they leaped over it in one go. Waterjet thruster, and thus they landed in the guest seats of the Eastern nations. Releasing Ito, he chanted, "Ice wall multi-layer, ice 30 layers." An ice wall was erected between the abominable spider and the guest seats. Ito, without any shock from the sudden flight experience, began moving around in the guest seats, where many injured lay from the abominable spider's attack, and started casting heal. It might be that Ito is the most composed one in room 10. At that moment, the guests from the eastern nations on the Dark Continent were saved from the brink of annihilation. Finally, room 10 took a step forward as a legendary party. "You boys," the man who was about to be killed by the abominable spider's magic spoke to the two from the guest seats. "We are adventurers from the Central Nations delegation. Following the orders of our leader and Cardinal Graham, we will protect you." "Is anyone else injured?" Rio casually raised Graham's reputation while casting heal on the injuries visible to Ito. "His attack is powerful magic." It was spoken in a language that Rio and the others couldn't understand. The guests seemed to realize that communication was breaking down. They took something out of their pockets and put it in their right ear. Then they spoke again. "His attack is powerful magic. That guy's attack magic is strong, an automatic translation device." After the guest spoke, the machine in his ear emitted words that Rio and the others could understand. "This is an alchemy tool that translates into the language of the Central Nations." It seemed to be quite a high-performance device. "I haven't seen a tool that combines reality and fantasy in a long time." No one replied to Rio's mutterings. The magic shield was instantly destroyed. 4 magic spells were activated simultaneously. "That thing is an abomination," the guests spoke up. Perhaps they wanted someone to listen to their terrifying experiences. It was understandable. That said, the abominable spider wouldn't wait. "Fire cannon, fire cannon, fire cannon, fire cannon," a quadruple simultaneous fire attribute attack magic fire cannon. It was a magic not found in the Central Nations. But I don't want to admit it, but that guy from the Empire's fire attribute magic was stronger. Ice wall with 30 layers. After taking the quadruple barrage of fire cannon, even Rio's ice wall suffered considerable damage. Therefore, he had to re-establish it. Against his magic, layering was necessary. To put it bluntly, the blazing flame mage's offensive magic was stronger. Moreover, this time, Rio didn't even need to attack. He just needed to defend. The finishing blow would not be dealt by Rio. That would be swish, slash. 2 swordsmen armed with holy swords charged from behind the abominable spider. Amon leaped up and severed Cardinal Sacarias's head, while Nils's sword, which had reached from the back to the stomach, pierced through the Pope's head in the abdomen. With the surprise attack from the rear, the absolute sanctuary that had been protecting the front of the abominable spider vanished. Icicle Lance 4 ice spears released by Rio pierced the faces of the 4 bishops in front of them. Amon and Nils distanced themselves from the abominable spider, just to be safe. Downpour ice coffin, like when he faced Neil Anderson, Rio soaked the target with water before encasing it in ice. With 5 faces crushed and 1 beheaded, the abominable spider was now encased in ice. Of course, Cardinal Sacarias's head that had been severed was also similarly encased in ice. At that moment, all the spirit smoke in the assembly hall disappeared. The spirit smoke outside the assembly hall also vanished, but that was not known in this place. It was a complete victory. Those who understood this broke into smiles. Finally, it was safe. They realized it. This was true not only for Hugh McGrath and Robert Perlow, but even for Graham. Everyone felt the same way. Except for one person. Is it truly impossible to manifest across the dimensional wall? Only one. Rio remembered what had been bothering him all along. If it's impossible, then this is the end. The fallen angel who lost their proxy here, or the abominable spider like a remote control, would not be able to reach out. No, technically it could still meddle, but probably the remaining time would be short. That's why they went to such great lengths, losing the trust of France, which they had been using as a valuable pawn, to obtain a massive amount of fragments of God. Because the time limit for their existence to vanish was tight. That much was certain. Now that there was no one left to reap lives and offer a large amount of fragments of God through the magic circle, the fallen angel's extinction was just a matter of time. But was there something overlooked? Ito, who was next to Rio, noticed his serious expression. "Rio, where is that Arachne's energy magical power coming from?" "Arachne? Ah, the abominable spider. That must be from the fallen angel, right?" "Right. It has to be, otherwise it wouldn't make sense," Rio pondered. "But that means energy can cross dimensions and can come over the dimensional wall. In cutting-edge theoretical physics, gravity is considered to transcend dimensions. What about others? This is something that must be remembered. It must be remembered time and again. E equals mc2. E is energy, m is mass, c is the speed of light. Energy can create matter, as suggested by Einstein's formula. Energy and mass are essentially the same thing. In other words, if energy can cross the dimensional wall and become matter when it arrives in this three-dimensional space, at that moment, light fell from the heavens. Next time, Chapter 8. Papal Inauguration, Final Episode. What is that? On the surface, it looks like a person, a priest clad in shining white robes. However, everyone present recognizes it. That is not a human, they think. It stands at the center of the arena, but even from the spectator seats, one can feel its pressure. The arachne, which should have been frozen, has likely vanished, and perhaps only Rio noticed it. Most likely it was a manifestation using it as a vessel or medium, Rio was certain. Fallen angel, in that instant. Rio realized he had made eye contact with the fallen angel, but in the next moment, bang. The ice wall multilayer, ice 30 layers, vanished in an instant. Ice wall multilayer, ice 100 layers. In a panic, he recast it with 100 layers. 100 layers was the maximum number he could instantly create. It wasn't magic. What the fallen angel unleashed earlier, causing the 30 layers of the ice wall to vanish instantly, didn't feel like magic. It felt like pure energy. Is that even possible? Honestly, he didn't know. Frankly, he couldn't comprehend it. But it was right in front of him. That was the enemy. If he didn't deal with it, everyone would die. That realization was not something only Rio held. The stronger the individual, the stronger that realization was. At the center of the arena, the fallen angel stood. From the north, Graham and Stefania charged in. From the east, Nils and Amon attacked. And from the south, Master McGrath struck. As if to provide support, a fire attribute magic spell flew in from the south. It was Robert Perlow. However, Robert Perlow's magic cannon fire vanished just before hitting the fallen angel. At the moment it ceased to exist, Rio saw a small light emit briefly, and for an instant, magical power flowed into the fallen angel's arm. Could it be it absorbed it? Let's assume the fallen angel could freely traverse between pure energy and matter. Magic is a certain kind of energy. Honestly, Rio couldn't say he fully understood all magic, but he did believe it was a form of energy. Normally, it's impossible for energies to collide. If matter endowed with energy collides, that is common. But what about annihilation in magic? Unless one accurately understands magic, these issues might be insurmountable. The swordsmen attacked from 3 directions. Their downward strikes were fast, their thrusts sharp, and their slashes left no trace of sword flashes. Yet, clang, all swords were deflected before they could reach the fallen angel. They probably understood as well. No matter how sacred the sword, it wouldn't reach. Even so, they had to strike. The reason was fear. One warrior against 1,000, seasoned in many battles. Even they, or perhaps especially because they were such, could understand the essence of humanity directly appealing through fear. Driven by fear, they had no choice but to attack, but as expected, none of the swords reached. Rio remained still. Even he felt fear towards the fallen angel, but more than that he understood. In this world, swords could not reach it. That was not something that could be defeated. If it can't be defeated, then what to do? Give up? No, there's no need to defeat it. Yes, just trap it. Exactly. Seal it. However, there was a problem. It was not a material entity. If it were material, he could simply surround it with matter to trap it. But that was not the case. If it traversed between matter and energy, how could it be contained? He wanted to confine the energy. What methods could accomplish that? Was there anything? There is. Rio raised his head and told Ito. I'm going down for a bit. Huh, Rio. Water jet 6. The water jet arced and drilled a hole around 5 meters in diameter. It was the technique he used when he went to rescue Abel and the others on the 40th floor of the dungeon. And without hesitation, Rio jumped in. The hole led to the first layer. There were several corpses of Templar knights and coffin-sized alchemy tools. Ice path, he slid the coffin to the center of the hole. Ice bamboo chute, frost pillars emerged from the ground beneath the coffin and Rio, rising into large ice columns, extending all the way to the spectator seats. In just a few seconds, Rio and the coffin appeared before the spectators. Rio, that is? Yes, it has a mechanism for gathering magical power and fragments of God. I'm going to integrate several magic formulas and circles to trap that thing, Rio answered Ito clearly. This is like charged particles moving around magnetic field lines. Are the fragments of God charged particles? No, that seems off, but the relationship is similar. This magic formula must be something that Cardinal invented or was taught by the fallen angel. It seems like a raw movement. Like the plasma confinement in a tokamak fusion reactor. If done like this, would it continue to cycle forever? A perpetual machine? No, rather, a grand energy waste machine. As Rio muttered while tinkering with the coffin, the battle in the center of the arena continued. That said, the humans were slashing at the fallen angel with swords, not able to inflict any damage, getting knocked back instead. It was a repetitive cycle. Surely, Ito was anxiously alternating glances between the arena and Rio. Finally, Rio stood up. "I did it!" However, upon standing and looking again at the center of the arena, he pondered for a moment, and then he muttered, "This won't do. This coffin isn't enough." The fallen angel manifesting in this three-dimensional space at the center of the arena. Even this coffin, which was supposed to gather magical power and fragments of God from hundreds or thousands of people to activate the underground magic circle, lacked the sturdiness to seal that fallen angel. The loop mechanism can be formed, and it can absorb the energy of the fallen angel within that closed loop. But still, it's too big. I need to either divide it or add another layer, or the magic formula itself won't hold. It's still troublesome that this isn't from this world. Rio thought, is there something good? Is there a good method? His gaze turned once again to the coffin in front of him, and then he had a flash of insight. There's another coffin. If I use that, I can create a double containment method. Rio glanced at the southern spectator seats. There were the Central Nations delegation. Above the coffin was the center, the Kingdom delegation. On the floor of the spectator seats was Rio's ice path. Then, he fired water jet from the bottom side of the ice path, digging beneath it while leaving one layer of ice intact, and reached the first layer. Ice path ice bamboo shoot as he did earlier. He slid the coffin across the ice floor, and like frost pillars, the coffin was lifted from below, suddenly presenting itself at the top layer. As the last remaining sheet of ice opened, the coffin appeared before the spectators. The surrounding delegation gasped in surprise. No one explained it, but many recognized, it's probably Rio's doing. Rio had become famous. Ice path the coffin, raised by the ice bamboo chute, slid down the ice slide from the southern spectator seats to the eastern spectator seats where Rio was. It arrived safely before Rio. Without delay, Rio began to sketch anew the magic formulas and circles. The coffin, which had just undergone modifications, was slightly smaller than the one that had just come from the south. This was confirmed when he examined it from the first layer. If that's the case, it should fit inside this southern coffin. Completed! It was an astonishing speed. It rivaled the speed of Neil Anderson when he rolled out the golem civilian from the Republic. This might be proof that Rio's alchemy had reached a first-rate level. He placed the eastern coffin inside the southern coffin, and then he thought again. The tool meant for sealing was completed. But even if he brought it to the center of the arena and said, "Please get in," the other party wouldn't naturally comply. Moreover, even with double containment, there were still lingering doubts. He didn't know if it was possible, but he needed to inflict some kind of damage on the fallen angel to weaken it a little more. Otherwise, the moment he entered it, the coffin would likely be blown away. However, in the center of the arena, seasoned warriors were wielding sacred swords to attack the fallen angel. But all were repelled as if by a barrier, unable to land even a single blow. Even sacred swords could not break through the barrier of something that was not of this world. An opponent that absorbed magic and whose sacred sword could not reach. An entity that was not of this world. Inflicting damage to weaken such an opponent was impossible. Is there anything? Rio scanned his surroundings, and then his gaze stopped at one point. It was the blade he had at his waist. Murakum, he drew it from its sheath and held it in his right hand. It was his trusty companion that had accompanied him through many life-and-death situations. That sword was given to him by the Fairy King, his master of swords, meant for beings not of this world. "I guess I have to rely on you," Rio murmured. At that moment he felt a faint, almost imperceptible blue light emanating from Murakumo, as if it were responding, saying, "You can rely on me." Rio formed an ice blade with Murakumo and held it in his left hand. He slung the double coffin over his right shoulder, and then he said to Ito, "I'm off." "Take care," Ito responded. In the center of the arena, seasoned warriors driven by fear were attacking the fallen angel with sacred swords, even though they understood well that those swords wouldn't reach. They understood that they would be repelled by the fallen angel's barrier, but it was not purely rational. It was their hearts that were moved by fear. The presence in front of them evoked a fear rising from the depths of their hearts. That fear eventually turned into despair. Once it became despair, their bodies would cease to move. They knew this, so while they still could move, they struck. From the north, Graham and Stefania attacked. From the east, Nils and Amon charged in. And from the south, Hugh McGrath assailed. They too were beginning to feel the situation they had to accept. Before this existence, humans had no means to fight back. At that moment, a blue light surged above their heads. The blue light descended on the fallen angel's western side, and without delay struck the coffin to the ground, immediately assailing the fallen angel. Crack! Clang! The sound of shattering glass echoed, followed closely by the sound of hard objects colliding. Rio's downward strike broke through the fallen angel's barrier, and the sound of the sword once held in the fallen angel's hand blocking the strike was heard. Ryo shattered the barrier that even sacred swords could not break. "Fallen angel, your opponent is me and Murakumo." The moment Ryo declared this, the fallen angel seemed to smile faintly, and then the two engaged in sword fights. Ryo attacked. Downward strikes, upward cuts, crosswise slashes, reverse crosswise cuts, horizontal sweeps, and thrusts. Yet his attacks were never wild. Rather, they were executed meticulously, tracing each sword technique he had practiced up to now. However, at high speed, the fallen angel defended, dodging, parrying, and clearly blocking. It was the essence of defense. Yes, there was no slack in that defense. Rather, it perfectly deflected and parried each of Ryo's attacks. Naturally, they were high-speed sword flashes. Amazing! Whoever uttered those words had no idea. By now, only Ryo and the fallen angel were fighting in the center of the arena. Graham, Stefania, Nils, Amon, and Hugh were watching the two fight from a distance. The opponent was one they could not reach with their sacred swords. They understood this, but their hearts were driven by fear. Thus they had no choice but to attack. However, Ryo was fighting in their stead. Moreover, Ryo's sword reached the target of their fears, thus they decided to watch over him. In the midst of this swordplay, it was not something flamboyant. Rather, it could be described as a classic flow of sword techniques. And that was precisely why it forced anyone watching to feel the height of that level. Enduring hardships and being struck down repeatedly, they rose again, taking their swords. Repeating that cycle to build and fortify their technique. It was certainly not a genius's sword. Yet, without any shortcuts and earnestly facing the sword, they had achieved an overwhelming effort in their craft. It conveyed no sense of fragility or delicacy. It's thick. Master McGrath could see that thickness created by the time Ryo had earnestly faced his sword. Thus, he murmured, this was a path he too had once walked. It was different from the heights a genius like Abel could reach through further effort. Yet, it was certainly not inferior to those heights they could achieve. A different kind of height. Hugh knew one could not ascend to that height alone, unless one met a partner to whom they could entrust everything. For Hugh, that was the holy sword Galahad, and for Ryo, it was the ice sword he wielded now. Hugh had no knowledge of the sword's origin or history. He didn't even know if it had a name, but he understood that Ryo believed in the sword and that the sword was giving its all for Ryo. The bond between people was different. It was a complete, inseparable unity. The sword became a part of the swordsman's body, elevating each other to a higher dimension. Being able to witness such a scene was a happiness for a swordsman. He's a mage, yet. Hugh couldn't help but mutter, then smiled wryly. He understood such things were irrelevant. It was just a man sincerely facing his sword, connecting hearts and ascending to heights. That was all. The swordplay that began with Ryo's attack and the fallen angel's defense had shifted to Ryo's defense and the fallen angel's attack. At first, the fallen angel had stood firmly, as if saying, "Come at me," but now it fiercely attacked. As if, through enduring Ryo's assault, it had become heated itself. If one looked closely, they might have seen a faint smile. And naturally, Ryo, receiving such a fierce assault, was also smiling. Why was he smiling? There was only one reason to smile, because it was fun. Of course, he would die if he received a fatal blow. He understood that. He comprehended it, but it was unavoidable to feel joy in such a moment. Receiving a horizontal slash from the fallen angel, dodging a crosswise cut, then opening his body to evade a counterattack, he retaliated with a crosswise slash. The fallen angel evaded it with footwork, stepping sideways and striking from an angle he couldn't see. While Ryo had never encountered the fallen angel's swordplay before, he was excited as he received the blows, even knowing he would die from a fatal hit. And finally, he failed to defend. Slash. Ryo's right arm was severely cut. Astonishingly, the fallen angel's sword had sliced through the fairy king's robe as well. It's fine, it didn't reach the bone, Ryo made a quick judgment, but soon he realized something even more important. The robe was cut, but the robe quickly repaired itself, as if it had a will of its own. I'm glad, Ryo felt relief. He didn't want to see his precious robe torn to shreds. No, that wasn't right. Ryo should have been more worried about something else. His arm was deeply wounded, bleeding significantly. It should have been his body to worry about rather than his clothes, but Ryo declared, "This is just a handicap. It's not like I lost an arm." Upon hearing that, the fallen angel clearly laughed. This was different from the faint smiles before. It was a clear laugh, as if it was delighted by such a battle, the fallen angel which even broke through Ryo's ironclad defense. Yet Ryo did not despair. Even if it seemed impossible at first, there was always a way through. Ryo knew this from his experience fighting many non-humans. Success stories are what instill confidence in people. Ryo assumed a stance. His right arm was deeply wounded, but it was no problem. Ryo's sword was supported by his left arm. His right arm would guide the sword. The fallen angel must have sensed the change in Rio's aura, which was different from before. It raised its sword high above its head. It would decide the battle with one blow. A single strike would settle it. In complete silence, the two stood still. Clank, the sound of something dropping, that became the trigger. The two jumped in simultaneously. The fallen angel's sword descended first. Rio slightly shifted his left side forward, making it a half-turn. His right arm shot out overhead. Rio's right arm was severed. But at the same time, with just his left hand, Murakumo pierced the fallen angel's chest. A left-handed one-point thrust. Moreover, the ice spreading from the pierced chest was not Rio's magic. It was Murakumo. Despite the opponent being one immune to magic, Murakumo stopped the fallen angel's movements while glowing blue at its hilt and blade. "Coffin, activate!" Rio shouted. In that moment, the expression of the fallen angel changed to one of surprise. Then it looked at the coffin that Rio had brought when he first flew in. A moment later, it smiled faintly. Perhaps it understood what it was and what modifications had been made to it. This is alchemy that captured demons for hundreds of years, using the demon's own magical power. It was an application of the mechanism that captured the demon from the south near Kona village, continuously capturing demons using their own magical power, a certain type of external technique. Similar magic formulas were written in the Black Notebook, inherited from Hassan. Of course, back then, Rio couldn't understand it at all, but in these 3 years, his knowledge of alchemy had increased, and he had gained experiences. His skills had been refined. This time, he would trap the fallen angel using its own energy. That was likely a technique that even the genius alchemist Viscount Kenneth Hayward was unaware of. And this coffin is equipped with a mechanism that captures and holds onto the fragments of God, which is likely a high-dimensional element. You told Cardinal Sacarias about that magic formula, right? Using that, I predicted it would capture you, arriving from a higher dimension. Rio explained. He was explaining, yet at the same time he understood. The fallen angel before him had manifested in this three-dimensional space in search of a place to die. Naturally, it didn't matter who or where it died. It had to be a worthy opponent, a fitting place, and a situation that would convince itself. It likely realized immediately upon manifesting in this arena. Among those present, Rio was the most fitting opponent, or perhaps it had known of Rio's existence even earlier. For instance, when he defeated the Pope in the underground palace. But upon descending into this arena, it clearly understood. Rio was the suitable last opponent. This was not merely recognizing Rio's strength. It was because he was wearing the Fairy King's robe. It recognized that he possessed the Fairy King's sword, which could interfere with its powers. Thus, it struck first against Rio, who was in the spectator seats. Then Rio prepared the coffin and fought with Murakumo, likely convincing the fallen angel. Eventually, the fallen angel, no longer receiving energy from God, would vanish. However, if possible, Rio wanted to have it move on its own to conclude this. That was how Rio interpreted it. "If you are convinced, please rest slowly in this coffin." Rio said this in a rather gentle tone. The fallen angel smiled faintly and was drawn into the coffin. Ito, who had rushed over, successfully regenerated Rio's right arm. After that, discussions were held regarding the storage of the coffin. Since Rio was essentially the only person able to move the coffin, he remained until the end of the discussion. Meanwhile, the Central Nations delegation returned to their quarters. By the time the discussions concluded, Rio felt exhausted upon arriving at the quarters. The consumption of magical power was not too severe, but the mental strain was significant. If one had their arm severed, that was to be expected. "Welcome back, Rio. Rio-san, welcome home. Go take a bath." With the warm welcome from Ito, Amon, and Nils, Rio felt a bit revitalized. For the first time in a while, he decided to report to His Majesty the King from afar. "I'm really tired. I won't be able to keep going without overtime pay." "Rio, Abel, what's wrong?" The voice of Abel that responded was darker than any Rio had ever heard. "Sorry, Rio, the kingdom might be done for, Abel. Just make sure the members of the delegation survive." "Got it. Don't come back to the Central Nations. Abel, don't come back." At that point, the communication was cut off. After that, Rio tried to connect again multiple times, but couldn't reach Abel. It had never happened before that the echo of the soul couldn't connect. Something abnormal was occurring. The unusual demeanor of Rio was observed by the 3 people in room 10. "Rio," Nils called out quietly. He realized it was not a situation where joking would be appropriate. "I lost contact with Abel." "Huh!" Nils was stunned by Rio's strained words. Ito and Amon could not say anything either. "I was told not to come back to the Central Nations, but I can't just not. But it will take a month." In response to Rio's words, Nils stated the obvious. "What about Miss Marlin? If I remember correctly, they said the magical power. The magic from the dungeon hasn't fully returned, so the transfer to the Central Nations wouldn't reach." Amon and Ito explored the possibility of transferring through the demon Marlin, but it proved impossible. The magical power consumed by sending hero Roman and demon King Nadia through transfer. Not only Marlin, but the magical power from the West Dungeon, which served as the foundation for the transfer. It was unclear whether it was the same magical power recognized by the people of Room 10, but it seemed it would take quite a while to recover. Rio suddenly raised his head, having thought of something. "I'm going to the Imperial quarters." "Huh, hey Rio," Nils called out as Rio began to walk away. However, Rio quickly exited the quarters at a brisk pace. Imperial delegation quarters. "This is Duke Rio Mihara of the Natore Kingdom." As he said this, Rio thrust out his identification plate and entered through the entrance. "Huh, a duke. Isn't that the water attribute magician from earlier? Wait a moment. Don't just barge in." Ignoring all the voices, Rio proceeded, eliminating those who tried to grab him with ice wall. "I request an audience with the former emperor." Saying this, he cleared away all obstacles and opened the door to the emperor's room on the top floor. "Excuse me, former emperor, not here." It was an exceptionally lavish room. It was clear that it had been set up for the former emperor, but there stood a nobleman. He was not the former emperor. Rio recognized him. "Hans Kirchhoff, Count?" "Ah, hello, Duke Rondo. Excuse me, but where is the former emperor?" "The emperor is not here." Count Hans Kirchhoff answered Rio's question without a hint of hesitation. A sudden answer flashed in Rio's mind. That had been subtly nagging at him throughout the troubles at the assembly. It was Count Hans Kirchhoff who had come to Rio and Robert Perlo, not the former emperor. Yes, the former emperor had already. He is no longer in these Western nations. Indeed, as expected, you understood well. Upon hearing that, Rio crumpled to his knees. "Duke Rondo?" Hans asked with suspicion. "That means the former emperor has returned to the Central Nations with Baron Hagen Benda, who can use transfer. Meaning, there is no longer Baron Hagen Benda here, correct?" Rio's words, which sounded like a confirmation, were already small and powerless. "Yes, that is correct." Hans nodded in affirmation. That moment marked the complete loss of Rio's means to return swiftly to the Central Nations. Chapter 8, Papal Inauguration concludes, beginning tomorrow, the final chapter. The Demon War will commence. The stage moves to the Central Nations. What will happen in the Central Nations without Rio? The final boss of this second part lies not in the Western nations, but in the Central Nations. You've seen hints of it throughout the second part, haven't you? As you all who have read this far surely understand, in the Demon War occurring in the Central Nations, Rio is absent. His means of return has been severed. Thus, in the final chapter, Rio will be absent for a while. I apologize. Even without him, I hope to create content where you can still feel Rio's essence. I made an effort. Yes, an effort, but he will appear eventually. Please wait. Also, once the final chapter is over, I'd like to take a break of a few months until the start of the third part, just like I did after the first part. This work takes time to prepare. Therefore, I hope you enjoy the final chapter of the second part. There's over 100,000 words just in the final chapter. Well then, starting tomorrow, I look forward to your support for the final chapter. Part 2, the final chapter of the Western Nations arc begins, 20 days before the Papal Inauguration in the Western Nations. This is near the western border of the Handalu Federation, one of the 3 major nations of the Central Nations, in the city of Curaçao, close to the border with the Natore Kingdom. While the population is only 50,000, making it not a particularly large city, it is one of the cities along the western border of the Federation, hence a border guard unit is stationed there. However, that guard unit consists of only about 500 men. In the past, the Federation has clashed with the kingdom multiple times. 13 years ago, they even experienced a full-scale war known as the Great War. Yet, currently, they have achieved the best relations in recent years, such as sending a large delegation to the Western nations together. Of course, they are not to be underestimated, but compared to the Empire, which shares a border further north, they are much better. Until that day, many citizens thought so. A border guard unit stands watch at the observation tower in Curaçao. "Captain, what is that?" A guard member questions the captain beside him, suspicious of the sight visible through the mounted telescope. "Let me have a look through the telescope," the captain says, peering through it himself. The telescope is a tubular device that magnifies distant objects. "Dust, is that cavalry?" In that instant, the image of the horseback people who had once invaded the Empire and slain the Emperor flashed through the captain's mind. However, after a moment's thought, he realizes that this could not be the case. Beyond the border lies not the Empire or the corridor nations, but the kingdom. Finally, they can see the flag that has been raised. Look, it's the flag of the kingdom. "Wait a minute, the flag of the kingdom, the royal army, there are about 10,000 of them," the captain says, handing the telescope to the first guard. "Indeed, They are flying the flag of the kingdom. Is this an invasion? The guard's murmured words finally bring the captain back to reality. Ring the bell, close the castle gates, quickly contact the capital. He issues commands in rapid succession. There are no flags other than that of the kingdom. We can't tell if it's the royal army or a noble's personal army. The guard reports while still looking through the telescope. What the hell is going on? The captain's words echoed hollowly within the observation tower. 30 minutes later, the city of Curacao has fallen. In the administrative office of the regent in the capital of the Handalu Federation, Jaclia. Your Excellency, we have received news that Curacao has fallen. Too soon, we just heard about the attack 30 minutes ago. Lord Aubrey could not hide his surprise at the report from his aide, Lumber. Indeed, the city of Curacao only had a guard unit of 500 men. It is off the main roads and does not have any large cities nearby that could be targeted. However, it is still a border city with thick, tall walls, and the soldiers stationed there are not at all inexperienced. Even if they were attacked by tens of thousands of soldiers, if the gates were closed, the city should not be taken in less than an hour. Yet the reality is it fell in less than 30 minutes. Regaining his composure quickly, Lord Aubrey mutters and begins to think. Reinforcements had already been dispatched to aid Curacao. They are led by one of Lord Aubrey's trusted subordinates, trained from childhood. They would likely act correctly according to the situation. For example, if Curacao has already fallen, they might surround it from a distance and wait for further reinforcements to arrive. There's no need to issue detailed commands on that matter. What he should really consider is it really the royal army? Lord Aubrey's murmured question reaches Lumber, who reported it. But there's a report of a group flying the flag of the kingdom. You're quite naive, Lumber, Aubrey replies with a wry smile. So you mean to say that the attackers were those who disguised themselves as the royal army, and their reason was to instigate conflict between the Federation and the kingdom. But for that purpose, there must have been considerable casualties on the attacking side as well. Are they willing to sacrifice their soldiers for such a scheme? Lumber quickly realizes what Lord Aubrey is getting at, but his anger begins to rise at the thought of sacrificing soldiers for political maneuvering. At the very least, it seems Lumber is not a schemer. Don't be angry, Lumber. Well, it's true there are parts that are hard to understand. However, it is even harder to believe that the current kingdom wants to go to war with our Federation. Recently, there was news that King Abel was ambushed by Imperial spies, right? Would a kingdom that is being harassed by the Empire willingly choose to open hostilities with the Federation too? Anyone who would do that would simply be a fool. Lord Aubrey pauses for breath and continues speaking. King Abel is not that foolish. From the perspective of the Federation, the kingdom is one of the potential enemy nations. Whether it's the Great War of 13 years ago or their involvement in the war against the Duchy of Inberry 3 years ago, they have fought multiple times. Therefore, they are certainly not a favorable opponent, but he has never thought of them as foolish. Of course, there were times when he thought them foolish during the reign of the previous king, who had lost his governing ability. Wars do not happen suddenly without any warning. That is something that becomes clear with a little thought. The situation, conditions, and circumstances of one's own country and surrounding nations must align. Using military force requires preparation. Armies need to be assembled, trained, and supplied. Troops must be moved, weapons and food transported, and the terrain and situation of the battlefield analyzed. There are cases where a war is triggered by an armed uprising, a train explosion, or even the assassination of a crown prince. That is a fact, however, those are merely triggers. Only when guns are prepared, bullets loaded, and targets set, does pulling the trigger actually lead to a war. Just having a trigger does not initiate anything, Lord Aubrey thinks. Why now? Why Curacao? Do they want to drag the Federation into war? If that's the case, the eastern border of the Federation would be a more likely target. While there are many small nations surrounding it, it is more unstable than the western border. Alternatively, the border with the Empire would be much more likely. Or do they wish to involve the kingdom in war? If so, targeting the Empire would be much more plausible. After all, the Empire attacked the king. Or perhaps, do they want to turn the Western Federation or the Eastern Kingdom into a battlefield? On that morning, Abel was at peace. He swung his sword to work up a sweat before breakfast. He had breakfast with Princess Rhea and Prince Noah. After that, he carried out his morning duties. Certainly, he was buried in documents as usual, but after 3 years, one grows accustomed to it. Moreover, the people around him seemed to have understood Abel's rhythm and pace, optimizing many things. This led to reduced stress and consequently a decrease in mistakes. Somewhere, Duke Rondo often said, "Don't work to the point of fatigue." No, that's impossible. Abel always retorted like that. Even now, he still does. Such a peaceful morning was shattered by a report from Chancellor Alexis Heinlein. Your Majesty, the city of Currucho in the Western Federation has fallen to armed forces. Huh! King Abel's response was dazed. Excluding the first Duke, who always butted in for no reason, no one could blame Abel. The Western Federation city. The only foreign nations bordering it are the Kingdom and the Empire. Furthermore, considering the location of Currucho, it should be a city near the border with the Kingdom. In other words, the only nation that could attack that city is the Kingdom. However, as the king of that kingdom, he has not given any orders to attack the Federation city. Moreover, it seems it has fallen to armed forces. What do you mean by armed forces? Is it something like an assassination cult? Or perhaps bandits like those in the north from before? The details are unclear. However, the information that reached the Federation's capital, Jaclia, stated that it was a group flying the kingdom's flag. Ridiculous! King Abel raises his voice, upset by Count Heinlein's information. And understandably so, a group flying the kingdom's flag, he did not give such orders. Since the reports must have come from spies that Count Heinlein had sneaked into the Federation's capital, the information itself must be true. If that's the case, then what does it mean? Of course, there are no units related to the Royal Army that would have done such a thing, right? Abel checks with Chancellor Heinlein, as there is a possibility he simply doesn't know. Of course. According to the information that reached Jaclia, it was about 10,000 cavalry. Currently, there are only a few units in the entire kingdom that can mobilize that many troops. I've also confirmed with the local lords, and the only unit out on expedition is the Silverdale Knight Order. All others are inside their territories. It seems Count Heinlein has also found this suspicious and has already confirmed many facts. It's not unusual for Silverdale to be on an expedition. They are elite, but at most they number under 2,000, 10,000. There are various parts that are hard to understand. However, I've sent notifications to the cities along the eastern border of the kingdom. Additionally, I have requested cooperation from major merchant associations for information gathering. Both Abel and Count Heinlein understood that something unusual was happening, but they had no idea what the cause or objective was. Above all, there was far too little information. Thus, it was decided to request cooperation from the merchant associations and gather intelligence. The number of merchant caravans moving from various regions is immense. The information that comes up from those caravan associations also becomes extensive. Among them, there could be critical information for the kingdom's government, if they can pick that up. Though still incomplete as a whole, gathering intelligence from the merchant caravans cannot be ignored. Hours after the city of Currucho fell. Further south of where Currucho is located, in the city of Banlane on the eastern border of the kingdom. With a population of about 50,000, it is nearly the same size as the city of Currucho. A guard unit of 300 men is stationed there. Even in the watchtower of Banlane, something unusual was occurring. Captain, that cloud of dust, could it be the Federation? No, we received a notification about this, didn't we? The castle gates are still closed, right? Yes, they were closed by order. Good, hurry and contact the royal capital. There's a dust cloud to the east. 30 minutes later, the city of Banlane has fallen. At a mountainside overlooking the city of Banlane, a merchant caravan with 3 wagons drawn by pack horses is halted. These caravans travel along the eastern border of the kingdom. The caravan's flag depicts a city illuminated by moonlight. It belongs to the Gecko Merchant Association's eastern border 3rd caravan. They do not cross the border, instead connecting border towns within the kingdom or large cities like Run with border towns. Due to the type of goods and timing, they often operate flexibly, sometimes avoiding major highways. Because of this, they are accompanied by a powerful dedicated guard unit. The captain of the 3rd Caravan's guard unit is Chloe. Once a member of the Duchy of Inberry's intelligence division, she guided the southern army of the kingdom and is a cute woman with chestnut-colored hair and eyes that gleam with liveliness. However, having been trained in intelligence, she is surprisingly strong in close combat. After the fall of the Duchy of Inberry, she sought asylum in the kingdom and became part of the Gecko Merchant Association as a guard due to her connections. There she was trained by the guard captain Max and is now the captain of the guard for caravans traveling to and from the eastern border. Evans, what's that? Chloe addresses the young caravan leader. While it is still fair to say he is young, as a caravan leader, he is about 19 years old. Originally, it is never an easy job, and a caravan member requires tough physical stamina and robust mental strength, so they are generally younger. In the Gecko Merchant Association, most individuals retire from caravan work and shift to store positions by the time they reach their 30s. That is because the latter is physically easier. However, in terms of the fun of commerce, being in a caravan is overwhelmingly superior. Among the young caravan members, the 19-year-old Evans stands out. Yet, despite his youth, He has ample experience, having engaged in caravan activities across borders since he was 10. No one, whether it be caravan members or guards, looks down on him due to his age. "Ah, Chloe, what I just saw is in the report," Evans says, rolling up the paper he just finished writing and placing it into a thumb-sized tube. "I'm afraid that what I saw at Ban Lane now might not be believed if I report it," Chloe expresses her concern. Evans nods in agreement, however. "Even so, it's better to report it. Each caravan is equipped with carrier pigeons for such times," Evans says, attaching the thumb-sized tube to the leg of a carrier pigeon in a cage and releasing it into the sky. The pigeon flies westward. It may not be as fast as a hawk, but it won't take long to reach the city of Run. Among the various information that was beginning to accumulate from the eastern region, this information came in. "Your Majesty, we have received a report that a group is heading towards the city of Ban Lane in the eastern region from Count Ranchin. Count Ranchin has sent out his army." "They've come," Abel nods at Count Heinlein's report. He does not think the approaching group is the Allied forces, but he anticipated some movement. Although he still does not clearly understand who is moving or what their objective is, he believes that something leading to a deterioration of security will occur. 30 minutes later. "Your Majesty, we have been informed that the city of Ban Lane has fallen." "That's too soon." King Abel unintentionally lets out the same words as some of the Allied regents. However, it only took a single breath for him to calm down. "Hey, Alexis." Alexis is the first name of Marquis Heinlein. When Abel addresses him this way, it usually means a difficult proposal is about to be made. Though a challenging proposal, it is often correct, as Marquis Alexis Heinlein has experienced many times over the past 3 years. "Yes, Your Majesty, I think that Lord Aubrey and I should meet directly and discuss this. I believe that's correct." Marquis Heinlein nods vigorously in agreement. He has arrived at the correct conclusion, but it is still a difficult suggestion to make. A meeting between the leaders of great nations. Moreover, an emergency. However, Abel's suggestion came with an unexpected addition. "We will also take Kenneth with us." Viscount Kenneth Hayward? Needless to say, Viscount Kenneth Hayward is a genius alchemist representing not just the kingdom, but the entire central nations. If possible, please suggest that they bring Frank de Verde along as well. "Ah, you mean to establish a system for direct communication via alchemy between the royal capital Crystal Palace and the capital of Jaclia. Currently, major cities within the kingdom can communicate directly through the alchemy tools developed by Viscount Kenneth Hayward. Of course, there are a few restrictions, but compared to the time before 3 years ago when such a system did not exist, it has become immensely convenient. He likely wishes to set up a similar system between the royal capital and the capital for rapid confirmation of intentions between leaders during situations like this. If Rio were here, he might have shouted, "Hotline!" In Earth, a direct line is often established for the leaders of 2 governments to communicate directly, sometimes referred to as a hotline. What Abel is proposing is precisely such a hotline between the kingdom and the Federation. 2 weeks before the Papal inauguration in the Western nations. In the eastern part of the kingdom, the border town of Redpost. In the Western Federation, the border town of Rednall, formerly part of the Duchy of Inberry. Both towns have names derived from the characteristic red soil found in the region. The border of the kingdom runs between these 2 towns. On that border line, a massive tent was set up. This was the venue for the meeting. "Nice to meet you, Your Majesty. I am Aubrey Hubble Coleman, the regent of the Handalu Federation. I have long heard of the esteemed regent and Lord Dictator Aubrey. I am King Abel the First of the Natore Kingdom." After their greetings, they shook hands. While their expressions were calm, the atmosphere around them was heavy. One could almost see the tension drifting between them. However, beside the 2, a completely different greeting was taking place. "Frank, it's been a while. Kenneth, you've grown quite impressive." This was a reunion between the alchemists representing both the kingdom and the Federation, who could be considered the brains of their respective nations after several years. In the past, they had shared desks at the Royal Alchemy Workshop, creating numerous inventions together. Though their ages were as distant as that of a grandson and grandfather, talent knows no age. They each regarded the other as the best alchemist in the Central Nations. Such was the high esteem in which they held one another. "All right, Kenneth, I've baked some delicious bread. It doesn't quite compare to the highly rated Coranpan, but it's not bad. This Chamberlain will be eating bread at that table over there. Please bring us some coffee. Frank, you haven't changed at all." As Frank and Kenneth made their way to the seats placed in the corner of the tent, they exchanged such conversation. The 2 leaders of their nations watched this with sidelong glances. The one who broke the ice was Lord Aubrey. "I was honestly surprised when the proposal to bring Viscount Kenneth Hayward came. Was it all right to have the Viscount meet Dr. Frank? What do you mean by that? don't you think there's a possibility that Viscount Kenneth Hayward might seek asylum in our Federation? I don't think so. Rather, isn't it Frank de Verde who would want to return to the kingdom, bound to his beloved disciple Kenneth? No, I doubt that. As Abel and Lord Aubrey exchanged those words, both burst into laughter. From a distant seat, holding a piece of bread, it's tough being the one steering the nation, isn't it? Indeed. The two alchemists were nodding their heads as they spoke, unaware that their conversation was reaching the king and regent. There is only one point we wish to confirm, Lord Aubrey said, not particularly appearing angry. However, there was no laughter in his eyes. Both had already decided the questions and answers for what lay ahead. This was merely a confirmation. The attack on the city of Curucha was carried out by your kingdom, correct? No, that is incorrect. Like the questioner, Abel's voice was exceedingly calm. He understood this was merely a confirmation. Lord Aubrey nodded in response. There is only one question from the kingdom as well. Abel did not appear particularly tense either. However, his eyes too bore no laughter. Even understanding that this was a confirmation, it was impossible to smile when thinking of the dead citizens of the kingdom. Were the forces that attacked the city of Banlane from the Federation? Of course, that is not correct. Lord Aubrey's voice was also extremely calm as he responded. He understood this was merely a confirmation. Abel nodded again. We have confirmed it. Yes. Both Lord Aubrey and Abel understood this logically. It was not logically possible. However, confirmation was necessary. This included confirming whether the other party was telling the truth or not. At this level, detecting whether the person before them was lying was quite easy. Well, that brings us to the next problem. Yes. Who could have possibly attacked? Exactly. For what purpose did they attack, incurring such sacrifices? Both Abel and Lord Aubrey reached the same question. Normally, one would think it's the Empire, but... Yes, however, the attacks are far too detached from the Empire's borders. Abel and Lord Aubrey shared the same thoughts on this matter. The kingdom's city of Banlane and the Federation's city of Curucha lie quite far south from the Empire. It would be exceedingly difficult to move 10,000 cavalry without either nation noticing. Of course, the Empire has Baron Hagen Benda, who can use transfer. He is currently believed to be part of the delegation to the Western nations, but while it's possible he could have returned and used transfer, to be honest, both Abel and Lord Aubrey were questioning if they would go that far. There are simpler methods to attack from further north without such risks. Even if there were a desire to attack exclusively in a place where only the Federation and the Kingdom could have done it, there was no need to conduct a siege at all. Just as the Empire had attacked Abel in the north, there are countless methods of deception. Regardless of how well they executed it, it's hard to understand the reason for wanting to pit these two nations against each other with such a siege, which would undoubtedly incur heavy losses. Moreover, the city of Curucha was abandoned with the residents massacred and the town set ablaze. The same goes for the city of Banlane. Exactly, both towns had been abandoned. While all residents had been massacred, there were no signs of valuables or supplies being taken. They must have suffered massive casualties during the siege yet. Actually, regarding that point, I wish to provide some information. It was Abel who initiated that. Oh, I would like to hear it. Lord Aubrey understood that he lacked sufficient information for an accurate analysis. This concerns when my city of Banlane was attacked. It seems that the cavalry charged against the castle gate one after the other. And then, the castle gate, which had gradually sustained damage, was finally breached. Your Majesty, what does that mean? Lord Aubrey furrowed his brow at Abel's information. It was only natural. Cavalry charging against the castle gate one after another. Is there such a siege? What happens to the cavalry that struck the gate? Such an attack wouldn't have much power anyway. Lord Aubrey, referred to as a famed general, obviously had an extensive record in sieges. He had never heard of a siege like the one King Abel described. Well, that may be true. Even those who reported it found it hard to believe the sight they witnessed. The cavalry that charged the castle gate inflicted damage, then seemed to scatter. Are you suggesting they were not human? In response to Abel's words, Lord Aubrey shook his head slightly. However, it was not just the two of them who reacted to that statement. A little distance away, enjoying warm bread and coffee, could it be that this is the army of demons mentioned in legends? It was Frank de Verde. Dr. Frank? Lord Aubrey asked with a puzzled expression. Well, I did investigate the legends of demons at least once, didn't I? There was a book that had such descriptions. I don't remember the title, though. There should have been a famous legacy officer at the central temple of the royal capital. He came to the Federation recently to identify the demon insect. Viscount Rashart de Devo, I believe. Kenneth responded to Frank's words. Yes, that's the one. I think confirming this with Viscount Devo would be the most reliable approach. I see. In response to Frank's words, Lord Aubrey nodded vigorously. Indeed, this does need to be confirmed promptly. With that, Abel stood up. Your Majesty. Yes, Lord Aubrey, I understand. Once I get any confirmations, I will contact you immediately. I suppose we can't communicate via alchemy tools just yet, Abel replied without missing a beat to Lord Aubrey's words. Once we return to Jaclia, we'll be able to connect immediately. Huh! Both Abel and Lord Aubrey echoed back in unison at Frank de Verd's words. It seems Frank had been thinking of a similar mechanism for long-distance communication. With a little adjustment, it can connect with the kingdom's devices, though only the larger ones in the royal capital. I had been stuck at the last hurdle, but as expected, Kenneth managed to resolve it easily. No, it was just coincidence, Kenneth blushed, flustered by Frank's compliments. This was an interaction that clearly showed the good relationship between the two. After the summit meeting between the Eastern Kingdom and the Western Alliance, in the Duke's residence annex of Wingston, the largest city in the Eastern Kingdom, a new lord's office. There sat the head of the House of Duke Shrewsbury, Erwin Ortiz, who had begun to learn governance as a lord, although the authorities of the Duke were still held by the royal family. His appearance was appropriate for a 13-year-old, but, while he looked like Erwin Ortiz on the outside, in this world, appearances and inner essence do not always align. Why, it's already been 6 days, so why hasn't war started? A figure resembling Erwin shouted. Lord Garwin. It's a bit early for me to say this, but isn't it just a tad bit too soon? Maybe we should wait a little longer, until Lord Garwin's power is completely restored. Shut up, Oranju. I'm already about 80% restored, but for the last 20%. For that, a lot of people's blood needs to flow in this east. Indeed, King Richard's shackles are troublesome. Silence, Oranju. Don't mention that guy, the boy called Garwin, who resembled Erwin, shouted back. Oranju, the man who was shouted at, was a giant who seemed to embody the images of being boisterous, rough, and crude. His long, thick orange hair and matching colored eyes stood out even more than his massive body. Isolde, do you have any strategies? Garwin yelled towards one side of the room. On the sofa he was shouting towards sat a woman with long black hair, leisurely sipping tea. After taking a sip, she spoke slowly. First of all, I previously mentioned, that kind of strategy will not start a war. It has turned out just as I said. With a composed expression the woman called Isolde stated firmly. Garwin was left speechless in response. After a moment of silence, still frowning, he began to weave his words. I admit it, I was wrong, I should have followed your advice. Garwin straightforwardly acknowledged his mistake. Though not exceptionally intelligent, Garwin was self-aware and had little resistance to admitting his errors. In response, Isolde nodded once and continued. First, the replenishment of Lord Garwin's last 20% power is very difficult. Gathering magical power from the kin called Jaya, which humans refer to as demon insects, is ineffective. Realistically, the only possibilities are magical power usurpation from very special species or large-scale collection of fragments of God through human deaths. Isolde paused for a moment, taking another sip of her tea. Garwin waited silently for her to continue. Perhaps it was Lord Finn, who was sealed in the south, who completely broke free before Lord Garwin. However, this involves a great deal of luck. Therefore, if we want to do it deliberately, the latter option is preferred, and the most effective way to achieve that is through war. Ah, yes. Garwin nodded in agreement with Isolde's words. However, wars between nations do not start that easily, so I believe it would be better for us to take action. Take action from our side? Yes, we can kill humans without letting the nations fight each other. Certainly. Garwin nodded vigorously in agreement with Isolde's proposal. However, there is one point you need to be cautious about. That is, Lord Garwin's body is located in the basement of this lord's manor. That is true, but even if they find it, humans would ultimately be unable to do anything, right? I cannot die. Garwin frowned and questioned in response to Isolde's remark. Of course, no one can kill Lord Garwin. However, if your body is destroyed in the current state of being devoid of soul, it would take considerable time to revive. How long specifically? Probably about 500 years. That is long. Garwin remained in a frown while contemplating. After about 30 seconds of thought, he opened his mouth. If I were to abandon the body of the Duke of Shrewsbury and return my soul to the main body, what would happen? You would have to wait captured by King Richard's seal until your power is completely restored. How long would that take? Between 100 to 200 years. Still long. The best strategy would be for many humans to die in the Eastern Kingdom and the Western Alliance without anyone knowing about either the body or Lord Garwin. For that, Oranju and Vimro should move flamboyantly, killing humans. Me. When Isolde said this, the giant Oranju pointed to his own face while questioning again. The other man, Vimro, stood silently in the corner of the room, nodding. The two of you should act flamboyantly centered around the Alliance territory so that attention is not drawn to Wingston. At first, let's keep the Eastern Kingdom's involvement minimal. It doesn't need to be 0, but to have the two of you lead this, Lord Garwin will need to prepare physical soldiers rather than phantom soldiers. Physical soldiers? Huh! Garwin frowned even more at Isolde's words. However, he did not argue. He understood the necessity of having physical soldiers rather than phantom soldiers in the current situation. Unlike last time, both Oranju and Vimro will have to act far from Lord Garwin, so it is absolutely necessary for them to be physical soldiers. Naturally, since it cannot go as smoothly as with phantom soldiers, they must not misuse their operations. At Isolde's words, the two nodded. Under no circumstances should the power of the Eastern Kingdom be weakened too much, leading to the Alliance's intervention and the fall of Wingston. Ah, just like the previous war with the Empire, Isolde said in an annoyed tone, while Oranju responded with a wry smile. Because the Empire had no interest in controlling the Eastern Kingdom, nothing happened, but with the Alliance we don't know what might occur. Of course, in the end, this Eastern Kingdom will be sacrificed as a sacrifice for Lord Garwin's resurrection. As she said this, Isolde laughed ominously. Oranju shrugged and glanced sideways at her. Vimro nodded slightly in the corner of the room, and Garwin nodded vigorously and powerfully. They were the demon Garwin sealed in the east and his 4 generals in the royal castle's king's office. Indeed, as Count Frank de Verde said, it matches the descriptions in the legends about phantom soldiers of demons. The response came from Viscount Rashard Devo. By the way, Frank de Verde was a count while he was in the kingdom. He has no family, including successors. Therefore, confirming that Frank had fled and was in the Alliance, the title of Count Verde has become vacant. The territory is managed by the royal family. Phantom soldiers of demons, muttered the Royal Knight Commander Danton. There is another commander present. I apologize for my ignorance, but what are phantom soldiers? The one who asked was Valkyrie Knight Commander Imogen. However, she was not ignorant. Neither Abel nor Danton knew either. Both of them said so. I want to know as well. I want to know too. I apologize, I did not provide enough information. Rather, it was Rasharta who was apologizing. And she began to explain. Considering that this information is based on documents from over 900 years ago, please listen. There is a record that the demon manipulated phantom soldiers. After examining several documents, it seems that these are spirit-like manifestations created by the demon. Spirit-like manifestations? Only Abel asked, but the other 2 commanders tilted their heads in confusion. It is thought that through the demon's mysterious power, soldiers can be created. Moreover, the soldiers envisioned by the demon. What is that? Abel was at a loss for words at Rasharta's explanation. However, according to some documents, there seems to be a time limit of 1 day for their creations. It is certain that there was a time limit, but the longest was 5 days, and the shortest was 12 hours among various accounts. I do not know the details. I see, Rasharta explained, and Imogen nodded, murmuring, if there is a time limit, then having these phantom soldiers perform tasks like guarding a castle would be difficult, Danton stated. In his mind, he might already be envisioning battles against demons. Yes, however, it is said that demons also manipulated physical soldiers besides just phantom soldiers. Now physical soldiers, the ancients sure used difficult words, Abel grumbled. Physical soldiers are living humans. However, they lack their own will, with the demon and its generals controlling them completely. Right, demons have officers or generals, don't they? Danton confirmed while nodding a few times. It is said that the demon sealed in the east had 4 generals, however the details are unclear. Rasharta shook her head slightly. If even she could not understand, then no one in the central nations would know. If those physical soldiers are living humans, they would need food and water, wouldn't they? Compared to the easily deployable phantom soldiers, aren't they quite inconvenient? Abel asked what he genuinely felt. As a king, one must not let either the people or soldiers go hungry. Your Majesty is correct. However, while phantom soldiers had a time limit, physical soldiers do not. Moreover, while they are living beings, they are said to be far stronger than ordinary soldiers. Minus the point of not being able to use magic, they are the strongest soldiers. Not being able to use magic is good, but calling them the strongest soldiers, that's troublesome. Yes, Abel, Danton, and Imogen sighed again at Rasharta's explanation. Is there any way to know if the demon has revived or not? In response to Abel's question, both Danton and Imogen nodded vigorously. That was precisely what the 3 wanted to know. However, I don't know, Rasharta's answer was merciless. The appearance of phantom soldiers likely means that the demon is quite awakened, but if it had completely awakened, frankly, this wouldn't be an easy situation. At Rasharta's words, the other 3 swallowed their saliva. Furthermore, as was the case with the demon in the south, it is also not precisely known where the sealed body of the demon in the east is located. The ones who sealed it back then probably had various intentions. There might even be traces of them deliberately obscuring the exact location, with no knowledge of what kind of seal it is or where it was sealed. Rasharda herself shook her head slightly. Rasharda is there. Any weakness? Abel's question was quite natural. However, Rasharda's answer was also, unfortunately, expected. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, there is nothing in the legends that would point to an answer. Is that so? Abel sighed softly and murmured. Confronting a demon feels heavy near the eastern border of the kingdom. The third merchant squad from the Gecko Merchant Association, based in Rouge, was moving with 3 cargo carts in tow. Finally, I can return to Rouge? Ahaha, I always cause Chloe so much worry. In response to the captain of the guard, Chloe's mutter, the head of the merchant squad, Evans, laughed. Chloe understands. Although Evans is saying kind words, he does not genuinely feel that way at the bottom of his heart. Evans is a merchant. He is a man whose instincts for discerning the edge and making profits have become nearly second nature. Of course, he is a man willing to put himself in danger for the sake of his fellow merchants and subordinates, but at the same time, he loves making profits. One must not let their guard down. By the way, moving with almost empty cargo is rather unsatisfactory, isn't it? Ha, I knew it. Chloe silently yelled inside at Evan's words. Well, it is true that experiencing the cargo cart being almost empty is not something she has much experience with. Moving while empty is not good for a merchant squad, because it means they have nothing to sell when they arrive, but this time it couldn't be helped. It can't be helped, Evans. There was nothing to procure in the city of Hafrina. With things in that state, all the supplies were completely insufficient. Yeah, they were accommodating many refugees. Thanks to that, the food we brought was bought at a high price by the government office. Indeed, the sales amounted to quite a sum. On that point, all the members of the merchant squad had smiles on their faces. Once they return to Rouge, they are guaranteed a considerable bonus. Moreover, I never expected the Royal Night Order to be there. Since it's the central city of the Viscount of Hafrina, it is quite a well-defended city, and they have accommodated many refugees. Could it be designated as a defense base? That may be the case. There were even 2 people of the squad captain rank. Is it going to turn into a battlefield? Chloe pointed out, and Evans replied while recalling. By the way, the composition of the 3rd Merchant Squad includes 6 members of the Merchant Association, 9 guards, and 3 cargo carts. With 2 merchants and 3 guards per cart, the ratio of guards is quite high. This is because they often travel along the eastern border, which sometimes leads them through areas with poor security. This is the basic personnel configuration for the Gecko Merchant Association's merchant squads that operate along the eastern border. Moreover, I was surprised that the 1st merchant squad had already delivered their cargo to the city of Hafrina. I wonder where they got that information. The 1st merchant squad is led by Zieg. When it comes to gathering intelligence in the eastern border, he is definitely several steps ahead of others. In response to Chloe's words, Evans nodded several times. However, the eastern border feels quite tense, doesn't it? Not as much as beyond the border, but, after all, half of the refugees in Hafrina were people who fled from the Alliance territory. Besides, it must be the first experience of receiving orders to return from the main office in Rouge. The Gecko Merchant Association was urging as quick a return to Rouge as possible for the merchant squads traveling along the eastern border. They even went so far as to contact them using a falcon. Because of this, Evans made the decision to depart empty. Without the return order, he might have tried to arrange for cargo somehow. On that point, Chloe felt relieved. Indeed, while the head of the merchant squad, Evans, is excellent in various aspects, he is not omnipotent. Was the 1st merchant squad left earlier than us? Yeah, they said so. Around 4 hours, maybe 5, they left together with the patrol squad. If they left with the patrol squad, they would be less likely to be attacked. As expected, they are sharp. Chloe was impressed from the perspective of a captain of the guard. Evans replied with a wry smile. Well, that's true, but after all, the 1st merchant squad has Rouge, and ordinary thieves wouldn't even be able to touch them. Rouge and you, Evans, are quite unfair. Unfair, you say? While Chloe asserted this, Evans sighed deeply. About 30 minutes after the 3rd merchant squad had departed from the city of Hafrina. From the front, a man urgently riding a horse approached them. It seemed he had business elsewhere and passed right by them. However, even as he passed by, the horseman was intently staring at the flag the 3rd merchant squad was displaying. The flag of the Gecko Merchant Association, illuminated by moonlight. After passing, the horseman turned back and returned. What is it? You were staring at the Merchant Association's flag, right? Chloe asked, and Evans answered. The horseman said hurriedly from his horse. I'm with the patrol squad. Up ahead, people from the same Gecko Merchant Association as you are fighting. With that, he quickly turned his horse and galloped back toward the city of Hafrina. Evans, got it. All guards to the carts. We're heading to the rescue at full speed. The entire 3rd Merchant Squad mounted their carts and took off at full speed to save their comrades. Evans, look, Captain of the Guard Chloe pointed out to Evans, the head of the Merchant Squad, who was driving the lead cart. In the area she pointed to, all 3 cargo carts were already destroyed and over 20 people were lying on the ground. During combat, what happened? Evans shouted reflexively. What was happening was 6 people, 5 knight-like men in red light armor and... Zieg, Evans shouted again. Fighting alone was Zieg, the head of the 1st Merchant Squad. However, in the next moment, Zieg was blown away. Damn! Ice wall package. Finally, within the range of Evans' magic, he cast the spell. Ice walls surrounded the 4 sides and the top of the 5 red-armored knights. It was not a magic meant to defeat them, but to hinder their actions and rescue his allies. As the 3 carts of the 3rd Merchant Squad arrived, Evans, Chloe, and all members of the Merchant and Guard squads dismounted with potions in hand. Then they rushed towards those who were down. The first person Evans ran to was a young boy around 15 years old. Roosh had likely been stabbed in the stomach. He had a deep wound. Eva, the patrol squad, rushed out. I couldn't cast the ice wall. Enough, don't talk. Evans interrupted Roosh, pouring half of the potion directly onto his abdominal wound. After that, he brought the rest to Roosh's mouth. Here's the potion, drink it. At Evans' words, Roosh obediently complied, taking small sips. The wound on his stomach began to glow slightly, and he could feel the healing taking effect. As he drank, his breathing started to stabilize. He should be fine. Finally, Evans felt relieved. Roosh had lost a significant amount of blood, and while moving might still be difficult for him, his life was saved. Looking around, potions were being distributed. The Gecko Merchant Association always carried a considerable supply of potions. They knew that a single potion could save a life, and it seemed that this time many lives had been saved. We managed to save 15 members from the 1st Merchant Squad and 5 from the Patrol Squad just in time. Captain of the Guard Chloe reported, and Evans nodded greatly. It seemed their swift travel paid off. However, those red-armored knights, the 5 knights surrounded by the ice wall, were trying to break through the ice wall. What are they? Are they really human? They have no expression, or rather, they seem lacking in emotional fluctuations, Evans muttered. Hearing that, Chloe also nodded. They were attempting to break the ice wall, but their expressions showed no anger. The term, expressionless, perfectly applied. However, the power behind their strikes against the ice wall and the sharpness of their thrusts were significant. They will eventually break it? Evans understood because it was his own ice wall. At this rate, it would likely break in less than 2 minutes, and the situation was beginning to shift further. Boss, something is coming from that direction? One of the merchant members shouted, pointing to the north. Indeed, a cloud of dust was rising, indicating something approaching. In any case, it wasn't an opponent they needed to fight. They had saved their allies. They had even saved people who weren't their allies. Once their objective was achieved, they had only to withdraw. However, the problem was where to withdraw to? Other than the city of Hafrina, it was too far. It can't be helped. Everyone back to the carts. We're returning to the city of Hafrina. And so, the Gecko Merchant Association's 3rd Merchant Squad returned to the city of Hafrina after saving the 1st Merchant Squad and the Patrol Squad. Lord Evans, thank you for saving the Patrol Squad. Bowing her head was Viscount Mirabel Power of Hafrina. She had just turned 18 this year. With her dull blonde hair and deep blue eyes, her expression conveyed seriousness and intelligence. The chaos from the Eastern Civil War to the War of Kingdom Liberation had led to the extinction of many noble families in the Eastern Kingdom. The House of Viscount Hafrina was on the verge of having all its direct descendants die out, with the royal family poised to take over the territory. However, a young girl stepped forward. Mirabel, who had served as a priestess in the temple of the city of Hafrina, claimed to be the illegitimate child of the previous Viscount of Hafrina. With documentation proving her status, kept in the temple for emergencies, and with the temple's head as a witness, an appeal was made to the royal family. The royal family, troubled by the extinction of the Eastern nobility, quickly processed this appeal, and Mirabel was reinstated with the surname Power, being officially appointed as the Viscount of Hafrina. That was 2.5 years ago. Since then, Mirabel has dedicated herself to the restoration of the territory centered around the city of Hafrina. Having entered the temple at a young age, her knowledge and experience related to governance were still lacking. Thus, she gathered excellent personnel. Thanks to talent acquisition through the temple, she successfully secured individuals from the south and west. As a result, the territory of the Viscount of Hafrina developed at a considerably fast pace among the recovering areas in the east. Now it is recognized as one of the central areas even by the royal castle. Thanks to this, Even though it was just 2 squads of 100 men, the Royal Knight Order was dispatched. Such a Viscount of Hafrina bowed to the merchant Evans standing before her. "No, Your Excellency, please raise your head. This time our comrades were also involved, so it was only natural for us to assist," Evans hurriedly responded. He too, as a merchant traveling back and forth near the eastern border, knew the history of Mirabelle's noble inheritance and understood the result of her having grown up in the temple, interacting with people without discrimination. However, even so, a noble was still a noble. The difference in status between the commoner Evans and the noble Mirabelle was substantial. If someone like her bowed before him in public, it was only natural for him to feel flustered. Just then, a lifeline came along, 2 squad captains leading the Royal Knight Order stationed in the city of Hafrina. "Viscount, preparations are complete." "Huh, is that Lord Evans from the Gecko Merchant Association? Didn't you just leave?" "Them, they are the ones who rescued the patrol squad. Didn't you hear the report just now?" The man called Zach questioned the return of Evans and the others, and another squad captain answered the reason. "Yes, Captain Cooler, Captain Kabuk, they have returned again." Evans was speaking to 2 squad captains of the Royal Knight Order. Those were Zach Cooler and Scotty Kabuk, who were also members of the Second Son Association. "The demon is strong, but intellect is a little lacking. Everyone should train their minds properly." "Hey, Scotty, the patrol team managed to help us, right?" "Yeah. It seems Evans and the others arrived just in time, so there were no casualties in the patrol team or the 1st Merchant Brigade. But it looks like they suffered too much bloodshed, so they're all resting in the hall. Apparently, the members of the 3rd Merchant Brigade, led by Evans, are helping with the nursing." This was a conversation between 2 squad captains of the Royal Knight Order. Both Zach and Scotty were officially recognized squad captains. Above them were a few battalion leaders and the Knight Commander. They held a high position within the Royal Knight Order. Currently, in the Royal Knight Order, a squad captain leads 50 knights. In many cases, since knights are accompanied by squires, it means they command 50 knights and 50 squires. Here in Hafrina, there are 2 squadrons of the Royal Knight Order. This can be considered the most robust defensive force, aside from cities like Red Post, which is the largest in the eastern border. Conversely, if they cannot win with this, then there is nothing they can do. At such a time, "Captain, there's a signal fire from the north." At that call, the 2 hurried up to the castle wall and looked north. "Is that near Bausu village?" "Probably. It seems they're attacking a village without a castle wall." In recent days, villages without castle walls and moving merchant brigades have been attacked. "All right, then I'm going." "Zach, I'm counting on you to follow up." "Scotty, are you really going? It's almost night." Zach hesitated at Scotty's words. "No, we decided on this, didn't we? We take turns deploying." "This time it's us," Scotty said with a wry smile. He too was responsible for his subordinates. He didn't want to expose them to danger unnecessarily. Even if that was the duty of the Knight Order, however. The revival of the Royal Knight Order, we can only show that through our own actions. His Majesty Abel said the same. After saying this, Scotty gathered his subordinates and set out from the city of Hafrina. "Scotty has gone, huh?" "Yes, Viscount." Zach was addressed by Mirabelle Power, the Viscount of Hafrina, who had been watching Scotty's squad head north from the castle wall. Despite the surname Power, she is a beautiful woman. Zach thought to himself, but he quickly shook his head in his mind. "No, I only have Miss Sira. The world is complicated. 50 knights headed north. Well, it's reduced somewhat. As a strategy we weren't expecting, it's not bad." The one who murmured this after receiving a report from his subordinate was Oranju, one of the 4 generals of the demon Garwin. They were hidden in the woods, with a distant view of the city of Hafrina. The physical soldiers created by the demon Garwin, unlike the phantom soldiers, have a clear physical form. In other words, they are human. However, they have almost no individuality or will. There are exceptions, however. It is not practical for a single general to gather intelligence, give orders, and move the entire army. Thus, Garwin can create higher-ranking physical soldiers among the physical soldiers. These higher-ranking physical soldiers can serve as aides and squad leaders. One of these higher-ranking physical soldiers, Grian, has been reporting to Oranju, while Brine is slated to lead the front lines as a squad commander. Both Grian and Brine are hardly different from ordinary humans. Grian has green hair and Brine has blue hair. Though they appear to be young men in their mid-20s, they have not lived for over 20 years. They were just born, having Garwin's knowledge implanted in them. In terms of experience, they are extremely dubious. Oranju secretly thought so. "All right, we will proceed with the night raid as planned. Get ready." It was just after sunset. An arrow pierced the throat of the Hafrina defensive soldiers stationed at the watchtower. At that moment, multiple claws were hooked onto the castle wall. After a while, a person began to climb up along them. A face slowly emerged atop the castle wall. Thud! An arrow struck the emerging face, causing it to fall outside without a sound. A man clad in red armor. Damn it, they've really come. Hurry. The royal knights must get on the castle wall and prevent their entry. Archers and squires, shoot anyone trying to climb up. Zack shouted instructions loudly. Men in red armor. It had become widely recognized that even in the chaotic territories, they wouldn't attack towns with castle walls. And indeed, there had never been an attack within the royal territory. Zack had been considering what might happen. That was because the signal fire from the direction of Baosu village was just too well timed. Still, he thought it wasn't a bad idea to be prepared. That was why the watchtower was taken down. He had never expected them to come directly, suddenly hooking claws onto the castle wall and climbing up. Ah, I really suck at defense. It would have been better if Scotty stayed behind and I'd gone to the village. Zack muttered under his breath. It was just loud enough that his subordinates wouldn't hear. He held a position commanding 50 knights and overseeing 100 squires. As a commander, he understood there were words that should not be said. And thus the curtain rose on the Hafrina defense battle. At the front lines, Brine was giving orders, but it was clear to anyone that the assault was not going smoothly, especially to the eyes of General Oranju. Isolde said to let them gain experience by doing this, but isn't it impossible? If you want them to gain experience, they should start with training. Certainly, practical experience is the best teacher, and the experience gained cannot be compared to training. But physical soldiers can die easily. Oranju's thoughts were surprisingly rational, considering his appearance and demeanor. However, I really suck at siege warfare, so I don't know what to do. Even among the demon's kin, there are strengths and weaknesses. Isolde mentioned that the experience gained by Grian and Brine would contribute to Garwin's knowledge, but I can't believe that. If that were true until now, Garwin should have become a bit smarter. At that moment, Oranju suddenly glanced over his shoulder. There was Grian, his aide. His expression remained unchanged. But, Grian, don't tell Garwin what I just said. He needed to keep that under wraps. Grian said nothing. He remained silent and expressionless. Grian, are you listening? Understood, Oranju said sternly, and Grian bowed his head in response. With a hint of unease, Oranju shifted his gaze back to the front. There were only about 20 physical soldiers around Oranju. All other physical soldiers, totaling over 300, were committed to the siege. The command was being executed by Brine, the higher-ranking subordinate. The demon Garwin's kin are broadly classified into 3 types. The highest-ranking kin, like Oranju and the other 3 generals, they have always followed Garwin across eras. Simply put, they revitalize alongside Garwin. Next are the higher-ranking kin, like Grian and Brine. They are newly created every time Garwin is revived. Thus, they do not inherit memories. However, every time Garwin creates them, he seems to implant his own memories. Lastly, there are the miscellaneous beings, whether they be physical soldiers or phantom soldiers, or even small creatures known as demon insects. To put it bluntly, they are expendable. Even physical soldiers, which require considerable effort to create, are seen as disposable in Garwin's eyes. Everything is for the sake of Garwin's complete awakening. Through the loss of many human lives from the Eastern Kingdom, where Garwin's body sleeps, to the Western Confederation, Garwin approaches complete awakening. Or so it seems. In truth, Oranju does not understand this very well. How troublesome. That single phrase summed everything up. 1 hour into the Hafrina defense battle. The defense by the Hafrina soldiers and the Royal Knights was holding up without significant collapse. Considering they were facing the demons, physical soldiers, each possessing incredibly powerful abilities, this can be regarded as a considerable resistance. Of course, there were reasons for this. Absolutely do not let them up the castle wall. The moment they ascend, it's over, Zack Cooler, squad captain of the Royal Knights, shouted. On the castle wall, Royal Knights armed with spears stood ready, thrusting down at the red-armored knights climbing up. In a fair one-on-one fight, victory would be impossible, but against physical soldiers coming up with both hands occupied, they could manage. Moreover, from the watchtower, the Hafrina defensive soldiers were showering arrows and magic onto the red-armored knights attempting to climb the wall or breach the gates. Mirabelle Power, the Viscountess of Hafrina, herself was commanding the defense. It was unavoidable for the Lord to lead the defense. Although she had facilitated the procurement of resources for territorial recovery using connections from the temple, there was an unavoidable prioritization of personnel related to internal affairs. If the territory doesn't thrive, it cannot sustain the military's defense capabilities. Thus, internal affairs come first. It cannot be helped, even if it is a territory close to the border. Additionally, there was a more practical reason. There were few personnel capable of commanding the military among the temple connections. This was unavoidable. For various reasons, there was currently no one in Hafrina who could command the entire garrison. There were those capable of commanding a patrol team or a small squad. Mirabel thought that eventually, those individuals would gain experience, and eventually, excellent personnel would emerge from among them. After becoming the Lord, Mirabel herself had received at least some training in military command, making her relatively better than others. Well, the front lines were being handled by the Royal Knights, so things were likely manageable. The defense battle was proceeding without collapse. This is such a hassle. Things are not going well. But if there are too many casualties, Garwin will definitely get angry. Isolde will probably look at me with cold eyes too. I guess it would be fastest if I just went and took care of things myself. These were Oranju's complaints. Of course, no one responded to that. Aide Grian remained expressionless, not even changing his gaze, focused on the city of Hafrina. Oranju let out a deep sigh and spoke. Hey, Grian. Yes, Oranju-sama, stop Brine's training. What do you mean, stop? Grian seemed not to understand Oranju's words and asked for clarification. I'm going to go and open the city gate. Oh, I see. Grian appeared to understand Oranju's explanation and nodded. There were no protests. You will lead this squad and participate in the siege. Let's finish this quickly. Understood. At that moment, the fact that Zach Cooler was near the city gate was purely coincidental. The magical chant being interrupted and the muffled sounds were also quite fortunate amid the battlefield's chaos. How lucky it was that he managed to run over and confront the one who caused that voice was a matter of perspective. This guy too, but is it trending for mages to chant spells lately? In the past, they only did that when using grand magic. A massive man who had appeared before Zack spoke. Most likely it was a question directed at Zack. The sword held in his right hand was smeared with blood, and at the giant's feet lay an unconscious defensive mage. Why are you on this side of the castle wall? Even without Zack, it was obvious that the massive man before him was an enemy, an attacker, and someone who should be outside the castle wall. Well, for us, jumping over the castle wall is a piece of cake. The massive man replied with a grin that barely resembled a smile. So you're not just an ordinary soldier, Zack said, drawing his sword, remaining cautious. You have good armor. You're not just a knight but a captain, I see. The massive man, Oranju, grinned distinctly as he spoke. I have no intention to answer. If you want to know, ask with your sword. With that, Zack lunged at Oranju. Clang, clang, clang. Zack's attacks were all expertly deflected by Oranju. His defenses were textbook examples of the art of receiving strikes with a great sword. Without moving the sword much, he used all parts of it, from the tip to the base, to block. It was a remarkably basic yet effective defense that made it hard for opponents to break through. Zack had devoted the last 3 years to mastering the sword. As a result, he had become strong enough to be in the top 5 within the Royal Knight Order regarding swordsmanship. He had swung his sword repeatedly, defeating foes and being defeated in turn. That is why he understood. This guy is a monster. Of course, he was a demon's kin, moreover, likely a high-ranking kin, so it was certain he was a monster. But that wasn't the sense in which Zack thought of him. In terms of sword technique, he was a monster. Zack recognized this precisely because he had gained strength. The strength of the sword of the man before him. It applies to anything. It is only when one's own knowledge, experience, and abilities increase that one can grasp the greatness of the opponent before them, the skill level of the person before them, and understand the significant gap that exists between oneself and them. I can't win. However, just because he understood he couldn't win, it didn't mean he could flee. The fact that the person had come alone to this city gate clearly indicated their intention to open it from inside. If Zack were to retreat now, the city gate would be opened, and the city of Hafrina would fall. Therefore, what he could do here was, "Someone come help me," Zack shouted, yes, calling for reinforcements. Hey, isn't a duel the honor of a knight? I don't know. Apparently that kind of thing has disappeared a long time ago, Oranju said with a bemused expression, and Zack stated it rather resolutely. In fact, that form of chivalry had long since fallen out of fashion. Or perhaps there was never such an era, he only knew of it from books. Well, fine, even if you call for friends, don't you think it will just increase the sacrifices? Even so, if the gate is opened, it will be over. Zack could only respond to Oranju's precise remark after a moment of hesitation. Even if it costs lives, he had to protect. Such scenes inevitably arise on the battlefield. That is why the hearts of commanders become rugged. They must issue orders even while understanding that they are sending their allies to death. They must tell others to die for something they absolutely must defend. A cruel profession indeed. Even so, Zack murmured, at the very least, the Royal Knights go to the battlefield having made that resolve, to protect the citizens, to defend the kingdom. Zack stood his ground and continued to swing his sword, no matter how many times he was struck. He would keep swinging time and time again, no matter how many times he was struck. Swish. Ah, a sound involuntarily escaped Zack's lips. Orange dodged Zack's crosswise strike effortlessly, with footwork that had been previously unseen. Orange stepped forward with his left foot and slashed upward with his lowered sword. An incredibly sharp flash of the sword tore through Zack's abdominal armor, running from his right side to his back. Just one cut. Gah! Zack knelt down in defeat. Considering it's only been a few years since you started wielding a sword, you were pretty decent for a human, Orange said with a smug smile, looking down at him. This is impossible, Miss Sierra. Die. Ice wall, a young voice echoed across the battlefield. Clang. The sword Orange swung down was deflected by something invisible. Oh, he opened his eyes wide and involuntarily murmured. In the meantime, a young man was running from a distance, kneeling beneath the fallen Zack. Then he took something out from his pocket. Captain Cooler, it's a potion, drink this. Evans. Stay back, this guy is dangerous. Evans, the head of the merchant brigade, brought a potion to Zack's lips. Zack tried to push Evans away, gasping for breath. Don't worry, this ice wall was taught to me by my teacher. It won't break that easily. With that, Evans made Zack drink the potion. This is an ice wall. I thought it was a barrier, but it's surprisingly transparent. Orange was impressed. He lightly tapped it with his fist, making a clanging sound. This level of water magic I haven't seen in previous battles. As Orange recalled something, he murmured. Then he turned his gaze to Evans, who had given Zack the potion. A water mage? Your attire indicates you're not a knight. Are you a mage attached to a knight order? With that kind of magic at your young age, you're quite skilled. I'm a merchant, Evans stated clearly. Ha, a merchant. Seriously? Orange asked, his expression dazed. He looked at Evans again to get a better look. Indeed, now that you mention it, you're neither a knight nor dressed in a mage's robes, but still, with magic like that, for a human to have such skill, isn't that among the top in this kingdom? And you're saying you're a merchant? You may not know who I am, but you're quite ignorant. My magic is nothing compared to my teacher. Orange was impressed, and Evans denied it. Is this teacher of yours really that amazing? Yes, he is, at least 1,000,000,000 times better than me. Oh, Evans said confidently, puffing out his chest, and somehow overwhelmed Orange with that expression. Perhaps this aspect of Evans is inherited from the teacher, who is a water attribute mage. Phew, thanks, Evans, I owe you one, Zack said, finally standing up with the support of his sword. Captain Cooler, I will hold them back with ice wall, so you need to receive the priest's heal properly, Evans said. That's not going to be possible, is it? Orange responded. What do you mean? Ah, it is indeed an impressive ice wall, but swish, after a light sound echoed, the ice wall crumbled. What? It's not that it can't break. Evans was left speechless. Orange grinned, shouldering his sword. Damn, the sword flash was so fast I couldn't even see it, Zack said in frustration. Such was the speed of Orange's single strike. Well, receiving treatment is crucial. Oh, it's incredibly important. I agree that it would be best to do so at once. However, Orange paused briefly, scratched his nose with his finger, and resumed speaking. In the meantime, I'll open the city gate. Zack once again assumed a stance with the sword that was propping him up. There was no option to flee. Seeing this, Evans steeled his resolve. Ice armor too, a thin layer of ice armor enveloped Zack and Evans's bodies. I'm not sure how effective that will be against that sword. Regardless, I appreciate it. Zack nodded in response to Evans's whisper. Then he continued speaking. Evans, if I fall, keep casting that ice wall to keep him from approaching the city gate. Zack said that and jumped into Orange's range without waiting for Evans's answer. A rapid strike. But Orange sidestepped to the left and once again thrust his sword into Zack's previously injured right side. Gah! Zack, however, was not cut but instead blown away. Your sword flash has dulled, Orange murmured, then accelerated towards the city gate. Ice wall level 5, I told you that was pointless. As Orange said that, he slashed through the ice wall. Clang, he had slashed. But the high-pitched sound echoed, and the wall remained uncut. What the? Orange was clearly surprised. It might be safe to say this was the first time he had genuinely been startled since appearing near the city gate. Icicle Lance 2, Icicle Lance 16 as Evans cast, 2 ice spears attacked Orange from either side. Slash, slash. Incredibly fast slashes, hardly seeming like they came from a great sword, swiftly cut through the ice spears. However, that was a distraction. The main attack was above. 16 ice spears descended upon Orange from straight above. The dust kicked up obscured the view. Did we do it? Evans murmured quietly. Surely, had his teacher heard that, he would have said, Evans, that's a flag. He could not even see his own body move. He did not even recognize that his 5-layered ice wall had shattered in an instant. Completely unconsciously and purely by chance, his body moved. He dodged the furious strike of the demon's kin, who was now in tatters. Hey, a merchant dodged my sword? That's no joke. The nonchalance he had shown earlier was gone. Orange radiated an aura of anger. The fact that Evans had dodged was mere coincidence. For the past 3.5 years, they had been practicing mock battles with the exchange of ice wall and icicle lance among comrades. However, even though he had dodged, he stumbled and could no longer move. Orange raised his sword. Die, in truth, that too was a flag. There was not just one water attribute mage present here. Ice Wall Level 5 package, a voice belonging to an even younger man than Evans resonated. He was young but possessed far more magical power. He was from the 1st Merchant Brigade. Roosh! While his magical power was abundant, he had bled too much when the attack took place. His complexion was still not good. How long could he fight? Hey, what's going on here? The anger had completely dissipated, leaving only shock in Orange's voice. Of course, it was Orange who had spoken. Another person who can use magic like this. In this backwater town, that's impossible. Orange paused, staring at the pallid boy who was activating new magic. Furthermore, don't tell me he's also a merchant. He looks like a kid. While shaking his head repeatedly, Orange spoke. Now, what should I do? While Orange was hesitating, the situation outside the castle wall was changing dramatically. Knights charge, a sharp command shouted by a young woman. With the order, the knights surged from behind toward the red-armored men. Grian, in charge of the rear guard, was not being careless. Brine, commanding the vanguard, was also not unaware of the possibility of reinforcements. However, the reinforcements they had imagined were the 50 royal knights who had headed toward Baosu village. They believed they could adequately respond even if caught off guard. This was not arrogance but a fact. There was indeed a significant power gap between the demons, physical soldiers, and human knights. However, the ones that attacked them were not 50, 300 knights. Break through, show the demon the might of the Silverdale Knight Order. The charge led by Face, the future Duke of Silverdale. Their strength was among the best in the kingdom. Even in equal numbers, they still surpassed the royal knights. When hit from behind with such a charge, even the demons, physical soldiers, could not hold their ground. After 5 charges, they fled in disarray. Thus ended the Hafrina defense battle. In the subsequent series of wars known as the Great Demon War, this was the first battle in which humans triumphantly defeated the demon's kin. Yesterday it exceeded 9,000 words, and today it's about 10,000 words. Sora doesn't appear, but considering that the disciples have shown up, please forgive me. Capital City of Aberdeen, Handalu Federation, Regent's Office. Your Excellency, it has been reported that another village has been burned down. Regent Assistant Lumber grimaced as he reported. Is it Iubara or Cariniano? It is Iubara village, Regent Lord Aubrey asked without changing his expression, and Lumber answered with the same grimace. Lumber seemed to want to say something more, but in the end he couldn't, and Lord Aubrey understood that. Lumber, I think it goes without saying, but I understand. The defense of the area is the responsibility of the Duchy of Volturino. Yes, Lumber understood it too. It was an area where the Federation government could not intervene. If this were formally recognized as war, Regent Lord Aubrey would hold almost all military-related powers within the Federation territory. However, as it stands, it is a local rebellion. At most, large-scale armed force activity. This should originally be dealt with by the countries forming the Federation. The Handalu Federation, as its name implies, is a union state formed by numerous countries. The Federation government, led by Lord Aubrey, is merely a coordinating body. Of course, if he wanted to, he could impose various things, but that would not be a sustainable approach. Ultimately, each country is the center of governance. Among them, the 10 countries with seats in the Council of 10 hold significant power within the Federation. The Duchy of Volturino also has a seat in the Council of 10. Of course, the Grand Duke of Volturino himself sits in that seat. This time, the men in red armor are rampaging in parts of the former Duchy of Inberry and portions of the Duchy of Volturino. The area that was once the Duchy of Inberry is governed by the 10 countries that have divided it, but the region bordering the kingdom was annexed by the Duchy of Volturino. Originally, it was the Duchy of Volturino that bordered the border town Redpost of the kingdom since the time the Duchy of Inberry existed. Therefore, the western region of the former Duchy of Inberry was also annexed by the Grand Duchy. Regarding this, the other 9 countries did not complain. They entrusted the border regions with the Grand Duchy and desired other territories for themselves. Border security with a great power involves many troublesome matters. As a result, 90% of the places currently suffering damage are under the control of the Duchy of Volturino. If only the Grand Duke of Volturino would request support from the Federation government, we could send troops. I doubt he will, Lumber said, and Lord Aubrey answered with a slight shake of his head. He pictured the stubborn face of the Grand Duke of Volturino. Basically, representatives of the 10 countries forming the Council of 10 do not oppose the policies of the Federation government led by Lord Aubrey. However, that doesn't mean they can do anything they want. Maintaining the balance in this regard is quite difficult. It hasn't changed much in the past 13 years. Contrary to what those around him might think, Lord Aubrey does not arbitrarily do as he pleases. The former capital city of Inbury, Aberdeen, is a directly governed territory of the Federation government. Additionally, a direct route created during the invasion of the Duchy of Inbury runs from the Federation capital, Jaclia, to Aberdeen, allowing for the smooth transport of supplies and troops. To put it plainly, as long as one secures the area from Jaclia to Aberdeen strategically, the control over the current southern regions of the Federation is practically established. That's why Lord Aubrey had come to terms with leaving the western regions and the border with the kingdom to the 10 countries. However, it is indeed the case that when things are devastated to this extent, it begins to affect the people's sentiment in other regions. They may think that the Federation government will not protect them in case something happens. In that sense, it's the unvarnished feeling of a ruler that he does not want significant damage to occur. I see the city of Hafrina was protected. Upon receiving the report, King Abel sighed deeply and nodded. There are reports that the attackers were quite high-ranking kin. The report came from Chancellor Marquis Heinlein. With his own intelligence network, he collects quite detailed information. How were they able to repel such high-ranking kin? I heard that in the end, the Silverdale Knight Order made it in time, but Hafrina's defense is still weak, and only 2 companies of the Royal Knight Order were stationed there, right? Yes. The units are indeed led by Zach Cooler and Scotty Kabuk, whom your majesty knows well. Seriously, they're safe, right? Yes, it was Zach Cooler who clashed with the high-ranking kin in question. In response to Abel's slightly worried inquiry, Marquis Heinlein nodded in affirmation. Zach really is devoted to the way of the sword. Knowing the reason behind that, Abel felt a complex mixture of emotions. He knew that Zach's love would not bear fruit. However, it would also be painful to crush the feelings of a friend who is trying hard. However, according to reports, it seems that Zach Cooler couldn't handle it alone. What? It seems a merchant from the Gecko Merchant Association saved him during his crisis. The Gecko Merchant Association. A merchant, what's that about? Abel tilted his head at Marquis Heinlein's report, but then he hit upon a realization. Could it be that they used water magic? Your insight is appreciated. So it's true. It must be Rio's disciple. Abel had seen it when he visited the Gecko Merchant Association. The scene of the boys engaging in mock battles with ice wall and icicle lance. He must have stood there with his mouth agape the first time he saw it. Merchant Gecko had said, they are Ryo-sun's disciples. Even the disciples can fight against demons' kin, and they are merchants at that. Abel's murmurs reached Marquis Heinlein's ears. Marquis Heinlein smiled slightly and said, well, the teacher is the teacher. Meanwhile, in the city of Hafrina, where is Lord Roosh? It seems he overexerted himself and is sleeping. He might not be able to move for a while. Chloe answered Zach Cooler's question while looking toward the mansion. Evans, Roosh, you're awake, don't move, you're already weak, and you used a 5-layer package. I had no choice, Evans was in a bad situation, Roosh said with a wry smile, and Evans frowned in response. Ah, thank you. As he said that, Evans bowed his head while still sitting. Did I do well? Huh, you saved my life, didn't you? True, but if the teacher had seen it, would he have praised me? Of course. If it were Teacher Rio, he would definitely say, Roosh, that's amazing. That sounds like him. When Evans mimicked the tone, Roosh laughed. But in the end, the 5-layer package was sliced through and they escaped. That's true. They seem to be kin of demons, and they're no joke. I need to practice more. First, you should completely heal your body. A senior who cares for his diligent junior, it's something that has always been quite challenging throughout the ages. Fool Oranju, to be caught off guard by the Royal Knight Order is a great mistake. I'm sorry. This is the annex of the House of Duke Shrewsbury in Wingston, the new Lord's office. The 13-year-old Erwin Ortiz scolded a giant man who knelt before him. However, the many villages you destroyed on the way is commendable. Well done. Ha ha! The demon Garwin praised Erwin's appearance, and the giant man Oranju expressed his gratitude. Yet it is still insufficient. Vimro is active within the Federation territories, isn't he? Yes, it seems they have little military strength there. It's going very smoothly. Isolde nodded in reply to Garwin's inquiry. After apologizing, Oranju sat on the sofa before Isolde. Isolde understood that Oranju was in a good mood. It's rare for you to be in a good mood. Huh, that's not the case. I'm just the same as always. Oranju replied casually to Isolde's words. However, he was aware of it. To put it bluntly, he had enjoyed the battle in Hafrina. The knights were, well, not bad at all. If a human could swing a sword that well, they must be considerable. But even better was that water mage. And there were two of them, right? Two of those kinds of people. I thought the current generation of mages had lower levels compared to the time of awakening, but not at all. Water magic has developed immensely. It seems there's a misunderstanding. I want to fight against other water mages too. Should I ask Lord Garwin for a redeployment? Ah, but I did let quite a few physical soldiers die. That might be difficult. While thinking such things, a certain memory resurfaced. That water mage said it. The teacher is 1,000,000,000 times greater than himself. What is that 1,000,000,000 times supposed to mean? Well, even if it's not that much, he must be stronger than that, right? Ah, I really want to fight. Seeing Oranju like this, Isolde pondered for a moment before speaking. Lord Garwin, what is it, Isolde? I believe it's time to advance to the next stage. Next stage? Garwin asked in response to Isolde's words. Yes, recently observing the movements in the city, it seems there are rats lurking about. Rats, you say, spies? What have they realized? They are likely spies from both the kingdom and the Federation, but it's unclear if they have fully realized anything. And what do we do about it? The two entered into detailed discussions. Oranju pretended to listen, but was actually pondering something else. He wondered what kind of magic those water mages would use if they fought seriously. The expression of Chancellor Marquis Alexis Heinlein, who entered the office of King Abel, was clouded. This was unusual. Although he must often be fatigued from his rigorous duties, it rarely showed on his face. Even when a significant problem arose, it did not manifest on his expression when reporting it. But the moment he entered, Abel could tell with just a glance that his expression was troubled. What's wrong? Yes, Your Majesty, it's still not confirmed information. No, it is a fact, but the reason behind it is unclear. This hesitation from Marquis Heinlein was likely the first time since he became Chancellor. How unusual. I can tell something quite bad has happened. What occurred? Yes, there is a possibility that the House of Duke Shrewsbury is related to demons. What? Abel frowned. Of course, he understood that Marquis Heinlein wouldn't report such a thing without any basis. He must have scrutinized the information numerous times. He knew this was a report based on thorough examination. Yet it was still an unwelcome report. The current Duke of Shrewsbury is, of course, the 13-year-old Erwin Ortiz. Though his ducal authority is suspended, he returned to his eastern territory at his own request to learn about territory management and is currently in the ducal capital of Wingston. Explain in detail. Yes, at the Duke Shrewsbury's residence in Wingston, there is a place called the Annex that even servants and high-ranking figures, including the Knight Commander, are not allowed to approach. It seems this arrangement was made after Lord Erwin returned. It seems those in red armor have been seen entering and exiting that place. What? Abel was at a loss for words at Marquis Heinlein's report. The red armor are the ones rampaging along the eastern border of the kingdom and the western border of the Federation. It is almost certain that they are kin of the sealed demon in the east. The fact that such individuals are entering and exiting is certainly not ordinary. Since their numbers are not large, their main base is likely elsewhere. However, a high-ranking kin that seems to have clashed with the Royal Knight Zack Cooler has been confirmed. Abel literally held his head in his hands. Needless to say, the House of Duke Shrewsbury is a key player in the eastern region of the kingdom. The initial trigger of the war 3 years ago began with the death of the then Duke of Shrewsbury. Such a crucial Duke house, it's important to know whether Erwin Ortiz himself is involved. Indeed. Therefore, Your Majesty, I have a proposal. As Abel asked for confirmation, Marquis Heinlein stated he had a proposal. First, we could send Zack Cooler, who is stationed in the city of Hafrina, to Wingston to confirm the high-ranking kin in question. I see. Of course, since they are kin of demons, it is a dangerous task. It is dangerous, but that confirmation is very important. While understanding Marquis Heinlein's words, Abel deliberately stated that the confirmation is essential. Depending on the situation, it could lead to another clash dividing the nation. Moreover, one side would involve the House of Duke Shrewsbury collaborating with the kin of demons. Abel involuntarily voiced, "I hope it's a mistake." Marquis Heinlein nodded. However, his expression was grim. He knows more than anyone how reliable the information he has grasped is. Even so, he wishes it to be a mistake. The connection is undoubtedly there. The issue is, to what extent Lord Erwin is involved. Marquis Alexis Heinlein has spread his intelligence network not only throughout the central nations, but also to the corridor nations. Naturally, he has embedded spies within the House of Duke Shrewsbury. They are all exceptionally skilled individuals. Yet, even they cannot gather information about what is happening within the annex of the Duke's residence. No matter what the connection is between the current Duke, Erwin, and the demons, the fact that they cannot gather information signifies that it is, at the very least, an unusual situation. There must be something that absolutely must be kept secret. A duke's house cannot exist without being involved in national politics. One way or another, they will be related. Among those, there are likely things that even someone at the center of state affairs, like the chancellor, does not want to be known. That is only natural. However, the duke's residence annex is excessively abnormal. It seems that Erwin himself is going back and forth between the office in the main building and the newly established office in the annex. Even though it is an annex, it is quite spacious. Not a single servant can approach it. How is cleaning being done? Is Erwin doing the cleaning himself? That's ridiculous. The more he thinks about it, the more unnatural aspects arise. Zach Cooler will go to confirm the high-ranking kin, but if that can be confirmed, there will need to be further confirmation of Erwin Ortiz himself. By the way, were they nearby? I should have them checked. Marquis Heinlein nodded slightly in his mind, then exited the king's office and immediately began to write an order. I was told to go to Wingston, but it feels a bit tense. Yeah, there are a lot of patrolling soldiers. Right, that's probably the night order. And there are also regular city guards. The swordsman Hector, spear warrior Isia, scout Oriana, and priest Tarlo exchanged their thoughts while looking around the city. Hearing their words, Kenji, the earth magic user, nodded silently. They were 5 members of the former C-rank party Morning Star. Currently, they were working as adventurers affiliated with the city of Acre in the Marquisate of Heinlein. Although they were officially a C-rank party, they were often hired for jobs by Marquis Heinlein himself, or his son Phelps A. Heinlein, who managed most of the Marquisate's affairs. These jobs were not counted towards their guild request completion numbers since they did not go through the Adventurers Guild, so they remained C-rank. Of course, being C-rank adventurers meant they were top-class adventurers and wouldn't be looked down upon. After all, requests from the House of Heinlein came with exorbitantly high rewards. However, the tasks were often quite dangerous. Moreover, they frequently had to travel even outside the country. But they received plenty of money. Well then, let's get ready. Yeah, swordsman Hector said, and Scout Oriana responded. The other 3 nodded. This request was particularly dangerous. They needed to make thorough preparations. Hey, Scotty, are you sure it's okay for both of us to come out here? Well, even if you say that, only Zach can confirm it, but I'm basically a bodyguard, right? Besides, it's not like we could refuse when the Commander Danton himself ordered it, and even the squad captain came to take care of us. We have no choice but to go, right? Squad Captain Zach Cooler and his fellow squad captain Scotty Kabuk had reached a point where they could see the castle gates of Wingston. It was impossible to turn back now. Yes, it was too late, but Zach had been asking similar questions over and over since they left the city of Hafrina. It was unusual for Zach, who was generally seen as bold and carefree, to repeat the same question multiple times. However, Scotty, who had known him for a long time, understood. Zach may not be concerned about himself, but he was very attentive to his subordinates and juniors. It was a bit different from being a big brother figure. One should not judge a person by appearance alone. As they were talking, the 2 of them passed through the castle gates of Wingston. There were guards standing, but they were not particularly checking the baggage or identities of those entering or exiting. It was the capital of a ducal territory and also the largest city in the Eastern Kingdom. Moreover, as it was still in the process of recovering from the War of Kingdom Liberation, there was an extraordinary amount of foot traffic. To check every single person wasn't realistic. Good thing, Zach, even though we're supposed to be merchants, if we were checked, it would have been immediately obvious that it was a lie. There's nothing we can do about that. Entering as members of the Royal Knight Order would be too dangerous. So entering as adventurers makes the most sense, but that guild card is impossible to forge. Even if it looks fine, if they check it, it would be clear it's a fake. It was said that the Adventurers Guild card from the Central Nations was impossible to forge. It was created using highly advanced alchemy, and there was even a legend that it was created by King Richard, the restorer of the kingdom. Well, when they say highly advanced alchemy, they usually say created by King Richard. So whether it's true or not is something no one can really know now. However, it was true that forgery was impossible, so the 2 disguised themselves as merchants. There was also a merchants' guild, and those who belonged to it had merchants' guild cards, but in reality, most merchants did not belong to the guild. The merchants' guild could provide supportive mutual aid, but of course, membership fees had to be paid, and they were often asked for cooperation in non-financial matters as well. For that reason, young merchants tended to do business without being affiliated with the Merchants Guild. Many lords believed that encouraging competition would lead to economic development, so there were no restrictions on street commerce regardless of whether one belonged to the Merchants Guild. For these reasons, Zach and Scotty entered the city of Wingston as free merchants. Their mission was to verify whether the House of Shrewsbury was connected to demons. As a specific method, Zack would check if the high-ranking kin he faced was entering and exiting the Duke's residence. Therefore, Zack, who actually knew the face of that high-ranking kin, received direct orders. The two entered a city diner for lunch and a strategy meeting, exchanging conversations. Anyone can access the Wingston government office. Although the Duke's residence is adjacent to the government office, entering the premises is not easy. Moreover, there's a possibility that they're entering a restricted area called the Annex within that Duke's residence, right? Zack, you said you had a good idea. What's the plan? In response to Scotty's question, Zack nodded solemnly and replied, "It would be too dangerous to approach during the day. We'll sneak in at night and check." "Absolutely not." Scotty immediately denied Zack's plan. The speed of his refusal was as if he had anticipated it. The ability to read ahead from years of acquaintance should not be underestimated. "Why not? So what? You want us to sneak in during the daytime?" "No, it's not that night is bad, but I'm rejecting the very method of sneaking in. You should understand that much." Zack was taken aback by Scotty's rejection. Scotty was firm in his stance. "If we sneak in and get caught, no, if the demon's kin are swarming, we'd definitely get caught. There's no way we'd come back safe from such a place." "Then what do you suggest we do?" With Scotty's calm point, Zack retorted. "It was written in the instructions. The red armor kin are entering and exiting a noble's mansion 100 meters from the Duke's residence. From there, there's a tunnel connecting to the Duke's annex. It makes sense to keep an eye on that noble's mansion." Zack couldn't come up with a counter to Scotty's logical explanation. "Zack, it seems you really did just skim through the instructions." That's absolutely not the case." "What are you talking about, Scotty?" Zack clearly flinched at Scotty's exasperated remark. Seeing that, Scotty became convinced. Shaking his head slightly, he said, "I guess I was told to come along to anticipate things like this." The two made a good team. The mansion was not large, but it had a stylish appearance. After evening fell, lights turned on inside the house, and silhouettes of people could be seen crossing in front of the lights through the curtains. Someone seemed to be inside. "Hey, Scotty, is it really connected to the Duke's residence from that mansion?" "Even if you ask me, the instructions from Commander Danton didn't specify the source of the information." "If that's true, it means it was researched in quite a detail." "Right. It's probably information from the Chancellor's intelligence network. From the previous Knight Commander." Scotty speculated about the source of the information, and Zack nodded in agreement. Chancellor Marquis Heinlein was the previous Knight Commander of the kingdom, and was considered to be the mentor of the current Knight Commander Danton. Moreover, his information-gathering abilities were said to be among the best in the Central Nations, and it was said that his intelligence helped lead the kingdom to a great victory in the past Great War. He was unbelievably strict, right? His title was Oni Demon, Zack said, whispering for some reason, and Scotty replied in a similarly subdued voice. Perhaps they thought that speaking in normal tones would alert that Oni. The two were sitting by the window of a tavern where they could see the back entrance of the mansion they were watching. It was a perfect spot to observe while drinking. It was Squad Captain Zack Cooler who found it. Scotty could not match Zack's instincts when it came to these matters. "Your talent for these things is still incredible." "What's with that condescending tone?" "Thanks to that, we can keep a comfortable watch," Scotty said with an exasperated tone, while Zack argued back, acting as if he had been wronged. "Taverns in such large cities often stay open not only late at night, but even until dawn. Perhaps competition is tough, or maybe there are many customers who want a drink until morning." Either way, it was beneficial for the two of them. After quite a while of watching, late at night, they saw 4 people come out of the target mansion. Even though it was late, the Alchemy Tools street light was lit, making it somewhat visible. However, all 4 were wearing cloaks and hoods, so their faces could not be confirmed. "Zack, what do you think?" The one in the lead. "I feel like their height and build are similar." "But I can't be sure," Scotty asked, and Zack replied with a frown. He felt that they were kin of the suspected demon, but he couldn't be certain. However, the reason they were sent was to gain that certainty. "There's no other choice. We'll follow those 4. I guess there's no helping it. The mansion is just an underground entrance to the Duke's residence, and according to the instructions, there should be a separate location where the demon's kin gather. If we can find that, it would be a bonus." "Is that so?" "Yeah, Zack, make sure to read the instructions thoroughly." Zack was rendered speechless by Scotty's words. He knew it himself. He understood and did properly read when leading his subordinates. "My eyes tend to skip over things." "You've never liked reading much, have you?" Zack mumbled as he stood up. Scotty sighed and stood up too. "Still, you respected Abel. After all, he was a prince in a way. He might have skipped classes, but Abel read a lot." Both Zack and Scotty remembered Abel's love for reading. Apparently, reading is important in any world. As the two exited the tavern, they quickly noticed. "Hey, look at that!" Yeah, it seems we're not the only ones following those four from earlier. There were others lurking slightly ahead, following the four. Three of them, right? Yeah, three, Zack confirmed, and Scotty nodded in response. Four people came out of the mansion, three were following them, and Zack and Scotty were trailing behind. The pursuit continued for a while. Wingston, being the largest city in the east, had quite a spacious layout. One could call it vast. Around the city center were the government office, the Duke's residence, and the Wingston Temple, with the city spreading radially from there. The mansion this time was located to the north of the Duke's residence, and the group that came out was moving quickly toward the northeast. It's indeed the largest city in the east, but we're getting close to the city walls, aren't we? Yeah, there are hardly any large houses left. When Zack asked, Scotty replied. Suddenly, both of them jumped back silently. Two swords swept where their heads had been just a moment ago. Swords appeared as if from the shadows on either side of the road. Damn it, they must have noticed our tailing. It looks like we're not the only ones. Zack cursed, and Scotty looked ahead. In front of them, the three who had been trailing suddenly were struck down in an instant. This is bad. Let's run, Scotty said, and Zack made the decision. It's already too late. Clang, Zack caught the sword that was swung down. He recognized the man who wielded it. After all, he was the one they had come to confirm the presence of. Nice to see you again, Captain of Hafrina. It was Oranju who said that. Zack confirmed that the high-ranking kin of the demon was indeed coming and going. However, whether he could deliver that information to the proper parties was another question entirely. Demon's kin, Zack squeezed out the words. Oh, so you understand that much. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Oranju. I'm one of Lord Garwin's 4 generals. And you, Captain, what is your name? Zack. In response to Oranju's question, Zack answered honestly. Right now, he needed every second he could get. He had to grasp the situation and think of a way to escape. Zack faced Oranju. Scotty stood against 2 figures that had emerged from the shadows. The 3 who came out of the mansion with Oranju were tying up the 3 who had been defeated earlier. Are you capturing those 3 to take them somewhere? For Demon's kin, you're not being very subtle. While extracting information, Zack deliberately asked to buy some time. Information is important, you know. We need to investigate those guys and figure out which faction or who has what level of information. That appearance doesn't suit you. Do you want me to kill you right now? Zack unintentionally voiced his thoughts, prompting Oranju to retort with a twitch of his cheek. Even while they spoke, Zack remained on guard against Oranju's sword, which was still brought down. If you're not bringing out the mage with the water magic after talking for this long, does that mean he's not here this time? I won't be greedy and ask for both of them, but isn't at least one of them missing? Why do you ask that? Oranju feigned a casual look around as he questioned Zack, who grimaced and retorted. That's obvious. It's because it's fun. Both of those water mages are quite formidable. No, at least as far as I know, they are quite something. I don't know the current level of the water mage, but if they're that skilled, it would be enjoyable to fight them. I see. They could be around here somewhere. Zack answered vaguely to Oranju's explanation. There was no need to explicitly reveal the truth. If they thought there could be a powerful ally nearby, they might hesitate to take decisive action. However, Humph, that's a lie, so they're not here, huh? What a pity. That said, you do understand that 2 swordsmen alone can't handle this situation. Why were you chasing us? I have no intention of answering. You don't plan to defeat us. Obviously, you don't intend to capture us either. So it's reconnaissance, isn't it? You know my power. Ah, are you checking whether I am here? Is that it? Here in Wingston. I see. Oranju said that much and took a breath. Then he displayed a sinister smile. And you've realized the connection with the ducal house, huh? That was a definitive statement in many ways. It made it clear that there was a connection between the demons and the ducal house. But at the same time, it revealed to the demons that the kingdom had noticed that connection. In other words, this meant that both factions were about to engage in a serious confrontation. At that moment, it became a situation from which neither faction could retreat. That was the situation. This is something I have to report, no matter what Zack grimaced inwardly. If both he and Scotty were defeated or captured here and could not report, the demons would unilaterally know that the kingdom had discovered the connection between the ducal house and the demons. They would take the initiative in the upcoming large-scale actions. That would be extremely problematic. It was problematic, but both Scotty and I have a high probability of not being able to escape this situation. Right. Zack understood the power difference between himself and the demon's kin in front of him. At the very least, he knew he was not a match for them. If that was the case, it would be more likely for Scotty to escape the situation and deliver the report. Making that judgment, he glanced at Scotty. Scotty must have understood the same thing. He looked toward Zack. However, he shook his head slightly. Scotty seemed to be dealing with a troublesome opponent as well. It was natural that even if they were not one of the 4 generals, facing 2 of the demon's kin would be a challenge. In a short while, the ones who were tying up the three in front might converge. One of the figures binding the three hurriedly ran over. Zack confirmed it, but could not move. Orange's sword, still brought down, was surprisingly heavy. He was always being held down by that sword from above. If it were against a human, he could utilize the ground's reaction force to launch an upward counterattack or retreat in various ways. However, Orange's strength was extraordinary. It felt as if he were being crushed under a weight of dozens or hundreds of kilograms from above. He couldn't move. There was only one way to escape this situation. However, if he misjudged the timing, he could lose his balance, and a single counterattack could end him. Timing was crucial. The subordinate who had rushed over reported to Orange. "Orange, we have confirmed the identities of the three in front." He said that much and shot a glance at Zack. "Don't mind him, say it. Yes, those three seem to be spies directly under the coalition government. Directly under the coalition government, not from the duchy near the border, right?" "Yes, the coalition government means Lord Aubrey." The coalition was also suspicious of House Shullsbury. Zack considered the information he had received. "Got it. We'll extract more details at the mansion. Bring those three to the mansion. And relay this." Orange paused briefly and grinned before continuing. "It seems the kingdom has become certain of the connection between the ducal house and us." At Orange's words, Zack grimaced and reluctantly said, "Sorry. It's just work. A demon's kin talking about work. You should choose your workplace more carefully." To be able to speak so freely in this situation, you have quite the nerve, Captain." Orange responded playfully to Zack's words. At that moment, Orange's grip weakened just slightly. Now, Zack tilted his sword with all his might. Swish. Orange's sword slid powerfully across the tilted blade, threatening to strike the ground. With the pressure lifted, Zack stepped his right foot diagonally forward, opened his body, and swung his tilted sword upward. The sword sliced through the air. Though Orange was thrown off balance, he leaped sideways on one foot. He evaded Zack's deadly blow. However, Zack thrust the sword he had just lifted. Thrust, thrust, thrust. Orange knocked down the last thrust with his sword. From there he attempted to swing the sword, but the sword changed its trajectory midway. No, not just the sword, but Orange's body itself jumped backward. At the same time, blood splattered from the necks of the two kin fighting Scotty. "Run!" A man's voice echoed around them. Without thinking, Zack and Scotty began to run. For a full 2 minutes, Orange stood there alone. He waited for the presence to completely vanish for a minute and then continued for another minute as is. "Is it about time?" he murmured and sheathed his sword. By then, the subordinates who had been defeated had lost their forms and turned to ash. Emerging from the shadows was one of Garwin's kin. "Isolde, is that how it should be done?" "Yes, that's fine. I thought about hitting that night when you started fighting him." Orange scratched his head as he spoke, and Isolde sighed softly in response. "No, you let them escape properly. That was because reinforcements came. What would you have done if they hadn't? In that case, I might have let them go in exchange for information about the water mage." "What? That's highly suspicious." Isolde shook her head slightly at Orange's offhand response. "At the very least, they had no intention of killing Zack and Scotty here. On the contrary, they needed them to escape and relay various information to the kingdom's government. With this, the kingdom will likely dispatch an extermination force. They know we have an army, not to mention the coalition might also send troops. The kingdom and the coalition will try to encircle the demons." Isolde said cheerfully. "A war between the kingdom and the coalition against us. Well, if it turns into a war, many will die. It doesn't matter if the opponent is from another country or us. Either way, it's fine." Both the kingdom and the coalition realized that the demons' initial move aimed to start a war near the border between the kingdom and the coalition. That was why King Abel and Lord Aubrey had held direct talks to avoid it. However, they did not understand the reason behind why they wanted to start a war near the border. It was because many people would die, releasing numerous fragments of God, which would promote Garwin's complete awakening. Such speculation was certainly something no one could make. If there were information on the fragments of God held by the delegation to the Western nations, perhaps someone could have pieced it together. Without understanding the cause, it would be challenging to find a fundamental solution to the problem. That was probably true in any era and any world. It's troublesome. If we just killed all the residents of Wingston and collected the fragments of God, it would be easy. You know, the last 10% has to come from people who appear on the battlefield. Orange remarked something extreme, and Isolde responded. "Seriously, what on earth are fragments of God?" "I don't know, don't ask me. Even high-ranking kin of the demons who have lived for thousands of years apparently have things they don't know. Maybe. King Richard understood it better than us." "Yeah, he has kept Lord Garwin sealed for this long. That might be the case. Somehow, we managed to escape." "Yeah, probably." Zack and Scotty exchanged such conversations while catching their breath. However, they quickly drew their swords and took a defensive stance. They sensed a human presence. "Oh, it's not the enemy. Captain Zach Cooler, Captain Scotty Kabuk, we are adventurers who infiltrated under the orders of Count Heinlein." So saying, 5 men and women stepped out from the shadows. "I'm Hector from Acre, C-Rank Party Morning Star. Long time no see, since the War of Kingdom Liberation, right?" Zach asked. Zach and Scotty had infiltrated the royal capital and acted as rebels before the Liberation War. They had met Morning Star at that time. "Yes, it's been a while," Hector answered on behalf of the group. "Thanks for the help earlier, I appreciate it," Zach said, bowing his head along with Scotty. "No need to worry about it. What we want to confirm is one thing." Hector said that and looked back and forth between the two before continuing. "Have you confirmed the demon's kin?" "Yeah, I confirmed it. One of Lord Garwin's 4 generals named Oranju. He was the kin I fought in the city of Hafrina." As Zach said this, Hector nodded and continued. "Understood. I will relay this to the kingdom's government." Upon hearing Hector's words, Zach felt the need to add information. "However, they have also realized that the kingdom's government confirmed the connection between the ducal house and the demons." "Ah, it's going to lead to a civil war or war." Hector frowned and nodded at Zach's words. "No one wanted war. Please be careful as you return to the city of Hafrina. We will take responsibility for the report," Hector said, and the woman standing behind him nodded. "And you are? We have one more thing to confirm." In response to Zach's question, Hector replied, "Confirm." "Yes, we have confirmed that the ducal house and the demon's kin are related. Next, we will check whether Erwin Ortiz himself is involved with the demon's kin." At Hector's answer, Zach and Scotty were left speechless in shock. Erwin Ortiz was the current Duke Shullsbury. Indeed, the elegant mansion where the kin had appeared tonight was connected underground to the Duke's residence's annex. If that were the case, it would mean Erwin wasn't uninvolved. But it couldn't just be likely. They needed solid evidence. That was the mission given to the 5 Morning Star this time. You are amazing for listening to chapters 351 to 450 of Water Magician. If you are enjoying this story, please consider subscribing and supporting the channel.